The city lights a neon aglow. We are stars covered in gold, covered in gold. Walking on a highway of dreams. We will shine, only believe, only believe. And the feeling's right to set the tone. ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah, hop in my DeLorean, get ready, get set. Where I'm taking you now is on my own road. I pick my own path, bringing 80s recode. Put my hand on the throttle, best to buckle up. Rev up the gigawatts, hang on to your butts. I'm just a 90s kid. I just need a time machine to fly away. Hit it up, top power, party, big fly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans. Put metal to the pedal, flash back to the beat. Step into my time machine. Feel the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world. Let's revive the whole world. Still want my MTV.
Shoes. Kick me down till I'm black and blue. Threw me down and held on tight. Now I'm back up, not ready to die. Push me down, I start too tired. I rise up like the ash from fire. Oh, my back, but it's made out of iron. I won't give up, I'm not scared, I'm trying.
Just got the news that you're still in town, looking for a safe place to hide. Well, you better close your window and lock the door, 'cause I'm gonna get you tonight. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close. So get ready and watch out.
We got found the gold that makes us a whole of it. Can't go from the elements. We have found the road, but we got a hold of it. Unsure what's ahead of us. We got found the gold that makes us a whole of it. Can't go from the elements. We're now on the road, and we got a hold of it. Unsure what's ahead of us. We got found the gold that makes us a soul of it.
Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Wake up with no alarm, brand new kind of charm, and fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun, yeah. Make a list, check it off, doing only what I want. There's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade. On parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Windows down, rolling with the classic sound. Spent $5 on Walmart shades. Can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade. On parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling.
Yes, we really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? We're going up now. And do what you do. That's right. Keeping it up, wanna do some more. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're moving up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Light up and shine the crowd. We'll burn the house right down, yeah. No thing you're not allowed. The party just begun, yeah. We're moving up now. So do it like before. That's right. You better believe you got something more. So now you're number one. You feel the satisfaction. And when the night is done, you like that interaction. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Calm down, let's pay the fare. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. I wanna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down.
You broke this heart of stone. I always hoped that I would find you. Now the emptiness is gone, and the winds of change have almost blown through. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll the stone. I always knew that I would find you. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me. Always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart.
You have the Fool, the Wheel of Fortune, as well as the Sun. Okay, I'm seeing you trying something new, and I also see a lot of good luck, a lot of warmth here, a lot of good energy. There's a lot of red and yellow. I'm also hearing the word slacks. What?
How you doing, man? I'm sorry about yesterday.
My name is Poon. I'm from Thailand.
So how is it meeting Slacks in real life?
I mean, you could see his energy in the streams, but in real life, his energy is like way higher than you would expect it.
Ladies and gentlemen, man, please introduce the winner. J-Paul, come on out, come down.
It's been a blast. It's like one of the best weekends so far. I get to meet like everyone. I get to meet Slacks. I get to meet some of the talents. I get to be in one of the best tournaments I have been to. So yeah, it's a blast. If you have an opportunity to apply to one, just go for it. I mean, one day it could be you, like in my position, and it's gonna be like really great. Yeah. Thank you for this opportunity. I mean, like, it's been a blast this weekend, and I wouldn't have made it without like this sponsor and stuff. And yeah, if you have stuff from overseas you need to carry on and need to get delivered, just get it from here.
DreamLeague Season 22 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Good morning, welcome. It is DreamLeague Season 22, and this could be the last day of Stage 2 of group stages. I know. Everybody's been always saying, we got a full day of tiebreakers tomorrow, but guess what? We might actually not have any tiebreakers at all. We don't know yet, though. A lot of games still have to be played, of course. Today still has 4 series, and yesterday was an incredibly long day, so we're going to get things going to see if we can maybe avoid a 3 a.m. finish. Let's get started. We only have a couple days left of this opening. I'm going to miss it so much. Just 4 days, 3 days, 3 days.
What?
3 days.
Sorry for introducing myself, Shiver.
What's wrong?
Shiver.
It's your turn.
4 days, 3 days, 3 days.
No, it's 3 days. I said 4, but that's including today. And obviously, we just had the opening, so that
okay.
doesn't count. So it's tomorrow.
It's already done.
Good morning. How you doing, Brian?
Now I'm like
Are you confused?
I'm
sad?
just worried about not being able to, like the anxiety of knowing that I won't be experiencing that every day for the rest of my life.
Actually, I got great news for you.
Oh.
They're nearby Utrecht. They can come to your house every
Let's
morning.
go!
You're the only one that doesn't have to worry about that.
You're actually right, Shiver. Thank you. I feel better now.
How are you doing, Shannon?
Hi.
Hi.
Great.
Great.
Thank you for. Hi. Thanks, Shiver.
I imagine a band waking
Hi.
me up every morning. You know,
That'd be cool.
you just wake up and somebody plays you into your day.
You know,
Like that.
Yeah.
It's like a fairy tale.
You
Then
know
you look in the
what's,
mirror and
well,
remember.
that's a fairy tale. But if what if they want to give you rude awakening? They could do that too.
Well, what if it was like played based on like there was some watch or ring you have that like detects your mood, and then they play music based on your mood?
That is,
Don't give
actually,
Apple
you know
ideas.
what? That is an AI waiting to happen.
And therefore
Jens is
Shannon
trying
loves
to
it.
send
He's vibe
some,
checking us over here.
Yeah,
Okay.
he got it. He's got it. The mood
What's my mood?
is coming.
Yeah.
Very cool.
That's exactly how I'm
I
feeling.
just heard today that there's some people on the other side of that wall that are not happy with some of the
Oh, really?
sounds. I think they just got woken up a little bit more.
Good morning.
Very, very cool. Do you know the social media trend where there's like people that have like a band and they run after people that are running? Like, I
I've
really
seen that.
enjoyed that. I can see them doing that as well. That's good. Obviously, we're here to talk about a lot of Dota related things. Yes, this is a Dota show. To spice things up in the morning, we do like adding people on in the morning show. And we have got a new special guest for you this morning. Good morning, Sing Sing. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing pretty well.
It's been so long since we got the chance to talk to you, but also because I feel like you've been buried in Rebirth. Give us the non-spoilery review, please.
I think it's a great game. It's pretty much some of the best music you ever hear, and it's like it's a movie game, you know? Like everything you do is purely cinematic.
Oh, I can't
So
wait.
it's great.
I'm
I
playing.
think you'll
on
love
Monday.
it.
I mean, we're gonna ask you about Dota, but don't mind me like listing off a couple games that I would like to hear your opinion of. Have you played Feed the Cups?
No.
Have you played Bones Cafe?
No.
And have you played Ship of Fools?
No.
Oh, well.
Have you played
I
Ability
play a lot of
Arena?
games.
Sing Sing.
No. No one plays it anymore, man. It's dead.
Oh my God. Yeah, it is kind
That's
of.
good
man?
advertising.
Thanks, Valve.
Update.
Appreciate that.
But so you're fully done with Rebirth, right?
Oh, yeah. I skipped most of the side content, but I finished the main story.
But what are you gonna play next?
Dragon's Dogma. There's a new one coming out in a week or so.
Nice. And is it Dota in between that then?
Yeah, lots of VSL Dota. I've been watching most of the games.
Oh, nice. Because I know you're your official co-streamer as well. So what have you been thinking about the games you saw?
They're pretty cool. It's pretty varied. People come up with all kinds of strats. Some teams really prefer late game. Some teams they do these cheese strats like Maureen last picking Husker and just winning off laning phase. It's very interesting to see teams have different approaches to the game.
Because I would imagine you watching Dota right now. Obviously, it's been actually, you know what? It's been a decade close to that you were a professional player. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
But how?
It feels old, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry for doing that.
No, it's fine. I'm just kidding.
But obviously Dota has changed a lot. What do you most feel like Dota has changed in the last 10 years? What's the biggest change for you?
I think, do you mean competitive or just Dota in general?
Competitive mostly.
In competitive, I think the teams have gotten much better around playing the map, and because the map is also bigger now, it gives a lot more room for more plays, especially different attacks with smoke ganks. And ward placements have to be much more thoughtful than before, because map is much bigger, so you have to cover more specific areas on where you want to play.
That makes
So I
sense.
think, teams has gotten much better. Oh, sorry.
No, that makes sense. No, I didn't actually. Also, because the map is bigger, but the ward size didn't change. Just vision.
They do have watchers, though. Is there anything you'd want to change with Dota, Sing Sing? Because I know you always have opinions on things that annoy you. from time to time.
Like I don't like the forced objectives. Like I don't like the XP rune, for example. I think it's just really annoying to play around, and it adds nothing to the game to me. And I still don't like the rune RNG on the 6-minute rune and 8-minute rune. I think the impact is too high for how random it is.
You sound like Cinderin, actually.
Oh.
But do you hate neutral items?
Yeah, I do.
Wow,
Man, look at that.
There's just like some heroes, you get like some neutral item, it's like, oh, whoops, now I'm unkillable, you know?
Like Grove Bow on.
great.
They're even getting Grove Bows on melee heroes these days. It's crazy.
Yeah. And then some carry heroes like Muerto or something in the Grove Bow, like, oh, okay, I'm done till tier 5.
Yeah.
What's your streaming schedule like at the moment? Because I know that it used to be a little bit all over the place, or rather just basically streaming all the time. But have you tried to since have a little bit more rhythm? Because you've definitely got a better rhythm in terms of playing Dota, not all the time, and playing other games obviously as well.
I've been streaming pretty regularly actually.
Yeah, but I mean, regularly in the sense that just the whole time, or do you have like a set schedule for yourself that, okay, you know what, at 8 p.m. I'm gonna stop streaming regardless of what I'm doing?
No, it's actually been pretty regular. I've been streaming mostly from like 10ish a.m. till 6ish p.m. for like the last 5 years or something.
Okay.
How'd you decide on that time?
So I have a dog to take care of, so like I have to match his schedule.
That's how did you just? Was it the dog that dictated the 10 to 6, or how did you just come across that conclusion?
Yeah, kind of, because he needs to walk like every 8 or 9 hours or so. So I can't just sit there like a fucking no-lifer playing 12 hours a day every day.
No, we wish we can still, but yeah.
Brain rot. Yeah.
Brain rot. There's the brain rot. Yeah. No, I'm happy you have a healthy rhythm. Obviously, you've watched a lot of the games here so far for Dream League. What's your predictions for the final? Let's say the final 2.
Falcons, and I wouldn't know what the second team would be. Maybe like BetBoom. They're both really strong.
They do seem incredibly strong. Are you gonna watch all the games today as well?
I'm gonna catch probably three of the matches.
Which the first 3 or the last 3?
The first 3.
Oh yeah, actually no, absolutely.
Fever.
Yeah, sorry. I mean the games went on incredibly stupid long yesterday, so I don't blame you for not catching them until 2 a.m.
Yeah, so.
And where can people find you?
Watch. On Twitch TV Sing Sing, as always.
Twitch TV Sing Sing, make sure to check that out. Thank you for joining us this morning, Sing Sing. And good luck with your games. Have fun with Dragon's Dogma in a week or so. And see you around.
See you, Sing Sing.
See you. Yeah, there are a lot of games today. And yesterday did go very late. Let's take a look what happened yesterday because, it happened, Brian. I know you said I reverse jinxed it like 50,000 times.
You did.
But I also did say every single day for science. Maybe it should happen once.
What was the official ending time yesterday? Was it 3 a.m.?
I think 3 a.m. the talent was back, so 2:30.
2:30 was what I was.
Wow, so our morning show starts around 10:30 till 2:30, so 14 hours?
The first game starts at 11, right? So that means...
Yes, but the show starts at
10:30, so 16-hour stream for 4 best of 3s.
I hope that our YouTube stream has been reset because they can't handle more than 12 hours at a time.
Damn.
Wonder how many monsters the observers are drinking per day to keep up with these.
Oh, there were a lot of kills to catch. We started the day off with the interregional BetBoom versus Team Spirit. And it was, I was going to say a pretty clutch game, I think, Brian. They were pretty close.
Yeah, the first game, the 70-minute plus game between the Void and the Sven matchup, I think that set the pace for the rest of the day. Yeah. Falcons, I mean, even the Falcons Aurora series, was really close in comparison to what I had expected. And part of Dota right now just feels like teams are drafting a lot of playmaking potential, so anything can happen at any given point, and it's impossible to play perfectly, just like you saw there with Tomato, as there's a lot of pins and needle moments and hanging on a thread, so I think that's part of also the patch, just the fact that all the heroes that are meta are just very burst heavy, very stun heavy.
These replays are doing Tomato dirty. He played really well yesterday. The 2 clips we see from him is missing a chrono and getting killed by 4 heroes. Great day for Tomato.
Was this the first Ursa pick
I think definitely one of the few. We've seen it before, but it was not seen it a lot. I will say we've seen a lot of Sven yesterday as well, and it was actually losing a lot more than it won.
I think the hero, it's just like the stock market, Chiefs. People are buying high, thinking like it's going to keep going higher, but his stock is at its peak right now, and they've bought it too high. Like the draft, people were picking it first round in a lot of the series that we watched, and at the end of the day, like the hero's strong, but most carries have counters, and a lot of times I feel like we see teams like Team Falcons, they just jam their offlaner, they jam their supports in the draft, and it's like, okay, you see exactly what we're going to pick, what are you going to do about it? But a hero like Sven in the carry role, I feel like a lot of them don't fit that description. So I understand, though, who was it we were talking to who said the carry pool just kind of sucks?
Probably Yotaro.
Yeah, it was Yotaro. I asked him like why he was picking Lifestealer, and he says
everything else is garbage.
So that probably accounts for the Sven picks.
Do you think garbage or trash? Maybe one of the two.
I think garbage.
Yeah. But yesterday's result did have, with the Extreme 2-1ing Shopify Rebellion, did have the effect that Shopify Rebellion is eliminated. The reason for that is I know that they can still get 3 and 4, but everybody that is 3 and 3 right now faces each other today. So we got Gaming versus Extreme and Spirit versus OG. The winners of those are guaranteed in the playoffs.
Scripted.
And where they're at the playoffs is not entirely set yet. We can we can take a look at the schedule. There's a lot of implications for the matches today. Every single series matter. One series doesn't matter for going through or not. I'm going to talk about that one first. Falcons and Shopify, because both are either guaranteed upper bracket or guaranteed eliminated. But for Shopify, it's very important because depending on the results of the other teams, there still is a chance to get 5th. And we looked it up yesterday. There's like 1,000 EPT points difference that they can get in 10k in money, which is also nothing to scoff at there. So still very important series, even though for placement for advancing it doesn't matter. But every single series today matters. You want to go through them all? You want to start with Extreme versus Game of Gladiators?
Oh, we're going from the bottom up.
Yep, bottom up.
I mean, I think that Gaimin is the team that just clutches it every single event. Like, they somehow start group stages really rusty, really, feel like they're catching up, and then by the end of the event, they end up in the finals. So we heard Sing Sing predict BetBoom versus Falcons, but I've got Gaimin in the finals.
All right. That could definitely happen. That series, if whoever wins, again, advances to the playoffs. How about OG Team Spirit there? Sounds fun.
It's very nice that we get to... Well, first of all, that series is going to be super hype. Obviously, the playoffs are on the line, but it's very convenient that all the teams are playing each other, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So if BetBoom wins the first series, there's no tiebreakers at all, and they are heavily favored, but we've seen BetBoom.
We've seen Aurora as well. They could show up.
Yeah, I think Cinder and he thinks it's a 50-50 series.
Maybe that's slightly exaggerated on my part, but it's the fact that Aurora were heating up a bit yesterday. It's the fact that BetBoom just come off a loss, and we've seen them in many tournaments kind of drop the ball, even though things are going well. When the losses start creeping in, they kind of compound. So, BetBoom in every aspect should be favored today, but I wouldn't be surprised if they end up losing this, and at that point they would be in a 3-way tie for second. Yeah. Which could be very interesting, and they might end up not even making top 2.
The second and fourth series are probably the hypest, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Yes, because that's literally just you go home or you don't. But I think the first one, Aurora, they were the first team, the only team so far that's been able to take a game off of Falcons. I think them being eliminated kind of gave them new powers, Brian.
Yeah, the power of no longer giving a shit, Shiver.
It's strong.
It is. Trust me, Dota's a mental game. People psych themselves out. I psych myself out. Do you psych yourself out sometimes, son?
That's why we don't play anymore. Then we just don't care. It's amazing.
Beautiful.
Welcome to the club.
The world is just free for you when there's nothing on the line, you know? You just show up on broadcast. You can say whatever you want, Brian. There's no repercussions.
That's right. You can wear the same hoodie/jacket for 2 weeks straight.
Yeah.
Hypothetically.
Hypothetically. Nobody would ever actually do that, of course, but without washing it, that is.
Of course not.
Oddly specific.
Heaver?
Why do you think there's a space between them?
You know.
I asked for a bigger couch, actually. They wouldn't give it to me. I wanted a limo couch.
Well, he was sick early in the tournament, so I'm just used to keeping my distance anyway.
That's fair.
It just feels better this way regardless, so we'll just keep it this way.
Well, a healthy dose of Dota 2 fixed you right up. You're fully healthy now. Very good.
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
That's what Dota does. brings out the best in us.
Oh, I thought you were
Heals
going to
us.
say it got me sick in the first place.
No. That was whatever you did before the event.
Oh.
Now you're good.
All right.
Because of Dota.
Well, it is time to let you guys prepare for our first series, BetBoom versus Aurora. We're gonna find out, will we have tiebreakers or not? Will BetBoom will they take the series? Will Aurora play without fear and therefore take it instead? We're finding out. Let's get started. Yeah, I think this is gonna go 3 games. I'll say that straight away. We're gonna start the day off long, but we'll find out. I'm joined by Brian again. Effie joins us as well, and Purge is gonna talk to us about these 2 teams, what we should expect.
I'm mostly going to focus on BetBoom because BetBoom is the team that has the more interesting drafting. For Aurora, it's a little bit harder to pour over their stats because it's like they're just losing so much that even though they're doing well, there isn't necessarily a defined strategy. They're kind of throwing a lot more things at the wall, which is creative, but a little harder to dissect. So on the BetBoom side, if they've got first pick, they're pretty much every single time taking Centaur if they can. If Centaur is not in the pool, they often prioritize their laning supports that beat those strength offlaners. Undying, Crystal Maiden are very common for them to open with if they don't have first pick and Centaur's gone. And then you always have to fear their storm combos, basically. They're always grabbing that in the second phase of drafting. That's after that first pick for both teams. They do a little bit of banning, and then they're like, okay, here comes our storm combo, and they'll drop down the Coddle and the Storm, and that's a little bit harder to draft against because either your opponents have to like kind of have their draft be ready for it, or they have to have some like solution instantly there, and it's a little bit harder to deal with. And then on top of that, if they haven't done their laning supports and they're not doing a storm combo, their most reliable supports by far are Techies and Mirana at that point. Mirana's, I believe, their most picked hero in the last week. So those are basically all the heroes we should expect to see out of BetBoom. Obviously, there's more flexibility in terms of their carries and some of their other roles, but those are the heroes that I will expect to see picked today.
Yeah, and I guess Aurora, they would have done their homework as well. They will be prepared for that and see what they have strategized against that, because if the way you're talking is they're not that much variety coming out of their hero pool. At least it seems pretty predictable.
For BetBoom, for the first couple of heroes, it seems a little bit consistent at this point. And I mean, almost every team in this tournament is doing their own thing. Like everyone has their little things that they like to do. OG likes to pick IO. BetBoom likes to do storm combos. Aurora has been flexing Elder Titan in some games when it, or maybe not flexing, but picking it sometimes. When it doesn't necessarily look like it's going to work out, and then they do really good with it. So every team has their little thing, and we'll see how that matches up in this game.
Yeah, BetBoom, of course, on the top of the rankings, Aurora at the very bottom. But there's also other rankings where they're not at the bottom. We can take a look at our Wisdom Rune by the US Air Force, and they are one of the teams that has been a part of some of the longest games, Effie. We've had some incredibly long Dota games.
We really have. I mean, this patch has proven to be such a nuisance, but I mean, Aurora SEA team, they are no strangers to the late game. In fact, you could say that that's the SEA specialty. The thing about Aurora going to late game, though, is honestly, I expected their late game to be a little cleaner, just based on how Talon used to play the late game last year and what the DPC games were like for that region, but oftentimes they've looked a little bit sloppy. They've actually looked a lot stronger in their early game than they have in their late game, which is super unexpected for a team like this. But still, you cannot count out an SEA team when it comes to the late game.
Absolutely. I feel like the games I've seen Aurora win, they have the good start, and then they just have a ball-up lineup, and I think that was something Falcons kind of got caught off guard with that Medusa pick on 18 yesterday. So when I'm looking at this draft for BetBoom, I'm just making sure that I have these little boxes ticked of these carries like Sven and Medusa that hit that critical mass pretty early on and then just become unkillable with that Aegis. So I think that's how they would lose if BetBoom does.
Yeah, that is definitely something that BetBoom should be prepared for, because Aurora has had some fantastic games as well. We were definitely also very impressed with them during the first stage of group stages. And they haven't been able to carry on the momentum, but I think overall they've been doing really well either way. And I think a lot of that, Effie, is because of our spotlight player here this morning is Ollie, the cornerstone on the position 5.
Yeah, Ollie is such a good player that people really don't expect, right? But this player is a TI veteran. He's been playing Dota for a very long time. He has consistently performed well on this team, and a lot of it is just due to his signature heroes. I mean, his ET is the reason why these teams are respect banning ET against Aurora. It's not that this hero is exceptionally broken in this meta, it's just he plays it exceptionally well, and it's been one of his signature heroes for a long time. And he is just such a good melee support player that in the range support metas, you forget about him. You forget about him and the little tricks and cool map movements and cool little rotations that he does. But when a patch comes along where you can play these ETs and these Undyings, and even the support Terrorblades, because we've seen that come out of Aurora a couple of days ago, and it wasn't on position 4, it was on Ollie. So he's definitely a player to watch out for.
Will we have a +5 Terrorblade today? Say it ain't so.
I hope so. He literally played it so good. I was really impressed.
Okay.
I liked it. It was like some slight item variation. I said this on panel yesterday, but he had Urn and Tranquils. Because a lot of times you come in and Sunder your carry. You're like, okay, I'm at 20% HP. There's nothing I'm going to do for the rest of the fight, even though you've got Tranquils going. But he would Sunder, back up, Urn himself, and all of a sudden he's at half HP. And it's like, oh, now he can actually threaten more impact in the fight instead of just being a Sunder bot.
That's abusing the low strength gain on Terrorblade to a max.
That's true. Min-max. Don't buy any HP items so the Urn heals you to full faster.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Smart.
It's all percentage-based stuff, you know?
And you got Solar Crest afterwards, which kind of makes sense, because some of the times you're like, oh, I need to Sunder my carry. And you're running, and you're like, wait for me, and then he dies for a gator. Now you can Solar Crest him as you're running in to be like, just give him that little HP barrier before the Sunder comes.
Damn.
The big brain plays.
Yeah.
We're sure to see some big brain plays, potentially from BetBoom, who are their opponents today. As we focus on them, we should highlight also the position 5 of BetBoom. Toronto Tokyo is the player that we chose for that one. Brian, this is, of course, TI winner. He seems, from a mid laner to position 5, obviously he's been now, a year and a half. He seems incredibly comfortable on the role.
Yeah, I remember I was talking to Snaking just what it was like to be a core player transitioning to be a support player, and he said that one of the biggest things that makes the difference is the mechanical skills of these core players is just through the roof. It's up there with the best of them, and that's something that's becoming increasingly important in the support role. Is it's kind of like the tiebreaker. I feel like a lot of the supports know how to ward, they know how to enable their teammates and all that, but Toronto Tokyo, he just has that weird impact of Undying. You don't think of this as a mechanically skilled hero, but the way he plays fights, the saves he has items in the late game. I think the finding farm on the map is something that core players do really well in the support role. So you see him suddenly have these Greaves and these team fight impact items that haven't really affected the net worth of his cores in any negative way. So it's just really cool to watch that transition from a flashy role like mid to an enabling role like the 5 position.
Yeah.
I was going to say that just the cool thing that I like about supports that really make a big impact is the barely staying alive and then turning the team fight. And I feel like that's something Toronto Tokyo does really well right now, in addition to his all chat. I love his all chat.
Very
That's important too.
The cool thing about Toronto Tokyo is he still plays core in his pubs. So a lot of core players who become support players, they will consistently only practice that role, but he still plays a lot of core in his pub games when he can't get his role or when he's in a lower MMR game. So he still keeps his mechanics really sharp, which means that he still understands the item timings of core heroes, meta heroes in this patch. So the thing is, because Dota is ever changing, you will often, the knowledge that you acquired from being a core player 2 years ago, it might not translate the same right now unless you're consistently still practicing core. So that's something he really has going for him, because the one thing about core to support players is that they will understand how to shut down enemy cores better than the natural only support players. There's some kind of experience that you can only gain if you play these, Wind Rangers and Linas, and you understand when they're weak and where they're farming at what point.
Yeah, he does that really well. Maybe do we know what roles Ollie plays in his pubs, perchance?
Nope.
I'll do that for
Mir
and I literally are thinking the same thing.
Because I do think it's an incredibly important aspect of games, and obviously at the moment in the Immortal pubs, you don't really always have a say on what you're playing.
I feel like it's
so
easier
you
to get.
You have to play everything anyway.
It's got to be easier to get support though. I feel like
there's a lot of Terrorblade support in those pubs, a lot of them, and he's winning too.
He's obsessed. He is obsessed with this Terrorblade. Holy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in the last 4 days.
I see 8 and 3 in the last 11 games, so he's winning with it. By no means is this a joke.
I gotta see this. I feel like I need to see this today coming out. I mean, if not today, when else? They're getting eliminated.
It's definitely an option. Oh yeah, and he did buy Shard one time.
The Shard on TB is strong, especially if you have Tranquils. Usually on core TB, you have to buy Lifesteal, but Tranquils are much cheaper.
You can use it to get in,
and
you can use it to get in Sunder too. Like it's 100 movement speed, right? So it's like if you need to be somewhere. I like to think about movement speed similar to cast range because it helps you cast your spell when you want to do it when you're out of position, basically. So it's kind of similar. Aether Lens for 1400 gold.
I get it, yeah.
He bought Dagon in this. He's buying something new every time he puts.
Well, that was a loss. The Dagon one was a loss.
Doesn't matter. He's still trying something new. In some games, he'll go Shard early. Some games he'll go late. Some games he goes Blink Dagger. This game has Aether Lens, Blink Dagger. In some games, he has Eternal Shroud into Daedalus. Like he is practicing this hero.
I'd like to note that all these weird builds are losing. The ones that are winning are the Spirit Vessel drums.
But that's how you become exceptional.
That's how you press your limits and understand all sorts of situations.
I can't wait for this Terrorblade support to trickle down eventually to my bracket. It could be completely useless, but we'll see. Because Terrorblade is also great a core for 23 as well, so I would imagine we probably see it maybe on the batting side if BetBoom just wants to, avoid a situation like that. We are very soon, as you can see, ready for the draft, and I do want to talk a little bit more about what type of Dota we can expect, because as much as we enjoy watching some of these very long games, this is not what players plan for. So I want to know how are the teams, Brian, going to try to, have a game plan that doesn't exceed the minute 60 mark, but is prepared for it?
That's a great question, Shiver. I think you just ban all stunts in Dota,
That's the way
let them have Chen, and the game will end at 30.
Yeah, but
that's the strat. Not in your favor, though.
Not in your favor.
You probably want the good core-to-core matchup is the most obvious thing, because then you know that at the late game item, it's where everyone's equal in terms of net worth, more or less, that you will have an okay hero-to-hero matchup.
Well, the Terrorblade ban did come out from BetBoom.
Yeah.
And they've been picking it.
It's just not worth playing against, in my opinion, because they have that flex potential. The first time they revealed it a couple days ago, they just first picked the TB, their opponents picked a couple TB good heroes, and they're like, support! And then they just won that game.
And they even bamboozled them with Sven. Like, it's kind of what Falcons did, where they picked Pango, and you're like, oh, we don't need to ban the mids to protect our puck, and then they just got Huskard. So I think it's something where it kind of deceives you in the bans in the mid phase.
It's also just not a secret anymore. Like the first couple of support TVs, they catch you off guard a little bit. You're like, I heard people were playing this, but is it good? But at this point, teams have played it and they've won with it. DY played it yesterday on Extreme Gaming. Like, it is something that you do have to consider if there are players who really enjoy playing this Terrorblade flex. But also sorry, Kev?
I was just going to say that's because Baboka played TB and it was very shameful, so they switched over to DY, understandably.
It was very shameful. This guy, he took all of his Slarks farm. It was depressing. Yeah. But I want to talk about something about BetBoom, is that they've shown us that on the very last pick, you have to consider their summons hero, which is something they do that no other team is doing right now in their Lycans and their Beastmasters. Like on 24 pick, if they have it, which they don't this game, they really could go for that Lycan or Beastmaster.
I just want to say something about the Terrorblade support that we're not going to see in this game, is I think it really brings all of the presumptuous, ignorant Dota players out of the woodworks, because they're the people that aren't watching professional Dota. They're not approaching the game with an open mind, because all the Overwatch cases I'm seeing on Reddit are people reporting Terrorblade support players, and people are winning with this, guys. There's a bunch of guides that I've been seeing pop up on my YouTube feed, like, these professional players have to have experimented with it, like Ollie, and just winning games. So, be open-minded, guys.
Yeah.
Encourage your anti-mage, PA, and Terrorblade 5s.
Don't instantly call GG when you see your pos 5 first picking Terrorblade.
Honestly, it's good. I tried it. I tried it last week. We don't have that much time to play Dota after our shifts, but when I did give it a shot, I played it like 3 times, and it can be underwhelming on lane if you don't get value out of your reflection. Like, sometimes you'll just be playing against heroes that don't really reflect that much damage onto themselves, but it farms so fast. Even if you're not buying stat items on Terrorblade, if you have max level Conjure Image, you're always going to have impact in the game because you're pushing lanes out. Like, this hero throws 1 illusion down a lane, and then he can push two waves with 1 illusion. So as a support, even if you can't have that much lane impact, you're always going to have that like macro map movement.
Yeah, as a Terrorblade carry, like, sometimes I'll just win lanes because my support's on the side trading and I'm just reflecting them. So I imagine as support, if you have a carry that's like ranged and can hit them, that like the same thing applies if you're just supporting. So
Especially if you get good value out of your meta as well. Like the lane pressure can be really decent.
The meta blood grenade combo, I've heard of it. It's revolutionary.
All right, so we got ourselves a couple of opening picks. BetBoom have their Enigma banned out against them quite frequently, but they got their hands on it this time around because the DK, the Timber, and the Centaur were all banned. Obviously the Chen as well. And I love Quokkas. Also, we have a Mars banner. We have a Rubik first phase pickup, and I know it is a Q special, but first phasing is unusual.
It's against Enigma, right? So typically the counter to Enigma is just you steal the black hole. So often as an Enigma, you have to be very wary of where Rubik is in the fight, so you just can't cast your spells comfortably. And for that reason, I think we'll probably be seeing the Toronto-Tokyo Enigma instead of the Miero Enigma, simply because you're not that concerned about your black hole as a position 5. You just, you play on your Eidolons, your Maleficent, you get a mech, you push with your team.
And they played Enigma 3 times so far this tournament. The most recent was 6 days ago, 6, 9, and 11 days ago. So the start of the tournament, it kind of fell off a bit for them. And it was Toronto-Tokyo playing all 3 games. So makes sense. Stealing black hole is obviously very good. A lot of times when you're playing support Enigma, it's kind of like guaranteeing a core kill here and there. So he's not likely going to be able to protect his black hole very well. Because a lot of times as support, you're lucky to have a BKB alone. So Rubik should be able to position around that and get that extra value.
I think it's interesting the approach they took to Enigma here, because last time BetBoom played this, it was against OG, and their immediate response was Kunkka Hoodwink, which is, in my opinion, meant to respond to the Eidolons in lane, because the Eidolons, when they duplicate, just insane right-click CS damage, and that's why Enigma's winning most of his lanes now, even though he no longer denies his own creeps. So to see that they're like, okay, we more view this hero as like a team fight, mid to late game threat, while the other teams have responded with laning threat. I personally find Enigma to be more annoying in lanes, but it's like I think with SEA Dota, they're more prone to thinking about the game this way.
They just know this game's going to go for an hour and a half. That's all.
They do.
But I also think we'll see a response to Enigma on lane. So the way that you play versus the Enigma flex in draft is you make sure both of your side lanes can kill Eidolons. And Rubik's Fade Bolt is a really good tool to kill the Eidolons. It does a lot of damage. You just need somebody who can follow up on that and do the little bit of extra damage. So even a Primal Beast offlane, let's say this is a Primal Beast offlane flex to play versus position 5 Enigma, he can trample over the Eidolons as well, even without the help of Fade Bolt. So I would like to see something like a Gyrocopter from the safe lane potentially if they want to address the Enigma offlane flex to Miero, because that's kind of the best way you can round out your draft against an Enigma.
And Onslaught, the first skill, is that what it's called, Onslaught? It does physical damage,
yeah,
right?
it is
so
physical.
It's probably better against Eidolons than Magic
It's
would
just
be.
a lot of mana. It's 120 mana level 1 for Onslaught, so it's relatively all in. Like if you compare that to Hoodwink Kunkka, right? It's like Tidebringer plus Acorn Shot. So it's something where you do it once or twice, but after that, maybe they get like early mana boots from it or something. There's a lot of different ways you can theoretically approach that aspect, but it is really important because when the Eidolons duplicate, you basically lose the entire rest of the wave. That's been my experience, and I was wondering if BetBoom was going to reveal their offlaner here, because that's generally what teams have done, is 2 supports offlane in the first 3 picks, but they elect to open the Lifestealer, like with 2 counter picks coming out from Aurora. It seems like Lifestealer stocks have also been going up in the recent past.
I like it as a carry when you know that it's a strength tanky offlaner, because then you know that your laning stage is semi-secure and you can pressure him a little bit, whereas other carries can't do that so much. Yeah, I think the hero's okay.
It's because they need to keep their Enigma flex open so that they can take advantage of Aurora having to react to Enigma offlane in this draft phase. If they reveal their flex now, then Aurora don't have to plan for the offlane Enigma.
I think offlane Enigma is pretty good against Morph, and I think that Morph is a hero that they... Well, I mean, it's 23, but it's also a really good carry matchup against Lifestealer because you can just morph into him in Rage, get a free BKB. So I'm not surprised at all by this morph pick, and I'm wondering now if they decide to move that Enigma to 3, because I think Enigma 3 is very good against morph in lane.
Maybe just take a Crystal Maiden, you press Nova on the... Okay, they do not have solutions for Eidolons if they do flex Enigma to 3.
They do not, yeah. I think they could just go Crystal Maiden themselves on the side of the
What if you let the Eidolons duplicate and then you hit them with that Astral Spirit and you get an extra like 0.75 armor or something?
And it's
you
also
go punch
like
them.
18 damage. Yeah. I mean, the problem with the Eidolons is once it gets level 2, you're Maleficent and then the Eidolons hurt. So it just adds up. And it's no longer like an efficient trade to kill them once they've duplicated.
Last time Aurora picked Elder Titan, a lot of us were unsure about him because he didn't have that many combos, and they still did great with it. This game they have combos as well.
You can just do that.
ET Spirit with Morphling, with Primal Beast, with Rubik. That's going to be so much magic damage.
Yeah. Doom is a typical counter to Morphling, but do you think Rubik alone is enough to offset the offlane Enigma? Because I feel like they could have just gone tiny, denied every single thing, and completely crushed the Morphling lane, because there's just really no way for ET to kill these Eidolons.
I completely agree. I think both teams seem to be prioritizing like late game matchups as opposed to the lane matchups, because I think ET Morph would have been destroyed by melee plus Enigma offlane, but they elect to just say, okay, Morphling attribute shift is considered heal, Doom disables heal, pretty straightforward counter. But I mean, I'll say Morphling hates like entering fights in these types of games, so I think it's going to be a lot on the Primal Beast, assuming it's on jabs, to kind of just draw a lot of attention to himself, because I'm pretty sure Miro is going to be holding these Dooms until 23 shows himself.
When you said he hates entering fights in these kind of games, is it because of the threat of Doom and the black
Doom,
hole?
the black hole. Like, you have like 2 seconds before, like, you're gonna have waveform adaptive, and then at that point, even if you get black holed while attribute shifting, they can just like break your Lincolns and doom you, and you'll still just die. And it's like Morphling's one of those heroes where I know every hero that's doomed feels bad, but he goes from very impactful to completely useless like instantly. So I just wonder how he's gonna approach these fights. Might we see like that Blink Dagger Conda build that Yatoro was going it, because that's like the idea of like you get to position yourself further back, you get to pick and choose when you go in more carefully, you do a lot more damage in like the 2 seconds you have a chance to maybe burst the Enigma, burst the Doom. Morphling traditionally struggles against these lineups that like, who do you waveform on when there's 2 other guys, 3 other guys that can counter initiate your play and you can't target all of them?
How do you feel Morphling would fare against the nerfed Doom? Like, how does that lane go? Because I feel like it should be better for Morphling now.
I think the lane is okay. I think once he gets level 6, it's still bad, though, because at the very least, Morph has to play at like 1100 HP, 1200 HP, and then that's just less farm, less damage, like everything. So I don't know. I feel like what happens is this is one of those matchups where no matter what Morph does, he's going to get booted out when Doom is 6, and Morph doesn't exactly jungle too fast.
Yeah, and it's kind of a scary lane anyways, because it's Techies plus Doom, so something BetBoom's very good at getting kills with either in lane or later as the game progresses, so could be a really hard game for 23 Savage.
Yeah, I've seen Save just win lane single-handedly on Techies, and he doesn't even feel like the strongest lane support in this patch, but Save is often getting these first bloods on the enemy carry, like level 1 or 2. He catches them off guard with a suicide from Fogged, or just continuously chips down at them, and then they go for the window. So they're going to have a nice window for a few minutes on this BetBoom offlane where they could potentially just kill the Morphling.
I wouldn't mind a Razor here mid. I don't know if Aurora's actually picked Razor, but I think you need a hero that like runs in and draws attention, buys S&Y. Like, seems like a really good item this game.
I like it a lot. Yeah, and you can static link the Lifesteal as the game continues.
Nice call.
Great call.
Yeah.
And you're so tanky that the Panko roll is not that big of a deal. Your raw armor is going to be fine. Like, yeah, I like the Razor.
Eye of the Storm is like physical armor reduction that kills the Panko when he's on top of you. So I just thought like it's a hero that I know Lordoff plays. I actually just, for some reason, I'm still thinking it's Armel, even though it's this entire event.
He's played it before.
Yeah. I just like this Razor pick a lot. I actually think Aurora has a cool vision of the game. I think if I'm a carry player like 23's position, this game looks like a complete nightmare. Like, I just look at Doom, Enigma, and I'm like, I'm going to get doomed. I'm going to get black holed. So I'm expecting this game to be on the back of Lornoff and jabs. Like, that's out of 23's control. He's going to be drawing all the abilities on himself. But if they can manage to bait like the Doom on the Razor when he's got S&Y and everything, like, that's their win condition. So it's going to be how they enter fights on Aurora, I think.
And to be honest, if we reverse the team names for these drafts and BetBoom had Aurora's draft, I would say easy win for Aurora, just because I feel like Razor plus Morphling scale much, much better than a Lifestealer would. That's going to be a very difficult game for a Lifestealer to come and do his damage, so he's going to be entirely dependent on good Dooms on a correct target to take the fight. And they have Rubik, who's going to counter with Doom and Enigma, and they have the Primal Beast versus Enigma on the offlane, so the Eidolons are not going to be a factor on this lane. The Eidolons are going to get continuously run over, so Aurora's draft has so many good answers to BetBoom's draft. I just feel like throughout the tournament, BetBoom has proven to be the much better team, And because of that, I can't count them out. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they won with a weaker draft versus Aurora.
And I'm still worried about the things Brian pointed out, which is Morphling dying. And because BetBoom is the better team and they're so good at pressuring the map, I just feel like they're going to keep finding these opportunities to kill 23 Savage and put him down a bunch, even though the Razor is good and even though the draft on Aurora looks pretty solid otherwise.
Yeah, and we're saying that it would be good if Aurora can bait out the Doom on a Razor, but if you're BetBoom, if you're Miero,
just don't.
You just don't.
You just
It sounds so simple. It's like if I know I have to Doom the Morphling, that's my only job. You know, I'm assuming that Miro is gonna know what to do with that. But we're finding out. Game 1 of this best of 3 series coming your way right now via the PogChamp Pandas.
Welcome to potentially the final day of the group stage 2 here at DreamLeague Season 22. Suns fan with the Cindermeister. Aurora versus BetBoom. Pretty simple. If BetBoom wins this series, there are no tiebreakers at all. If they lose, then there will be a three-way.
Yep. And that three-way tie will be for second place. So BetBoom, they're not on the ropes whatsoever. They are guaranteed a top 4 finish, but they would love to start in that upper bracket for a guaranteed top 3. And of course, just having to win one series to get to those grand finals. And they've had a really good tournament. Aurora had a great first group stage, and then in the second group stage, they've kind of fallen flat. But their scoreline of 0-6, I feel like is a bit misleading compared to the quality that we've seen from them.
Feels like most of their series have gone 3 games, right?
Yeah, they've lost some 3-game series, and even the ones that they've lost 0-2, they haven't necessarily been run over. It's been some clutch moments, you know? You can be a good team, but if the absolutely decisive moments fail every time, then you're not going to win, despite having solid fundamentals. And that's kind of what it's felt like for me when I've been watching Aurora. Their laning stage generally is quite good. I think their individual players are doing very well for the most part. But then in the clutch situations in the late game, which is ironically what they kind of, you know, pride themselves on as what they, in the region, they play late game, right?
Yeah.
Just hasn't quite
Which is
nailed it
ironic
here.
because it feels like they're kind of patch.
Yeah.
A lot of these games are going late. And
Yep.
if they want to go late, surely they'll have a better record than this, but it just hasn't worked out for them. But again, this is the second group stage. It means they made it to top 8. So they're still have had a pretty damn good showing overall. Just haven't been able to convert in this second group stage. We see Lorinov on the Razor versus the Melee Pangolier from GPK. So Lorinov should have a pretty okay time here.
It is a good point. Like, when you think about it, this group stage or this tournament in general is so long. At this point, you kind of almost forget that there were 8 teams that got eliminated a week ago.
Yeah.
Right? It's just such a... For some of these teams, this is quite a grind, you know? You play a best of 3 a day. It might not sound like that much, but this is different than just playing your average 2.5 games of pubs in a day. The amount of prep that goes into this, the amount of mental fortitude, the quality of opposition you're playing in every single game is quite high. So definitely is a marathon, not a sprint for every participant. And for Aurora, the marathon ends today, no matter what.
Yes, that is accurate. But they can go out with a bang.
Yep.
And nothing more satisfying than screwing over other people, as I like to say. Very important aspect of human nature, I think.
It's a big motivation for pro teams to inflict misery upon others. It's
That's, well, not the player misery, of course. He's a coach now, I think.
He's an infliction. Get misery and your team is cursed.
Yeah, you get forced to get second at TI as Ollie can take a blast off with the Infernal Blade from Miero. Echo Stomp is coming onto both heroes. It'll break things up. So you can go over some of these picks as, Techie's the classic courier kill with the million range that he has as Ollie still wants to fight, it seems. Astro Spirit upon him. Sticky Bomb is there, though, and save. Should be able to get first blood. Indeed, he does. I'm surprised Ollie just went right back where Techie's was.
It's one of those situations where what else do you do? Like, do you go and suicide to a camp? The distance to dying to the enemy tier 2 is quite far away. If you have to walk all the way back to base and TP all the way back to lane, there are cases where it's better to just die.
Even with First Blood.
But that's the thing. If this wasn't First Blood, I feel like it would feel a lot better. But for First Blood, it feels bad, but it's less of a loss than you might instinctively think. Because now at least he comes back to lane immediately and can offer protection for his Morphling, who largely will be completely fine on his own once he hits level 3 to 5.
Jabs.
Just needs to get there.
Yeah. Malefus is quite the annoyance for any Primal Beast player. And I do want to talk about some of these picks because this is kind of a fascinating draft overall. Lifestealer just made such a resurgence now, but against the likes of a Razor, that has, I know Panel went over it, but I do want to talk about it some more. Historically speaking, one of the hardest counters to this hero.
Yeah, and Morph. It's the double dip.
And the question is, will there be a different type of itemization that we find on the Lifestealer? Like I know we're memeing here a bit, but we have been seeing Aghanim Scepter occasionally. It's kind of dropped off since the beginning of the tournament, but it does give the extra cast range on Infest, which potentially is a way to take off the static link easier. I'm not sure how these fights are going.
Maybe there's a world where you go Lincolns against...
God, that feels bad, but yeah.
It does, but you're against Morph and Razor, so if you block either static link or the Morph ulti, that's already really good. Obviously, the reason Morph loves this matchup so much is that you get Rage. And you can just turn into the Lifestealer, cast range, turn into Morphling, and go into the fight. Obviously, BetBoom covered their bases there by having the Doom as well as Black Hole. So they have Pierces, but he's still going to want it anyway.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of that Doom, another hero I wanted to discuss. This hero got some nerfs after being literal first ban in basically every single game in the prior tournament. It has dropped off considerably. We've seen it as last pick, kind of gotcha type. Well, they tried to make it a gotcha type pick, but has not worked out very well. The games, at least we've cast, have been pretty miserable for Doom.
Yeah.
Well, can BetBoom find a recipe for success? Obviously, against the likes of Morphling, very good, if you can get the Doom off, but Lincoln's will almost certainly be the first item for 23 Savage.
It also feels like a lot of the games we have got to cast, Doom has lost his lane. Right? Like, badly. In this case, this is a very easy lane for Doom. You're against ET as a 5 and Morph. Most offlaners in this patch can play against this lane. You know, maybe you're gonna not get the full CS because Morph can play on high agility, but at the very least, you're not getting bullied out of lane and dying. So you get to reach your timing at a decent pace. And you see Miero here has essentially tied the lane with the Morph. Toronto Tokyo, big damage here. He will live. For now.
Blood grenade. Yeah, he lives for about 2 seconds longer. You were technically correct.
I didn't say he was going to live forever. Nobody does.
Elon Musk is working on that one, which would be just a terror for everyone.
I will say I did not account for a blood grenade coming from the Rubik, so that was actually a nice play there from Aurora to be able to get that in reach. Needed that little bit of extra damage and slow to kill him in the tower and then still get out. So a good kill for Jabs. Lifestealer is, however, completely free farming in that top lane.
Yeah, he will start with the armlet, so no change yet. And I was also interested in Miero's build. He's going for the Veil to start things out. And that's been the typical build that Dooms have been going for. So I thought maybe they would change it up to see if they'd be able to find something that's a little bit more effective, because we're not really seeing the Midases anymore. The farm intensive, despite these games kind of going late, you'd feel like the Midas would actually pay off right now. Going for the early Veil type.
Yeah, it's awkward though, because even though the games go late, you can't just pick a lineup where you're like, oh yeah, we're definitely winning late game, because you need to stabilize in the mid game and actually have some map control so you can at least trade farm. And if you go too greedy, which we've seen some teams do, sure, maybe the game ends at 45 minutes, but you're never catching up. So it's a bit worrisome if you go Midas on Doom and, you know, your offlaner effectively doesn't really provide much for the first 20 minutes, which is where the foundation of the game is set. And then if you're playing catch-up the entire time, doesn't really matter that you have good late game. If you own 30 to 40% of the map, then the Midas will never pay for itself. So, gotta strike that perfect balance between greed and actual presence. This is a quite annoying lane now for Jabs.
Well, he does
pulling him out together
force
with
the rage out from Nightfall, but yeah, level advantage to Nightfall and top CS in the game in this early stage for game number 1 of this best of 3. And of course for Aurora, I believe this game
is thinking about it.
Does not. Oh, yeah, save. I love the wiggle. That's like, you're not going to know this meme. There's a Shaquille O'Neal
I know
GIF.
this meme.
Oh, you do?
I do.
That's what that has to be what it's from, surely. Look at that. Look at that. Faking it out.
And the reason
Gonna
you
go
like
for it.
that
Blast
meme?
off is enough. 23 Savage takes the tumble.
Yeah, nice lane ward. He has vision on the morph the entire time. It's just a matter of time before it catches him off guard. But yeah, the reason you love that Shaquille O'Neal is that it combines your two favorite things in the world, which is basketball and cats. So
that's true.
Of course you would know that one. Probably have it as your phone background, as a matter of fact, now that you can have animated backgrounds on your phones.
Oh, that's great to know. Thanks, Sinner, for keeping me updated on technology.
Very welcome.
GPK with the haste rune will be able to walk away from the plasma. And BetBoom with an early 1K lead so far.
Yeah, the morph kill's the big one. Save gets so much experience from this kill.
As Ollie.
Ollie's just
onto
dead,
the tier
I think?
1. Echo Stomp is going to hit onto the techies, but Miera should be able to chase him down. Although he gets blocked by a creep there.
Did Save not have Blast Off ready?
Any further.
I don't know. I think he had Blast Off ready. I'm surprised he didn't just go for it straight away and just kill him in the tower, but might have been worried about a counterplay from 23 and doesn't want to trade 1-for-1, perhaps? Or maybe it just came off cooldown from the previous kill.
Still pretty scary for 23 Savage. That's the farm while having someone leech his XP and has to keep his HP at a point where the blast off isn't enough to take him out. Level 5 on Save right now.
Yeah, 5 on Ollie as well, surprisingly.
Yeah, Miero going for the chase. 23 Savage now. Oh, he gets doomed
he got him.
And the attribute shift not going to do too much now. Blast off is there to take him out again. Miero will be the trade as Jab's making his rotation over the nice pulverize. End up taking out Save. So ends up being a 2-for-1, but really the 23 Savage kill is ginormous. He's bottom net worth for the cores.
And while this is a 2-for-1 trade, the amount of rotation that Aurora had to put into this play was quite expensive. They still lost a decent chunk of the tower to the Eidolons, and in the mid lane as well as the top lane, GPK and Nightfall get 2 free waves each. Nightfall's armlet is en route. It will arrive now.
He doesn't hit like a wet noodle anymore? Incredible. He did not go for or did he? No, he didn't go for the Orbit Corrosion this time. That's a little bit of a deviation from what we're used to seeing.
Yeah, maybe feels like he can't put enough pressure on the Primal to really make it worth it. I think you buy this Orb of Corrosion when you can truly, like, put a dent in the offlaner. But Primal will find farm here, it's just he's not going to stop Lifestealer either. And speaking of trade lanes, the mid lane has gone quite well for Pango. GPK has drawn against Razor, more or less.
Yeah.
Which is a good result, I would say. Big part of the pick, Brian was talking about it, should be a relatively good lane for the Razor, and of course the counter matchup to the Lifestealer later down the line makes it even better. It was going to be either this or the Windranger for Aurora, and I actually thought, at first glance, I was like, they're going to get the Windranger. It worked great for them yesterday in Game 1 against Falcons, when Lorinov had an outstanding performance against Melreen. Then they ran it back, and he lost the lane. And maybe it was just like, okay, it doesn't work well every time. Let's try Razor this time.
Yeah.
This Windranger is not bad against Lifestealer either. So, you know, that could have definitely worked.
Ollie is going to be found in the jungle. Only question is who will get the last hit. It is GPK. Have yet to see the Rolling Thunder. Have yet to see the Black Hole, which for a position 5 Enigma, not that unusual, but for Toronto Tokyo, I would say it is actually unusual. Typically we'll get these out much off cooldown every time. This 23 Savage is what they would like to take out, but
I think that's not too surprising.
Oh, blast off. Double mines as well. Lorinov has to expend a little bit of time to try to kill them. That's going to set up the rest of BetBoom to be able to just right-click to their heart's content. Down goes the mid laner.
If there is a game where Toronto Tokyo doesn't use Black Hole early, are you surprised it would be against Aurora? They generally don't play particularly aggressively in the earlier stages of the game. They're mostly content to trade farm.
Yeah.
And oftentimes when Enigma on the 5 position, hang on, Save might be in trouble here. Lifted into Stomp.
23 Savage, he wants this. ET ult into the adaptive.
So most of the times when position 5 Enigmas get Black Holes off in the early game, it's as counterplay. It's kind of hard to find aggressive black holes from this position this early on, but a lot of the time if the enemy team is going to kill your carry, you can TP in, you can get the counter black hole and maybe build something. But yeah, Aurora haven't really even tried to stop Lifestealer, so that's not where it's happening. And the Doom hasn't been the recipient of much aggression either. Finally now smoke will come out, but it's at the wrong time. This lane is already pushed out, you've already lost the tower.
But the gate does exist, Cinder.
Yeah.
New mechanics added to the game. They will not take it, however.
How do they kill Lifestealer?
They steal Black Hole. Or Doom. Doom is even better, actually.
Save with a good movement, but they still fight
does
the
run
angle.
into them eventually. Static Link applied. And Miero can only just run in the opposite direction and eventually die. Save with the double mines. Jabs going to keep him in place with the onslaught. Disarm, but it matters not. Pulverize into the Fade Bolt as the Centaur destroys Aurora and then dies shortly after. We'll always remember Cecilia the Centaur.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. This smoke actually ended up working out quite well. When they used it, it looked like they weren't going to find anything, but BetBoom walked down the lane after pushing it out, and they were in some sort of awkward limbo where Aurora found the perfect angle despite the smoke breaking from the techies. The Doom did not have vision and ended up running into them, so...
GPK.
Turned out quite good.
Yeah,
Rage.
Stolen Rage certainly helps out there.
Oh, not only Morphling can steal Rage in this game, the Rubik
Yeah, I think this is...
does not want it.
This game is very, very good Rubik game. We'll see how well Q can play.
Yeah.
I mean, the Doom on Lifestealer is probably the best spell in the game.
I mean, take your pick among 3 of the best ults in the game for Rubik to have, right? Black Hole, Doom, and Rolling Thunder.
It's funny that Doom used to not be that bad against... I mean, obviously, no hero wants to get Doom, but for Lifestealer, it used to be not that bad because you can just fight your way out of it with the Lifesteal, but now...
Yeah.
No healing, so yeah, not good.
And despite that, we haven't seen teams try to counterpick Lifestealer with Doom, and it's probably because the laning stage is too free. Lifestealer does very well in the lane against Doom. And then... Sure, you can maybe counter him later down the line with the Doom ability, but if Doom's lane is bad, as we've talked about, we have not seen him have high impact in recovery games.
He's top 4 net worth right now, so... actually has a blink.
Sack headset!
Okay. This
says jabs!
It was all caps, that's true.
He's playing Primal Beast. Oh, now he's just playing Beast.
Okay, and Toronto Tokyo remembers that they haven't paused it in a while. After starting the tournament being the top pausers in the game, but they've dropped off significantly, which
it's kind of funny.
Begs the question, what happened?
We keep giving them shit. The pauses are always against them in the last like 4 days, but they just paused so much in the first week that it will forever taint them in the tournament.
We'll always remember the Discord issues for BetBoom.
Do you feel like Valve should change Primal Beast so when you type in chat, it is always all caps?
That would be a nice feature. Q gonna tank the gank. Miera looking for more. It's gonna be the second support in the form of Ollie. And Q eventually will drop. Blast off connects onto the ET. So 2 quick support kills. Well, maybe not that quick.
It took a long time to kill the Rubik.
And the Black Bolt is there. Doesn't have to worry about it getting stolen as long as he uses anything else in the meantime. So 4K lead for BetBoom as the Radiance for Nightfall almost there, so not really deviating at all on this build. But there's the ever important Lincolns for 23 Savage.
I reckon Doom will probably rock this Purge Creep for the rest of the game, or something similar. Has the Lincoln's Breaker picked up. Purge is one of the better ones because the cooldown is so short. It's 3 seconds, so even if multiple Lincolns come out later down the line, you have the possibility.
We're not seeing this item nearly as much, but considering there's a Morphling, do you think, as we're going to see the Malefist onto Jabs, save is here with the blast off, but the BKB from Jabs will allow him to get out of dodge. But do you think for the Doom that an Ags this game could be good? As long as you have like the Blink, BKB, Shivas, like Ags after that could be really good against the Morphling.
I think so too, because the enemy team doesn't have any save, except I guess Rubik Shard is actually a quite good counter to that. So maybe that's going to dissuade him from it. Because aside from that, yeah, you don't have, you know, like Avenge Swap or whatever where you can get the person you're trying to kill out of the Doom Ring. It's always going to be mobility based. You don't have the best Force Staff buyers. I guess ET and Rubik can buy it, but would rather not. So it feels bad for them to have to go that route. But yeah, the Rubik Shard is a bit of a difference maker in that regard.
Considering how many stuns and slows they have on BetBoom, maybe...
Yeah, somebody else could cover the Rubik, perhaps. Yeah. Wouldn't mind it, but I agree. I think BKB is mandatory beforehand. You have to have the freedom of movement, of course, against all of these slows and stuns that Aurora are offering for each other in the fight. Now, this game has been relatively quiet for the most part. There's some kills here and there, but BetBoom are just getting more out of the map. And it is concerning when you consider for Aurora that this was a Doom that did fine in lane, so now we get to the classic Doom territory that we haven't seen much of this tournament, where he's just farming. It's a 5 Enigma, who's also going to scale like a beast. And the Pango has 1,000 net worth lead against your Razor, who was meant to be, you know, a good pick for this game.
Yeah.
So what do you do? Like, they're gonna try to smoke and see if they can find an opportunity. I think just playing classic Aurora, it's fine, we'll go late. It's not the solution here.
Yep, save. Might be tanking the gank this time for BetBoom. Gets off the blast off and eventually is taken out. But yeah, we haven't really seen you know, the Razor versus Lifestealer type dynamic that we're discussing. They really haven't pressured Nightfall at all this game.
No.
Not even a remote attempt, in fact. And that gives him the 2K lead over everyone in the game. But it looks like they'll use this movement to not only take out Save, but the Tier 1 top as well. I mean, the fact that this lived for 19 minutes, not too shabby from BetBoom's side.
Yeah, they're pretty happy with that, I think. They've taken 3 Tier 1s themselves, so this is Aurora's first step toward equalizing the map control. This 23 will continue to farm up here. His game is all right on the Morph. The main disappointment, if you will, in terms of their lineup is really that Loronoff's Razor has not been able to accomplish too much. He's 2-1-3. It's not like his scoreline is terrible, but he did rush BKB. And if you rush BKB on this hero, you're really looking to fight. We've seen other players, you know, go Sanjin Yasha first, for example, which is going to be his secondary item. But if you build them in this order, you do lose some farm efficiency. And you're losing quite a bit of time where BetBoom are just ramping. Long off to find GPK, instantly broken on the link.
It's going to be the damage room bottom. Toronto Tokyo forcing the issue. Blast off going to be helped out by the Malefice. ET ult basically dodged entirely as GPK is infested. Loronoff is going to use his BKB. Q is who they have their sights set on to start things out. He's an easy one. Loronoff able to TP in the midst of the golden item. So BetBoom only getting 1.
But they invade. They get the kill, they take more control, and the Wisdom Rune is 30 seconds away. They have a really strong position here.
You think they go for the Torment?
They could even steal the Torment. They have to be a little bit careful, but with our vision, they don't. From their perspective, they...
ET. Toronto Tokyo ends up getting it. So nice steal from BetBoom. And yeah, they're just going to stick around for that Wisdom Rune, almost certainly. But at the same time, you can see Jabs making his way to the opposing one. But double TP, he's going to have to onslaught away. So BetBoom should get... What? Actually, no, they don't stick around for that Wisdom Rune, do they?
Yeah, a lot of the time in situations like this, it's difficult to make the right split because you don't have full information about how many heroes are in each side, obviously. But by doing it this way, BetBoom ensure that they get the Tormentor, because if they would have stayed top and protected that Wisdom Rune, perhaps Aurora just trade for the bottom Wisdom plus Torm. So this way you at least guarantee that if it's an even Wisdom Rune trade, you get the secondary objective that you just stole from the enemy as well. So I really like this play call from BetBoom. It's possible they could have got absolutely everything, but with the information that they have, I think it's better that you take the guaranteed 2/3 than going for the Jugular. That is a bit more risky. Jugular. Sorry, I don't really get to say Juggernaut much these days, so that syllable isn't...
I do miss him, I'm not gonna lie. Iconic Dota hero. Needs to get some buffs, some love from our Frog of Ice.
is under attack.
What's it gonna take to bring Jug back?
Well, I don't even know how his new spin works.
So education.
Yeah.
Education is what it's going to take to bring him back.
Yeah, the pro players don't understand it either, so that's why they're just like, just forget it.
It's kind of one of those failed experiments where they were trying to open up for new avenues and new builds, but it just seems very under-tuned. So it doesn't really matter in most situations. Or rather, it's just worse, actually, in the earlier parts of the game. A big part of what made Jug irrelevant in some games was that he could win lanes convincingly, because Blade Fury was such a high damage spell. If you were playing him with something like a Crystal Maiden or a good stun or Veno, a strong slow.
Okay, this could be interesting. BetBoom in the pit. Lincoln's now on Nightfall, but Aurora.
He did buy it.
Aurora are coming. Jabs with a BKB. Pulverize is going to start things out as GPK's courier's killed apparently. And Jabs might have to run away because not a whole lot of damage was done overall, but they get the Doom.
Did he Doom a Lincoln?
Rubik. He must have, because I don't see it on anyone, as 23 Savage going in pretty deep. Gonna focus on Toronto Tokyo, deletes him from the face of the map as the counter Doom is applied to Doom himself. Gonna try to walk it off, but you can see the Rolling Thunder just being used to full effect from GPK. The buyback now from Toronto Tokyo. Looks like the Doom will survive his own spell save with the blast off. One more right click will do it. 23 Savage wants to finish him off, but no, not gonna find it. Instead, it's gonna get black hole. There's a perfect placement as Jabs came in with his onslaught. Still no kills though. There's the black hole stolen on top of the life stealer, but Q will die for his sins. 23 Savage looks to be next on the list as BetBoom win this fight handily. They get 3. I believe that was a dieback onto Toronto Tokyo, but that is it. As Ollie will be the next to fall, and Roche should go to BetBoom as well. They've opened up this game.
Yeah, stealing Doom and Black Hole was just not enough.
Apparently, that's actually crazy. We talked about how Q, his role is going to be so important. You literally can't get better steals than this.
And this blast off is really well placed. Not only does he find the Elder Titan, but he also gets out with the Glimmer and the Black Hole. Well timed when on the onslaught in. Of course, Q will cancel it, get off his own. But the problem with this Black Hole is you don't really have the damaging heroes there anymore. You want the Razor to be a presence, you want the Morph to be close by to hit the target you're Black Holing. And if he doesn't Black Hole there, he just dies. So there's kind of no better cast for him in this fight anyway.
Yeah.
It's like, it's nice to steal it and all, but couldn't really find the combination that they were looking for. And begs the question, was it the right play to begin with to Doom the Doom? When Doom has already spent his ult, is it really worth dropping that key spell that you stole on him, or could you have found an opportunity to...
Yeah, that's true.
You could have doomed the Enigma so the Black Hole never comes out, or maybe you could have doomed the Pango, Lifestealer, maybe you can break his Lincolns and catch him off guard with the Morphling, but didn't really seem to build anything meaningful in the fight with the way that he used those great stolen spells.
Yeah, Rubik is a great Lincoln's breaker.
Yeah, I mean, he can definitely do it.
Even if Rage is off, you can cast Fade Bolt and everything on him.
Yep.
So great steals, but not great usages of those steals, is what you're saying, especially the Doom. There's Miero. We'll scout things out here. GPK now has the Aghanim Scepter, going for the Basher next. Almost there, actually. And Nightfall with the Assault. So very...
he is.
Very strong build.
He big.
These are pretty normal items outside of the Lincolns, but we talked about the usages of that this game. I mean, Pulverize, Static Link, Adaptive Strike. Those are the 3 main ones.
I would say Morph also, but...
Yeah, true. Oh, 22 Savage. They pop the Lincolns, he gets doomed, and he dies. He's just dead. He stands still, knowing that it's coming. There's the Basher now there, and there... Oh, this is an interesting Infest Bomb.
Literally.
Common. Yeah, the literal Infest Bomb. Put down an aggressive ward.
Do you think Techie should be able to throw Lifestealer out in a bomb barrel? Infest the barrel.
Oh, he's going to use Glimmer.
See you later, someone. See you later, Q.
Oh, the double blast off, and Q will be the recipient of the early grave.
This ward will definitely be dewarded. Makes it incredibly obvious what vision they have, but it's nice to get that kill and keep the pressure up. And of course, dewarding this does require that you're able to get out on the map to begin with. That seems to be a bit of a challenge for Aurora right now. This BetBoom has an absolute grip on the map. All 3 lanes are pushed in. They're farming the enemy triangle. And Aurora haven't really been able to find much. It's 9-14, but what a extremely one-sided game this has been so far. Like aside from a couple of fights where they find a little bit of a trade in kills, the efficiency just easily BetBoom favor the whole way. And this is how BetBoom have been winning a lot of their games. You know, they do, even if they don't stomp the lanes, some games they stomp the lanes and just run with it, right? But as long as they do well in lanes, the efficiency, this team is really good at playing the map and just turn small advantages into really meaningful things, such as stealing the Tormentor that we saw earlier, getting the Roche. Doesn't look like they'll be using this Aegis for much, but
I think they're waiting for this assault. They could actually still push. He's just about there, so maybe they force the issue a bit. Still 1 tier 2 on the top side, and you can see Aurora kind of waiting for this play, as they will show themselves with that Fade Bolt. Nightfall. Teammates are not that close, but they can certainly connect eventually. He's gonna walk away, as there's the AC. Should be able to finish off at tier 2 now. Doesn't care if he dies. 50 seconds on the Aegis. They spot 23 Savage there. There's the Infest onto Miero. See if they care about the timing of this Aegis at all. As Laurenov, no, he'll actually just jump out. So apparently just wanted the heal. Yeah, a little bit too close on the timing on the Aegis. You don't want to risk anything here. And yeah, 322 last hit, very nice, good meme. He's gonna have his open wounds here relatively shortly as well. So Astral Spirit, if it's on a BKB target, I'm guessing you still get the damage. Like it counts as a unit, right?
Yeah.
Does that change because of the debuff immunity, or is it always that way?
I think it was always that way.
Oh, okay. Play a lot of Elder Titan, as you can tell.
Yeah, ask SVG. Or Fogged.
That's true. Fog just knows literally every mechanic.
Especially without ET. It's his favorite hero. But has not been popular for quite a while. Probably happy to see it see some play here. He'll probably still make the case that it's a bad hero, as he does every event.
Oh, 23 Savage scanned out. The north side, they pop the Lincolns. Nice Manta in the trees. Doesn't matter. If you get doomed as Morphling, you just die. Plain and simple. BetBoom with a redonkulous lead now. And just hard to see any light at the end of the tunnel for Aurora.
Yeah. While the core matchups may be good, you can only do so much when you're down this much farm, and that, of course, the X factor of the Enigma is coming more and more into play. This hero has been banned against BetBoom in a lot of their recent games after Toronto Tokyo showed his prowess on it. But Aurora opt to let it through, probably regret it here. It's not like they've been massively owned by Black Hole or anything, but they've definitely not been able to exploit the fact that BetBoom picked it first. Rage will be stolen. The Rubik, a little bit of extra protection. Aurora not really able to find much initiative. What a quiet Primal Beast game this has been. Like, this hero, we've seen so many games really take over. He's 2-0-3. Like, it's not like he's been feeding or having a bad time, but
how has he not died yet? That's actually crazy.
I mean, largely it is because Aurora, for the most part, haven't taken too many decisive fights where he really goes in there and commits fully.
Yeah. Most fights have just been like a pick-off here or there. Maybe 2 heroes die. Other than that Roche fight in the bottom, it's just been pick-offs.
Yep.
As Pipe now online for Toronto Tokyo.
And I will say, I think Primal Beast actually has really bad matchups this game. I think the Lifestealer is a pretty bad matchup. Sure, you can pulverize through the Rage, but you're not going to just run him over like you can with other cores sometimes.
Yeah.
The Pango is tough. When he gets ult off, he messes with you really hard. The Enigma, it's a support, it's a problem. Well, we'll see. This is an important moment for Aurora.
Jabs gets the BKB off with the Pulverize, and Fest comes out from Nightfall, and now the focus is Jabs, but he has that Aghanim Scepter now active, as the Rolling Thunder will be applied just for the Primal Beast. 23 Savage, doomed again. It's only a matter of time before he drops. Jabs in the corner, ends up falling. 2 cores dead already. Lornoff first hit bash for Nightfall. Very fortuitous, as that'll be the 3rd core for Aurora. Only the support survive. And I do believe BetBoom, well, maybe they wait for Roche.
I think they get
mid for 45.
They get mid-racks here. Definitely. Maybe they even get 2 lanes. They push pretty quickly. Lifestealer is not a bad pushing hero with this item build. The AC as well as Armlet. It goes quick. They've already taken mid tower. 30 seconds on the 3 enemy cores. Absolutely nothing going to stop Nightfall here.
That is not a member of BetBoom.
That is 23, who
smiling about something.
Is step-by-step approaching 23 times doomed this game.
Yeah, hard game. So, bottom set for BetBoom. They likely retreat for Roche, although the melee racks is open for the taking. And they're going to back away. And Jabs, some counter initiation, trying to keep them in his base. I'm not sure if that's actually what you want. 23 Savage goes in very deep. They pop the Lincolns again. Black hole applied, and the damage is too much. 23 Savage dead again as a beautiful blast off onto several heroes. A stolen black hole onto 4, but your damage is no longer there as the GGs come out. And BetBoom stomped their way through game number 1.
The biggest highlight of the game from Aurora is in the last 3 seconds. A nice black hole into GG. Yeah, I mean, what can you say? That just did not work. I think the conclusion here has to be, if you're going to pick like this, the lanes need to go better. The early mid-game needs to go better. Man on your screens right now, I think, really popped off this game. The save techies, a classic that BetBoom are finding a lot of success with.
Yep.
This seemed too easy. And based on what we saw from Aurora yesterday, especially in game 1 against Falcons, when they had some of these heroes and some of these matchups, just weren't able to replicate it in this first game today, at least.
Yeah, Nightfall going deathless, 10-0-5, and there was 0 pressure on him.
Yeah.
They never tried to go for a kill for whatever reason. But either way, it's still a best of 3. BetBoom takes game 1, and they're 1 game away from securing top 2, Sheaver.
I say left on like what direction?
Yeah, what a game. I will say BetBoom. Yeah, they looked good, but more so, maybe Aurora did just look not that good, Brian.
Yeah, this Morphling game was rough. I said at the start, he's just going to get doomed and black hole all game. As a carry, like, I get like anxiety just loading into this game, thinking like what my future is going to entail if I'm 23. And yeah, I think a lot of other things had to just go right for them.
Yeah.
So that if they do use all their spells on him, there was that one fight where he actually Lincoln's Lornoff right before he got doomed, which was a sick play. And then Black Hole didn't really have much effect. And Rubik stole both of them. And they still lost that fight due to lack of detection on some glimmers and some amongst other things. So when that happens, you kind of just know the game's over if everything goes picture perfect and you still get wiped anyway.
I think the very start of the game, even during the draft mirror, you were talking about Save and his techies, and I feel like the jumping out of the trees, especially when you're up against Morphling, I just feel like this was an impossible Morphling game, mostly due to Save.
Yep. If I'm out of breath, it's because this game was so darned exciting. Is what that was. But no, Save played a really incredible laning phase. I mean, every time I see him play techies in this tournament, he just handles whoever the carry is. And honestly, BetBoom are such a strong laning team that if you concede the laning stage, if you lose even slightly, that net worth lead will continue to build throughout the entire game. I'm no longer out of breath because the excitement's run out.
Yeah, you're critically analyzing this game now. I'll just say about Lifestealer, because I get to nerd out about him rarely because the hero's not often meta and he's one of my favorites, that his laning stage is the most important thing I think to address. So it would have been cool if they had maybe rotated the Primal to mid and then put the Razor or like a Slardar off lane that's just kind of meant to make Nightfall's game hard, because when I'm a carry and I'm going to have a tough game, I'm just thinking, how tough is the game going to be for the enemy carry? And in this case, they had Razor, and then Morph's also a good matchup against Lifestealer. But even though Nightfall's theoretically countered in these fights, he was still allowed to have a really good laning phase. He had Armlet Radiance at like 18 minutes or something.
Yeah.
You were asking about his items, and you're like, he already has his Radiance? And it was like 17 minutes or something. So I think that's a situation where like 23 had a hard time fighting, and same with Nightfall, but the map felt very free for Nightfall to kind of just roam wherever he may please.
It's really hard to take fights when your team is playing at a net worth deficit, and even if you have the tools in your arsenal to take those fights, you still can't really pull it off that well. Like Brian, you mentioned the fights where they stole both Doom and Black Hole and lost, and that's just because they couldn't really take the fight to an area where they had a sentry ward placed, because the fight is never on your terms if you're the team with the lower net worth. I mean, everything went well there for them. They Lincoln's the Doom, they stole the Doom, they stole the Black Hole, and they still couldn't pull it off. And just because BetBoom really excelled in that laning stage, the way that they're hungry for their 2-0. It feels like today they brought their A game while Aurora's didn't even look like they were trying, to be honest. To be fair, they're playing for nothing right now.
Yeah, yesterday when we saw them play, obviously there still was a lot to play for because they still could get a lot more points and money out of the group stage. But because they lost the series yesterday, there's nothing to be gained for them anymore. We'll see how things obviously go in game number 2. But before, though, I am curious to find out which 2 players Purge chose for his Acer Predator head-to-head.
Thanks, Cheever, for the Acer Predator head-to-head. I'd love to talk about the offlaners. They were definitely the focus of the last game. And while Jabs had a great game on the Primal Beast, dying very few times prior to the end of the game, it was not the impact that Miero had. And Doom, as a hero, really kind of fell off the chart at the start of the tournament. We thought it was still going to be the top offlaner. It's got picked a lot the first couple days, and then it just kind of got ignored for the rest because it just wasn't impactful enough. But that was not the case at all this game. A perfect pick for BetBoom when against the Morphling because of the value of the anti-heal against the Morph. Look, he's full HP. He gets doomed. There's 2 spell follow-up, instantly dead. Like, the only solution basically would be heavily strength morph before you get doomed, which is not easy to do. 23 Savage did have a great performance here. They had commit so much pressure on Dolorinov that at that point that it looked likely they were going to doom him, so he did get the Lincoln's block there, which gave him some nice team fight impact. But this was like the one good fight they had, and they were already behind by 9k at 23 minutes. So, yeah, gigantic team fight impact there for Doom. Miero playing that this game, and yeah, Jabs just didn't have the same impact, but he didn't have an easy, like, I cast this spawn the carry and I win the fight button.
With the Doom being such a heavy counter to the Morphling, to the point where you're saying that Doom is not super popular, but I guess against Morphling he always is a threat. Do you feel like if you're planning on picking Morphling, should Doom be preemptively banned, or should you be able to pick it at a point where you can protect it with that Doom ban? Because it just seems like, you know, if you go rock, paper, scissors, this is the rock to the Morph's paper.
It is, yeah. It's hard
to the Morph scissors.
Whatever. Rock, paper, scissors. It's a difficult game to analyze. Yeah, that would have been a potential idea in terms of banning. They picked Morphling after they picked the Primal Beast. Aurora picked it at 16.
Yeah.
And then they picked Elder Titan with it. And then the last pick of the second phase, BetBoom just grabbed the Doom. They're like, okay, well, there's the Morphling. We grabbed the Doom. So it might have been one of those things where they picked the Primal. They saw the Techie's Lifestealer response. They're like, Lifestealer? Okay, we can beat that with Morphling. And then, bam. It comes out the last one. It's really hard to protect your heroes in the middle phase of picking.
Well, then you shouldn't pick Morph if they're still Doom still.
Oh, so then they should just pick a carry that's worse against Lifestealer? Yeah. What's the trade-off, Sheever? It's hard.
Now, what would you rather have, a less ideal carry matchup, or your Morph that's just... I mean, the Morph did not have a game. It was just that simple. He just got blown up by techies at the start because he can't play on high agi because you just get bombed, and then you get doomed later on. You just don't have a game.
Just don't get doomed, Sheever. You just got to be better than your opponents, which was not the case here. We know BetBoom is the better team than Aurora, but Aurora is close. at least we have a nice data point for everyone at home. Don't pick Morphling against Doom. It's going to be a bad time.
Lessons learned today. Let's find out what lessons will be learned today as well in our next game. Welcome back. You're joining us on first series of the day. We're in the middle of BetBoom versus Aurora. BetBoom is one win away to securing themselves an upper bracket start in the playoffs. That's right, that's important because it's a 4-team playoff starting in the upper bracket. Big advantage. If they don't win, we'll go to a game 3, but if they don't win the series, then they'll have to play tiebreakers to be able to get to the upper bracket. And obviously, they would like to have the day off tomorrow, so we'll see if they can do that by winning here. For Aurora, unfortunately for them, nothing is left on the line, but we all know how big of a motivator ruining other people's games can be in Dota 2, and that's exactly what Aurora is aiming for here in game number 2. They have a lot to step up from, though. We have Brian, Effie, and Purge here to talk about that, because Purge, game 1 was just a little uninspiring. We don't want to see a Morphling. And we even said that they seemed like they had a good draft, but on hindsight, do we still agree?
They did have a lot of good matchup things. The Razor against the Lifestealer is good. The Morphling against the Lifestealer is good. The Rubik against the Doom and the Enigma is good. But getting doomed as Morphling is a recipe for death. And unfortunately, that's what happened a lot in the last game. So you could say could be play related, like don't get doomed, keep your net worth up, get ganks on the map yourself while Morphling is doing something else. Like if you switch what players are playing these lineups, you can definitely win with their lineup because they had some nice advantages. But yeah, getting doomed that much, you're gonna lose.
I don't think it's a draft issue at all. I thought they had a very good draft. There were a lot of really good matchups for them. We saw at one point, if they weren't so much net worth down, what their team fighting would have looked like with the Rubik steals and with the Lincoln's Doom blocks. They just didn't really play their laning stage as well as they could have. I mean, Morphling dying on lane a couple of times pre-Doom is definitely due to misplays here and there, or the other team playing exceptionally well. I think that when Enigma +1, I can't remember who it was, but they went into Aurora's triangle and they just farmed everything and they got kills. I feel like you could easily bring more heroes to rotations like that. They were just sloppy. I can tell they're kind of demotivated from their play, honestly, and that's just because they're not really playing for anything. They can't get more EPT points out of the series, so they'll probably take this as a scrim that they don't really have their hearts in at the moment, but I would like to see them step it up just for the sake of good Dota.
I'm going to speak for all carry players here and be on behalf of little 23 Savage here, because I'm getting doomed and I'm getting black holed all game, and my offlaner's 2-0-3 at minute 30. Get in there, man. Go in, throw yourself in, have some balls. You know, what happened? I'm not able to watch his perspective, obviously, the whole time on jabs, but I think that's one of those games where somebody has to tank the hit, and they're obviously targeting Morph with all these heroes, but I just have to believe that, like, on the core role of Razor and Primal Beast, that these heroes weren't really going in, and 23 was like, I guess I'm gonna go. And then he spent every fight doomed and everything. So I think that there's nothing to play for, but there's also nothing to lose. So I'd like to see them go out with a bang rather than, like, I just don't want to see a 2-0-3 offlaner losing.
Yeah, because you're not blaming necessarily the Primal Beast or the Razor, the hero. It was the play that you were disappointed with.
Yeah, it's just the team as a whole. Like, there are just some Dota games where the enemy has spells, somebody has to tank, and nobody wants to tank it. And I kind of felt like everybody on Aurora was too afraid to tank these spells, and it ended up being 23 every time.
That's
and I just
kind of what I liked about their draft too, because Razor and Primal should both
like they're
be good
meant
at
to do that. Right?
And in a lot of drafts so far, we do see Razor as that like last ultimate pick, and it just feels okay to me because it's like it doesn't have to be a perfect Razor game, but you're going to be tanky, you're going to be reflecting damage, you're going to get BKB S and Y. Like, you should be the guy being aggressive, and which he did do really well in that one fight where he got Lincoln's, where 23 Savage Lincoln's blocked the Doom. That fight, I thought he did a perfect example of that, but we didn't see it enough where it was straight 5v5, so them going in first.
You're also just down so much net worth at that point because of how poorly your lanes went and how you weren't able to match the tempo coming out of BetBoom. And because of that, I'd like to see Lorinov step it up a little more just based off of the first game, because Brian saw that Razor pick from a mile away. He thought it was a great pick. I also agree there was a lot that hero could have done for his team in that game, and they just never got off to it. Probably because the laning stage on BetBoom went so well. They went mid very, very early. They suppressed the triangle very early too, but there's always counterplay when the enemy enters your triangle early on.
And I think if you're Lorinov, I mean, we're saying, Aurora doesn't have anything to play for. By the way, yes, the draft will start very soon. I know there was a countdown already, and we're trying to load into this lobby, but sometimes they crash, and we have to start over, and that's what's happening a couple of times now. So we'll get that fixed up very soon. But what I was going to say is for the team Aurora, there's nothing to play for. For Lorinov, who's here as a stand-in, Brian, this is like a sales pitch.
Yeah. I mean, if he's making his YouTube highlights to send out to the other teams for his resume, this is not the game I would send them.
No.
I just feel like he had a really good start to this tournament. Like I thought, they had a good group stage.
Yeah, they had a fantastic group stage.
And I feel like they've had glimmers of hope in group stage 2, but I feel like it's just kind of tapered off over time. And I think that these type of games that you're playing where things aren't going so hot, a lot of people are eyes on you thinking like, is this going to be the guy that elevates his play and says, where's the rest of my team? Come with me. Or is he going to be playing down to the level of what everyone else is kind of down in the dumps? I mean, at the end of the day, Dota's a mental game. We've said it many times, and it's hard to imagine having confidence and swag when you're 0-6, but I think it's something to be said a lot about the player, especially if he's standing in. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he's got for us in this final series, perhaps final game.
Yeah, it's very easy to look good in the winning game. It's a little bit harder to look good in a losing game or in a game where the team is not having a great time. So I think that would be really good to use on your resume if you show that this game we're doing rough, but I did my job and
Against
everything went
BetBoom.
well. And
Yeah.
against BetBoom, indeed, is one of the top teams of the tournament right here at the moment, second place in the group stages. And we are in the draft of game number 2, of course. BetBoom will be on the Radiant this time around. Aurora on the Dire side. First pick to Aurora, meaning overall last pick for BetBoom as well. Does that mean 18th for Aurora?
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And that's a very important pick, right? I feel that's one that they should be setting themselves up for success with.
Yeah, the 18 pick, I've said this time and time again, but since this new draft order was changed, this is the strongest pick in the draft. The meta has not changed that. On the 18 pick, you can counter the 2 picks that you see from your enemy team, and you close out the picking stage so you can't get counterpicked, and you can protect it with 2 bans. So typically, for teams that have win condition carry players or win condition mid laners, the 18 pick is where they thrive, when they can catch them off guard with a Morphling versus no stuns, when they catch them off guard with a Faceless Void, when they catch them off guard with a Storm Spirit on 18.
Mm-hmm. Well, there will not be a position 5 Terrorblade. Unfortunate, I know everybody's sad about that. But we will have a BetBoom running it back with the opening of the Sven first phase. I thought, Brian, the stock had, flatlined a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird how this works. I don't know if it's what's happening in scrims or continued experimentation of like, okay, maybe Sven first round is viable. We just haven't properly enabled it yet, but everybody who's done this, it's failed so far. And I'll be honest, as like an analyst, I'm not going to take this game as indication of whether or not it could or should work. But at the same time, I am curious to see, like, I'm going to compare this to what BetBoom did last time. They did this, the opening pick Sven, which was against Team Spirit yesterday, and just compare and contrast, right?
Yeah, it was versus Centaur. I still think there's a strong case to be made for first phase Sven. Yesterday, even though it happened and the Svens lost, it still looked competitive. If it hadn't looked competitive,
Yeah, you
I would
saw
say,
error, right?
Yeah, I would say completely scrap the idea. But if the offlaners are being first phased and you see them get first phase, there shouldn't be a reason why you can pick a carry that is going to come out of the lane with a net worth advantage and is strong within the meta. And I think teams just want to build that draft advantage for themselves where they don't have to worry about their carry later on in the draft. So it is worth trying. But is this game going to be indicative of how good it is? I thought yesterday versus Team Spirit, we learned a lot more about this Sven coming out directly after an offlaner.
Mm-hmm.
But if Aurora continue to play like they did in that game 1, I don't think we're going to be able to learn that much from it.
Fair enough. Let's see, we got the Marana and the Techies banned, so those are 2 very popular supports for the team of BetBoom, so they'll have to go somewhere else with this. And Medusa banned by BetBoom.
I like that ban.
Yeah.
Against this team specifically, due to one of the bad matchups for Sven, BKB Piercing, Disable, and an AoE, usually pretty good against burst heroes, Medusa is, so Sven being one of them.
Doesn't BetBoom just pick Undying here? It's one of their preferred supports. It's maybe not great to have double melee in the safe lane, but it's good against Mars.
Sven's okay with Undying. It's he's like a fast movement speed hero, so he can like help Undying with his tombstone and has a stun. So I wouldn't hate it.
You can war cry them zombies.
True.
They run faster, still die in one shot.
They just go Crystal Maiden.
I would say Crystal Maiden. Crystal Maiden or Undying are the two heroes that BetBoom tend to go for if they're picking their 5 early, and Crystal Maiden is just much better with Sven because it's a kill lane. With Undying, sure, he secures your farm, zones, gives you team fight, but Crystal Maiden with Sven, not only does she give him mana regeneration, but she has 2 CCs that he can play on lane.
I was gonna say, and
with
later.
a third one. So it's definitely, they cover each other's bases very well on the safe lane.
True indeed. So how's Aurora going to answer this? Will they want to pick themselves up a support at this point? Yes, they do. And we're going back for the Phoenix Mars. We know Ollie plays it a lot, and he's been very comfortable on the hero. Gives great team fight potential, because that's the combination. The Mars can protect the egg if he wants to.
I like it. And Sven can certainly kill the egg, but he's not exactly the most preferred carry to do so, since he's got to get in melee range, and a lot of times he's going to have obstacles on the way. But there's just a couple teams at the tournament that like picking Phoenix, and Aurora is certainly one of them.
Shadow Demon, to me, looked higher value for Aurora than the Phoenix did. While I love the Phoenix plus Mars combination because you're always going to have team fight, I think that Phoenix does falter a little bit on lanes, and then when you're playing against BetBoom, you want to make sure that you don't lose the laning stage. If you lose the laning stage versus this team, we saw what happened in game 1. They just farm the entire map and they're up 10k net worth within a couple of minutes. But I don't know, maybe Aurora pull it off because it is incredibly strong team fight.
I think it just might be a player preference thing. Like, I think Shadow Demon has proven time and time again it can have insanely high impact, and I agree with everything you said. I just think here it's more of a comfort zone thing. And I do think Tusk is a bit strange because you're likely laning the Phoenix with Mars. You usually do ranged melee, and so Tusk sets up for like a ranged carry, and most ranged carries I wouldn't pick into Sven other than Dusa. So I'm kind of curious what they're going for. You think it's core Tusk?
4.
Oh, 4 Tusk. Tusk Mars, I guess that's a decent lane. Can you spear into the shards?
You can, and also the tag team amplifies the rebuke damage.
Okay, yeah.
So it's kind of a neat little combo. Also sorry for interrupting, I thought you stopped talking.
I assume you crit on the tag team as well, because it's like adding 25 to his damage, and then does that get multiplied?
It should go
like
first, yeah. Okay. Yeah, because that's the way punch works for Tusk.
That's a good point, yeah.
So yeah, it should work that way. Interesting. Okay, might be a dual lane then.
So they pick Doom anyways, despite there being no Morphling.
Honestly, I think this is preemptive to Morphling.
Yeah.
Because Morphling is a hero people have been picking against Sven, and also people have been picking Faceless Void against Sven. Those are 2 of the bad matchups for Sven in the carry to carry matchup, and that's kind of cool. I actually like this a lot better than the last way that BetBoom covered their Sven, because last time they went Kunkka, and they picked Lifestealer on Spirit, and Lifestealer counters both Sven and Kunkka at the same time, and in this case, now that I think about it, all the heroes that counter Sven don't like playing into Doom in lane or in game, so okay.
I just like that they also paired it with heavy disables from Lion, because if they pick a carry that Doom is not that good against, then they'd be a little bit weak on disable compared to the normal off-lane heroes, so they're set on initiations as a whole now.
So they still go Lifestealer, but Lifestealer is okay against Doom in lane because he's a strength hero, but by no somebody, I think the casters, or maybe you were mentioning, Purge, that Lifestealer used to be better against Doom because you could just hit him and feast off of it, but now it feels really bad to play Lifestealer into Doom. But his Infest does heal the target.
That is doomed. Yeah.
That is doomed because it's like considered just bonus health, so kind of good if somebody else is getting doomed. But Lifestealer also generally just walks into the fight. He's not exactly like a elusive target that's hard to target your Doom with, so I imagine Miero will be giving 23 a similar treatment to game 1.
For me, the BetBoom offlane is always about save and which hero save is playing, because we've seen him completely crush on techies, and I think Lion is one of those heroes where he heavily enables his offlaner, but typically when I see him play Lion, it's with Primal Beast, and they'll have so much damage amongst them that they'll run over even heroes like Lifestealer and Anti-Mage who are supposed to be good versus magic damage. Is Doom and as much damage as Primal Beast paired with a Lion? Like, do you think there's a window where they can exploit this Lifestealer?
Not really. I think... Good question. I'm thinking about the matchup. I think that Doom's level 2 and 3 are stronger, because Lifestealer is a carry that level 3, 4, 5, 6 is when he starts winning the lane. So if they can get off to like an Impale with like level 2 timing where Doom uses his Infernal Blade before Lifestealer has Rage, I think it's going to be about who establishes the better trades by level 3 is who's going to win this lane. But if Lifestealer is like full HP by level 3, he'll free farm the lane for sure.
Yeah, I think Aurora are in a good position where they won't get rolled on their safe lane the way they did last time, because Phoenix can disengage from the go that Lion and Doom are going to do, and Lifestealer should be able to sustain up until level 6. Once you get Doomed, you can easily die. But before then, it should be a pretty comfortable lane. Level 1 and 2 could be scary, and that's where I see Save always exploiting the enemy carry, level 1 and 2.
Yeah.
That's where he's always getting these first blood kills. But if they play a little bit cleaner on Aurora, their safe lane should win.
I agree.
I'm a little worried about, I feel like right now Aurora has big team fight advantage against BetBoom in terms of their head-to-head, but in terms of skirmishing and ganking, I feel like BetBoom has a lot more potential at the moment.
But that could be solved with the mid laner that I believe both teams are looking for in their last pick. We still have quite a few of the usual suspects in, and obviously the GPK Storm has been banned out. Expecting maybe a Wind Ranger ban coming out as well.
The Lornoff Lina.
Or the
is what I am
Lina.
expecting.
Yeah.
I think the Wind Ranger will get banned, and then the Lina will get picked.
I think it's going to be Lina or Wind Ranger just because you're playing with Tuskar and you need a hero. Like, it's usually a ranged hero that takes advantage of tag teams, so it's either Lina with the Fiery Soul or Wind Ranger with the Focus Fire.
Or neither, and we
Or
got the
Pangolier.
TA ban and the Pango pickup. But that just sets up. Why are they comfortable potentially dealing with the Wind Ranger? Or is that not the case?
I mean, they have a lot of anti-mobility between the Mars and the Tusk, you could say. So maybe Wind Run is a little bit worse. Pango roll, at least early game, is going to be more than fine to deal with the Wind Ranger. Obviously, late game Focus Fire is going to be spooky, but it feels to me like they're relatively protected against the fight. Ooh, I don't know about that one though.
You don't know?
Like in a good way or a bad way?
In a bad way for Aurora.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was about to say, that's a pretty sick Huskar pick.
What makes this a good Huskar pick?
I mean, I will say this, that Huskar does tend to struggle against roaming supports, so Tuskar being one of those. But I just think Pangolier really has no way out of this lane, and GPK is going to hit a timing where I don't know how Aurora deals with it. Like, he's going to have a BKB mid-game, and they don't have a save, though, on the side of BetBoom.
They do. He's position 4 player.
Oh.
4 staffs are a good
Brian
save.
loves those jokes.
It was really funny.
They really get him every time. Look at him.
It's even funnier when it's
Stun
done
locked
to me
his
and I'm not ready for it. Good job, Chiefs. Kudos.
You're welcome.
Mira, analysis?
I think it's a great Huskar pick. Brian, you made a really good point about Huskar struggling versus roaming supports, but I do think that's where the strength of Doom comes in, because we know that as Lifestealer scales with levels, it's going to become a harder lane for Doom anyway, but that hero is good to be left alone. He'll just devour, Scorched, wait till the wave is pulled back, and because of this, at some point, Lion will be freed up to play around the Huskar. Huskar should crush Pangolier in lane, and once he gets a BKB, it doesn't really feel like there's that much they can do against him, because he's going to BKB, not care about the arena, he's going to be able to kill the Phoenix Egg because of his attack speed. So as long as they can cover this Huskar, he can easily win the game for them. I also think Doom versus Lifestealer, Doom eventually just dooms you and you die.
Yeah, they have way more play options in the fight, and I just feel like even before BKB, they have issues with single target damage on Aurora. Like, how do they kill Huskar without hitting him with like 4 heroes at the same time, or doing like Sunray, Mars ulti plus Egg? I just feel like he's going to have the game that he wants once they protect him through the early game.
Prioritizing Pango in that last phase over a typical carry from mid laner to take them into the late game is a little bit suspicious in my opinion. By picking Pango, they're just doubling down on, we want to have better team fight, we want to have infest bombs on this Pango, we want to roll on the arena, and we want to win those, but that's not going to be enough, I think, to take them to the late game.
Yeah, I think the fights are naturally going to go long now, and when you're dealing with heroes like Doom and Huskar, that's just not the way to go. I would have preferred the burst damage Wind Ranger Lina myself, so we'll see. Hopefully Aurora gives them a fight.
Let's see if Aurora can give BetBoom a fight, or if BetBoom will secure their top 2 spot here in the group stages for DreamLeague Season 22. We're heading over to our commentary duo of Sunsfan and Cinere.
Huskar last pick. I feel like we've seen this a time or two before, Cinderin. And don't worry, guys, that's not the game. That is the Dota 2. There we go. We're back in the game. Sunsfan here with Cinderin. I had to look on my computer just to make sure. There's probably a Windows update needed or something to that effect, of course. Yeah, the Huskar last pick has worked out, it seems like every time. I don't know if it's actually true what the actual record is, but...
It's 5-5.
Okay, so that's...
But it's probably not been last pick every time out of those 10 games.
That's fair. I mean, a lot of them have been Falcons who have basically not lost.
Yeah, so probably every other team has lost. Because Falcons probably has like 5 wins on this.
Okay.
So...
Yeah, so how is this Huskar game?
That's good.
You do have percentage-based damage of the Phoenix with the Sunray. I assume Lifestealer does not go Radiance. Like, this has to be like a Desto-type game, I feel like.
I don't know. I might have to rethink my perspective on Lifesteal as a hero in general this patch, where maybe the Desto build just isn't a thing. Simply because of how much pacing you lose in terms of farming. Maybe you have to do this build in basically every game. We'll see if people deviate from it later down the line, but I don't think... Maybe this is the game that they do it. You're right, it could be. GPK will be playing Huskar against Pango. This is a good Huskar lane, obviously, and it's also a good Huskar game. One of the better heroes that you can have for killing Phoenix Egg. Huskar gets extremely high attack speed when he drops low on health. And the Inner Fire, an interesting tool against Tusk, actually. Little knockback and disarm. And the Lifestealer matchup is also kind of interesting when Huskar gets Aghanims, because then you have something that pierces the Rage and keeps Lifestealer in place to guarantee that you get off the Doom, for example.
Yep, true. And yeah, we do see the Doom yet again. It was a killer pick last game.
Yep.
And it still looks pretty good here. Against that Lifestealer again.
Yeah.
Well, not again for this series, but we have seen that interaction.
Yeah, so last game he was against the Morph, which I would say in the very early stages of the lane is harder than Lifestealer. This is an easy lane matchup for Doom to begin with, but it gets increasingly difficult as Lifestealer gets levels, like level 3, 4 is when this would start to swing, especially if Lifestealer gets early phase boots. But right in the beginning, Doom has a better time against Lifestealer because the attack damage difference is not nearly the same as it is against Morph. And later in the game, obviously, Dooming Lifestealer feels great. Just great. We love Doom. I think Doom is everyone's favorite hero.
I don't mind him.
I think this hero has been hated by a lot of people forever because they feel like it's so unfair that this guy presses one button on you and you can't do anything for 16 seconds. Which,
yeah, but remember when Bloodthorn used to mute items?
Oh, yeah.
You have Orchid. Wait, what was it? What was the... Wait, was it Bloodthorn that muted?
I just said, oh yeah, instantly, but it was Nullifier.
It was Nullifier, yeah. you get Orchid and Nullifier, and then you have your own Doom.
Yeah. Well, that Doom you had to pay for a lot.
Yes.
And it was 5 seconds instead of 16.
Yeah, a little different.
Oh. Bit of damage
Nightfall.
onto Nightfall.
Yeah, inside the shards. Taking some tag team damage as Jabs pushes him out eventually with the Rebuke. Yeah, I've seen a lot of Sven this tournament, but Lifestealer has been a pretty good answer to the hero. Probably the best that we've seen, in fact.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's probably that or Void, one of the two, has had the biggest success against Sven. It's kind of hard to quantify who has been the better hero against it, even if you look at win rates. There's too many variables in the relatively small sample size we've had.
Yeah, Void does require very late game type scenarios for that to truly turn in his favor. But then you could say that for about any hero. Void against literally anybody. As yeah, top 3 CS already in the game for BetBoom. Very early on, but kind of expecting that in the mid lane as GPK is starting to run away with it a bit. Impale onto Ollie. Ooh, nice timing on that hack. This should be first blood as Miero will get it with the Scorched Earth.
Dude, Save is so good this tournament so far. I feel like he just does well more or less every game. I think we've seen 1 or 2 games, perhaps, out of all of them. Just kidding. Save, what are you doing?
Yeah, he really stood his ground. He's like, we can take you. No, never mind.
Imagine, he's just played great for like 5 games in a row, and the one time I pointed out, he dies 2 seconds later. I have powers.
You do.
I really do. If only I could use them for good, but unfortunately, I can just make players die in a video game.
Yeah, you have been choosing China to win every tournament for the past few years.
That is incorrect.
It's pretty true.
That's incorrect.
You've tapered off a bit recently because you know it hasn't worked out in your favor.
Well, by that logic, shouldn't the other teams start winning then?
That's true. We'll see. Still a bit to go in this Dream League season.
Have you seen GPK play Huskar before?
No, I don't think so.
To me, this is really not a GPK hero, but
oh, he's gonna
I
get
want to
ganked
take it for a
now.
spin this game.
Yep, gets off a nice disarm here. Toronto Tokyo coming in with the frostbite, but GPK dies first to the swash. So good rotation from Aurora. And he kind of just gets stuck inside those shards. He can pop the inner fire, but it's just not long enough duration right now to survive. And I feel like in these Huskar games where they take over, they don't die this early on. As they're trying to go on top of 23 Savage. Against pop the Fairy Fire to survive and save. Will die instead. Tag team continuing to be applied from Q, who's had a really good game so far. Sunray, great blocks from Q as well. 23 Savage. They're trying to give the kill to him, and they will end up netting it. So, extremely good rotation from Q, finding kills in 2 lanes.
In the meantime, GPK gets an immediate counter kill in mid. So, back in complete control.
Yeah, 32 and 16 to 14 and 3. Not bad. Not too shabby at all. As, oh, the Q, he's not done with his reign of terror. Ollie coming in with the Sunray as well. Inner fires there, Toronto Tokyo. He might be the sacrifice. Ends up tanking a bit of those spells for GPK. Yeah, now with those level 3 burning spears, I mean, as a Pango, what do? Do you just have to partial jungle?
Yeah.
Just wait for the creeps to enter your side of the river?
I mean, either that or you keep doing what you've been doing so far, right? Which is calling supports to you and putting the pressure. Because GPK is still vulnerable until the armlet comes out, at which point I think it's just not possible anymore to kill him. And that's in 100 gold, so we can start planning plan B. I mean, Loronov's game is honestly quite good for the matchup, I think. He's 18 and 3, which is obviously a terrible CS scoreline usually, but he has 2 kills. He's now farming a double stack of jungle. He's level 6. Like other games we've seen, the Huskar mid, the Pango at this point would probably be level 4.5 or maybe 5.
Yeah, that is true.
So they've done a good job bringing Lorinov into the game, and he needs to pay it back, because obviously when you're rotating your supports this much, it will cost elsewhere. I say that, but Lifestealer and Mars are fine. So maybe not. Maybe it's all okay, and you've already stabilized your mid lane very well. He is bottom of the cores in net worth, but tying with the Doom essentially, and this is, as we mentioned, a very bad mid matchup, so a good result.
All right, I have a mechanics question for you.
Oh, no.
Maybe
this is not good.
Maybe it comes into play later, as we might have to hold that thought save. Maybe trying to guard this 8-minute power rune. Toronto Tokyo's here as well. And it will be bottom. It's a shield rune, which very good pickup for Lorinov. Mero getting forced out a bit. Okay, so can you get stunned while life breaking? I can't remember if they've changed this or not.
You cannot.
You used to not be able to. They haven't changed that.
Yeah.
So if you get the Ags, it actually is a pseudo counter to Rolling Thunder then, right?
Yes, you should always connect on the Pango, if that's what you mean.
What do you mean by connect on the Pango?
Even if he's in the roll, you still hit.
Yeah.
And since he's taunted, he can't turn direction, I think.
He can't do anything.
Yeah. So you'll force him to continue rolling the way that he is, but because he can't attack you, he'll still roll.
Nice impale from Save as TP support's coming for Miero as GPK showing off his life break, but the Infest is going to keep his teammate alive, and GPK is the one to fall instead as the Rolling Thunder continuing to be used to Toronto Tokyo's demise. A great turnaround there from Aurora. Great aggression, I should say, is another Impale coming out, but 2 deaths already for the Huskar, Cinderin. Maybe not a Huskar player after all.
I mean, he is... For me, this mid lane is now a loss for Huskar. A significant one, even. Because when we talk about winning and losing a lane, it's not... Okay, that's a dead lifestealer.
I mean, we weren't talking about the lifestealer here, but still.
Didn't curse that one. That's not on me. Not this time.
Well, they're going to get Ollie potentially. Gets off the dive. Will survive.
I was about to say he's going to be fine, but I don't trust myself anymore.
Yeah, understandable.
He was fine. Okay, so when we talk about winning or losing a lane, it isn't necessarily about the net worth at any given point or levels. It's about what is the expectancy and what's the actual outcome. If Huskar is ahead by like 200 against Pango, it's a mega lost lane. He's behind now.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, this didn't all happen in the mid lane. A big part of it was the ganks, but this top fight is what really pushed it over the edge. BetBoom are not in a good position this game. Huskar, as a hero, needs to play from ahead and do well and snowball to a decent degree in a game like this, or he could just become a complete liability. You're playing into Sunray, which is annoying. You're playing into the Lifestealer, who can, one of the carries that can truly stand his ground against you. Save will be dead here.
Yep, first arena coming out from Jabs. And they have the siege still as well, so considerable amount of damage should be applied to this.
And I can't help but feel like a part of this pick for BetBoom is an investment in the rest of the tournament, where they want to scare other teams and remind them we can also play Huskar. But if they're watching right now, they're probably not that scared currently.
Yeah.
So the tactic
has backfired for sure.
For now, at least, I'm not convinced. It's also the little things.
I think it's backfired regardless, though, because the laning stage is so important. Even if they end up winning this game, I think
that's fair.
That entire strategy's gone through the window.
But the thing that's tricky is it's hard for me to pinpoint exactly what it is that GPK is not doing as well as someone like Malrine, but there is a difference. And it's pretty clear. Isn't that funny that you can't really tell what it is, but you can just tell that it really is there?
Yeah. Oh boy.
But this is a real specialist hero.
Swash into Rolling Thunder, and he's stuck inside the shards. Actually gets pushed to the other side. See if that ends up benefiting him. Inner Fire's there as well, but Q comes in with a Walrus Punch, and that's the death of GPK. Nightfall making his TP rotation. They get the egg. They might be able to clean up the Tusk as well, and they do.
Good
but
punish.
Huskar's game is rough stuff right now. I have another mechanics question. Is Jabs seems to be reserving these arenas for save. As Aurora looking pretty good early on.
They're looking very good this game.
What do you? How does Armlet work against Doom? Because we had this discussion off camera about how Morphling attribute shift kind of doesn't make sense. That you can't. Because it's not healing, you're adding stats in some respects, and then, but Lifestealer Infest does work, right? Against that.
I'm pretty positive that, so the old Doom, it just sucked getting doomed while you had Armlet running because you couldn't toggle it.
Yeah.
Now you can use items while doomed. I think you just, okay, hang on.
Nightfall, trying to go through the gate. Do they have a stun? No. Ooh.
He's still burning, he's fine. So,
Scanning.
when it comes to the Huskar, or sorry, the Armlet against Doom discussion, I think if you're armleted when you get doomed, you can just toggle it off, and then obviously it's just working like normal armlet. And if you toggle it on again,
yes,
I want to say that you don't gain health? Question mark?
It's a 50-50.
This is actually a really weird one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because like you said, you would think it kind of works like it does with attribute shift.
Yeah, my assumption is that it will not work.
Yeah, I think your max health goes up, but your current health doesn't when you toggle it on.
Okay.
That would be my guess.
But Infest works, of course.
Infest is
not if you're
different.
doomed, but against the Doom.
Yeah, Infest is different because that just puts max health on top of you and current health.
Jabs infested, has the blink. No one's really up here though. So will likely end up being a wasted rotation. As GPK has the Sange and going for Halberd now.
I don't know if I like this halberd here. I don't think it does much.
Miero, they do spot him. Arena, spear. No rotation coming out, so should be a freebie for 23. Although Ollie takes it.
A 23B, if you will.
Oh yeah, the classic Toronto-Tokyo freezing field on creeps. And we'll back away. This time he doesn't die though, Syndra. That was
so not a classic then.
Right?
The classic Toronto-Tokyo freezing field is doing it with 5% health and dying to 1 attack.
That's right.
Saw that 2 or 3 times yesterday, which was very amusing for everyone involved, except Toronto-Tokyo.
He was laughing too though, so actually I think that is not...
Amusing to everyone.
Yes.
Went for the Midas triple belt of strength.
Belch of strength?
What?
I just,
Did you hear belch of strength?
Yeah.
Yeah, you truly have brain rot, and you don't even stream that much. So it's not Twitch chat's fault for once.
Yeah, it's genetic, I think.
That's unfortunate.
Aurora with the 2K lead. And the question is how impactful, and we haven't really seen this, you and I at least firsthand, how impactful is a Huskar that doesn't completely dominate? We'll see.
I think his win rate is the perfect illustration of that. It's 5 and 5. The 5 games are probably where he's snowballing. The other 5 are...
Off, gets caught off guard. God strength. Oh, he's able to get the swash off, but the finger is still not enough. That's a shield rune?
No.
My goodness.
Save pump fake the finger 7 times. I told you he's doing so well this tournament, and everything goes to shit.
Oh.
They could have killed him 100 times over here. 1, 2, 3. If he attacked him, he would have died.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, no.
My goodness.
Oh, that hurts to watch.
Is there any there's no reaction? Really?
Larnoff is pure business.
Getting snowballed on. Well, Walrus punch to cancel here, and Q is the one surrounded and will be brought down.
I totally get why Save didn't want to use Finger there, by the way. It felt like it was going to be a waste. But it's one of those things, damn it if you do, damn it if you don't. Because if you Finger that kill, you probably feel like, ah, man, I didn't have to do that.
Yeah, but you get a stack, so you always feel a little bit good.
Yeah, I mean, the stacks are nice, but at the same time, from BetBoom's perspective, they would really like to reserve it for a follow-up kill, right? If they kill the Pango there without using Finger, they can maybe go for a smoke move and get another pick. That's really impactful.
Yeah.
So I really get it. Like, the cooldown on Finger is long, and I think people vastly overestimate the impact of getting stacks on this spell. People love talking about it because infinite stacking is fun, and it feels great to, you know, progress your hero in a different way than just items. But in reality, if you look at the numbers, it's like, it's not that big of a deal to get plus 40 damage on this one time.
It's not just damage, it's HP with the talent, Cinderin, all right?
Eventually, I get it. I mean, it's good, but people love to talk about it more than it deserves. That's all I'm saying.
Well, we talk about a lot of things that don't deserve to come to the light of day. That's actually most of the casting, in fact, I would argue.
Say something important.
Yeah, I'm at a loss.
Yeah. There you go.
Right. Back to the shit casting. Nightfall versus the Lifestealer. Will Sven overcome the Lifestealer this time? Will it happen? Does feel like Lifestealer has had...
And most importantly, will it blend?
Will it blend?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
You probably don't know that. You only watch movies. It's fine.
Okay.
It's a very important reference to one of the best YouTube series of all time from over a decade ago.
Red versus Blue?
No, Will It Blend? That's literally what it was called.
Actually,
there was a guy who put stuff in a blender to see if it would blend.
Yeah.
And it got increasingly absurd over time. It's kind of been replaced by the hydraulic press as of the last years.
That is true.
That is the new Will It Blend. But even that fad is fading, so we need the new thing. What would that be?
I don't know. What can you ingest? That was the Tide challenge, I guess.
Will it poison you? That's gonna fly well. Surely. Will you die?
Yeah, that's the penultimate version, I guess.
Amazing.
That's where the coup de grace occurs, as we have a rotation now from Aurora. Is this going to be a smoke potential save? As the vision.
Pump faking spells again. This time he casts it, though.
Yeah. Impale into Hex, as Nightfall has BKB now. If he wants to fight. 23 Savage. He did opt for the Radiance again, so pretty much the same build. We can talk about that in just a moment, but first, BetBoom Smoke, they scan. They have a second chance at Lornoff. He's already used his Swash, but yeah, they're not going to be able to connect, it looks like. Miero does have the blink, though. Tier 1 tower still very healthy in the mid lane, but not for long. Used to that going down pretty early for the Huskar.
Yeah.
You dominate the lane so much, there's no hero to even defend.
Very true. Another illustration of a failed execution there.
We have the blink initiation from Miero. Doom onto the Mars. He really wanted that haste rune, but
this time I was gonna say he's gonna finger him right. It's not.
Yeah.
Not fooling around anymore on save. And that will be his blink. And 20 gold.
So yeah, what do you think of the Radiance? So it will be the SNY after the fact, which against Doom makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, SNY into Lincolns by the looks of it. I think it's...
Okay.
I don't know if you get both. Is that good? Like, don't you kind of pick your poison? Either I get the short Doom or I try to Lincolns break it. I guess maybe you also want the Lincolns against the Huskar eventually, against the Ags that you're probably anticipating will come out, so maybe it's fine.
Yeah, I think it's definitely.
But yeah, like I was saying, I feel like we're just going to be seeing this Armlet Radiance every game for efficiency reasons. And of course, it's also, like, we're talking about it a decent amount as a farming item, but it is of course really impactful in fights to have the blind against these two physical heroes in the Huskar and the Sven, to have the evasion for yourself. It's nice, you know, it's a real feels good item on this hero, and the Deso is quite all in. If anyone's confused, I believe those odds are for the series win, if I had to guess.
Most likely. Well, 23 now has the Aegis. And Aurora looking to get aggro with that BKB now on Jabs. And Lornoff with his Aghanim Scepter as well. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. I mean, the Radiance, like the mischance against the Huskar, are very prevalent, considering it's not a hero that will ever buy MKB. But damage over time against him, not so hot. But I guess just for farm, you're gonna be farming at a much faster speed as a result of it. So I guess it does make sense. As Nightfall halfway to his Ag, so Superman will soon be a thing. And that's one thing about the Superman build that is better than it used to be, is the fact that you can cast it on magic immune targets.
Yeah,
meaning you can travel to BKB targets, which you could not before.
Yep.
So the Life Stealer being the one there.
That is a very important difference in this carry-to-carry matchup, because sometimes you do want to connect on the Life Stealer while he's raged, and if you cast it when rage is about to end, obviously some of the stun duration can carry over. So, yeah, see if it comes into play here. GPK will be finishing BKB first by the looks of it before he goes for the Ags. Probably feels like he needs it against a lot of problems he has this game, against the Phoenix, against the Mars, the Pango. Tons of lockdown, tons of random residual damage that he can now negate a big portion of. And as far as, like, considering how well this early game went for Aurora, they crushed the Huskar in a lane that he should have done very well in, but with rotations, they really stabilized Pango's game. We've got to this kind of standard mid-game situations Aurora find themselves in a lot, where not too much is happening. So now the question is that kind of a curse, given that you shut down the Huskar as well as you did? Is this where other teams would be able to take more advantage? Whereas this playstyle would have fit better in a game where Huskar did as well as expected. It's hard to tell. They will get the tier 2, but they are letting BetBoom farm quite a lot. And Huskar, who had... His net worth is still not pretty there, but he's starting to get some key items that perhaps you could have shut him out of a little bit harder.
Yeah, it does feel like a lot of the heavy lifting will come from Nightfall
and Nero. The Doom onto Lifestealer will negate so much net worth. Not concerned with it as long as he has Aegis, but won't have it forever. Another 2 minutes left.
And it looks like after the pickup of SNY will be the Lincolns, like you said, but then after that, it'll be the Ags so far for the Lifestealer, which honestly has not worked out, even though I love the idea of it. The disarm against, well, even Huskar, but mainly the Sven can definitely turn the tide.
Yeah, PSG was talking about this, where he said Yatoro learned to not buy the Ags, but go BKB in this carry-to-carry matchup.
Yeah.
I wonder how much it swings the dynamic that there's a Doom. Because even if you pop the BKB and you can stand your ground against the Sven, if you get doomed, you're still losing the fight because you're not healing, right? So maybe there's something there about the Ags winning a little ground. Man, look at this positioning. BetBoom super defensive, just waiting around mid. Not farming anything currently. GPK and Nightfall will show and clean up that wave.
Just waiting out the Aegis, essentially. Less than a minute now. Or close to a minute. And if they can get this Doom onto 23 before his Lincolns comes through. Of course, they will have a decent amount of Lincoln's blockers with the Halberd from GPK. And again, like we said, it can be cast through the BKB these days, so it's a lot easier to deal with a Lincoln's Lifestealer. But I feel like a lot of it's just going to come down to the jump itself, as it does quite often.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Aurora not really pushing the envelope with this Aegis. Do you think that's a mistake, or do you think that's the right move? Because this just buys time for BetBoom to get some of these power spike type items.
I think they could have got another tier 2. I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't put more emphasis on the mid play. Like, realistically speaking, how does your Lifestealer die aside from getting doomed? I don't know if they could have killed him twice. If there's a Sunray behind, if there's a Tusk save, there's a Mars Arena covering you, I think you could have definitely grabbed yourself a bit more of the map than just what you did. But it's what's been happening in a lot of Aurora's games, is that they don't really push the advantage as much as they can, because they're, I think, hesitant about the counterplays. This will be a dead Toronto Tokyo, more than likely.
Jabs on the high ground. He's infested. Initiation from Jabs. BKB's galore. Toronto Tokyo gets a nice freezing field off, but ends up falling first. Now the focus right now is on the Lifestealer. 23 Savage gets bursted. And now Jabs left all alone as the Superman coming to finish the job. 3 for 1 for BetBoom.
And the fight breaks out with Aegis down, and Lifestealer will get absolutely tunnel visioned here by the cores of BetBoom. Doom into Huskar jump, into Sven jump, finger. They do not mess around. That finger was not necessary, let me tell you that, but...
Yeah, he learned his lesson. Yeah. All right, so a good fight for BetBoom, waiting out that Aegis as Toronto Tokyo. Yeah, easy game here, guys. But once that Lincoln's is online for 23, how much does that change? We'll see.
Yeah, it depends what creep Doom has, right? Currently he's rocking the War Stomp, but he could just replace it for a Lincoln's Breaker. Still a bit of a way to go for him, though. I think about 1,500 gold is needed for the Lifestealer to complete that item.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, I think...
Do you know where that taunt is from?
Which one, the circle?
The Lifestealer one? Is it just a breakdance?
Yeah, it's just a breakdance.
This isn't like a specific reference to something.
Okay, so the person you're asking wouldn't know the reference if it was one.
It could easily be from some obscure movie you've watched.
It's not from an obscure
movie. A lot of
movie.
the taunts in this game are either from some sort of play or movie or music.
Right, okay, so no movie that I know of, and no NBA game that I know of that they've done that.
Yeah, there's a lot of taunts that reference NBA games.
I mean, Lich, He has basketball.
That doesn't necessarily make it an NBA game.
Oracle dunks. That's an NBA game.
It's just basketball.
NBA.
That's all basketball in the world.
No, it's specifically NBA.
Right.
Because Lich and Oracle are considered the best of the best in their lore.
Oh yeah, they're
very
really
important.
popular this tournament.
And the NBA
best of the truly
is.
the best of the best picks. Lich is unpicked all tournament. Oracle maybe one game. Guess they got dunked on.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, there you go.
Makes sense.
It's because they're waiting for TI. You see, the regular season, not so important, Cinderin. Once you get to the TI range, to the Riyadh Masters types.
You know, it makes a lot of sense. That's also why Shaker always comes around at TI.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, all
He's
the
a big-time
dunkers.
player.
Yep, the dunkers are out for
And
TI.
Axe, of course.
Yeah.
You know?
Historically not a particularly big pick at TI, but I'll give it to you because it fits the narrative.
Yep, Seb. Yep, that's right.
Yep, Seb comes out at TI. Big time baller.
That's right. So
Is that a finished axe for GPK now?
I mean, they've
That's
waited.
a big item.
Yeah, it's been.
Yep.
They haven't. I mean, they took one little fight there after the Aegis, and other than that, they've just been farming. Aurora's let them do whatever they want, basically.
It's a very even game on the gold.
Yeah,
Everybody.
why are Aurora so passive in general? Like,
I think there's a
the
decent.
BSJ was talking about like Jab's last game, 2:03 at half an hour in the game, right?
It might be a big part of the reason that they're losing as many games as they are is that they struggle to identify in the games what position they're in, and they are worried about making game-losing mistakes, so they're playing not to lose too much. That's honestly the best explanation I can give. And I'm not going to say in this game it was blatantly obvious that they could have done this or that. We have access to information that the players don't. They don't see the net worth graph. They don't see the wards.
No.
But
I see a connection.
it's
here, though.
definitely a pattern though in their games.
Smoke will break. Miero has a shield rune.
That looks so awkward. Mars just walks up with his shield in front. His smoke breaks and he backs out like the Homer Simpson into the bushes meme. You know.
That's a little surprising. I mean, obviously they don't want to fight into this Aegis necessarily, and especially if Aurora is going to use the Aegis the same way they did the last one, where they didn't take any fights.
Aegis is the item of the game for them. They have to use this for something. It's clear that...
Yeah, I think they will this time.
The way BetBoom approach fights is dooming the lifestealer and just snowballing from there. If they can't do that, it's pretty huge. So you really should be taking advantage of it for more. It's easier said than done, though. You need to push out your waves and try to find a fight somewhere. But I think the best way to go about it is invading where Sven is most likely to be and just committing. You have the Tusk blink, so even if Sven pops BKB, you can punch him, and then you can shard him in. And maybe that will be enough to kill him off. For the lifestealer. Doesn't need too long to kill that guy.
Yeah, I wonder if this game is going to go late enough for Q to get an Aghanim Scepter, because that is an old school. I mean, it's not even that old school, but the hero I think of the most being countered by Walrus Kick is Sven.
Yeah, we saw it earlier this tournament, as a matter of fact.
It's so good. I mean, we're not seeing that much Tusk, but I do feel like this item... I mean, Crit does buy it from time to time.
Yep. He did exactly that against Duracio's Sven.
Oh, he is actually going for the Axe.
Curb kicked him.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, that is one of the best Ags in the game, easily. Yeah. Just absurdly good. As oh, interesting. So Sheep comes online for jabs. Typically, we don't see that until a little bit later on the Mars.
You know what the real next level play is on the Husk or on the Tusk this game with Ags? When one of your cores get jumped by Huskar and he taunts them, you kick Huskar toward your base so that you pull your hero back to a safer position. It's kind of like force-staffing you backwards.
Is there no distance threshold that breaks?
No, I don't think so. I think the taunt is just... I mean, you would never be able to TP out, so you wouldn't be able to check that. I think even if you get max level Venge swapped when you're taunted by Huskar, the taunt still completes.
So swap into Walrus Kick.
Yeah, and then they just
They
both
back
walk.
To Mountain. Then you couple that with all the fears in the game, like the Bear, Terror Wave, and then Rupture is the coup de grace. So you have to have Rupture on top of all of that.
How many heroes do you have now?
Yeah,
7
like
in your team?
12 or 13.
Oh, that's quite good.
It's a really good combination.
I think playing 7v5 is generally quite good. Except if you're a BetBoom and pick Meepo, then it's not so great.
That was the worst Meepo game.
They also had the best. They are the only team to win with the hero this tournament. But in that game they had Chen, so it's basically like playing with cheats.
That's true. Yeah, it just was not a... Didn't feel like a Meepo game to begin with. Nobody understood. Everybody's like, am I dumb? Is there something we're not seeing? No! It was bad. As Q, he will be the Infest Bomb now. Oh, they're going to get scanned, though. So BetBoom are aware. Again, the question is, will the Aegis be used in any meaningful way for Aurora? It's only a minute and a half left, Cinder. They haven't done anything. This is so weird. No wonder the games go so late.
They're going to take the tier 2 and the Wisdom Rune here at the very least at 35.
Okay.
So gaining some ground with it. Unless they fancy high grounding, but I honestly feel like that's probably too dangerous now.
The fact that there's 2 tier 2s up with the second Aegis is actually so weird in this patch.
Well, maybe they do go high. They've got a minute. Maybe it's enough.
All right, they're poking. They're poking. Satanic now there for Nightfall. Invis on Miero. Oh, this could be very scary for 23. Of course, like we keep talking about, has the Aegis. So we'll see if BetBoom want to wait for that to get a little bit lower. As the inner fire does not hit onto 23 Savage, so he will just continue to get this tower. Lincoln's his pop. He's going to pop the Rage now. And was thinking about going in, but instead will back away and now has his Aghanim Scepter. So that thing does a lot. It can infest enemy heroes. It does damage to them based on your auto attacks. I think there's 3, I want to say 3 hits, or maybe it's 4. Tough to remember that one. Cast range gets increased, cooldown decreased, unless that changed, I can't remember. And it disarms. It does literally everything. Just 20 mechanics all in one.
This is the sign of an Ags that was introduced and they were like, this is cool, and it was so bad that they had to give it 4 additional functionalities to be situational.
And I just wish, I know we've talked about it already, I wish that they would, by the way, the Aegis is gone, so they do get the tier 3 tower, but that's it.
Yeah, that's something.
I do wish that they get rid of the disarm and just focus more on the damage aspect, because it's just cooler. Like, I know that this hero sometimes used to buy Halberd. Not that much anymore, though. This is a damage dealer.
I feel like there was a version of this that dealt more damage, wasn't there? I want to say that it used to do what you're saying to an extent.
It wasn't good enough, though, if that's the case. Yeah, it's tough to remember. Save. Okay, the opener onto Ollie. Eon Disc gets procced, and Nightfall deletes him. And 23 Savage going in. Will infest jabs.
That was stupidly close to the Doom going out, but the Ogre Seal Totem seals or saves the day.
Wow, that would have been, yeah, it really seals
the Ogre Save Totem seals the deal.
And you see the Nightfall Shard coming into play as well. Or no, that's not the Shard, that's the Ags now, right? That dispels? Or is that the Talent? God, it's so hard to remember these things.
Wait, what are you saying?
It dispelled...
yeah, that's the Ag Stormhammer.
Yeah, the Ags. The fact that that used to be the Shard, now it's combined into Superman.
It even used to be a talent, like you said.
Okay.
The Stormhammer Dispels used to be a 20
so just
talent.
giving a history lesson, of course. And also prophecy for a lot of people watching in the future. A little foreshadowing. You guys will remember 20 mechanics and then combine them in your future casts. All the commentators out there. Nightfall getting close to 25 here. I keep seeing the same 25 talent from these Svens, which is the God Strength variation. Don't go for the Stormhammer stun, Cinderant.
I won't. If I ever reach 25 again.
The haste rune being used as kind of a bait. Toronto Tokyo will spot Lornoff, who blinks away. Now he has Lincoln's. And the Infest bomb is coming. Ooh, Arcane Rune. Lornoff's going to be very happy with these two.
And they're going to run straight into each other here?
Yes. Inner fire to start. Q's going to pop the BKB. GPK has to try to run now as the egg is placed. 23 Savage focusing on the Huskar. The Doom comes out, though, and it is on the Life Stealer. Life Stealer at half HP. The finger is there. That should be the death of him. So it's a 1-for-1 to start as Nightfall starting to clean up. Q takes a tumble, but save is taken out by Lornoff, taking advantage of that Arcane Rune, but now he's going to get Infernal Bladed. Swash will burn the rest of Miero's mana. Now Nightfall not able to find a connection here.
Boy, that was close. They did a really good job shutting down the Huskar so he didn't get to hit the egg. If that egg does not explode from Ollie... Oh, okay.
Okay, Stormhammer.
Crazy.
Wants to go in this 1v3, but Miero coming in to focus on Ollie. Toronto Tokyo is there as well. Gets off the Frostbite, but the Yules will keep Ollie safe. Another Frostbite to come. Jabs. Rebuke on the run.
The timing on that Rebuke plus Seal Totem made it look like the longest
swash with the
Rebuke
bash.
ever.
Toronto Tokyo does fall.
Okay.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah, it just feels inevitable that the Lifestealer's going to get doomed, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's going to happen at some point.
But they still did fine in the fight, regardless, because they shut down the Huskar so hard. If that Supernova doesn't go off, I think Aurora lose a really big fight there, probably plus some real estate, but now they ended up kind of trading evenly or even favorable in the end by getting the Huskar +2. Only losing the Lifestealer there, and I believe the Tusk died as well. But this is what it's kind of going to happen in this game, right? You need someone to just go in for Aurora. You need the vision so that you can get off your initiation with the Mars.
Q spotted, hexed, Nightfall, Superman. Oh, but the
Nice
Yules, Q gets off his BKB. Miero is there, gets punched in the air, and now the Infest to give Q some move speed and HP. Lornoff even using his ult to keep the enemies at bay. So no kill comes from BetBoom's side, and God Strength is used. Let's see if Aurora wants to try and take advantage of this with some sort of smoke play. Doesn't look like that is going to be the case, as there is the Walrus kick.
Oh, baby.
That is going to be quite impactful if used properly.
If you could use this ability on anyone in real life, who would it be? Come on.
Q leading the way.
Actual answer?
Jenkins, probably.
That makes more sense. Probably. What if we could just stand on across the street and we could just kick him from side to side? We both have Walrus kick.
Oh, that sounds great.
You'd probably
on
like
all
it,
10. Roche number 3 is up,
Radiant's middle tower is
which
under
means
attack.
Refresher Shard in the pit. 23. He's starting it out, Miero.
Radiant's
Smoke will
top
pop, they
barracks
know.
are under attack. Radiant structures are
Instantly falling back with the Trickster Cloak, so information acquired, but what are they going to do with it?
Top lane, there's quite a bit of creeps
wait, did
here.
they actually think they weren't doing it? Or
I think they're backing
they
away
have
because they have creeps in the base potentially.
Wow, they have to give up. The map control is too important.
Another Roche for Aurora. Will this one turn into barracks?
This feels like a pretty big blunder on the side of BetBoom, to be honest. This top lane needed to have been taken care of so they could access the Roche fight. But credit to 23, I think that was an illusion rune he used to push out that top wave that far. That pays off big time. If Nightfall doesn't go back, he loses the top melee. That's quite a big difference.
Banner already placed at these pro players. Maybe that was used in the top lane earlier, and that's why they were able to push it in. But they used the second banner right away without any, throwing all caution to the wind, Cinderin.
Yep.
Now Satanic for GPK, as both he and Nightfall actually go for the Aviana's Feather, so evasion / terrain walk.
Yeah, insane against Lifestealer, obviously. When you get low, if you can cross some sort of cliff, he can't chase you.
Great against ice shards as well.
True.
Great for the egg, of course. And
True.
Radiant's
go
middle
right
tower
through the egg.
Cross the egg, yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice.
are scanning.
23 is going to get the tier 2 mid as Q trying to find save. Oh! Very close. But it's not to be. All right. So attempt number, well, I was going to say attempt number 3. It's Roche number 3, Aegis number 3, attempt number 2, I guess.
Yeah.
Onto the base. Although the last attempt was very casual, I would say. Bit of poke that ended up being the tier 3.
23 now also gets level 25, so a new talent unlocked.
They pop Lincolns. There's the life break with the Agnum Scepter. So the taunt onto 23 Savage. The counteracting Rolling Thunder coming in from Lornoff, though. Not any follow-up, however. He should be able to get out, although We didn't get to see the life break interaction there, Sinner. He could have tried for it, actually. But then again, there is a Lincoln's on Lornoff as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so nothing really achieved here. Aurora sitting on a 5K lead at the current point in time.
They forced God Strength. I think this is a really good time to just
I didn't even realize
go again, you know?
Right.
God Strength is expiring. Don't let BetBoom recover from this. You have 45 seconds of complete power play.
Crystal Clone will be raged off. 23 Savage gonna get the range. Open wounds now on the creep.
They should really finish it off here. Yeah, he's going. I like this. Teammates are not even remotely... okay, wrong word. Teammates aren't too close, but doesn't matter.
Yeah,
BetBoom cannot fight without God Strength. So, go for the next one. He's getting to work.
23. Lincoln's was popped. There's the rage. Miero going in very deep, but he gets hexed right away. Arena to follow. He's stuck. He's getting right-click down, and he is dead. Save looks to be next.
Big
no
mistake.
buyback for Miero, and this is going to open things up for Aurora in the base of BetBoom.
Miero didn't pre-click his BKB before blinking. That's Blink 101 in this stage of the game against Hex.
23 Savage. Trying to keep the pressure on, but wants to go when the rage is at least close to being off cooldown. Obviously, with that age is still intact. Another minute and a half. They should be able to get this second Rax unless BetBoom want to fight without their Doom. Impale into the inner fire again. We'll have to wait out the disarm. As Jabs. I have the double arena here pretty soon, but Nightfall wants to fight. He's going to get bashed, though, after the fact. Trying to finish off this hero, but GPK pops the BKB inside the arena, but Nightfall is the one that gets bursted. 100 seconds of no Sven, and the permastuns applied to GPK. GG's called. This is going to game number 3.
Another BKB not used. Nightfall jumps in with his Stormhammer, doesn't BKB, gets chain stunned to death. Just a series of blunders in this late game from BetBoom, quite uncharacteristic. Aurora, this time around, it pays off playing it slow. They get all the Roches. They need this Aegis to go high ground. They get it, and they get the high ground for free, essentially, as the first initiation from BetBoom to try to get the Aegis away fails. And 23 goes to work on the buildings, and eventually BetBoom try to force something. And Miero not popping the BKB before blinking in, loses that fight. And then in the next one, Nightfall not popping BKB before Stormhammering in, loses that fight. So, quite disappointing end to that game from BetBoom, really.
They went out with a whimper, no doubt about it.
You would have really liked to see them at least execute their strategy. And then if they lose, that's fine. But that was just a series of unfortunate mistakes back-to-back. Makes this very, very easy for Aurora. And guess what? Aurora, again, taking a game off of one of the top teams of the group stage. They took one off Falcons yesterday. Now it's BetBoom's turn to go run the gauntlet.
That's right. That means we're going to game number 3. Shiver.
Game 3 for Aurora. Again, I will say, though, there were 2 series that Aurora played in this group stages, one against Shopify, one against Gaming, that they weren't able to get a game off of. But so far, everybody else, yeah, they did have to fall to Aurora one of the games. Of course, they have not been able to take a series. Potentially, this might be the first one. We're here to break it down here with BSJ and Effie. And this game in particular, I think we should start, Brian, by talking about the last pick, Huskar.
Thank you, Sheaves.
You're welcome.
I feel like I'll just say what's on my mind. I feel like this team usually waits till LAN playoffs to do this type of thing, but this is a consistent. It's like when I watch a game and they're losing at the start of the tournament, I'm always like, they're probably gonna climb back into the tournament with these like clutch wins in the later group stages. I feel like BetBoom's the complete opposite. I don't know what it is with this team. They just do like overly egotistical, cocky things, and like last picking this Huskar, TPing into some random fights and dying at like minute 10. Like this is just GPK and the rest of BetBoom in like a nutshell, not pressing BKBs in these late fights. Like this team is gods. Like they're like some of the highest MMR players in the entire world, and yet they consistently put on these like disappointing performances randomly later on in the tournaments. And I don't want to take anything away from Aurora, but like I feel like that was not Aurora playing better. That was BetBoom playing worse. And I always hate watching that part of Dota, but it is part of it, so.
Yeah.
I have to agree. I hate to be critical of teams that have played so well, but they definitely didn't play well the last game. I want to talk about what Aurora did well, though, so I'll just start there. I'll just start there so that it doesn't feel too critical of BetBoom. But I think the Tusk, QNS Tusk, was all over the place. He was wherever he needed to be. He rotated mid, got kill on Huskar. He went top. He made the top lane better. He had that really, really good Ice Shard save on Lorinoff when 4 BetBoom heroes were going on the Pangolier. The Shard disconnected it. The Shard actually, I believe it forced Lorinoff into fog at some point, and then he just swashbuckled out, and the sun couldn't really hit him through the Ice Shards as well. Yeah, this play right here, that was so banging, dude. I feel like this changed everything. Like, he managed to get his illusion rune off and swashbuckle
The
out.
shield rune! I will say, though, one thing that disappointed me of that moment, why couldn't he not, like, just crack a smile or something, you know? But this was another Tuesday for him.
Yeah, I mean, because it doesn't feel good to get caught there, I suppose. Like, you maybe feel like you made a mistake because you should have died there. Maybe that's why he wasn't smiling. But this was so well played by Q, like, buying him the time that he needed with those Ice Shards. Like, Q really had an incredibly impressive game because kills like that make a huge difference when you're playing Pango versus Huskar. And Aurora did what they could to enable their Pango versus this difficult matchup because we talked about it in the the draft analysis. Like, this is a very hard matchup, but also, now to talk about BetBoom being odd, their supports did not come fast enough to help the Huskar. When Huskar was getting run at, there were times where it took supports, like if they had come in 2 to 3 seconds earlier, the entire thing would have looked different. So the supports were not on point when it came to protecting Huskar, and then GPK would just randomly walk in. Like that fight in the top lane, the one that you're talking about, Brian, he just walked into 4 of Aurora's heroes, and then he died. You can't do that on Huskar because you're trying to hit a timing. So it feels like the entire game just changed, where all of a sudden they're taking it to late game when that's not what they drafted the hero for. And that's probably what made Brian so frustrated watching it.
Yeah, it's some of my favorite heroes, you know, Huskar, lifestealer in these games. And 23, he's a lifestealer gamer. It's nice to watch him play. I mean, he was like at the start of the game, and they managed to... That one illusion rune that secured them bottom Roche to end the game there, that was pretty clutch. And little things like that really make a difference in how he utilized that to force BetBoom back to base. And overall, I liked his itemization. I'm usually a huge hater on lifestealer Ags, but I will say, Synderen was talking about it during the cast, I think that Doom is one of the few heroes that you don't feel comfortable raging into the fight and tanking his spells. Most BKB piercing disables just kite out your rage, so you don't actually mind tanking them. But in this case, the Ags makes sense as like a way to buy time in the fights. Him coupled with the Tuskar, coupled with the Phoenix Egg, coupled with the Mars Arena. They had a lot of ways of just buying those extra 4 or 5 seconds in the fight, and they utilized those well.
They really did utilize those well. I also say that there was quite a bit of team fight capability on the side of Aurora. They drafted for that, of course, which means we got to watch some fun ones, and Purge is going to break a fight down for us.
Yeah, the Roshan is a big part of the game, obviously, because of your ability to keep one of your carries alive at all times. And the way that Aurora used it in the last game was very instrumental. The first Aegis that they had was utilized to guarantee that top Rax push. And the Rax push was only partially successful. They got the tier 3 tower killed, but they didn't actually get the Rax. So normally you feel disappointed. You're like, oh man, we did this push. All we got was the tower. We didn't get the range barracks. We didn't even damage the tower. But this was actually fine for them, because now it means that there's still value here for BetBoom. They think like, oh, we defended the Rax. Everything's great. So then when they ended up doing this fishing bottom for the follow-up Roche fight about 10 minutes later, due to the illusion runes that also helped push in the wave, now they actually had to go back. There was no tower that they could glyph to just defend the wave. In fact, if they had lost their Rax, I think BetBoom could have potentially contested this fight, because then they wouldn't be really losing anything. These creeps would be hitting their tier 4 towers. Tier 4 towers live for quite a while, typically, and you can glyph them. So because they defended successful enough before, and because they didn't want to lose a little bit here by losing the Rax, and because the angle was a little bit bad for the jump, they just said, it's fine. We'll just take the fight. And the fight didn't go well when they took the next fight. And them having Aegis against Doom also is not good for their case. So a little bit rough. Yeah.
If you were to be in that situation again as BetBoom, would you instead take the Roche fight and let go of the barracks? Would that have been... I mean, obviously it's easy to talk on hindsight, but would that be an easier or better way to go about it?
Yeah, I feel like it's hard because their smoke was ending like the moment that Miero's smoke broke. So he was like going to just double check to see it broke. He popped invis, walked back, and they just said like, this fight feels feels wrong, especially because their opponents had better teamfight heroes than they did. I expected looking at the draft, I was like, oh, BetBoom is going to out-gank their opponents and get a net worth advantage. That didn't happen, so they didn't really get the value of their heroes. So if they have gank heroes and they're encountering the team fighting lineup in the Roche pit with bad vision not being set up, it's really scary. So they could have gone for it. Maybe they get wiped, then Aurora gets Roche, then Aurora takes like double racks, and then it looks terrible. So they probably thought like, oh, we'll spread the map out, get a gank, get advantage. It didn't happen, but yeah.
Yeah, maybe they can do it next game, because that was game number 2 of the series, meaning we are tied right now, 1-1. Of course, BetBoom is playing to avoid being in tiebreakers, because if they win here, they're guaranteed upper bracket in the playoffs. Aurora, they're just playing to mess with BetBoom, and it seems to be working out well for them so far. Can they take their first series here at Dream League? We're finding out after the break.
did to me. Yeah. Temperature's hot and you got me caught just the way I wanna be. Yeah. My favorite addiction, you know you are just what I've been waiting for. You know that you had me right from the start, and I keep on coming back, begging for more. 'Cause just a little bit, is never enough. 'Cause just a little bit, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. You got that touch I've been dreaming of, so don't be holding back on me. No, hooked on your love, got me so messed up. 'Cause you're the everything I need. Oh, yeah. My favorite addiction, you know you are. Just what I've been waiting for. You know that you had me right from the start, and I keep on coming back, begging for more. 'Cause just a little bit, is never enough. 'Cause just a little bit, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit.
It is 1-1 between Aurora and BetBoom 1-1, and that means a third game will have to be played to find out which one of these two teams will win, which is very important for a lot of people, may I add. So I will tell you that from the perspective of this entire studio, if BetBoom wins, there's a day off tomorrow, which is a big motivation for a lot of people, may I just say. There's a lot of BetBoom fans in the building right now. And we're going to see if BetBoom is going to win this one, because Aurora hasn't won a single series. They've taken games off of teams, yes, even against Falcons, but they've not won a series yet. And I will say it would be very poetic for them to win this series as the last series, go out on a positive, on a high note here. But at the same time, I'm sure that BetBoom would also like to have the day off tomorrow, because if they lose, BetBoom will be tied. Like, that's guaranteed. BetBoom will be tied with two other teams, meaning we'll have a three-way tie that can go max 2 loops, but it might be a very long day because of it. We'll find out, though. Game 3 is coming up. I'm here with BSJ, Effie, and Purge. And I will say that what I feel, the Game 2, Brian, you said it on the panel, there is a Game 3 because BetBoom underperformed.
If there was a team that was going to choke this third game, I think it would be BetBoom. Mira?
Stop. No. There will not be tiebreakers tomorrow. BetBoom are powerful. They have been owning. Let's go.
That sounded very convincing.
You sounded way less sure.
Look, BetBoom is very good at setting high expectations, like
Yes.
having a day off, and then disappointing.
True.
Because they always look so good in their tournaments, and you're like, I think this is the one that BetBoom's going to win.
They're unstoppable.
And then they just, at some point, they're like, that's the one where they just disappoint a little bit
I
too much.
will
and
say-
it's not going to be today. It's going to be in a couple days
I will say.
in the playoffs when they do that. Not today.
Not
today.
5 seconds
Chiefs.
remaining.
I cannot wait to watch this draft simply through BetBoom's POV, where they will claim
The winning
victory.
team POV.
They got techies, so we
We're
know,
good,
they
I
are
feel.
going to get first blood with save, yeeting his little techie's body through the trees to kill
All
the
we
carry.
need is for Aurora to pick Morphling again.
Yes.
Without banning two.
Without anything to do. Nah, that won't happen. But I do think that having the techies is a very comfortable place. We did see them go first phase Sven previous game. We see teams try that more often, but it just just hasn't felt as good as people want it to be, I think. The Mars is a great start for Aurora, though. We saw that, of course, previous game, Jabs had a good game with it. Also, it allows them to play for very easily executable fights if they get some other heroes to pair well with that arena.
It's time for Coddle Storm. Let's go. It's time for something plus Storm. It's time to bring the Storm into the series.
Electrify this game.
Electrify this game, because GPK did the opposite of electrifying us. He
shocked us.
No, that's not the opposite.
Oh.
What is the opposite of electrify?
He failed to conduct.
He grounded us.
What's the opposite of conduct? Purge? When you don't conduct electricity, there's a word for it, right?
I can't remember. It's like your resistance is too high, basically.
He will
Like gamer terms.
resist.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Electricity
Grounded,
resistance too high.
If your resistance is too high, you don't conduct electricity.
You're insulating.
Insulating?
Ah, good
Oh,
one.
yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
that's
the
it.
word.
Yes.
Definitely the word we were looking for.
So I don't know if they can Coddle Storm, though, since they already picked techies. That's their 4 typically. If I'm not mistaken, Save is usually their Coddle player. So
Is Crystal Maiden enough for Mana Battery to pick Storm off
it
of?
is not.
Sure, why not? It surely is. Or it's a great Orchid patch.
It's a little.
You don't need a Coddle, okay?
Okay.
It's a good Orchid patch. If it's a good Storm game, you can play it sheerly because of how strong this item is.
That's true. I mean, the Storm is still good, but playing CM and Aurelion for mana is like getting static electricity shocked. Basically, you're like, I hope that helps, you know.
For anyone
It's
at
a
home
drop.
that doesn't know, Cinderin carries some sort of electrical shock with him around the entire studio.
Yeah.
Everybody he touches and every time he touches, you just see a zing.
I've been zapping a lot here, too.
It's consistent.
Yeah, I think it's the
Cinderin might need to check that out. Might be a medical condition.
Look, I enjoyed the GPK Huskar experiment. It's time to bring back the good old trusty Storm Spirit. The good old trusty Puck. You know, the good old trusty Wind Ranger. One of those three,
All reliable?
I'll be content.
Okay.
Okay, no, let's be serious. I don't want to sound biased to BetBoom winning because of tiebreakers tomorrow. I think Aurora are a team that will often surprise you when you count them out. Like that game one, their play was so sloppy, but it felt like all it took them was one game to get their stuff together, because everything that they needed to do in the early game, which was enable their Pango, they managed to pull off, and that was really impressive.
Yeah, we're definitely memeing about the day off tomorrow, but like that boom, like, I mean, we're memeing in the sense that it does actually matter to us, but this game also matters a lot to BetBoom. You're either guaranteed upper bracket or in a 3-way tie for one spot. So,
and the teams that they're tied against are Gladiator. What could be tied against would be Gladiators, OG, Team Spirit, Extreme Gaming. So like they could definitely just be like straight to lower bracket.
Yeah, and especially because that would be a 3-way tie, so it's best of ones. So it's it's a tricky situation to be in for BetBoom. And also, I mean, that aside, on paper, shouldn't BetBoom just straight up win? Wouldn't it be a disgrace for their record if they lose against the bottom team in the group? And nothing bad against Aurora because they have played well, but at the same time, how can we consider BetBoom one of the top teams if they're the only team that loses against the bottom team?
if they lose this game, they will go fourth in this tournament. That is my prediction.
Okay.
For BetBoom.
So very rare Snapfire pick here. Very good with Mars classically, but
Good against Tomb.
Good against Tomb, good point. The problem I get with Snapfire sometimes I find is that you just kind of die to the carry in mid and late game team fights. Like, yeah, you can force staff, you can cookie yourself, Glimmer or whatever, but I find it to be a little ineffective in terms of survivability. On the bright side, Sven is banned, so I guess I worry a little bit less about that. But now they got the Wombo combo.
But would you see Snapfire on Laranov or on Q?
Probably on Q.
Probably Q here. I think both times they've played it, it's been Q.
Okay.
And it's also against the Undying specifically, like it responded to it, so I think he's going to go level 2 Lil Shredder just for the lane. No Tombstone for you, Mr. Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, I think that Snap sucks right now. It's just not good. If you're picking it, you're kind of gimping yourself, unless it's like a perfect gotcha pick in the sense that, oh, you're playing as the Queen of Pain or something, you have Late Punisher. Because surprisingly, Snap destroys heroes like Queen of Pain mid, and a hero that has to walk up to the creep wave gets shut down. Other than that, it has to be a 4 hero. But even as a support hero, this hero has a 20% win rate this tournament.
Ouch.
Wow.
I think I got picked 5 times and lost 4 times. And for good reason, honestly. It's just that this hero just feels significantly weaker than any other support hero you can pick in this meta, and there's no clear itemization that you do. I mean, Mech is a better item now, or it feels like a better item now, so maybe you can just go for Greaves on the Snapfire, but it doesn't feel like she has that timing where she gets one item and pops off of it.
Yeah.
Morph into ET.
Speaking of that, I have a carry question. Brian, is this the reality where you get the magic resistance talent at 10 instead of the waveform distance?
It could
against
be.
an ET.
I mean, honestly,
Snap
I think
Mars.
it just griefs your game too much because cast range on waveform is just so good. I guess I would say if there were a game to take it, Purge, this would be it. So we're gonna. This is, as a viewer, confirmation of whether or not you take the waveform talent 100% of games, because it's about as good as it gets with how much magic burst plus ET. And at the end of the day,
he's not going to
I'm
take
getting
it.
kind of nervous for BetBoom's
Yeah.
draft.
Oh no, they picked their best hero on Aurora.
They did.
Yeah, this is their best strategy, the Medusa. They
And
are
they banned the
so
anti-mage. No.
No.
They're doing the right thing.
So, are you looking into Diffusal Blade heroes then?
Techie's Diffusal Blade. Techie's Diffusal Blade. You've heard of here.
But it's like there's one more pick left. They can obviously flex the Kunkka mid or off.
Windranger Diffusal Blade.
Okay, I like that. It's going to get banned, but yeah, it's a good idea.
Hear me out. They're going to pull a Jenkins and flex the morph to off lane.
Okay.
And then they're going to pick Drow.
You're going to very confidently talk about their chances of winning the game while losing.
Yes.
The Jenkins.
Yes. He will tell me he's free farming, and Medusa will be 4-slotted at minute 20.
Don't get baited by the Pango Diffusal Blade. We've seen it before versus Aurora. They'll, we'll just buy Diffusal Blade on our Pango, and then it's just not enough. You need more security than that, please.
They banded themselves, preventing their own pick.
I mean,
strong.
That part's good. But Aurora picked the last pick, phased it last game, and it gave them even more overwhelming team fight, which they definitely have at the moment.
Yeah, it allowed them to roll over BetBoom game 2.
But again, jokes aside, I feel like we're being kind of mean here to Aurora. They played well in
No,
game
they're
two,
draft
and they-
owned so far. I feel like we're nervous for the fact that we don't have a day off.
But we shouldn't appear biased, okay? So
I don't care anymore.
We're invested in
I'm
this
into it.
game. The viewers know it.
the biggest weakness in Aurora's draft is just Snapfire does not scale as well as the other supports in this patch, but he's good versus Tombstone, which is going to be very valuable. Her damage is also amplified by ET, and the ET Spirit is going to be very useful here for finding vision of the Tombstone on cliffs, because typically that's where it gets really problematic, so they should be able to negate that very well. There's no counterplay really on BetBoom's side for a good arena initiation. There are no save supports. There's grab ally potentially, but again, that's just a free Tombstone for Snapfire. So BetBoom are in a position right now where if they don't completely crush their lanes, they have no means to take the team fight to Aurora.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know, is there a hero that would solve that issue? Mid or offlaner that could help them give that? Of course, they have the chance to counterpick whatever Aurora comes with up next because, well, most likely we're seeing Lorenov's hero saved for last. And it's Alina. How's Kunkka Lina? Does it mean Kunkka offlane guaranteed?
I feel like it should be Kunkka offlane because they needed like the Windranger mid, but then they just pick Lina to crush that lane preemptively. It's a really solid Lina pick because there isn't jump for her. There's no hero that gets on top of her like a Centaur, and she's also going to be able to hit the Tombstone.
I really like this draft for Aurora.
Yeah,
Everything
it's a
just
good
fits
one.
together so well. Like lots of magic, lots of physical, tons of team fight. They've got gank potential. It's going to be relying on Mars to start ganks is the downside, and they also have enough tanky frontliners that ET can like fish for those nice stomps that make the fights easy afterwards.
I feel like they also have answers for every lane. Like Undying Morph in theory should crush Mars, but I think Mars will lose this lane slightly, but I think it'll be fine. And if the game is like playable for Aurora at minute 15, I just don't. I'm nervous. I'm nervous for the side of BetBoom here.
Because they don't have damage versus this Medusa at the moment. They really don't have a means to kill a farmed Medusa. And Medusa's an anti-Techie's hero because she just sends her illusions to clear all of the areas that Techie's secures, like the areas near Roshan and whatnot. We've always seen Medusa be picked against Techies for that reason. Then GPK Invoker comes out. You get the EMP versus Medusa. This is...
It actually
our
is a
hope.
way to deal with Medusa late game. So, out of all the picks in the game, I think they can't afford to put themselves on a timer on the side of BetBoom because Medusa ET. I'm just thinking stall. The game will draw out. So, out of all the picks they could have gone for, I like Invoker a lot here. I'm just concerned that the laning stage against Lina will be a bit rough. So, man, I actually really I think this is signature Aurora. The drafts they've been winning with so far this tournament.
I think they got everything they wanted. There's only one Medusa solution, and that heavily depends on how GPK's lane goes.
Yeah.
And he's not exactly primed for a great lane because his supports don't rotate as well to his lane as Aurora's do for the Lina as well. And they just don't have the team fight to be able to fight into Aurora's team fight. So for BetBoom to win this game, they just have to really excel on the lanes. If they stomp their lanes and just keep up a tempo where they're constantly hunting Medusa in the jungle with ghost walks and they somehow shut down Mars enough where he can't TP in and save her, it could work.
Yeah, I like that. I like that potential. I feel like last time we saw Morphling versus Medusa, it was just really hard for the Morphling.
Yeah.
Because you're outranged by Medusa, and the team fight isn't in his advantage either. So I think even Morphling's gonna have a tough game. Definitely agree with Mir. I think they have to like set a tempo from lanes for this game to look good. Otherwise, the Aurora draft has that's all their glory picks. They love their team fight and they overpick it over their enemies.
Easy 2-0 BetBoom.
Yeah. Definitely.
Well, you heard it from my panel right here. There's a lot of pressure on BetBoom to make plays and moves early on, try to not let this game get out of control. But Aurora, they have set themselves up with the perfect game. Let's see if they can execute it as well as we're heading over to Game 3 with Sunsfan and Synderen.
Game number 3 between BetBoom and Aurora. Tiebreakers on the line here. Aurora, they're out, of course. We know that. But BetBoom, they can secure top 2 with this. If you had asked me which team would have a chance to go to the upper bracket, but then would lose, be the only team, in fact, to lose to a team that has not won a single series yet in this second group stage, I would have said BetBoom. That is their MO. They tend to fall flat in embarrassing fashion, it feels like, even though they play so well up into a point, but I don't know what it is. But of course, it's just the beginning of the game, Synderen.
Let's not count our hatches until chicken.
Okay.
Let's. So far, there's one hatch, and BetBoom have opened it, but they still haven't gone down it yet. We're in time.
Is that actually a trophy, by the way? That looks really sick. There's no way that's the actual trophy. It is, apparently. Production's telling me that is.
Ooh.
Can I get a miniature version for myself?
Yeah, you have a thing with getting trophies on time, so I'm sure you'll get it.
Yeah, thank you.
So, I really like this Invoker pick from BetBoom. I think this was the best solution. I honestly feel like they were a little bit cornered in this draft, but they found an out here with GPK going Quaswex Invoker. Now, the question is how the lane is going to go, because I want to say, historically speaking, Lina, one of the harder matchups for Invoker a lot of the time. And Lorinov has been playing a good tournament, I would say. I think he's really made a name for himself here playing for Aurora. And aside from that, BetBoom side lane's not really the strongest we've seen from them. We have the techies from Save, which has usually been coupled with some stronger laner than Kunkka. Like, they've played it in a kill lane with like Mars or with Centaur. This one with Kunkka is a little bit on the weaker side in terms of just burst damage output. And the bottom lane, if you're playing Morph, you're happy to play with Undying. The Snapfire is a little bit of an X factor here. Curious to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, not a popular hero. 1-4 record so far. I mean, picking against the Tombstone certainly makes sense, but why has this hero not been picked, actually? She was really strong not that long ago.
I would argue she's undervalued, actually. With how this tournament has played so far and what the meta is, she's pretty good in lane with a lot of the strength offlaners that have been popular. Her ulti synergizes very well with many of them too. She can scale. She can fight well around Roche. I feel like you ask a lot of dumb questions. That one was pretty good. Because I don't really have the answer, and usually I do, because your questions are very easy. But this one's hard.
What's the meaning of life?
Snapfire.
Wow. So cookies?
Eat cookies with grandma.
Okay. I can be down with that, depending on what the cookie is, of course.
And who the grandma is.
Yeah, if it's just some random grandma, maybe not. Yeah, that would be a little awkward, probably.
I would be more likely to eat cookies with random grandma than random someone else, though.
Yeah,
there's a higher chance it would be a good time.
That's fair. And Toronto,
so far,
Tokyo,
good start in the lanes for BetBoom.
Yeah, playing his favorite support, or so it seems, the old Undying. How good is EMP these days against the newish Medusa? I don't know if I've seen this matchup, the Quaswex Invoker versus...
It's good. It burns a lot. What's the capped burn on... Let me see. How do you see this in the game, actually?
You click on spells.
Yeah, but he doesn't have it skilled right now, so I actually have to... Or he doesn't have it active, the EMP, so I have to look him up outside. Right.
You could just wait for him to do that. You know.
So EMP capped is 625 mana burned.
Okay.
And then it does 60% of the burn in damage. So it will burn the 625 and then it will do 60% to the mana shield after that. So probably like
go ahead, do your math.
850 or something mana taken away with that.
Not bad.
It's very, very good. And 23 is actually in huge trouble here. He'll have to use his wand, and he is dry on resources in this top lane, so the harassment...
Yeah, and his CS is nothing really to write home about either. But mid lane, not so much the case for BetBoom, as GPK sitting on 14-2 versus the 21-10 Lornoff. So definite advantage for Aurora here, mid lane matchup.
I think this is... Okay, Ollie going to town, but Save has the Lotus. So I think this is kind of an expected outcome in this top lane, I would say. That I was talking about how this is a weaker Techies lane than the Centaur or the Mars one is, but against Medusa in particular, Kunk actually does quite well. Medusa is not a super high harassment type of hero that bullies you out, neither is ET, so you get a lot of Tidebringer swings in. Oh, this is very bad for GPK.
Yep. Tier 2 tower getting some pop shots in early on. Don't see that all too often. Tornado will ensure one last hit here for GPK, but yeah, he is struggling. This is the struggle bus.
Yep. Despite all that, I still like the Invoker pick. I think you're going to have to pick your poison here. Do you want a better laner against Lina, or do you actually want some sort of solution to Medusa? Because you don't have one.
Yeah.
So I think this is a better choice overall, especially against Aurora, who tend to not snowball the games mega hard. Then you can lose one lane and still, if the macro is good. Oh, thanks for the gold, says Jabs.
That was the most... He just waddled over, completely ignoring the auto attacks. You know he's going to cast it. Thank you. With, of course, the counter little shredder, which is, I would assume, the main reason this hero was picked. And, of course, just adds extra icing on the cake that the Mortimers is actually very good in the Mars Arena as well.
You just gave me an idea for a cosmetic for Snapfire.
What's that?
A little cheddar.
That's pretty good. Except how would that is like Cheese Whiz coming out?
I mean, look at the Bane taunt. I'm sure anything goes.
That's true.
So it's par for the course. Actually, it's what she gets when she destroys the tombstone with it. Then she gets a little cheddar.
Oh, that's a very specific interaction. I like it.
No, I meant you get gold for the tombstone.
Oh.
And you call gold cheddar.
Yeah, that's true.
There you go.
Good job.
Thank you so much.
Toronto, Tokyo heading to try to contest this eventual power rune to come. Looks like it's going to get some company, but really it's the top side that we're looking at. It will be bottom, though, and it is a haste.
Oh.
Will he have to snag it? I mean, GPK is not exactly in position to use it anyway to try and gank.
There's something about Undying with haste that's just comical. Zombies are not meant to be fast, you know.
I mean, they could go for this mid attempt. The tombstone is played.
All right.
And there's the blast off from Save. Lornoff gets off his ult, but he will fall first to Save's right click. Ends up being a 1-for-1 for Save's life, but Save is the one getting the first blood gold as well. And of course, just being around that will help GPK out a decent amount.
Also nice to see Lornoff's play under pressure there. Just instantly drops everything he has on the techie, so it at least turns into a trade. Not trying to get fancy or anything. He knows he's dead. He will output the maximum to trade it over, and they also get the tombstone again with the Snapfire. Got a little cheddar there. She'll head over and get the wisdom as well.
Really hungry now. Yeah, Nightfall again. It feels like he's playing 3 heroes this tournament. Morphling, maybe we have seen him play Medusa actually, but Morphling, Sven, and a little bit of Lifestealer on the side.
And Meepo when he's feeling frisky.
That doesn't count. That was not a game of Dota.
It was 2 games of Dota.
Well, the one that we cast was not a game of Dota.
We also cast the other one. We played it with Chen.
Really? I
Yes.
don't remember that at all. It's been a long 2 group stages, Cinderin.
How do you not remember that? It's the
today.
only Chen game we cast, and they cheesed them with Chen Meepo.
Yeah, I do remember the Chen. I don't remember the Meepo, though.
Oh, the Chen was more of a carry that game. So
Yeah.
That's just Chen, though.
Yeah, so, I mean, that was the game that you thought that they might have forgotten about Chen.
Yeah, it was OG.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or they just felt confident that they could. Hey, this hero's surely not that good. Yep.
It was all the way back in group stage number 1, though, so it has 0 bearings on the ultimate result here.
Oh, look at this stack. That's going to be a juicy one for Miero to take if that's how they want it. I mean, it might take a bit of a group effort with Toronto Tokyo as well as save. And Invis Rune was taken. So another denial for that bottle on Lornoff. Do you say Lornoff or Lornoff?
Lornoff.
Okay, so neither. Lara Croft. That's what it sounds like, what you just said, basically. Cute, level 4 now. I mean, how much gank potential does this Aurora lineup have for that mid lane?
Yeah,
I feel like shutting down GPK would be a really good play for Aurora overall.
Yeah, they don't have the best. ET is a bit tricky to land onto the Invoker together with Lina. The Snapfire could potentially go for a rotation in, but it's unlikely to really happen much. I think this is going to be quite static for a while. Most likely lane to get dove is probably the Medusa, that I think BetBoom would be really eager to put their Tombstone to use up there, place it in some obscure position where the Snapfire doesn't find it right away, and turn it into a dive, but already 23 is quite the difficult kill. 3 points in the mana shield. Always looks so weird looking at Medusa's skill build. The only hero in the game that can have 5 points in an ability.
Yeah,
in that mana shield, it just looks off. But
oh, we should get used to it. Dota 3 will have 5 abilities per hero on average, Cinderin.
That sounds interesting.
That's right.
What would be the extra ability of techies?
A 4th unit. He gets 4 units instead of 3.
Techies has 3 units?
Yeah, there's 3.
Oh, you mean squeeze
3 bodies.
Okay. And what does the 4th dude do? Then they use him as a bomb.
Yeah, he is the bomb. Q is going to get EMP'd. He'll be able to cookie out, but Arcane Boots will certainly help his cause, and I'm sure that the Medusa eventually will feel the benefits of that as well. As the arena coming out from Jabs, GPK is the target, LSA, and the burst.
All right, you asked about the ganking potential. This will do.
Yeah, it did take 4 units.
If you bring the Mars...
Now the pressure onto the tier 1. Toronto Tokyo looking to set things up with this Tombstone as a TP will be completed by Miero. Has the boat ready to go. Torrent will connect onto Q. That might be the one that they end up netting. Maybe not the best kill, but better than nothing.
If he would have saved his cookie there, he might actually have lived, but he cookied before the X pulled him back. It was a really good counterplay from Q there with the stomp to prevent the X mark into boat combination from landing, but threw his cookie away for basically nothing and didn't have an escape plan. So they'll get that kill. Nightfall going to work on the bottom tier 1. Jabs will rotate back down to cover this, but there's more reinforcements arriving. This might be the dive we were talking about, maybe coming top. It will be bottom instead. Jabs.
Jabs. Tombstone is placed. 2 TPs coming. Blastoff is there. They burn his mana, but he pops the wand. Gets a nice spear onto the Morphling. Gets cookied to safety. Toronto Tokyo. Looks like the adaptive strike will finish off Jabs. Toronto Tokyo, though, left in no man's land. He will be the trade eventually. BetBoom will still be happy with that. They cause all these rotations. They only lose the Undying.
Yeah, bring the entire enemy team down there. You're just free farming on the Kunkka. You're pushing in mid on the Morph. He immediately dipped to maximize this.
Oh, GPK, EMP. Let's see how strong it is against the Medusa. That's quite a bit. The tomato comes out. Not able to hit it, though.
How can you say that with a straight face?
It's a burning tomato. Haven't you ever seen one of those before?
A burning tomato?
That's right. That is not the name. That's fake news there.
I can't
Wait,
read.
who says Chaos Meteor? Is that actually something people say?
Invoker does sometimes.
Oh, just Invoker.
He has a rare voice line for it.
GPK.
It goes,
oh, okay.
Tomato.
Had a feeling Ghostwalk should be able to get him out now. Sentry placed a little bit too late. Although they did ping it up, so I think he was on the outskirts there with the vision. But now that Aurora is here, they likely just group up for this tier 1, which BetBoom
Look to want to defend. Yeah. Tornado EMP is quite the repellent. Just like your BO. You need to say something now.
They only do a little bit of damage there.
Just gonna pretend I said nothing and just continue. Love that.
That's literally half my casting is ignoring you. And you do the same.
Yeah. It's the best half.
And the
the
sad
half
thing,
where I'm ignoring you is my favorite.
The sad thing is that it actually has translated to real life stuff now. Like, you'll talk to me and I'll talk to you and you will absolutely ignore me.
The other day you were walking down the stairs and I was next to you and I asked you a question at normal volume and I was like, oh, he's really thinking about an answer here because you took like 20 seconds to answer. Like, he probably didn't hear me at all.
I literally tuned you out.
And then I asked you again, I was like, wait, were you talking to me? And then I said, how did you not hear me? You're like, I was really focused on walking down the stairs.
Yeah, I don't want to break my neck. Just like I'm focused on this game, so I ignore half the shit you say because it's useless. Of course.
Oh my goodness.
But it really has bled over into real life.
It is one of my favorite quotes from you this week, though. I was really focused on walking down the stairs. Has to be up there.
Miero snags the damage rune as he's working on his Aghanim Scepter. Very even game, though. BetBoom. Again, the top two in peril. If they get this win, they secure it. If they lose, then it's a three-way tie for that second place. So there's still, we'll move on to the next stage regardless, but whether it's upper bracket, lower bracket remains to be seen.
You could make the case that they're playing for top 3 right now, which is, you know, kind of a weird way of looking at it, but it is the reality. If they win this game, they're guaranteed top 3. If not, they have to start fighting in that lower. And of course, the opponent they will be facing in upper is already known. That will be Falcons, who are 6-0 currently. Seem like an absolutely unstoppable team, and anyone going up against them will definitely not be the favorites. But BetBoom would like to have the chance to get revenge at the very least in that upper.
Yeah,
and if nothing else, get another life, right? So you have a series where things can go wrong. Nice steal here from BetBoom.
Oh yeah, that's gonna feel nice and juicy.
Yeah.
Seeds of Serenity placed.
Jabs has no idea.
Oh, he does now. There's a tombstone, or there was a zombie attached to him. Hopefully he noticed that at least. For his sake. Don't want to spread that plague.
Mission accomplished.
They will get the... no vision yet. It's about to expire. Little Shredder. Oh, nope.
Okay, they used Manta, a Sentry, and Snapfire, but they didn't get it. They still got the D-Ward, though.
Yeah, the BetBoom will take that. You don't give up the Tombstone Gold, you get a nice juicy stack as Aurora grouped up. And BetBoom know it. Bringing all these numbers for the tier 1 bot. The question is, will BetBoom defend this time? And it looks like the answer is yes, Nightfall.
They're very adamant about holding this tower. We've seen teams give up this tower relatively lightly a lot of the time, but
yeah,
BetBoom feel like this is a very important objective in this particular game, and I would agree with it. You want to, if you can somehow maintain more farming space in this type of game where it's like Morph against Medusa and it's likely going to remain this quiet 6 kills in 17 minutes. The tower, even the safe lane one, starts mattering a great deal, getting that extra few % efficiency of farm.
By the way, against this EMP, does the Medusa need to itemize any differently? Like perhaps a BKB? Or I don't know if I want to say Hurricane. Maybe it's just the supports to be able to force staff her out.
Pyke is quite good, especially when Invoker gets shard, so it starts pulling, right? You want to have a way of getting away anyway, so I think Pyke sounds quite nice as a part of the build. Eventually, he'll go the Skadi first, which makes sense. You know, you want the mana pool. I think the danger of going BKB is that if Invoker casts EMP and you have to BKB, then he can just force that, right? At basically no cost in every fight. and then you make yourself vulnerable to other things following up, and the net worth, like the cost of BKB is just so bad for Medusa to have to expend, so she wants to get it like 5th, 6th item in games where it's necessary most of the time. So I think she'd rather go Scotty Pike, I think.
Okay.
But it opens up for some new problems then, because then, like, how reliable is Pike actually to save you from it against X-Mark? So the combo is there for BetBoom to bring it back in. 23's headphones are struggling. I think his keyboard also, as he wrote, hairpone, or maybe having a little bit of a stroke. Maybe the headphones are actually fine.
That could be. No, he's actually investigating.
That's a good shot of Toronto Tokyo. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo trying to teabag the webcam.
Love that.
Appreciate that.
He was about to do the whip and the nay-nay. We did not get to see that.
That's probably inappropriate.
Speaking of, I've never seen you do the whip.
The whip? I don't even know what that is. So.
I couldn't do it either. I'm not sure what it is either.
That's good.
But you better watch me nay-nay later.
Okay. Yeah, again, just ignoring you because I don't know what that means.
Need to restart PC.
All right, that gives us time to talk.
Oh, no.
Thank God. Thank God I can ignore everything you say. Go ahead. Give me something.
What do you want?
Throw me a curveball. How about a trivia for
Okay.
you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Something that's Dota. No, I don't have it.
Oh, from me.
Yeah, from you to me. That's Dota history, not a stupid name.
Okay. How old are we talking? Dota 1?
Yeah, I could go back to. I don't know if people care about the Dota 1 stuff, but
okay.
I always find that interesting.
What was the name of IO before IO?
There was a name for IO before.
The model was used in Dota 1, and the hero had a different name.
Oh, man. I feel like even if you say it, I won't know. I have no clue.
God.
Was it actually?
Yeah.
You're
if I remember
kidding.
correctly.
Really?
I think it was called God for a short time.
Wow.
The IO one.
That's blasphemy.
How many spells did Invoker used to have?
Oh, this one. So he has, what, 10 now, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to say, was it 30?
27.
Ah, so close.
And you could have figured that out by doing math, but I knew you couldn't do that. So it was going to be difficult.
9 times 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3 to the power of 3. It's all the combinations of the orbs. Yeah. Interestingly enough, that version of Invoker that had a spell for every single combination had fewer useful spells than the current one does.
That's because they had to be toned down, of course.
Half the spells, or 2/3 of them, were utterly garbage.
Yeah.
And like 2 were very good, and the other ones were okay.
What were the good ones?
Oh, don't ask me that.
I mean, I'm sure most of them were based off of the current spells in some capacity, right?
Some now, I think. It's hard to remember at this point. This is very old. We're talking
here's
like
a trivia
2003
for you.
or something, 2004.
Actually, it's not trivia. I'm just going to tell you a fact. That Morphling had a better model in Dota 1. Can you believe it? The Warcraft 3 engine actually had more polygons than the current Morphling model, Cinderin.
Oh, now that you say it, do you remember there was a build in Dota 1 for Morph where you could focus on int? Because he also had an int version.
He had a third?
There was something, I don't remember exactly what it was you did.
That does sound familiar, actually.
I think you went Dagon. I'm not saying it was good, but there was some sort of int thing. All right, we're back. That was a great trip down memory lane to the wonderful music of somebody breaking into, some agent breaking into somewhere in a Flash game.
I played Dota 1 recently. It wasn't that bad. Other than like the hotkey situation, which is atrocious, it actually was not bad. I was hitting hooks on Pudge.
That was an awesome game. Yeah, because you were playing against bots.
No, they were real people.
Okay.
I was called a Smurf.
Radiant structures are fortified.
That'll be the first and only time that happens.
Exactly.
Don't worry about it.
I was playing against infants, probably in diapers. As Lorenov was going to get torrented, but
I'm pretty sure you were probably playing against 50-year-olds if you were playing Dota 1.
Yeah, they probably are wearing diapers as well, though. So either way, it's correct.
Playing against a stack of Nahaz and his colleagues.
Yep. That's where the rage came from, I guess. The uncontrollable rage. Oh, 23 Savage. He's going to get X'd. Again, no real team fight yet, as you might imagine, and that's not going to help things with that Midas now in GPK, but not like that's an abnormal pickup at all, but Miero, he has Torrent Storm, so they could try to take a fight.
I do miss Nahaz.
Aurora.
Okay, we're just going to claim.
Yeah, we've been goofing off too much, Cinderin.
Have we? There was a pause.
People like talking about details of CS during the pauses. I've come across those people before.
Yeah.
GPK. Okay, very good. All right, so when's the first fight going to happen? When do you expect? Is it going to be the old Roche? Neither team really, I mean, Undying helps with Roche a decent amount.
I definitely think BetBoom would like to fight now if they can, to bring this Torrent Storm into play immediately. Play around the Tombstone while it still matters.
Oh, 23. 23.
Here we go.
X, he's going to use Stone Gaze right away. The Torrent does hit. Boat did not come, though.
Nice
Torrent
Manta.
Storm will be avoided completely. Sticky Bomb slows him down. Don't think they're going to follow this up. But the follow-up instead is by Jabs inside the arena. Gets everyone from BetBoom, basically. They're getting decimated inside the Mortimer's Kisses as well. 3 dead for BetBoom. Aurora win this fight easily.
Yep. I mean, as soon as you open on 23 and he gets to disengage, you're compromising your entire formation, right? Like, you used X-Mark, you used Torrent Storm, and you grouped up. And this is so easy for Jabs to just land this 3-man arena, and they're letting the kisses rain in from the distance from Q. Very, very easy fight here from Aurora.
Yep, that set up the Mortimers, it set up the Earth Splitter.
They effectively gave Aurora the initiation that they can't find.
Yeah.
Because the dream for Medusa in any lineup, basically, is the enemy team goes on you and fails. It can't get any better than that. Medusa is a tank, so if you're wasting time and spells and positioning on initiating on her and not landing things correctly, you're effectively throwing away resources for a net loss. So you're just making the fight easier for the opponent than if you did nothing. And Aurora easily going to capitalize on that. Those kills, and they will get the Tormentor now. And BetBoom, we talked about it. Are they going to drop the ball today?
They seem to do it quite often, Cinderin.
It is not looking good. I think this game is actually quite dangerous in the sense that if Medusa has an Aegis and goes high ground minutes, let's say 25 to 30, what solutions do you really have? This is very important for BetBoom to get this one.
Yeah, it's not fast, though. Aurora making their way down. The Echo Stomp was there as well, so Aurora have ways to try to contest this. Nightfall just doesn't do nearly enough damage at this stage to take out Rush. He's already only at half HP right now, as the Medusa Illusions will scout this out. And now Aurora knows that Roche is not really going to be taken here.
BetBoom can't back off, though.
Oh, they absolutely cannot give up this.
They have to stay here and take this fight if it breaks out. They will have all their spells soon again. Tombstone is the bigger one that's down for a bit. 30 seconds to go on that. Aurora will start poking their heads in.
Yeah, they can start to go for Roche if they want. Going to scout it out. Jabs with the early arena. Using it more defensively, though, this time as 23 Savage with the Stone Gaze. Look at the damage from the Earth Splitter. GPK is dead. Save dies and buys back. 23 Savage is surrounded. Has to be a bit careful. Will pop the Manta on his retreat. X finds him. Torrent Storm. The Torrent actually does connect. Now the buyback comes out from GPK. And they have enough damage potentially for 23 Savage. He's out of mana now. As Nightfall connects, they will burst down the Medusa eventually.
Stomp. Do they have any follow-ups?
Echo Stomp locked down 4 heroes, but the follow-up not there while the Medusa is dead. And now Aurora on the retreat.
Yeah,
Looks like they'll get out with everyone else.
They'll probably get the Roche for this, but that was very expensive. That's 2 buybacks.
God, look at GPK's net worth, by the way. Q is way more farmed than him, and that is a support Snapfire. Echo Stomp just going to slow things down, but eventually the Roche will go the way of BetBoom. But it is not pretty.
Yeah. The good news for GPK is he has Midas, so he will at least get some decent levels. And for Invoker, obviously a very big deal. Reckon he will still be maxing out the Wex here.
Yeah, that's 2
they're having a good laugh at it, so doesn't seem like they're feeling the pressure too much. Save keeping the morale high. They're not sure what they're laughing about.
They're used to being in tiebreakers, I guess.
Maybe Save was like, who of us do you think has higher net worth? And GPK was like, that's really funny, dude.
Oh, that's 2 games in a row, though. That I mean, the Huskar just fell flat in the laning stage, but he did end up getting farmed.
Yeah.
Just, you know, the hero inherently just, you need to snowball.
In this game, the thing is his net worth is going to be a lot more valuable than it was in the Huskar in the previous one. So even if he's like, let's say he's on par with the Mars, which is obviously not the case right now, but could easily happen over the next 10 minutes.
Your atrocity made.
The heroes matchup in this game is just really good. Invoker is incredible against Medusa late game. We've talked about the EMP, that's just one thing. Ice Wall is outstanding, Meteor is good, Deafening Blast is obviously S tier against that hero as well. People buy Halberd against Medusa for a reason. You have a hero that has an AoE one for free.
Yep, true.
So the pick made so much sense, but GPK's game has just been flat out terrible. And a lot of it really came down to that invasive maneuver BetBoom did into the enemy triangle, which in hindsight was honestly completely unnecessary.
Aurora might be ready for another fight. Mystic Snake. The Torrent is going to be the trade as Jab's looking for an opening, but will have to exit. Good attempt there.
It really feels like Miero getting Shard could change this game so much, right? Like all of these situations where he's finding a Medusa or getting his X mark onto any support, being able to, okay, interesting. Being able to push Medusa into his team is very powerful in a game where the enemy team has no, I guess they have the cookie to get her out after. That's the only true displacement tool they have.
Hold on 1 second, let me push this button real quick.
Don't have any force steps.
So production has given us a nice little soundboard. So far it's 1 button with the BetBoom sound. We'll try to save that for a special occasion.
That one was not really the special occasion they were hoping for, I think.
That was the test run, okay?
This one, however, is.
Nice last hit.
There you go. Sick.
And of course, production very soon will be adding the Suns fan belch to this little device that we have. So
and tomorrow they will be adding the Aurora for when they have no games left.
It'll be a cursed soundboard for sure. Miero. He's going for his BKB, a recipe away right now, and then going for Tidal Wave after the fact.
Yeah.
And what can they get out of this Aegis for Nightfall? It's only 1:40 remaining.
Nothing really.
I do feel like most of the idea behind it is just deny it from Aurora.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think there was a big plan of, okay, we're going to siege high ground, because frankly, I feel like it's borderline impossible for them to make an offensive move when it comes to buildings right now. So just keep the farm going. Get Nightfall to critical mass if possible. He is very farmed on the Morph this game. The majority of the problem is in the mid lane matchup, where Lorinov is ahead by 5,000, so it's the 50% of the entire lead. And the next 4K of the lead is Snapfire over Techies. It's incredible how farmed Q is this game. But that's also what I'm saying. I feel like this hero is undervalued because during downtime, Snapfire is an amazing hero at farming.
Toronto Tokyo's found out here. Yeah. 10K lead for Aurora. BetBoom dropping the ball. But has it dropped too far? Will they be able to bend over and pick it back up, Cinderin? It's a heavy one.
It is, but at the same time, Aurora's lineup doesn't seem too big of a threat without the Aegis. So I think Medusa will be very hesitant to go high ground, especially once this tidal wave comes out. There's a lot of risk of just getting out of position. I find Kunkka to actually be a quite good hero against Medusa for that reason. She's very immobile, so the Torrent Storm is difficult to navigate. You can get tidal waved in.
Yeah, I do wonder if the game goes late, if Save is going to prioritize trying to get Ags.
True. That's actually good against Medusa as well.
Medusa just stands still for the fight, usually.
Could be a thing. There's the BKB for the Morph.
The one time we've seen it, it did nothing because it was cast once.
I feel like we've seen it 2 or 3 times.
They had it like 25 minutes, and they cast it once, I think.
But what a cast it was.
Yeah, it was very particle heavy, very taxing on the computers. The Butterfly is there for Nightfall along with a BKB Manta, and he's going for, well, it looks like he will be going for Phylactery Conda. At least it is a Crystallis to start, so I would assume that's the case. Which means, I mean, the fact that these heroes are so farmed on Aurora, like the supports especially, that I don't even know if the con is enough to really try to get a one-shot off, like a shotgun type
True.
against them.
It's also going to be hard to find the ET to begin with. It's one of the biggest assets of this hero is how far behind the fight it can stand.
Yep, and there we see the butterfly now there for 23 Savage, and gonna finish his disperser next, and then knowing that Nightfall built a butterfly will go MKB.
Okay, let's see.
23
Open on the
Savage,
Dusa again.
he's spotted. Got some teammates nearby. Blastoff is there. Arena to counteract this. Do they have the damage? It looks like Save is going to fall first, along with Jabs. As 23 Savage running out of mana, he's going to be forced to the other side. Will be able to TP out. Miero living on barely any HP.
He's in
So
trouble
far, it's a
here.
2 for 1 is
Waveform.
Lauren off. Waveform is there. Adaptive Strike gets deleted. And Q spotted by GPK. A couple zombies helping him out here as well. Cold Snap will... does get the Glimmer off. The Cookie to the low ground, but Nightfall, Adaptive Strike, triple kill for him. So it looks like Miero did end up falling. I'm not sure what actually ended up killing him there, but it ends up being a 3 for 3 in the end.
Thanks, Jabs, for the breakdown.
I did damage.
Yeah. Yeah, so this initiation, this was a good illustration of what they can do to Medusa when she doesn't have Aegis, but imagine an Aegis there, right? Like, they had to drop absolutely everything, and they still didn't kill her, but they forced her out of the fight so that they could go in secondary targets. But that was the full Kunkka combo, EMP, blast off, 3 mines, adaptive strike, waveform, and he still survived. So, but when it comes to Medusa, draining her mana is effectively kind of killing her, so I guess you could somewhat count that. Still stood her ground for a little bit after and did some damage, but the reset was necessary. And that's a good sign for BetBoom, because once again, once the tidal wave comes out, these kind of plays will be easier to pull off, but is he actually not going to buy it now? He shift queued other items. I really feel like the tidal wave would be so good, but...
Well, he could get it from Tormy.
How many shards
no,
do they have
cannot.
in their team?
Invoker is so underfarmed.
Yeah,
really taken...
It would be a roll between him and Save. 50-50.
I mean, the EMP is quite good.
Yeah.
The upgrade for that. But we'll see. And I do believe the Tormentor is actually not up for the side of BetBoom. And they're gonna smoke up. Oh, yeah, I didn't even realize they just got it. Okay, so Toronto, Tokyo, that's how he got his shard. Yeah, he is definitely not the one to buy that one. Hasn't done it basically the entire tournament, despite playing this hero so much.
It's interesting to have as a save against Mars Arena, potentially. Which was, as a matter of fact, the primary reason that 23 survived there was a well-placed arena from Jabs. He placed it such that a lot of the projectiles from outside couldn't get in. Smoke again. Very big moment here.
This is the sheepstick reveal for Jabs.
Seems to be buying this on Mars more than any other player in this tournament. We've seen them generally prioritize other stuff.
Ollie, that Astral Spirit, so good in these scenarios. So notice that Roche has been tickled a bit. Nothing really to write home about. And Shield Rune looks like on Nightfall right now. It's going to be extra tanky.
This ward is really good, by the way.
I'm sure they're going to want to fight while this is still up. It's 23 Savage, going to be in range of X here pretty shortly. Has the Disperser, gives them that extra move speed, but the X is there. They want to fight under the cover of the Tier 1 tower. A nice arena onto basically the entirety of BetBoom. Torrent Storm comes out, but the Medusa is looking A-okay, but Nightfall goes in. There's the blast off onto 3 along with the disarm. Lornoff taking the brunt of the damage, has a BKB trying to go high ground. Sunstrike not even needed, and you can see 23 Savage trying to waddle away.
5-man
attempted
stomp.
TP out.
Oh my god.
These Echo Stomps have been absurd. That could have been so much worse for Aurora. They lose their Lina, and likely Roche to fall for BetBoom again.
I thought it was going to be even worse for BetBoom, but they were just literally walking down in a straight line into the side of Aurora, but despite getting 5-man arena, Aurora couldn't chase. The Torrent Storm was zoning literally the entire team.
Yeah.
So BetBoom kind of pulled one on them there. I'm frankly very surprised that this was the end result of that situation. And they should be very happy. Not only do they win the fight, they get a tower, they now get Roche. And this is another Roche taken away from the Medusa. Oh, Nightfall likely to claim this one. GPK also close to Snapfire's net worth, which is big news. He's almost at position 4 now on the Invoker.
Banner for Toronto, Tokyo.
Radiant's top tower.
He's talking about the uses that you could have, how they could be better at using this item. Maybe he's learned his lesson, Cinderin, to not cast it right away. Well, let's see.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
And the Tormentor did save his shard, so still no shard for the Invoker or for the Kunkka. Although their Tormentor, still gotta wait for you. Looks like they're gonna have to start purchasing them pretty soon. That's what GPK has.
The fact that
decided
GPK
on.
will buy this and Kunkka won't is very surprising to me.
Yeah, I would assume after Octarine he
They're both great.
goes for it.
Like, both shards are really good, so I figured. It's not as surprising to me that GPK is buying his as it is that Kunkka isn't, but.
Dire's middle tower is
Here goes tier 2 tower, Nightfall with Alacrity. 200 for about 420 damage per hit. We love that.
Nice.
No, that's what you say when it's 69 damage.
Nice.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Baited you.
Into what?
Saying 69.
Oh, nice.
So tier 2 mid for BetBoom. Tier 2 top likely will be given up as well. Sunstrike used for a little bit extra vision just in case.
Second tower gone.
Nightfall with the MKB. Ready to pound on 23 Savage. Oh, Laura. Alright, we'll have to BKB TP.
I didn't want the Watcher anyway. Whatever.
Yeah, all good.
Yep, they knew this was that he went to the left. They have a ward down there giving that information.
He'll have
Fire.
MKB soon as well. So the butterfly is being countered here to a degree on both sides.
Yeah. It's something we haven't talked about very much in this game. We've been focusing a lot on the Medusa, but obviously you're playing Mars with Medusa and Lina going right-click build. Eventually, later down the line in this game, if Aurora find a good combination and they have their BKBs running, the heavy artillery from range is nasty. These two heroes, it's not even out of the question we could start entertaining the idea of a little Shredder multi-shot from Snapfire. But he's eyeing up the Ags.
Okay.
Who's he gonna gobble up?
Well, he could just use it as a save as well.
Yeah, that's
to get
true.
the Medusa the hell out of there.
Fair.
But obviously the Mars would be the main initiator, I would think, that you use.
He kind of doesn't want to be tossed in, though. I think for Mars, it's very important that you get to set things up exactly the way you want. So I think you would rather have the Mars do it himself with a dagger.
Another tier 2 tower claimed for BetBoom as they've cut the lead to around 7k. Aurora doing a pretty good job at maintaining the lead, really. They haven't really lost much off the top of it, despite giving up all the Roches so far. Less than 2 minutes to go on this Aegis. Nightfall gonna go high ground. Tombstone is placed, so grab ally can be used at any time, and this tower is melting. Waveform to dodge out the Echo Stomp, and a Tombstone destroyed. But still.
3/4 of a tower, not bad there.
Yeah, not too shabby. Minute and a half on the Aegis. What else can they get out of the map? Do they try to reset and go one more time? Or they play it safe? Yeah, the shard finally gotten by GPK, so the EMP will pull units to the epicenter. Very annoying to deal with.
Kind of a new mechanic.
And Nightfall purchased his shard, so the Tormentor, whenever it does spawn for BetBoom, it'll be guaranteed tidal wave.
I feel like the only pull we used to have in Dota was Black Hole, right? And now we have Invoker Shard and we have Razor Shard.
I believe so.
Was there ever anything else that pulled heroes in? We also have Reel In.
Yeah, true. I mean, depends on what you mean by pull in, because there's Reality Rift.
Yeah, that's a bit different. That's like a blink, right?
Ornoff. Is he going to be spotted here?
Nope.
All right, gets out. There's officially the MKB for him. As every hero in this game is just ridiculously farmed, it feels like.
Except GBK.
He did overtake the Snapfire Synderen.
He's getting there now.
He's gaining ground on the Mars.
As much as we're memeing about it, this Invoker net worth is starting to matter. He's coming close to the Hex. He's coming close to level 20. Probably just going to straight up see the Alacrity. The Chaos Meteors one is interesting too, though. Let's see what his choice is. It will be the Meteors, because Alacrity is very good for his Morphling in this game, which seems to be a little bit of a
yeah, but 3 tomatoes
situation.
bigger than 1. Well, both were correct.
Yes. You are right.
3 is bigger than 2 and 1, Synderen, but combined it equals 3.
Yeah, I'm just glad you added the both are numbers in case there was any confusion about what we were talking about here.
Just making sure some of the people watching don't understand fully. I'm here for the 2 or 3 people out there. And Miero. So we'll be the refresher next. Not a huge surprise. And the real question is, when does this Tormentor spawn? Need a timer on that one.
Yeah.
There's no timestamp on this. This doesn't help. That'd be an interesting thing to add a timestamp here.
Yeah.
Already adding all these other quality of life features. Why not?
Yeah, I think Tormentor timer would be nice for sure. Doesn't necessarily have to be available to the players. That's fine. But for observing.
And of course, the Gaben face on the minimap when the banner is placed, which we don't know if it was. Looks like it probably was at some point because Toronto Tokyo doesn't have it. Classic usage.
It's so incredible that we don't even know.
I'm sure it did a lot in its time frame. At least they're not collecting them. Although that was really fun. I kind of hope they do that again.
These siege creeps top. Nope, never mind. They looked a bit big, but no. There's nothing.
I mean, it would have been a while ago. So.
Yeah. It was a good time.
Triple Meteor. GPK. Aurora's lead is getting a slightly smaller as time goes on. And there's the MKB for 23.
Refresher on jabs.
Yeah. And this is just going to turn into the old wait for Roche. As Tormentor is available, Nightfall will solo it, and there's your tidal wave you've been asking for, Synderen.
Wonderful.
It comes. Finally.
Medusa will get the 25 talent split shot, uses modifiers.
Scotty.
Could have potentially considered the other talent, actually.
What is the other one? Is that the mana?
Plus 1.7 mana shield per damage per mana.
Yeah.
It's a lot. You get a lot tankier with this. Obviously, a lot of the time, the split modifiers talent is kind of just a no-brainer, but I think in a game like this, perhaps you could have considered the other one. You don't have to do insane amounts of damage and orb procs when you have a Lina backline and an ET to cover you and improve your damage. So maybe.
Creeps are poking at the high ground, which means BetBoom knows that Aurora are in this vicinity. And we can see Roche will actually be a relatively early spawn. It was 30 seconds, and now it will spawn as Jabs will be the man in the pit. Question is, how fast can they do this? BetBoom need to contest. This is Refresher Shard, Aegis, and Worthless Banner. There's smoke on the outskirts as well.
This is very close.
They are getting close. Miero, really tanky. Torrent is coming. Roche will fall. 23 Savage secures the Aegis. Tombstone is placed, as you can see, the Earth Splitter ripping through Toronto Tokyo. And here comes Jabs via the gobble up. Arena comes through, but look at 23 Savage. Life number 1 bursted by Nightfall. And now he's kind of segregated from his team a bit. They're going to focus everything on him. Blastoff is there. His team has nothing in the tank, it seems. Echo Stomp doing a decent amount. 23 Savage basically out of mana now. Adaptive Strike connects. Torrent will keep him in place. He's just getting bounced all over the place, doing a decent amount of damage, but he does fall in the end. Cookie from Q, he wants to try to finish off too. But instead, he's going to get waveformed and right-clicked down by Nightfall. And Ollie and Jab stuck in the tree line. They will be spotted. Cold snap upon Ollie. He will be the collateral. As the Tornado not going to need to find its mark. As the Mars will be the lone survivor for Aurora. So BetBoom give up the Aegis and Refresher Shard, and of course, more importantly, the banner. But they do get most of the kills here.
Yeah, those damage numbers on Aurora, if you could look at them again, are just kind of pitiful, right? It's the Medusa doing everything. There needs to be more Lina in here. There needs to be more Mars in here. But the problem is the way this fight starts, Lina is stuck in the middle of the pit, getting caught in the opener. You're going to see the Torrent. Actually, you're going to see her already being dead here, so no wonder she didn't do any damage now. But the way this started was the blind Torrent from Miero hitting the Lina, and then he goes for the Torrent Storm. She has to BKB. She's in the middle of the pit, no escape path. And they kind of just pile on her and kill her off. This could have been a really interesting situation if she had Aviana's Feather, but she has a Trickster Cloak, so can't really reposition out of there. No Pike. Is buying it now.
Okay.
But yeah, with a Pike there, I think Aurora win the fight, actually.
Yeah, BetBoom want to take advantage of this. Alacrity on Nightfall is no joke. Fortification used by Aurora. They have the Medusa back in 12 seconds. Might cost them the melee racks, though. This is going to go down quick. There's the Gobble Up. Gleipnir to follow. LSA actually will not hit, but Echo Stomp does. There's the Mars. Okay, he actually uses the BKB, but the attribute shift was already popped by Nightfall. 23 Savage makes his way over. Stone Gaze and BKB pop, but the rest of BetBoom now on the run. Torrent Storm keeping the rest of Aurora just locked in their base. So they'll get nothing out of it. And BetBoom secure the first barracks of the game. And now a damage rune is being spotted. Nightfall will TP out. But the X will bring him... the damage rune actually disappeared, Cinder. That's really sad. The illusion rune, not bad either, but...
Oh, damage rune, nice. Save it for me. Okay, X me. I need mana. Because back. Huh?
Aurora will secure their own Tormy. Ollie.
Not the one they wanted, but maybe that was the only one they could get at this point.
No, they have only one other shard right now.
Right, they only have the Snapfire, so it would have been him or the Mars. Yeah, Mars shard definitely would have been a nicer grab here.
RNG assisting BetBoom a bit. Can they capitalize? As Nightfall with a refresher now. Look how close they are to the base. They want to jump 23 Savage. Tidal Wave at its ready. Torrent does not hit though, but the EMP pulling him in slowly. Triple Tomato Meteor, whatever the hell you want to call it. Center is Nightfall. Pops the BKB. They have the burst. Down goes Medusa. The buyback still at the ready though. The Torrent Storm doing so much work. Ollie takes a tumble, immediately buys back in the game. Do BetBoom want to dive any further? Will they reposition for another set of barracks? Looks like they're thinking about it as Nightfall with the Alacrity is going to focus on the top lane for now. Waveform out to avoid the Echo Stomp. 75 seconds on the Medusa. They're going to have to buy back at some point. Potentially find the opener here as Jabs jumps in, gets the Sheep, but the attribute shift already popped. So the Morphling is going to survive as a result, at least for a little bit longer. Alacrity's still on him, but he's getting bursted. My goodness! The damage from Lorinoff, absurd. 23 Savage now going on to Miero. He'll pop his BKB. The Gleipnir stops the teleportation, and they'll find their second kill. So a good buyback in the end.
This
Not the attribute shift was going to save him, but not enough HP in the world for Nightfall.
That is the showcase of what Aurora's lineup can do if they get to attack for like a few seconds. This time Lina gets to hit stuff. And it's the world of difference compared to the Roche fight where Lorinoff was taken care of. Now he has the Pike, so he can more frequently get himself in a position like this one where he just gets to wail away at the Morphling. Or any hero for that matter. This is the hardest kill, keep that in mind. If they catch anyone else like this, they die in a matter of 2 or 3 seconds to the Medusa as well as the Lina. Just heavy range artillery there. Obviously a special kind of situation where BetBoom are a little bit out of spells, resources. They're in a position that is a bit compromised and obviously wanted the Medusa buyback that they did get. Let's see how much Aurora can get the other way. 40 seconds.
So there is the axe for the techies. So we're going to get to see the bombs increase. I forget what the name of that spell is. Is there even a name?
Minefield Sign.
It's just Minefield Sign. All right.
No. It's placed.
It actually did place it. course, it does have a little bit of cast time, so harder to use in the midst of a fight. But Aurora not forcing the issue, as the game net worth-wise quite even. Barrack's advantage still on BetBoom's side, and I think, again, it just comes down to the next Roche.
I think BetBoom are in such a good position right now, specifically because they have the Dusa buyback taken care of. If they catch her one time and kill her off, the game ends. So
they'll have to do that in the next few minutes, or else it just refreshes.
Of course, it's a timed window, but feels well worth it to try to play for that for the time being.
Yeah, it looks like Lornoff also does not have his buyback. Cinderin is working on the data list.
He's buying out.
Figures if his Medusa dies, then the game might just be over anyway. Haste rune for Nightfall. How much room does he have to grow? He's going for a Daedalus, so with the refresher backpack eventually. Or the BKB.
What do you think about the Lina 25 talent? Do you like it?
The Lina 25 talent.
It's a very special one. It's one of the newer ones.
150% crit on targets affected by Dragon Slave. That's actually what he took as well.
Yeah.
It is interesting, isn't it? I think it's cool.
It's not like it's uncommon. You can see it gets taken in 2 out of 3 games. It's just a very special talent in my mind.
Yeah.
Mars will get the arena one for the regen.
Wait. Well, after the last time Jabs went for the other build, which was the Divine Brooch, did not go so well.
I really like that he's not going for the Mars damage build this game, because I think he has one job, and that is set up Lina and Medusa for success. You don't lack damage. You just need to catch people correctly. And with the Wind Waker, he's going to have an even easier time doing that by protecting himself or protecting a core that gets jumped on to really set up the arena perfectly.
It's a late Roche, 2.5 minutes. So this Roche off will be a thing to remember.
For 2.5 minutes.
Yeah. Wind Waker's starting to come out as this late game beast of a game will continue. And of course, this is the Aurora special, late game scenarios.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh.
Oh, heads up below. GPK gets hit right on the noggin. Don't think anyone's going to be able to scout it, but there is a damage rune top.
If you heard these sound effects, you'd think you're watching Angry Birds or something.
That is a very like Coyote versus Roadrunner type of sound, isn't it? It's kind of out of place.
But first it's the gobble up, but then the Sunstrike right after was like, wee! Woo! But nothing happens. This amplified damage rune would be huge if either team identified that it's there. Could be the difference maker in this fight, but nobody has vision.
No.
So probably going to stay there until the Roche is alive.
Whoa. Okay. Aghanim Scepter for Ollie. You don't see that every day. That's the BKB, right? Yeah, for each target that you hit with your spirit, once it returns, you get 2 seconds of debuff immunity.
And this has one purpose. He wants to hit the stomp, and then he wants to run into Morph so they can one-shot him with their Lina and Medusa.
That's true. That is the old school combo.
The panel mentioned this briefly. They picked Morph into ET, and we haven't really seen too big of a problem for Nightfall because of this, but obviously when the game goes late enough and ET gets big, he can just melee the Morph. I think probably looking to maybe buy a Ghost Scepter so he can reliably just walk next to the Morph and not get killed off by him instantly, but maybe you're fine either way. Morph will kill you quickly if he gets to hit you in the current state of affairs. We have Glimmer, you have Force Staff. If it gets too scary, then you can back out. We'll see. Roche, 10 seconds. The mine will detect him immediately.
This will be a good usage of the Minefield sign.
True.
Which
he does have it ready.
Is up.
Nightfall gonna get X'd and push out top quickly.
Yeah, Roche officially up, so these teams will eventually realize that. eventually. And BetBoom will be the first to see it. Taking out these illusions so they don't give any vision, but of course they can't stop the Astral Spirit, and now Aurora knows. As Roche bashes Nightfall just for effect, Waveform will be used to dodge the Echo Stomp. Jabs already with the BKB, finds Toronto Tokyo in the tree line. He's going to pop his Greaves.
He wants to get found, though. He's just buying time.
Use the Astral Spirit. Toronto Tokyo keeping everyone back. And Nightfall looks like they're going to get a free Roche here, but you can see Ollie trying to go in. What is he going to steal here? Did he get the Refresher Shard? He might have. He dies for his efforts as 23 Savage BKB TPs. Lorenov not going to be so lucky. The LSA not going to hit anything. The Tidal Wave bringing him back. He's been abandoned by his team.
No buy.
And that's 2 dead. He still doesn't have the buyback. And that is enormous for BetBoom. 5 versus 3 for the foreseeable future.
What a non-play from Aurora. They're just standing there getting zoned off by Undying, by Kunkka Wave,
They
by
got the Refresher Shard.
Invoker spells. They get zoned off by everything, and they're like, fuck it, I'll jump in on ET, try to see if I can steal anything. Gets the least important item there. Obviously, Banner the most important. Age the second most.
Onto the high ground, BetBoom goes. Going to try to force out any potential buybacks, but of course we know they don't have them right now. There's the gobble up. Stone Gaze from 23 Savage is applied. Nice spear onto the Morphling with the blast, or the cookie to be applied as well. Do they have the damage? It's going to be close. He gets the Yules up just in time. Waveform in. Now the focus is on the Medusa Nightfall. He is getting so much HP from this Satanic. And that is going to force the buyback onto the Medusa. Double kill for Nightfall as these members of Aurora are dropping like flies. The Rax goes down now. Wind Waker from Jabs. Going to force out the other buyback onto the Snapfire. But Jabs is dead. No way to get back into this game. Tidal Wave not making the full connection. Triple tomato for the road. As Q will go back into the fountain as his base is getting decimated. BKB used from 23 Savage. Will actually use the Refresher Shard. But now it's a 2 versus 5. The Echo or the Elder Titan will be back in just a moment. Nightfall trying a 1v1 battle here. Pops his Refresher, will Waveform away. No more BKB for the Medusa. As the tier 4 is about to drop. We'll see if BetBoom want to play this a little bit safer. They still have the Aegis as Nightfall's going to get X'd. We'll heal up a bit more. Salve, okay, very nice. And they're going to try to finish this game once and for all. Jab's dead for 50. Echo Stomp does hit. 23 Savage, you can see Ollie getting that BKB charge, essentially. The Gleipnir from Lorenov. He has to back away, though. It's 23 Savage with the Stone Gaze save. Looks to be done. He can buy back, though. And you can see the Minefield Sign doing a good amount of work as the Laguna Blade tickles Miero, just brushing it off as the Ancient fully exposed. Nightfall with the Alacrity, pops the BKB, wants to focus on the Ancients, pops the Satanic, focusing now onto Ollie. Waveform in as well, blast off, will connect, and the disarm to follow onto the Medusa. Completely useless, and she's just getting bounced around left and right as the Ancient will fall. BetBoom wins the series, which means no tiebreakers.
Oh, you can tell they're excited about this win. They go in today as clear favorites, and they get absolutely smashed in one game, but still, the other two, they make it happen. Or I should say, I don't know if it's fair to say they got absolutely smashed, but they absolutely smashed one game. The second game they lost after a bit of back and forth, and this one they win after quite the grind. 57-minute game. Nightfall's going to end it 12-1. Only 4 assists. What a selfish player.
Yes.
But he got the kills that mattered. He showed up for a lot of the fights. This was kind of a game that was more or less only 5v5s. Like, it's what Aurora likes to play. It's what they built their lineup for, but still they got picked apart step by step by little things here and there. I'm sure the panel will have way more to say about that, though.
Yeah. Aurora end this group stage winless. Shaver, no tiebreakers.
No tiebreakers. I will say that the BetBoom, I mean, with that win, is not just no tiebreakers for them, but it also means that they are guaranteed in the upper bracket for the playoffs, which obviously is a very, very confident position to be at. But Brian, when I saw those cameras, I mean, they almost were cheering like they just won TI close to or something like that. What made that reaction?
I have to believe like the sense of dread that we had as a panel, thinking that, you know, going in today, we're gonna have a nice 2-0 from BetBoom, no tiebreakers tomorrow. I think they had the same like looming feeling of, I don't know how we feel about this draft. Like, are we just going to lose? They were down most of this game, and they're probably thinking like, well, shit, I guess we're going into a 3-way tiebreaker tomorrow.
That reaction is insane.
This is just relief. This looks like relief to me.
Yeah, this was an important series for them. I mean, it's been 11 straight days of Dota and scrimming and Dota and draft prep, and I think these teams are exhausted, and a day off really will make all of the difference. And on top of that, they secured upper bracket for themselves, which is also a huge sense of relief. So they're definitely very happy. Also, shout out to Nightfall, putting his team on his back.
That was a sick performance.
Yeah.
He looks at his mid laner, got less net worth than the Snapfire for most of the game. He goes, don't worry, I got you. I will carry this game. But no, kudos to BetBoom. They identified that the way that they lose is if they run into Aurora and they just get arena'd plus snap ulted plus stone gazed. Like, if they took the fights on Aurora's terms, it would have been very difficult. So when they got that Ags on Kunkka, they got the Water Park, they just went for Roshan, even though they were 6k net worth behind. They knew that they could just choke them out with their Torrent Storm there. They get the Aegis, get a nice free kill on Medusa because the team can't help them out. And over again, they just took these really excellent 5-on-5s. I mean, there was even a moment where Save got a 4-man blast off into a 4-man disarm.
Yeah, I mean, everything that happened in that game, I just think like the emotions we feel, like it's intense watching that individual game. You have to remember that BetBoom also was up 1-0 versus Team Spirit yesterday.
Yeah.
And all they had to do was win one of these two series. So you have to imagine they get crushed in game 3 yesterday. It wasn't even close. And then they come in today thinking like, okay, we're going to rally the troops. And then game 2 was pretty ugly. It wasn't exactly their proudest performance. And then they go into this game 3 and they had to perform. Like, everything's Mira saying, like, I think Aurora gave them a good fight. It was hard to take those fights on the side of BetBoom, and yeah, I'll just re-shout out Nightfall. I thought that was like one of the most insane carry performances I've seen in a while.
I will also say shout out to Aurora for playing their hearts out, because we know that they got nothing to play for other than their opponent's misery, and they did a very good job at that, Effie.
I love that, because when we watched game 1, it looked really sloppy. Maybe they had just woken up or something, and that's why it looked so sloppy. But I assume they were just so demotivated and didn't really care that much, because their result doesn't change much by way of their outcome. But in that game too, they were playing very well, especially on Q. I want to shout him out today. I think he had an incredible performance. And in this game, they had their net worth advantage that we're used to seeing from Aurora. They did. It's just that BetBoom maneuvered around their team fight so well. When the game stalemated, BetBoom was like, okay, we'll take it to a stalemate. We'll farm to counter your team fight. And they got pipes, they got Greaveses, they got Crimson Guards, they scaled on their heroes. GPK, lackluster of a series, very lackluster.
That Midas really kicked in at the end of that game.
Tough time with
Eventually, you Midas enough times.
Yeah, I believe I get to ask some questions to none other than Save right now. Hey, Save, how you doing?
Hey guys, I mean, I'm feeling good. Winning this game. At the point we felt like this game is done for us, and we just went Roche and won the fight, killed Medusa.
I mean, we saw the reaction of you and your team after you won this game, and it was happiness and relief all around. So I can begin to imagine that. Well, what made this series so hard for you guys, you feel?
I mean, I don't know. I think maybe they have a really good draft in those games, and so it's kind of hard for us to win, and we did a lot of mistakes. I mean, we're not playing very good right now, and Aurora, even though they have 0-7, I think they're a good team. They can win any team. Mm-hmm. I feel like they just had some unlucky games. So, I mean, you can always lose to any team. So, yeah, I mean, there's no game that's easy for you. Every game is hard here.
Yeah, it seems that way. I have a question about the position 4, because I feel like the era of the greedy position 4s is kind of over. You're only playing less greedy supports. What do you feel the state of the position 4 is right now?
I mean, it feels like supports not buying Midases anymore. Yeah, and everyone goes into some Graves, Glimmers, Forest Staffs. Yeah, I mean, I like it. I mean, I don't really care. I mean, I can always play not greedy, just make some plays on the map, buy support items. I'm fine with it. If meta gonna be that supports needs like to farm a lot, I mean, I'm gonna farm. It depends like on the games. I don't care, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's great that that you're able to adapt as much. I'm sending you over to Purge for some more Dota-related questions.
Hey, Save. A lot of your supports that you're very good at, that we know you for, the Enchantress and the Pugna, they have really bad win rates right now. Enchantress at 17%, Pugna's at 27%. What's wrong with these two heroes right now, in your opinion?
That's a good question, honestly. Ench, I mean, it feels like it's just a useless hero, like, after laning phase. If you don't destroy the early game, like, too hard, it feels like Ench is just a useless hero. Like, there are a lot of better heroes in position 5, so... And you're not, like, even winning the lane, like, right now, even on Ench. But about Pugna, I don't know. It feels like either Lance nerf, that you cannot disassemble the arcane boost into it. It's like a big nerf for Pugna and all these heroes. So I think it's about it mostly. But overall, just I mean, to play Pugna support, you need like to have a million games in it to really do like a lot of impact. Because if you're gonna play bad, this hero feels like too useless. You know?
Gotcha. And what do you like about Techies right now? You're playing him a lot. He's relatively picked in Dream League, but only about a 46% win rate. So what do you like about Techies, and why do you guys prioritize him in your draft?
I mean, we prioritize Techies a lot. I think it's like probably one of the best heroes right now in position 4. Because like you win the lane, like and then you have just you have like everything almost. Like you have damage. You have a lot of map control with mines. It's like really hard for enemies to play when it goes to some like rush fights. You just place mines. You have the vision. It gives a lot to your team. You buy support items. Yeah.
All right, awesome. Thanks so much for answering my questions.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dave, for taking the time to talk to us. I know it was a long series. You're gonna get some rest, of course. Tomorrow, a free day in terms of games, because no tiebreakers for you guys. And we'll see you in the upper bracket coming Saturday. See you then.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And of course, with that, our first series of the day is done. And that means that we are moving on. Because, yeah, it's great that we got our two upper bracket teams. They're set. But guess what? There's still 4 teams in the competition that don't even know if they're making it to the playoffs. And our next series is going to be a decider game for that. So stick around for OG versus Spirit. to have him. Ooh, hello. Well, we are ready for some more Dota 2. I hope you are as well, because we have got for you a couple of series that are incredibly important. I know. Our upcoming series, it's now or never for these teams. Playoffs or just utter elimination. OG versus Spirit. Pressure on this series, a lot of pressure to perform. Both of these teams sitting at a 3-3, and by the end of it, one's out, one's in. So we're gonna see which one will be earning that spot in the playoffs. I'm joined by Purge, Effie, and BSJ, and even though I'm very happy to have you all three by my side.
Are we not enough for you, Shira?
No, you're not enough for me, Brian. I don't even know if your microphone was on for that because
I heard it.
Okay, well, I was gonna say because we don't really. We want to hear more input. Oh, it's gotta be mean. It's all good. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Insania! Hey, Aiden, how you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
Doing good. Excited to be here today. Obviously, you would prefer it in a different capacity, but you know.
Yeah, of course. But I mean, it's a fun series. OG versus Spirit. These are, you know, two-time TI winners.
Yep.
And I'm very happy I get to be on for this specific one because I'm a fan of both teams. OG, like, they really seem to have found their groove this event, I feel like. And Spirit's kind of like a little bit out of form. So I think it'll be a pretty hype match.
It will be a pretty hot match. We're going to dive straight in because obviously the game is not too far away. Our first series went the full distance. So we're slightly behind on schedule. But that's okay because we want to watch the Dota 2. And we also want to know how the teams are doing going into this series. So before we talk more about it, let's hear from Collapse.
I feel the series against Aurora was like a really, really strange, weird series. They're quite a unique team. They're very happy just taking their half of the map and playing for late game, which is quite a unique play style. And that kind of results in us not being able to play the way we like to play. So the game felt really weird. But eventually we got used to how they play and just kind of adapted mid-series and managed to beat them. So it feels good. We're very happy with our position so far. We're pretty confident. We're learning a lot, growing each day. I think, honestly, most of our Game 1 losses come from an outdraft where we get surprised by something and then we fix it and then we win the next 2 games. But every day we're improving this and learning and we're feeling good, feeling happy, confident that we can do well.
You've got to relocate if you need to. Voronov tried to get Seb. Seb's too fast, though. Thanks to the Shikuchi, he was able to back. Whoa! What? Where'd he go? Oh, mama!
I love the roster. It's really fun to play in this team. Everyone's very mature, understanding, positive mindset. So it's really easy to work and improve together. Of course, they're all very skilled players as well. So really enjoying the game so far. Team Spirit are kind of in I guess a rocky patch at the moment. They're not in prime shape, but of course they're TI winners, Real winners. They're everything. They're everything you should respect about a team. So we're kind of not sure what they will bring in our series, how strong they will be, but we respect them a lot and we expect them to be really strong. But yeah, right now they seem not to be doing in the best shape. So we will see.
Yeah, I know that's not Collapse. Don't you worry, guys. We'll hear from him in a little bit. We'll just focus our attention first on OG. And as you hear from Ari, they're doing well. The grooves are good. The vibes are there. And I feel like, Purge, we've seen this team do very well. They have an advantage that you talked about earlier this week. They play more games than the average team here.
And that practice is going to lead to them getting better and better. I think they've had more time to gel with Tomato, which is really important as well, since they're playing with the new core. But if they've had weeks of lead-up time, plus now a bunch of scrims and made it to group stage 2, I think they're in a really good position. And they have so much talent on the team that they've definitely been performing.
Yeah, a lot of their series have gone to 3 games that are excessively long, right? Not just 40-minute games. We've seen them go to minute 70, minute 60, minute 80. And honestly, at this point, that kind of experience is really valuable because the outcome that they can have here will definitely be better for them overall, right? You want more EPT points.
Yeah, how do you feel about the current state of OG and Sadia?
I mean, OG look better than I think they have in a long time. I think Tomato is playing really well, and he's gelling very nicely with the team. And I think, to be honest, like the addition of him has, to me, like looked like the biggest change in their playstyle and how they approach the games. And yeah, I think he's looked really, really good.
Yeah, it definitely fits the play style of OG to have Tomato there. I feel like also he had some... I mean, we looked at the highlight video this morning where maybe Tomato wasn't the brightest star in the highlights itself, but the series that they played yesterday, Brian, that was fantastic for him.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like the carry role is very stressful right now. There's a lot of faceless voids, morphlings. There's a lot of ways to fuck up. And... it's just nerve-wracking to watch that previous game, for instance, from Nightfall, and I think Tomato's been put in this situation a lot. It's high pressure and a new team, crazy atmosphere, so even more kudos to him for managing it in the patch that we're currently in.
Yeah, absolutely. And we focus our attention now on Team Spirit. There will be the opponents here for OG, of course, and we will this time hear from Collapse.
I think our performance was not so good as we thought because we had like few problems after the Dacia and we couldn't fix it 1 or 2 weeks. So they got us on this tournament as well, and we're just trying to fix it to the whole tournament. We're trying our best, to be honest, but seems like just still making some bad mistakes. Today we like mental refreshment.
Oh, there's the arena on to 2. The quick BKB from GPK to be able to get off this torch storm as a result. Lasso applied to the my God! A little bit longer as Mapochka and Mira get deleted by Nightfall. And Yatoro able to infest inside of Laurel. Gets off a splitter onto 3 heroes. Look at the damage now. The Rebuke ends up killing 2 basically as a double kill for Yatoro.
I think the BetBoom is kind of stronger. I mean, they are stronger than the BetBoom in the maybe last season because they had a new foreigner. They found a way to play with him, and he completes the team very well. So I think they are the strongest, one of the strongest team in the group stage. We just need to prepare to them, like prepare our heroes, like the point of the game. We need to check the replays, see how they're moving on the map. If we will prepare for them enough, we can also win them.
And the world champions are here with their potential backs against the wall here. 1 series to make it through to playoffs with OG standing in their way. As we hear Collapse talk about trying to fix the issues that they identified during BB Dacia. Fixing issues during a tournament, Insania, that is, I would imagine, less than ideal.
Yeah, I think we often put ourselves in that position. Usually coming into group stages, we're pretty clueless on what we're doing. And then I think usually as the tournament picks up, you have to adjust and adapt. And I think it's a sign of a good team. And I do think Spirit are playing a lot better. I think starting off, they didn't look as sharp. And I think now that they have Collapse playing like Mag and Mars in almost every game, it's very nice. It reminds me of TI-10. I feel like they're finding their groove again, but they're not quite in top shape yet.
I have a question, if you don't mind. Insania, how often do you go from scrims as a tournament's about to go to group stage with the right strategy? Does that happen often for some teams?
I think some events you come into it and you have a really good idea of we think these are the Imba heroes. These are the heroes everybody else thinks are really good, and we know how to beat this, and that. And then you try to play against the heroes that you are comfortable playing against. Other events, you don't really have that, and you have to ban more heroes, and then you're pretty locked up in the draft, and it sets you back at the start. And then you kind of figure it out as the tournament goes along, which ones are more beatable and which ones you have to kind of just keep banning. I think Chen's been banned in almost every single game. Yep. But every once in a while, a team will be okay, Chen is the most beatable hero that this team plays, and they'll give up Chen.
And then they'll lose.
Yeah. But, you kind of have to do something like that. Because at the end of the tournament, you just don't have enough bans.
I would like to ask another question, if you don't mind, Aiden. We've been talking a lot on panel that the meta is kind of dictated by usually like 4 or 5 really broken heroes, and a lot of them are getting, like Celery was complaining that some of them are like so broken this patch that you have no choice but to ban them. There's no real nuance to the decision making you were just saying, and I was wondering, like, how often in a patch does it feel like it hurts your team or watching other teams not be able to play one of these broken heroes or not being able to deal with it? Like, how often does that happen?
I mean, I'm sure it happens to everyone, and it is usually very impactful for the drafters. Like, I think people at home don't really realize like how hard it is to draft around some of these things. Like, I'm not drafting anymore, God bless, because I don't have to deal with it. But I know like there are some teams out there you're watching, you're like, why aren't they like? How are they just losing this hero every time? And you're just forced to play against like this broken hero because you don't play it yourself in every single game because there's just not enough bans.
Can I also ask a question?
Yeah, you go for it.
Okay, so yesterday we saw in Team Spirit versus BetBoom that they were giving away one of the broken offlaners and they would trade it for Sven. So that happened 2 games in a row until Sven got banned in the 3rd. And it happened again today. BetBoom did that versus Aurora. So we were discussing the viability of this first phase Sven, like responding to the first pick. And sometimes it hasn't really won any games yet, but I think it's worth experimenting. Like, how do you feel about trying to brute force a first phase carry like that?
I mean, specifically with Sven, there's like a meme in our team because at some point we were doing super bad. I kept telling William, like, William, we should pick this hero. It's the truth. And
Talking about Sven.
No, I would do it every single day to be a different hero. Like, William, this is the answer. And then at some point, like, I think like day 6 or something, like we've lost every game. I'm like, William, it's Sven. Sven is the hero. And William just like picks it. We lose, of course, because we lost every game. And then he's been making fun of me for the Sven thing. And I keep sending him games of like, look, this team's valuing Sven, this team's valuing Sven. So I think, I mean, for sure you can. And I think if you want to win tournaments, usually you need to have answers for like the IMBA stuff. So I think experimenting with it and trying your best to try to find like, is Sven the hero that you pick against, Mars or whatever? Maybe, I'm not sure, but I think you have to. You have to like be willing to do it.
Well, we definitely have a little bit of a shake-up right here as we are in the draft for game number 1. We got Team Spirit on the Radiant side, OG on the Dire side, and OG goes for first pick and Hoodwink as the first pick. Been a little while since we saw that. Team Spirit reply with a Primal Beast.
Yeah, Hoodwink is by far Ari's most successful hero this tournament. He really honestly plays it so well that you often see him in Whisper winning these off lanes, and then Ari just drums. When you see him in Hoodwink, he's just going mid, and Whisper is usually on a self-sustaining hero that can maintain itself on that lane while Ari is wreaking havoc on other lanes.
Yeah, there's been a lot of flex picks in this tournament. Like Falcons abuses it a lot, where they rotate Malrine and Amar's hero pool. And one thing I noted about both these teams when I was looking at their drafts in Group Stage 2 is they don't flex at all. The OG was first picking Hoodwink like 6 games in a row. Then the last 6 games it's been banned. And in all of the other games that Hoodwink was banned, they picked Whisper's hero 11 out of 12 times in the first pick. And it's like clearly Whisper's hero, and Team Spirits played Primal Beast, Centaur, or Mars in all of their recent games, and it's been early on in the draft. So I think it's just interesting that these teams have kind of like found this is what works for us. And I was kind of curious, Aiden, like how, like I feel like the teams that are winning like Falcons, they're choosing like this is our game and we're going to kind of like throw you some curveballs, while these other teams, I feel like they have their few things that they've managed to scrap together towards the end of this Group Stage 2, because both these teams are kind of on that late tear. They started this Group Stage 2 a little bit rough. And so, like, how do you know to stick to a plan? How do you, like, you know what I mean? There's so many things to think about. I can't even ask the question.
I mean, I guess for Falcons specifically, they just kind of have, like, the perfect match. Like, every single one of their heroes are just really good. And I think that's, like, very nice for them. I think Spirit, to me at least, seemed like they didn't really know how they wanted to draft early on. Like, they seemed quite confused. They're testing out a lot of different heroes. Every single draft looks slightly different. But I feel like they've gone back a little bit more similar to how they played at TI. Whereas, like, they kind of play these, like, 2, I don't know, strong boys. Like, you have the mid and the offlaner that are just going to be some strong heroes that come online fast, and then they just kind of try to pressure the map while Yatora farms, which has always been their playstyle. But I feel like they're trying to find the heroes that allow them to play the way they want to play. And Primal's good for it. I think Primal's really, really good for it.
Yeah, and they love to pair it with either Mirana or Lion on Mira. And because of these two heroes and the way that they play together, it always gives them some kill threat on the map so that they're not pigeonholed into playing a group up style or just a farm style. It always gives them a means to take a fight.
I mean, Spirit love playing map. That's like, I feel like they're... When you think about these like teams, I think like when you think of Gladiators, at least for me, they're like they like playing together. They want to group up as soon as possible and try to like play, balled up as fast as they can. Spirit to me is like the polar opposite, where they really enjoy playing very split on the map and having nice kill threat with like few heroes. So if you have like you said, Lion and Primal, these two heroes can kill most heroes in Dota if they have good laning phases. So they try to have these like pairs that allow you to pressure map easily.
Shadow Demon is a little bit of a change-up for what they like to pair with their Primal Beast, but this is played between both Mira and Miposhka, and I suppose what it gives them here is a potential save, because when you pick this Hoodwink, you know you're going to pair her with a stun hero, and they're going to try to take advantage of her burst damage. So now you have the counterplay with the disruption.
And it sets him up for defense against a lot of the strong cores. The Sven that I know Aiden values in a huge way. He gets countered by that SD ulti, so a little prepared there. And so far, I'm into it. The laning stage of SD is so much better than it used to be with the disruption change, so I think the hero is just totally fine. It's very easy. Something Crit always does is he always disrupts the enemy support about 10 seconds before the camp block. He sends one of the illusions to block the camp. Never has to put himself in danger. He just consistently gets a block, and the illusions do a lot of damage. So there's a lot of min-maxing you can do on the hero right now.
And OG going into their bonus time to decide what they want to go for here next. It's always a little bit of a tough decision. I feel like this is going to be where they want to go with this draft, and I think a lot of people know what's coming at this point. I know there's some flex potential there for sure, but I just want to see it on Whisper.
The Rubik offlane.
The Rubik offlane.
The Dagon 5.
I did it yesterday too.
He lost.
You know?
Big time.
Doesn't matter. It was fun. It looked fun.
I'll make a case about this Rubik being 5 for now, because every time we see Whisper play this Rubik offlane, it's against Weaver. And they put him against Weaver on lane, where he can, out CS. He gets to level 6 very quickly. Then he'll do the Shikuchi style into a mid TP, where he just kills the enemy mid laner. But so far, I don't really see the need for this offlane Rubik, but it's good to think about it. Like, Team Spirit should have this in the back of their minds.
I think it's a tough pick here because you're either revealing the fact that like you're 2 supports plus Whisper, or you're revealing Tomato's pick into a bad carry matchup, or like most people are holding their mids until last 2 picks. Like unless you slam like Io Lesh like a combo, but there's no real mid carry combo with Rubik, so there's no dual lane here where you. I think this is a really tough pick for OG personally.
Maybe they could try to keep their flex open and just go for Tiny. Tiny's been a pretty successful hero in their hands.
Have they flexed it to core on their team?
They need a...
I think BZM plays it.
Okay.
At least historically, yeah.
They keep it open either way, where the Rubik is going to go by picking up Tomato's hero, the Faces Void, quite early.
The 16-5 win rate. The win rate that's so high that if this is at TI, everyone starts picking Void because they're like, well, if it's winning every game, surely we got to pick it too.
Got to be aware of the Evoker coming out potentially here.
For sure. And the Void is the typical carry that you go for versus potential Primal Beast offlane, because he can just time walk out of the damage sources. But what do you think, Aiden? Is Void enabled enough by these 2 supports?
I would be pretty scared to pick Void like this. I mean, I think it's a good matchup against Primal, but it doesn't really shut Primal down. Like, it ends up being a situation where Void is fine and Primal's also fine. And usually you're pretty happy with that against Primal Beast, because it ends up with the hero, like... Primal wants to like snowball. He wants to make stuff happen. And against Void, it's pretty tricky. But overall, I feel like for the position they're in the draft, it sets up like now Yator has favorable carry matchup, and Collapse's lane is fine, in my mind. So you're already pretty happy as Spirit. Like we showed our card, we put Primal Beast out there, and you couldn't find anything that would shut him down. So in my mind, it's a pretty comfortable position. But it is a good Void game against SD and Primal. Though Naga is quite nice, and I think Lush is too, so I really like what Spirit has going so far.
Yeah, and also Spirit have these double saves against Chrono potentially, which seems to be the clearest way to take the fight for OG. You just go in and you Chrono. But if you're not targeting this backline SD, he's going to disrupt who you go on. And if Naga's not there, she can just song from the outside. So it feels like Void's going to have a very difficult time getting these early game Chronos off.
This is like really high level drafting in my opinion. Like I'm nerding out super hard as I'm just watching all these picks because you see the Void pick come out and then you're like, okay, carry to carry matchup, we're gonna pick the Naga instantly. But one of the most common picks against Naga on the enemy team is Leshrac. So we kind of have to like cover our own Naga with this Leshrac pick. And then I'm thinking like, okay, are they gonna go for the Darkseer Brewmaster offlane type hero that deals with the illusions really well? Or are they gonna pick the BZM Invoker that there's like no way they get last pick? So I think there's like a lot of like compromise, give and take. Both teams are having to give. Like they reveal all 3 cores on the side of Team Spirit before last pick because of the fact that they had to cover the Naga in order to counter the Void. So a lot of mind games going on in like pretty rapid succession in the second round.
I have a question for you, Aiden. So we know they picked Brew to deal with Naga illusions, but do you think it's a good hero in this game separate of that? Because it feels like the hero just doesn't do as much as a Mars or a Primal Beast.
I mean, I think Brew is like in of itself a very strong hero, and he will always have like a pretty nice laning phase. And I'm always worried when I see Brewmaster that you're just not gonna have enough early game damage, because like up until Radiance, you will have some damage issues. And neither of their 2 supports, if I'm assuming now Rubik must be 5, really are that like fast. Like both these heroes kind of need level 6, and then Rubik needs the correct spell. And at that point, like yeah, we have damage to do stuff. But before then, the OG heroes, like all 4 of them kind of lack damage in my mind. And Leshrac loves that, Primal loves that, and then they have a Shadow Demon to like disrupt the damage coming in too. So I would way rather be Spirit right now. And also this Lesh, in my mind, could also be 5 if needed. I don't know if this has been seen in Dream League, but people in pubs are playing Lesh 4 or 5 a bit.
I think we've seen at least Celery play a 5 Lesh once.
Yeah.
It was the start of the tournament.
Yeah.
It was picked a little bit, but yeah, since then it gave up.
Yeah.
And I think like Naga Lesh, in my mind, like I'm down to play Naga Lesh. That sounds nice. I can leave my Naga alone, and then I can go Edict Towers from Fog.
Are you down to play like Naga Disruptor? You know, I know Disruptor is not seen very much, but it's pretty sick against these. Like, it gives you a way to reliably burst Brew. It's really good against Faceless Void. I know, like, it's an off-meta pick, but you are getting 10th pick support, potentially. You said, obviously, the Leshrac. Decent follow-up to the Naga net in lane, so there is synergy there.
Disruptor is a cool hero if you have a laning phase.
It's the Laurel... I'm sorry, wrong team.
BZM Zeus.
BZM Zeus.
That's damage.
Kills Naga illusions, kills SD illusions, does percentage-based damage against Primal Beast, can do damage against Leshrac if you can stay away from him, so that's good, and it really helps their chrono damage too.
Maybe Storm.
And I think the important thing about this Zeus as well is that we don't know if this Leshrac was going to be flexed to 5 overall, so you need a hero like Zeus who has a good lane regardless of who his matchup is. And because Zeus plays from a distance with Arc Lightning, Aiden, talk about it.
Wow.
Talking about Disruptor.
That was Brian's suggestion, yeah?
Yeah, but
I
you're
think
the
you
5.
deserve the credit.
You get the 5. You get the game-winning 5 pick. Tell us about it.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. I think usually picking like this, like last pick of the draft, position 5 hero, because you want to get a lot of oomph from the hero, yeah? So sometimes it falls really flat, or it's like amazing, you know? Because it's kind of hard to find 5s that bring you the level of impact that like a, Huskar last pick does, or some nice core pick that will round out your draft.
Are you saying it does do that though?
I'm not sure, because I feel like it's a little bit scary to lane into Brew Hoodwink. But if they manage to play the lane out in a nice and stable way, and he gets to get to level 6, which, to be honest, it's entirely doable, then I think, yeah, he'll pop off. Like, you'll see a lot of nice glimpse moves, because they have like this Primal that'll charge in, they have Lesh that'll charge in. It's pretty easy for him to play in the backlines, and they don't really have any nice backline jumps. So
It's good against Zeus too. If you run those run at you heroes at Zeus, as Zeus leaps away, you send him back, easy kill. So it seems like a great pick to me.
Yeah.
I also think has a very important job this game, which is it feels like the only way that OG can take these early team fights is going to be off the Brew ult. So if you can manage to go on this Brew and you stack the Static Storm on top of him, you can get that extra security that he dies before he gets split off, which makes it so much easier for Team Spirit to win these fights.
And Rubik lift out of this Static Storm with his
I
shark?
think so, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure, but I think so.
Then that's really important in these fights if they can.
It's like, no, you definitely can actually. I remember when there was the Aghanims patch, when you get Ags on Disruptor, Rubiks would just lift people out.
Okay.
So you definitely can do that. But the point about the Brew is actually really smart. And I think the more I think about the Disruptor, the more I like it.
Nice.
I will say OG is having a trend every series that they win. They lose game 1, and then they win the next 2. So the way you guys are talking all seems pretty Spirit favored on the draft anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I'm digging it, yeah.
I mean, I like it. I like it a lot. I feel like Spirit accomplished all their goals. Collapse has a good lane, and Yatoro has win condition. Laurel isn't getting, like, he's not in a horrible matchup in the mid lane, so all good.
Is the ancient old disruptor is especially only good when playing from ahead, and once you get behind, you're bad? Is that still a thing?
Typically, yeah, because you want to take advantage of your team's aggressive positioning and vision. But OG are in a situation where they can win this game in the late game scenario because they are going to have this Void who's going to scale very well, and they have ways to deal with Naga illusions. So eventually, the Naga is just going to result in playing the map if she can't take these fights, and it makes it easier for the late game team to take the favorable fights when all Naga can do is split push. So OG definitely want to take this. 60 minutes.
All right, let's see if we can get a plus 60-minute game here for game 1 of this best of 3. We're heading over to Sunfan and Sinrin via the PogChamp Pandas.
OG versus Team Spirit in this best of 3 showdown. Winner continues on in the tournament in the playoff stage. Loser out and about, as we might have action early on. Seb?
Uh-oh.
He's going to get glimpsed back. Disruption is there from Mira.
He's fine.
Yep, looks like he'll live in another life. First blood to Laurel. That is probably the best hero to snag that one. As BSJ called the last pick Disruptor. Syndon, are you impressed with him?
I am. I'm consistently finding myself more and more impressed with BSJ. That's because he set the bar so low for himself. No, that was a very good call. I like the idea a lot. I myself was looking at Storm as a potential option for the side of Spirit, which I think could have also been interesting. The panel's perspective on putting Lesh 5. Maybe Spirit just think that's just not good enough in lane, or maybe they feel like they run into trouble later on in the game. Maybe Miposhka isn't a big fan of it in general. But it's also debatable whether that solution is even better. Like, Storm would have definitely had some good matchups here, but there's also some pitfalls. This way seems pretty bulletproof to me with the Lesh in the mid lane and the Disruptor 5. And as they kind of covered, as long as Disruptor's lane goes well, this is a hero that I personally find exceptionally entertaining to watch. I think it makes for so dynamic gameplay. It really favors aggression.
Why do you think it's fallen off in terms of just the pick rate?
Primarily the laning, I think. It has a lot of matchups that are quite punishing. The way Disruptor generally lanes is very, like, he doesn't trade particularly well. Thunderstrike is really expensive in mana, so you can't spam it as much as you want. You have worse attack animation and attack damage than most of the popular ranged 4s. And on top of that, obviously, like, this hero has the same problem it always did. It doesn't do much against BKB until it gets Ags, so there's like this very awkward intermediary phase where you need to bridge that gap. But
BZM really low here.
Yeah.
Got some bottle charges now, though. Of course, Laurel being able to get his... I thought he was going to get his first, actually. Not the case. He still hasn't bought it, in fact. And now it's on its way. So despite getting the first blood...
Yeah, how does he not have it yet, actually?
I don't know. I think BZM definitely started with more gold. So that's probably just...
Oh, okay. BZM had, like, dead slots? Yeah. Of course. Yeah, Zeus doesn't start with as many items. He didn't start with a full wand, which is what Laurel did. Quite greedy as a starting build in mid.
Yeah.
But if you do get the first blood, you know, that's probably why he did it.
Yeah, this water rune will top him off, so... Not too much lost here, as BZM has the slight CS advantage early on. I mean, how is this lane supposed to go, regardless of first blood?
I think the games we've seen, it's been slightly less favored. Not like a blowout, but eventually what you just saw there is going to start happening a bit more. Zeus can't only last it with Arc Light.
Oh, BZM!
He has to also come in for right clicks, and whenever you do that, you're exposing yourself to Lightning Storm and potentially a split. And you just get harassed a lot. Eventually you have to yield a little bit. You're starting to see it here. BZM's mana down to half. May have to go for the bounty rune for a refill. Miposhka will get this one. A little late. Ahri on the counterplay on the Lotus.
Ahri, probably the best hoodwink in the world, and it's probably because it feels like it's the only hero he plays.
I thought you were going to say it's because he's the only hoodwink in the world. It's like, that's extremely rude. He's really good.
No, he is a very good player. He does play a lot of this hoodwink, though.
We had an interview with him, I want to say it was either last night or the night before, where he said they're over-picking it because the goal is to turn it into a ban.
Right. That's fair.
Spirit saw that interview, and they said, why did you tell us that? Now we're just going to let you have it.
Yeah. That is also fair. I mean, that is typically how it goes, but perhaps... Wait, he is very impactful on it, but there's only so many bans that you get in a game, and a lot of them are reserved for cores, of course.
Yep.
But on the other hand, he does kind of turn it into a core a lot of the time. That's kind of by design in terms of the hero overall. As BZM. Gonna use the Heavenly Jump to get away here.
That slow lasts so long, actually. Onto Laurel. He was hoping to get some Edict damage in, but enough distance created. Miposhka gonna leave the water for BZM. That's Laurel, sorry. Got the name wrong. It's easy to confuse them. Little known fact about Miposhka and BZM, they have played a lot together.
In pubs?
I have no idea. I'm just grasping at straws at this point.
Just take the L, Cinderin.
Yeah.
You're used to that in your pro career. You should get used to it in your casting career.
Extremely uncalled for Sunsfan TV.
Yatoro.
Still did better than you did in CS.
That's technically true. Yatoro on the outskirts of... Doesn't matter. Down he goes to Whisper. But there's TP support. A nice glimpse comes out from Miposhka, so it will be a trade.
Oh, that's a really good bushwhack. Sorry.
All right.
Acorn shot.
We're just getting warmed up here, Cinder.
Tons of damage. Hey, at least I got the spell from the right hero this time.
Yeah, that's the start.
But yeah, Miro making the rotation will open up the top lane for a little bit of more safety for Void.
They're going to have a glimpse. That's 3 stacks of Shadow Poison. Seb sticking around a little bit too long, potentially. Kinetic Field. They want to give the kill to the Naga, but it's not going to be the case. Miro
waited so long, and then just as Yatoro can get it, Miro takes the kill.
Mid-auto attack animation, he goes for it. Ari likely will fall. Mira is going to end up being the trade. Now Whisper left in a 1v2, but he's got the move speed. He's already 1,000 into his... Going to go straight up Brown Boots Radiance. Outside the kinetic field, he will be able to walk away.
I think the biggest winner in all of this is Miposhka, actually. He's getting a lot of experience, and Disruptor as a support has this tendency of sometimes getting a little bit XP starved, but like Insanio was talking about, if he can get a good level 6 timing, his hero is outstanding in this game. He's already level 4.5. We're 6 minutes in. If they get a Wisdom Rune, you're 3/4 of the way there, so...
Yep, first power rune is bottom, and it's the shield being reserved for BZM. Seb ensuring that. But looking at these lineups, I mean, the Brewmaster may be the more unusual pick versus the ones that we've been usually seeing, along with the Disruptor, of course, which we've already talked about. But the Brew, exceptionally good against Illusions. Is that the main reason, would you say, for the pick?
Sure. They pick it against Naga. We were actually having a conversation about this exact matchup earlier today. I think it was with Effie who asked how much damage it does, so we looked into it. So the Dispel from the Storm Panda does 1,000 damage, and then that is before amplification and reductions. Naga's illusions take 350%, so that's 3.5k damage per illusion. But illusions have basic magic resist, which cannot be modified. So if you get Eternal Shroud, it doesn't help illuse only the main, which means it should do 75% of 3.5k, whatever that is, the whole game. And you cannot circumvent that as Naga in any way.
I like how you looked all that up and then you didn't bother putting that in the calculator.
I just figured you could do the math for me. You're really good at that.
Yep, so it's something.
All right, give me your... How about this? You give me your best guess and then I'll do the math here.
What's the number? 3,000 what?
75% of 3,500.
2750.
2625. Okay, I mean, not bad.
Close enough.
You were somewhat close.
Pretty good for NA math.
You got the right first digit. I'm proud of you.
Thank you. Miposhka, level 5. Wandering over, but he is going to run into Seb and Ari. The lift up. Glimpse away onto Ari. And Seb won't be able to finish anything.
I love that he quells the tree after the combo missed. He's like, for good measure.
Yeah, just for later.
Yep.
Gonna get that finger nice and warmed up. Collapse playing the Primal Beast today.
Yep.
And yeah, Tomato on the Void. Void, his win rate, absurd. It's really shocking to see, actually.
We haven't really talked about this lane yet. So we saw yesterday a Primal play against the Void, but that was Primal plus Lion, and Void got absolutely eaten alive in that lane. It's very different with Shadow Demon. Void, in theory, is pretty good against Primal in lane as long as you're not chain stunned. This will be a very early mid tower.
Yeah, there's
OG
no
not
defense
fit.
whatsoever.
Okay. So yeah, Tomato will do way better than I believe it was Nightfall in that game did in lane.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But see data down the line. Of course, the Primal is also unfazed by the matchup. That's going to be basically a constant, no matter what support he plays with. Faceless Void does nothing to Primal in lane. That's very easy.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Now Whisper's dominating this bot lane in the meantime, though. OG is going to end up getting a really early Radiance on their side if nobody tries to contest him in the next couple minutes. As the Talisman of Evasion already. Sacred Relic to follow. And of course that will provide a lot of push potential for a lineup that really has none.
Radiant's middle tower is
Like
under
Void
attack.
hitting high ground that requires 3 to 4 items with probably an Aegis to boot.
My Poshka is probably not doing so hot here.
Yep, gets off a glimpse, but then dies in the midst of things.
Slow him down a bit, but he's almost 6. The support's on the side of OG a bit further down the list. Seb currently level 4, and this is after Wisdom Rune. So he's got quite some ground to cover to unlock that ult. Finds the 5 just now.
Radiant's middle
So a full
tower
level
is
to
under
go.
attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
And on the side of Spirit for Mira, his counterpart, they're pretty evenly matched actually. That experience is quite even. But I guess there's I was comparing apples and oranges actually, but a slight XP advantage overall for the Radiant supports.
Does feel like they have a lot of answers for this Naga. You talked about the Brew. I mean, the Radiance obviously on top of the Storm Panda. Although the Radiance is technically on the Earth Panda, but you know what I mean. Both of those in conjunction, really strong. Zeus, very good against Illusion Heroes.
Yep.
And then Void, just a monster late game.
You're gonna have the Song against Chrono though, which is the primary reason Spirit picked this hero, I feel. It is a double-edged matchup, because you're right, it's one of the heroes that has the strongest lockdown against Naga, but at the same time, the way Naga plays and itemizes, Void actually doesning really enjoy the whole wave clearing aspect of the hero. He will of course be itemizing against it, there's no way around it.
Yeah, he'll be going BKB. I'm not sure if Zeus is going phylactery. We'll see what kind of build he wants to opt for after the fact, but could be a good Nimbus game. We haven't really been seeing the whole Aghanim Scepter build very much though, but on top of the Chrono, very good. But something else to mention is the Song against like a Hoodwink, for example. Just looking for like Chrono damage, it's not going to do anything against it if you line it up first.
Yeah.
You get the cast off and then get slept, it'll still go off eventually.
I think every time we get a Zeus game, we're kind of talking about the caster Zeus versus Lightning Hands. I actually kind of like Lightning Hands in this one. And I usually find myself liking the casting build better. So because I think Lightning Hands Zeus actually deals very well with Naga, and you do a lot of damage in Chrono. Mira will be toast.
Bushwhacked and eventually will fall. Takes a little bit longer than anticipated.
Still looking great for Spirit in the way of net worth, just finding more out of the map. They've taken 1 tower each team, so that gold is even. So this 1k advantage essentially, or 2k, excuse me, is essentially just raw net worth from last hits, the majority of it.
And collapse. Oh, we see the Chronosphere from Tomato. TP's coming. Not a whole lot of damage by Tomato right now. But BZM makes his way over. There's the Static Storm, and Collapse is going to use it to onslaught away, but he's still kind of slow. BZM able to heavenly jump in the vicinity, pops his ult, and down goes the Primal. Maposhka tried to help the exit for Collapse. Will likely fall as well, and the Fade Bolt will be enough. Laurel and Mira still shadowing here, ready to fight potentially. Split Earth not going to be cast though, and now Spirit will retreat.
That's a nice sequence from OG. They were trying to set up onto the Void here with the Primal, and he immediately gets the Chrono off, which as you said, didn't really do much, but it bought time for the teammates to connect, and they can go for the chase down. OG taking advantage of the fact that Naga has nothing to offer right now, so these fights will be 5v4s.
God, how Dota has changed. Position for Hoodwink. Arcane Boots into Maelstrom. The fact that you go Maelstrom so fast on his support.
Yep.
So weird. But he'll be able to scale. I mean, they are setting themselves up really well to get to the late game if they can get these items at a pretty decent time to get the Maelstrom and the Radiance, and I don't know. I do like their lineup quite a bit. The Radiance is there for Whisper now.
It's a quite strong timing for OG right now. Going for potentially a bruise split play into the mid-tier 1 tower would be nice if they can do a dive. Maybe consider a smoke around when you have Chrono, bring both the ults and just really collapse on the tower.
Radiant are
We'll
scanning.
see if that will be their play of choice. For now, happy to farm as it looks. And a very even game. It's not like Spirit are on, I would say, this is the type of game that's kind of difficult to call down the stretch who you'd even really favor. Because I think despite them having Faceless Void on the side of OG for the ultra late game, there are a couple of wild cards that you can't truly itemize against. Disruption is always going to be a problem for Faceless Void at all stages of the game. The Axe Disruptor can be a true game changer at any late game situation, especially if it gets the Blink. You've got Primal Beast that has BKB Piercing Disable that OG can't really counter with anything else than Spell Steal or the Chrono, but, you know, if you're chronoing, if you're pulverizing the Void, then he's not going to be able to Chrono.
Can we bring up the item menu again, please? Cinder, I never noticed this because I never paid attention.
Yep.
What do you think the way they ordered these items are? It seems to be boots no matter what, then it's just in order of cost. Would you say that that's true?
I'm trying to disprove the theory right now, and I
think
can't.
it's correct.
I never noticed this either.
Yeah, that's more expensive than the Ogre
They
Clone.
keep highlighting the more expensive item is on the left, which is exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, he's trying to back up my claim. Just a little today I learned, you know?
Where are the TP scrolls at, though? Why don't we see that they have TPs?
That is true. Very big bug in the game that needs to be reported to Valve right away. Can't play without that.
And why does Yotoro's safety bubble not show all the way to the left because it's worth more than a Manta?
That's a good question, Cinderin. We'll have to find that out in the next episode of Pause.
Is under attack.
I really love the way you were talking. The music really does something for us. Like we're uncovering a mystery. I wonder what Valve were thinking.
Usually the answer is they were not.
Sure that insulted someone. Good job.
Just my presence alone is insulting to some, Cinderin.
Yep. I put up with abuse every day.
BKB almost there for collapse, so opting to go for that right off the bat.
Dire's top tower is
And I
under
mean, do you think he's going to find some good initiations without the blink first?
It's kind of tough, but the good news is he doesn't have to initiate. He just has to force the enemy team to run away, and then they can glimpse.
Yeah, that's true.
So as long as he gives vision and information, I feel like the Spirit lineup can play around him pretty well.
All right, OG going to smoke up.
And they'll
Chrono
find...
is available. Collapse. Oh, the Chrono reserved just for the Disruptor. As Collapse was going to run into it, but ends up sidestepping it in the end.
Yeah, Tomato was hoping for a double there. Not happening. Instant TP from Mira against that Thunder God's Wrath.
And Whisper, even more greed to his name, Cinderin, going boots of travel after Radiance. So he's going to be all over the place. He should be top 3 or 4 net worth throughout this game, I feel like, with this kind of a build.
I'm sure Merlini is proud out there. Radiance into travels. Wonderful. Where's the Midas, though?
Yeah, true. Well, we have seen some 60-minute Midases at this tournament. Maybe this is a game for that for him.
Power Rune top will be claimed by OG. So amplify damage for Zeus.
You're not able to toggle Radiance off with Disruption Illusions anymore, right?
Correct.
You used to be, for those that don't understand, you used to be able to toggle it while you were disrupted so that the illusions did not get Radiance.
Dire's top tower is under
That was pretty lame for the 3 or 4 Shadow Demon players out there. Pulverize. onto Ari. He's going to use his sharpshooter, but then dies shortly after. Collapse with a good pickoff. He's got his BKB in his inventory now. He's already halfway to that Blink Dagger.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Laurel will be joining him.
Trying to high-five the tower before it's too late.
It's going to be close. Oh.
Will they get the high five?
Oh, no. So close.
Where did the high five go?
It disappeared.
But it didn't say he didn't get a high five, right? So I guess he technically high-fived the corpse of the tower.
Huh. I never noticed that one.
Towers don't have corpses, Shannon. It would be the ruins.
Thank you for that. Static Storm onto the Brew. Whisper dead. Good pick off. And that is exactly what BSJ was talking about. This Static Storm can set up so much for them. They didn't need the song set up this time around, but you can just see the impact that that can have. And I don't believe we've seen a single primal split this game.
And I think the scariest part is yet to come for OG, to be honest, which is once the towers start falling and the map gets spread thin, you're going to have to play the same kind of game, but on less space. Naga will be pushing out the waves in multiple lanes. You're going to have to deal with the threat of her Orchid killing your supports in the side lanes. You're going to have to worry about constantly getting spotted and glimpsed back when you run away. So I feel like this upcoming 10 minutes is going to be a test for the Dire lineup about keeping their composure and not getting caught off too much. It is going to be difficult. OG will try to combat it by just making the first move. They do have all their stuff ready, all their big ults. They will run into Mira, and they will kill him.
The tank of the gank, Mira, evaporates.
Not exactly what they were hoping for.
No.
Would have loved to find a Leshrac farming the triangle there, but he was off to the right.
Do you think they have good enough damage in Chrono? I mean, Zeus can obviously output a lot.
Yeah, Hoodwink
is sharpshooter.
Hoodwink's good in Chrono. It's a lot of damage. It's not only the sharpshooter, she can hit everything.
Yeah, the tree does work in there, doesn't it?
Yeah, she could get a boomerang as well, eventually. The shard. Probably gonna hope to get it for free, of course.
As all supports do.
Oh, Spirit might find the bigger one. This was what OG were hoping for. Tomato Spider Sense is tingling, though.
Wow. Good instincts.
He's still gonna stay and
but the
farm
greed
it,
of a
though.
position one never falters. Pulverize into the Static Storm. That's the death of Tomato. Man, he had the right idea, but then he just saw those juicy creeps. That's Collapsing Company still on the high ground. Ari gonna use the sharpshooter to get back down, and Laurel super fast. Telekinesis back towards that tier 2 tower as the primal split is finally popped here. Not using to much effect. Mira gets off the disruption onto Miposhka. Looks like he'll end up dropping eventually to Whisper as Collapse now focusing on BZM. The trample is enough. So 2 cores dead for OG. Ari stuck in no man's land. And this will be the 3rd member to fall here for OG, and all they get is a disruptor. And it took so long to find it.
They're not done yet.
Yeah, the primal continuing on to Seb. Nice kill. So 4 dead overall. The Brew, the only one to survive if you want to count that Tomato death in the triangle. They wanted to fight after Tomato died.
Yeah, I don't really think that's a thing, to be honest. I think OG making a clear mistake. You've got to imagine that Spirit are set up in this position quite powerfully after they go for that gank onto the Void. They're not showing in other lanes, so under the assumption that at least 4 of Spirit's heroes are someone in the neighborhood, I just think they're too strong for you. Oh boy.
Okay.
No primal split.
Yep, there's the ensnare, Orchid to follow, and the stuns from Laurel more than enough as Whisper dies again. Wait, is that his first death? That is death number 3. Okay, not even close, Synderen.
Yep.
Good effort though. And the Bushwhack sharpshooter and Thunder Guts up, but the neutral denies Mira. Oh my god. OG cannot catch a break this game. What are the chances?
Yeah,
that is absurd.
That's unfortunate.
See how close.
Well,
that is when he knows things. When it rains, it pours, as they say, and it is getting out of control now for Spirit. Of course, OG, they do have all these greedy items, so I feel like they can definitely find the farm. As Whisper trying to force the issue, but Collapse already out. And yeah, once he gets his BKB, he's going to be a lot safer to the Static Storm until an eventual Ags comes from Miposhka, but who knows if that's even going to happen. I mean, it is Miposhka. He plays like position 6, it feels like sometimes. Oh, but he does get he has a Philly Stone, so that's definitely coming pretty soon. A couple minutes away, I would think.
Just give him 2 minutes and he'll have Ags blink.
That's right.
A gift from the temple.
Yeah.
Do you think he goes Ags right off the bat here, or is
No, probably not.
like a Glimmer or something?
Yeah, some sort of utility items would be nice for starters. I don't think the Static Storm can be the game winner ultimately with the Ags, but I don't think it's something he necessarily needs to. Especially in this game state when you're doing this well, you don't have to itemize for it. You could get stuff that protects people in Chrono, such as the Glimmer, which is actually a lot of damage negation in this game. You're blocking a ton of Zeus, you're blocking a ton of Hoodwink, Rubik, even some Radiance damage here and there. So I wouldn't mind seeing the Glimmer Cape. What I'm mainly curious about for both sides really is how is the map going to look in 3 minutes when we get to nighttime? Like, who's going to be able to gather information? That's another point about the Naga that's really valuable is when the map gets dark, she gets stronger. She has free info constantly. OG have pretty good wards for now, but the gem on Miposhka could change that very quickly. He gave it away, did he? Or did he drop it in base? He had a gem. Wait, where is it?
Miposhka has a gem in his stash.
Oh, he
So back at
stashed it.
base. Yeah.
Okay. Now he has it again. All right.
Is under attack.
Like magic.
Very nice. Well, looks like Seb's going to get picked off in the meantime. As I do believe Spirit are setting up for the old Roshan.
Yep.
And Yatara with a heart feeling very invincible. A 4K net worth spread or difference between him and the closest opponent, which is Whisper.
Yeah.
Dire are scanning.
Just insane farming. And I don't think OG could even contest this if they wanted to. So first Aegis goes to Spirit. I assume this will go on Laurel? Question mark?
Yeah, I think it should. Let's see, though.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Certainly one of the best Aegis carriers in the game. And indeed that is the case.
Okay. So what are they going to do with this one? I reckon they want to take all the outer towers if possible. At the very least 2 of them.
You're the only person that says reckon.
I love that word.
You know, it's very... I don't know a good way to say it, so I'm not going to say it out loud. It's very American Southern. It's a hick thing.
What?
It's a very hick.
It's just a normal word.
Nah, nobody uses that.
That's incorrect.
I reckon that's true.
Well,
That's what I think of every time
I don't
you say it.
say it like that.
I reckon.
I say it very sophisticated. I reckon.
There's no such thing as sophistication with the word reckon. Anyway, continue with your very...
Spirit
nice
will
point.
probably want to push out bottom, take that tower, and then steal the Tormentor. That's what they usually do, so I'm actually surprised to see them not go for that as the immediate follow-up play to the Roche bot.
I reckon that's true. Oh, Tomato.
Wow, that sounds so stupid when you say it.
Tomato on the other side of the tree line. Mira is going to catch vision. Tomato actually uses Time Walk aggressively, pops his BKB, but that's the Demonic Purge. Basically wasting his BKB now. Has to use his Chrono to be able to get some move speed, but Zeus is taken out first on the outskirts
he's not
of
even
the
gonna
battle.
kill him.
And now the song comes out. The BKB is over. Ensnare to follow. Orchid, Tomato destroyed. Wow, that is a bad fight for OG. And Seb's going to be cleaned up. Whisper the only one to survive, and that's because he wasn't even there.
That was just not coordinated for OG whatsoever. They get a solo Chrono that nobody is helping in. BZM is getting killed off on the side of here. Ari as well just becomes collateral damage in the Static Storm. Whisper is here, but he's just like, all right, I'm out. After killing Miposhka, there's no more fight for him. Yep, that was
one of those things
not
for
work out.
Tomato where you know he doesn't want a Chrono, just a Disruptor again. But in hindsight, that is the play. I mean, getting Demonic Purge, he had to use it just to move. Like, that was brutal. Absolutely brutal. And now it's ballooned to a 10K lead for Spirit. And again, if you're just joining us, very important series. Both these teams are tied. this Dream League group stage 2 as Yatoro goes high ground. Pulverized from Collapse onto Whisper. Not able to get the primal split off, and even BZM falls to Lar. This is a disaster. OG just getting run over.
Yeah, what was it you said earlier? When it rains, it pours?
That's right.
Probably something like that going on right now, I reckon.
I shouldn't have told you that. You're going to use it more often now.
I'm going to use it against you.
Okay,
like a weapon.
Is eventually going to go off and into no man's land. Collapse there to finish the job. And just like that, blink on Miposhka just a minute ago, he had nothing.
And look at that nice
He has
map
a glimmer.
placement of the Naga illusions. Like a beautiful... Okay, now they all despawn, so now you can't see them. But he had one in each lane outside of the tier 3s, despite 2 tier 2 towers being up. Yatoro cutting every wave, textbook stuff. You see it again now, sending them out one by one. And OG, not really the best heroes at dealing with this. I always call this trash duty, because it feels so unrewarding. Yeah, you're like clearing out this mess, you're putting out fires.
38 gold.
And the reward is so underwhelming from the amount of effort you put in. And then you have to do it again. It comes back all the time. It's like ants or spiders in your house. Well, all right, I get Miposhka. Did he have the gem on him there? He didn't, right? No, it's on Mira, so they don't get the gem for this. And Spirit will probably finally go for what I was talking about. Bottom tower into Tormentor.
Oh, but there's TPs. Tomato going in aggressively.
Okay, he
finds
wanted the
a
wisdom
lowly
rune.
Toro there. Orchid run away. Both sides were so surprised to see each other. As Laurel, he's the one that picked off, but that is just the Aegis. Collapse now with the Pulverize is instantly canceled. Tomato, good right-click damage against Collapse, but there's the song to reset. Or for Yatoro, I should say, is Collapse BKB TP. He's fine. Now Yatoro on the run, but he's going to get lifted if he's not careful. Thunder God's Wrath gets some nice, good vision. Mira glimmers himself. It's off the Demonic Purge, but now it is Yatoro left all alone, and he will face the wrath of OG. And they'll finally be able to take him out. 70 seconds on the deck. Needs a little bit more of that to get back in this game.
That was such a strange situation, honestly.
Jesus, look at his farm. I'm pushing.
Yeah. Well, he is going to rush the Axe. So.
Yeah.
So, Void time walked in to get the Wisdom Rune, and it's gone, and he just sees heroes like, uh-oh, and the fight breaks out, but Spirit were not ready for it either, so they couldn't really punish it with the Primal ult or anything like that. And the fight develops. OG get a very good primal split usage that time around. That was a great fight from Whisper. And they do claw back a little bit. It's still not looking great. But Faceless Void late game, you know, he just gotta hold out for it.
How many minutes until the Void can stand on his own, Cinderin? Well, let's not go with minutes. Let's go with items. So he has Mjolnir BKB, going Manta next, and obviously the Orchid is one of the reasons for that.
When
also
can
a
you
way to get out
stand
of
on your own?
field.
Like, what's the goal?
To be a threat, a huge threat.
To who?
Oh, I hate you. Just answer
That's
the
a
question.
really bad question.
I mean, you can.
When are you a threat? It really depends to what. I am a threat to an ant right now, but I'm not a threat to a bear.
Who's the ant here?
Probably Miposhka. He's a threat to him already. He's not a threat to the Primal.
Laurel has the Hex. His Whisper pasta BKB. His Primal Split is up in 2 seconds. He's going to be able to walk it off, it seems. Miposhka, oh, he's going to get...
He has to split.
He has to use the Primal Split, and that means they want to fight. Laurel, he's left all alone, pops his Bloodstone. There is the Chronosphere, the song to come.
Oh,
and
this is
Tomato,
such a good
disruption,
counter.
delaying things again, and Tomato can only hit illusions. How frustrating is that? And now the trample on top of BZM. And the Brewmaster is going to die inside his own split.
Beautiful fight from Spirit.
Collapse. Okay, he's on the cliff. That's awkward.
Oh, Seb will help him out.
Gonna need to get a replay of that one after this fight is over. And the fourth member of OG falls. And Spirit dominating. How did he get up there? Was it a blink or the onslaught?
He blinked, and he's doing it on purpose. He wants to give them vision for the glimpse, so this is really nice.
Oh, okay.
And Seb is like, he's trying to give them vision of the glimpse, so I'm going to lift him down. What a beautiful fight from Spirit that was. Just really great protective play around Laurel. They do this very well, I feel, when they play this Lash. They have a great understanding of how to protect him and really enable him in fights. And this one, the song into Disruption to delay everything coming out of OG was very punishing. And a great sequence from them will reward them with Elena Barracks.
Indeed. Laurel has a BKB coming. Miposhka has Ags. I'm not sure if he's shown quite yet, but that is a very important one. Prevents all the BKBs, which right now there's 2.
Yeah. Seb does not have Shard, and he does not have it queued up. I think he might genuinely not be thinking about this counterplay. They were talking about it on the panel. The Rubik Shard is one of the best saves in the entire game against Static Storm plus Kinetic Field combo, because you can actually lift people out of it. But yeah, since he's not buying up the Shard, this play exists now for Spirit. They can Disruption into Static Storm, or they can Song into Static Storm. So 2 really great combinations for Miposhka to play with. Definitely going to be seeing them looking for, especially the Faceless Void with this play. 21k lead. This is a landslide victory right now for Spirit.
A lot of OG series have been going 3 games. Obviously, this game's not quite over yet, but Spirit in a really good position. As, back to that music. Nice and relaxing.
Yeah, immediately bringing up the items. That's good. Let's see the prices.
Okay.
The price is right, Shannon.
Yep. Oh, man. That is amazing. Valve thinks of everything, don't they? Other than the Centaur Ags, which they need to rethink. Wait. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, we found a discrepancy. Bug report. Maybe wards just have a higher priority than shitty items.
How many sentries does he have? He has 5.
Oh, hold on.
He has 5. They're worth 250. That's why.
Oh, they
cost the same.
Okay.
But close it and open it again and see if they swap places, because otherwise it's biased.
Oh, it is biased.
It's always the ward.
Wow.
Which is actually a good point. This is subliminal messaging. Wards are more valuable than they seem.
Incredible, yeah.
But they're still worth less than something that costs 1 gold more.
That's really interesting.
Something to think about.
Glad I wasted the last 10 seconds listening to that.
You should have never brought it up.
We have a smoke on both sides. As we're unpaused in case you were alt-tabbed. Whisper, looking for the backstab Mira. Actually gets popped, but the Primal Beast goes in really deep collapse. Not able to find the connection. Tomato already used his BKB. In fact, pretty much everybody has used their BKB. Whisper forced to use the Primal Split. He's already getting destroyed. Only the Earth Panda remains.
Oh, they're gonna
Demonic
purge
upon him. And Whisper has to come out early, but he's going to get collapsed by Collapsing Company. Laurel will help Mira get the kill, and now the song from Yatoro to help the rest of his team catch up. Static Storm on Ari, Kinetic Field on Seb. He does steal the static, but it's just too little too late. 3 dead. And Spirit can continue on for another barracks potentially.
They have really came to play today in this game 1. I'm very impressed because it's interesting. We've cast a couple of Spirit games. We saw them in particular against Falcons. That series, they played really well and lost 2-0. We know the ceiling is still there, but they've just they've been inconsistent. But once they hit hard.
Oh, Hex, Glimpse.
Not
able
quite.
To jump away, but he cannot defend against this. 1 fortification remains here. It will not refresh with this kill. Oh, they're actually not going for it.
Yeah.
Okay. Tormentor instead. Collapse will get his rocks to play with. And they will fully reset. And yeah, with Roche up, makes sense. Not sure if they're going to go for it right away, but they are running towards that general direction. And have we cast a game where Spirit got the banner, by the way? The game against them, they had Mega Creeps against them. They did get 1 banner. They stole it. We didn't catch it on camera.
Yeah, I think they didn't use that one.
Yeah, it was just in their base.
Which is, very telling. They were against Megas, and they didn't use the banner, which makes a lot of sense because it would have been pointless.
Yeah, what if the longer you held the banner, the stronger it got? Like, you're down Mega, like, you don't take advantage of it right away. You wait half an hour and you put it up, and suddenly your normal creeps become Gaben creeps. Roche to Spirit. Aegis. banner.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And now one move is all that's between Spirit and a game 1 win. Finding any sort of
They
good
planted
teamfight
the banner
close.
already.
No.
Where? Where?
I think they put it top. They put it in the lane. They have Rex and Shannon.
Oh, they did it!
Spirit
They've done it!
never ceases to impress us, but unfortunately Whisper saw it and he's running over. Oh, he's smoked. He's going to take the 2 wisdoms.
Is he going to kill the flag? Does he give a shit about this?
Double wisdom, Shannon. That is very unusual.
He's going for it! The backstab on the banner is successful! Whisper has done it! They're going to lose, of course, but he's done that at the very least. The Chronosphere comes in from Tomato, but a nice disruption from Mira again. Feels like Tomato just cannot catch a break.
Whisper's not even here.
Upon him. Of course not. He's too busy killing something that nobody gives a shit about except for you and me. Finally, Tomato is dead.
No buy.
80 seconds. Age is still intact, and Spirit should be able to clean this up here on out. How can OG defend with 4? As Whispers all the way back here. All right, watching a very cool battle as a song comes out from Yatoro. Seb is dead. Melee racks at the bot lane will go down, and Yatoro not even bothering for the megas. It's like, guys, I think we can finish. Let's do this. Yeah, apparently that battle of the ages is still happening. Whisper looking for the high five that will never come. Collapse refuses to deal with him.
This is like a parody. What are they doing?
Well, Whisper is dying. He does have buybacks. That's a quicker TP in some ways. Very next level play. Zeus into the fountain, dies. Has buyback, will expend it. Now they're all out of buybacks, I do believe. Mira. OG finds a couple supports as Spirit maybe bit off a little bit too much here. Primal split coming. Nice bushwhack as Collapse comes in with another onslaught, but he's lifted into the air. But look at the damage onto these Brewlings. Already 2 out of the 4 dead. That's 50%. If you're wondering, Cinderin. Sheep being shown by Yatoro. It's on its way. As Collapse will get
I don't think they can
lifted.
kill this guy.
Yeah, he is so huge.
Like, what are they going to do? He has heart, 5,000 health, Kaya-san.
Yep, they're tickling him. And now Yatoro coming. It's like, all right, it's time. The song. Doesn't look like they want to fight without their supports.
I actually think Spirit could have won that 3v4
Probably.
or 3v5, but I very much understand not choosing to take that fight. There's no reason to give OG the opportunity to even make a comeback in this game. And as soon as their heroes are up, you imagine they want to smoke and use this 2 minutes of Aegis. Straight down mid on Yatoro. He can push.
I think it might have been close. They could have had megas if Yatoro just went.
Oh, they would have had megas for sure if he didn't go for the throne, but it's okay.
Yeah, just delaying here a little bit for content.
Lesh 25 chooses the Pulse Nova, triggers Lightning Storm, so they won't have that pushing talent, but...
And OG probably thinking already about game number 2. They're going to have to rethink something. Do you think it's more draft related than anything else, or...
It's a
Spirit
combination.
just playing way better right now.
I mean, I think the draft was always going to be tricky around the mid game, but I think the one moment that they had where they lost 4 for, I think it was 4 from Eposhka.
Yeah.
The game blew wide open in that one moment, and they never got a chance since. So that's really the highlight of the game for them to look at in the replay to figure out what they could have done differently.
Laurel, he'll find a little Brewmaster action, and that is a dieback. So Whisper probably won't be able to get back into this game. BZM showing himself, which sets up the song for Yatoro.
Static
Storm upon him, and this is going to be the second dieback for OG.
Seb has the
Tomato,
shard, but he couldn't get it
Chronosphere
range.
really wants to disrupt it, but again, the disruption comes out. And Maposhka Glimmer, no vision for Tomato, and he's just out of steam. Time walks just like a little kid with his hand in the cookie jar, just can't quite get to Maposhka. GG's called game number 1 to Spirit.
What an outplay. This was top class from Spirit. Probably one of their best games of the tournament, really. They've been, like we said, a bit hot and cold, but they're coming in today. The stakes are high. This is a series that they have to win, and they're taking everything they've learned from previous ones, and they're putting a bit of flavor in there. I feel like this is the first disruptor we've seen in this stage of the tournament. So they're bringing out something new that they see and using it to great effectiveness in this game. Look at those beautiful stat lines all the way down the board. OG back to the drawing board.
Yep, absolutely. So Team Spirit, 1-0 start. Can they finish this? Shaver!
We'll see if they can finish it. So far, OG has been pretty successful in forcing out game 3s in the series that they play. I'm joined by Purge, Effie, and Insania for the postgame of this one to discuss exactly how Team Spirit was able to take this first game. And therefore, Insania, as the guest here, I'd love to have your opinion on why this game went the way it did.
I felt like when I even looked at the draft before the game, Spirit really managed to get all the things they wanted. And I think when you give a team like Spirit, heroes that they're comfortable playing in positions they're comfortable playing them in, it comes together very nicely. I feel like all 5 heroes came online. The Disruptor really did work.
Really did.
And the draft just made a lot of sense. And yeah, they got to play map. They got to do all the things they wanted to do. And I don't feel like the OG heroes really challenged any of the parts of Spirit's game.
Fair enough. A little bit of an outdraft then, maybe.
Yeah, the important thing that Team Spirit needed to do was be the ones constantly setting the tempo, being the ones to go in and not letting OG have any space to go out on the map or D-ward. And we saw them maybe fumble a little bit when OG took that fight top early on, but then they just said nah. They went bottom with their Disruptor. They got so much value in that bot lane. They got a really key kill on the Brewmaster and then into another core in that triangle 60 seconds later. And then every time you looked at Spirit, they were just charging in with their Primal Beast and their Leshrac. And they had so much damage and CC between them that it felt like it was so difficult for OG to really do anything, because while they're being consistently run at, there's also the threat of Naga that you have to think about. And for OG to be able to take these fights and win, so many things had to happen. They needed to be able to chrono the save hero and Shadow Demon while also doing enough damage to kill him, but also not being zoned by the entirety of Team Spirit on the backlines, because we did see Tomato get a chrono on Mira one time, but then in came Yutoro with the Song of the Siren. There were just so many ways to cover each other on Team Spirit's draft.
Yeah, they especially did a really good job between the 10 and 20 minute mark. I feel like they just kept constantly getting solo kills and pressuring important heroes, and a lot of that was the Disruptor that could drop the silence, of course. But it just felt like every opportunity, Team Spirit was pushing things forward, getting kills and ganks. When there was a semi-even team fight, there were all those saves you guys talked about. So yeah, just a really impeccable draft. Amazing last pick. Yeah, great game to watch.
Yeah, picking picking Void into Shadow Demon, Insania, maybe not the greatest play either.
I think it can be fine. It just has to do with how all the pieces come together. In this game, it's kind of tricky. They have no way to pressure backline really. There's no, there's some Ember Spirit, there's some Tiny or some Earth Spirit, rolling on the Shadow Demon, making his game hard. Just thinking about this game, I feel like, for example, if I'm Rubik versus I'm Disruptor, my job's very tricky as Rubik. I need to steal the right spell. I need to not get Naga illusioned. I need to be careful of the collapse. I need to be careful of Naga Song into them just, getting killed. Whereas I'm Disruptor, I'm just okay, that guy's stunned. Okay, I go click net. I click ulti. I click my net, and my job is done. And I think that's to me, really telling of a good draft. When one side, in order to look amazing, Miposhka played perfect. Yeah. There was nothing he could have done better. But his job is very easy. And that is the sign of a really, really good and nicely put together draft. And I think OG's job in this game was much, much trickier, especially from the support standpoint. Mira had no pressure, just sits back. Oh, Chrono, okay, disrupt, no problem. Great,
Easy, nobody jumping me on the backline.
Yeah, I'm not pressured at all, and I think that's kind of, big credit to the draft in my mind at least.
Yeah, and you were mentioning Miposhka and Seb as the position 5s, and I believe for our Ace the Predator head-to-head, BSJ would like to do the same.
Boilers, Sheaves. As a shout out to our resident 5 position on our panel, Insania, I will be comparing Miposhka versus Seb. And we don't want to bag too much on Seb, but this is really to highlight Miposhka's impact in this game, as both of them had similar net worth until the very end, as we see Miposhka pulling a little bit ahead as they took the base and get those final kills. But just the impact that you can see, Miposhka gets the respect as he gets the solo chrono on him at 15 minutes. That's telling us how much OG is scared of this guy. And it felt like every play was either set up by Disruptor Glimpse or required the Static Storm to be followed up. And we're even going to see here, on the top end of our screen, Miposhka gets the solo Static Storm on Zeus, and then glimpses Ahri on the Hoodwink back into the ulti as well, which takes him out. So almost single-handedly setting up 2 crucial kills at the start of the fight, and obviously that one's going to go in favor of Team Spirit. And this is actually going to be Miposhka getting caught out, which is then going to lead to the one fight that OG won this entire game. Is we're going to just watch kind of a lack of control from Team Spirit and getting kited around by OG's draft. And you can kind of see in this fight just how potent that disruptor was and how crucial he was and pivotal towards like these team fights going their way, because the threat of Static Storm, the chase from the glimpse, without that, you can see how long they have on the side of OG to win these fights. And so just hats off to Miposhka, not only carrying this game in a lot of ways, but having the tenacity to audacity to last pick that 5 position in 24 slot.
We don't see it often, an overall last pick on the 5. We've seen Shadow Demon overall last pick, I think, a couple times on Falcons.
From Crit, and he owns too.
He owns, so every time they do that, they also own, so maybe that's the trend that we're going to see a little bit more often. But we're finding out if that maybe is a trend within the series as well. But before we check that out, we're going to check out what's happening behind me, because Jenkins is here, and he's got some incredibly important information to share.
Hello,
with the group.
Shivar.
Hello.
Can I call you that?
Sure, you can call me Shivar.
Because this is the social media corner. I'm going to call everybody by their social media name. At Shivar Dota on...
There's no Dota.
Shivar on Instagram.
Thank you.
But we're not looking at Instagram today. We're going to be taking a look at Reddit. The Dota community is hard to read.
I'm also Shivar on Reddit.
We love to hate,
I think,
and we hate to love. I think that's a Nietzsche quote about Dota. But we're going to play a game of Guess the Downvote. Where we're going to be taking a look at a comment, and then everybody's going to guess whether or not it's upvoted or downvoted. So we got some incendiary comments in here. Is everybody ready?
Yeah.
Yay.
Okay. Let's go. Let's take a look at this first one. Shivar, you can read it for me.
Any other carry, Shopify loses. Any other carry, Shopify loses. Any other carry, and they lose, are TZ forever. Ah!
Is this upvoted?
Okay, I will say what.
Or is it downvoted?
I think it's an upvote.
Downvote.
What?
That's
Art
downvote.
easy, guys.
That's a downvote because it made no sense, and people are going to be like, what were you trying to say
But
here?
it's also in all capital letters, and it has the word Arteezy in it, and I think that's an upvote.
Yeah, I agree with Shearer. It has Arteezy in it, so I upvote.
No,
I see Art,
people-
I upvote.
Reveal it.
Reveal it.
Correct. Nice. The average of the panel said it was an upvote. It was indeed an upvote. You guys have a good read. Look at a lot of these match threads, don't you? Shivar, could you go ahead and read this very small text on the screen for me, please?
I hope OG stays in. I want at least one wildcard team who you never know what to expect from. Shopify Rebellion was another one, but they are already bombed out.
That's flaming Arteezy, so that's a downvote.
Yeah, I would say that's
That's
I
an
think this
upvote.
one's hard. This one is hard.
But
I think it's moderately, I don't know, it's constructive. I think it's fine. It's people are going to be like, yeah, upvote, and then they're going to continue reading. They're going to forget this comment was read 5 seconds prior, but like it's going to get upvoted.
I just feel like if it's SR and OG, like it's different fan bases.
Yeah.
Like one fan base is downvoting and the other one's upvoting.
That's a good point.
Like who likes both these teams at the same time?
I think
Effie and Aiden, upvote or downvote from both of you?
Downvote.
I think downvote.
And it is a downvote. You guys are right.
It's a normal comment.
You're 100% right. This
I
was
cracked the
downvoted.
code.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Let's get the third comment on here. Shivar, please.
All the glazing in the world. That's glazing, right?
Yeah,
all the
we had to-
glazing in
we
the
had to
world
remove a word
every
from there just to-
panel and every caster. And Yatoro has to be the worst carry left in the tournament, maybe after 23 Savage. Did he just call Yatoro the worst carry?
Okay, but you have to be careful because this is 23 Cabbage hate, but also
Yeah.
Yatoro hate
I
at
was
the
gonna
same time.
say, this is an upvote because I think people love to hate on 23's Cabbage. So
This is a downvote.
This is a downvote.
This is a downvote.
You do not speak ill of Yatoro.
Yeah,
on Reddit.
I don't think
that does
anyone-
not work.
People will have hit the downvote button before they reach the 23.
Yes.
Brian Purge?
Letters.
I'm going to say downvote.
I said up.
Okay, so average downvote, and this is a downvote. You guys are good at this, actually. You guys are really good. Okay,
I'm
let's take a look at our
Valve's
final
gonna ban
comment
me.
here. Shivar, please.
Oh, I hope DreamLeague has the band on lock for every season. Pumpkin Pandas are amazing. They are phenomenal. It must be a great gig for them too.
Upvote!
Yes!
If that's
upvoted,
downvoted,
come
I don't know
on.
what I'm doing with life.
Band, what do you think?
Upvote or downvote? Up,
Upvote,
they're pointing
upvote.
up. Yeah, of course it's
This
you.
was?
Lucky.
This was upvoted.
Yeah,
Everybody loves the band. Okay, play us off, band.
Play us out, band. We got
Show
this.
why you got that upvote.
catching us in the middle of a very important series. We just started the draft for OG versus Team Spirit, and Team Spirit is 1 game up, and that means that they are 1 game away from securing themselves a playoff slot for coming Saturday, whereas OG in that sense is 1 game away of being eliminated, and of course they want to stop that from happening, which means they have to win this game. Let's see if they can. We're hopping straight in. I'm joined by Purge, Effie, Insania, and BSJ. I got a panel full of experts, so I'm going to pass the word over to the old experts. Brian, you want to go first? Yes, I could have turned it into an insult, but I didn't.
I was ready. That's what Suns fan did. He had me in or Synderen did that. He had me in the first half, and it just absolutely destroyed me off panel, but luckily I had the whole game to recover. So we have epic opening from OG. They go for the IO. Are you a fan of this hero this patch, Aiden? I haven't seen you been playing IO.
I played it a little bit. I think the hero's good, but I think it's definitely like a OG special. It was banned out second phase last game, so they probably feel like they need to pick it now if they want to get their hands on it. Though, again, I don't really feel like it addresses Dragon Knight in particular. It's like, I think DK is a hero that needs to be addressed right now more than I feel like IO is. And for that reason, I already feel kind of better about Spirit's opener.
And they take out Lesh, which would have been the IO pairing that OG are looking towards. It's what they look successful in, and it would have been enough damage to address the DK that Aiden mentioned. So that's a really great heads-up ban. Another potential IO combination for OG could be their Gyro. They've played it a few times. You can make a case for IO Razor versus DK as well, but I don't think I've seen OG play that IO Razor yet.
They definitely like playing it with Yuragi, like way back. I don't know if it's a Tomato hero. I can't really... Like Tomato's more of like the classic hero pool, like carry hero pool. Like Morph, TB, Faceless Void. Not so much like the tempo carries, or however you want to call them.
Yeah, I agree. That's where OG have actually looked most successful with Tomato and these scaling late game carries. You see the games that they win, he's usually a Naga or a Morphling or a Faceless Void or even an Arc Warden. They've pulled out Arc Warden a couple of times and they've looked really great on it.
So if you know that they've only paired it with either Lesh or Gyrocopter, surely Team Spirit starts prepping for that eventuality. Do they still pick a Doom type hero to counter the healing that I was providing? I mean, it'd mess up their flex right away, which is kind of bad, but...
I think countering the healing is always good, but IO to me, when you pair him up with these heroes, he just kind of feels like an attack speed steroid plus map control, which is what you're going to do if you're going to pair him with your carry and not your mid laner. I mean, the only other mid laner that you can think of that would benefit from IO that isn't Lesh is Storm.
10 seconds.
But again, not the most successful track record.
Other than in the hands of GPK.
I think Team Spirit will do very normal things here and pick Grimstroke Undying, at least one of those two, maybe both. Because that's kind of what they've been sticking to, their comfort. Neither of them are banned. Undying's good against Tiny and IO, and then Grimstroke's good with DK. I would just be surprised if they went any other route.
Yeah, I mean, most likely here you pick double support, and then if you want to go the Doom route, you still have that option open on like 18, or like the next round of picks, like when you get to do the last pick of this phase.
Oh, don't worry, we've talked about 18.
Oh,
I think we've educated people enough to know
I see.
what
Yeah.
18 is.
We only have one job, Aiden.
I see, okay.
You have to worry about actually picking the heroes. We can
It's
just tell
weird when
people
you
how they
see it
lost.
like this, because there's no numbers on your screen. Like,
True.
you're like, what is 18? But when we draft, it just very clearly says, like, this is the 18th pick of the draft.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense.
And then, like,
Yeah.
24 is, like, the absolute last, because it counts the bans, too.
I always thought you guys were counting them up manually and then verbally doing it, but it actually shows
It
it
just
when you do
straight up
captain's
has a
draft.
number on
Yeah.
the screen. Because our draft screen obviously doesn't look like this.
Yeah. So what were you saying, Aiden?
So yeah, no, you do still have the option to go that route if you want to, like, because Doom historically has been a pretty good hero against Gyro, because Gyro kind of needs sustain in order to stay alive. Runs in, stands in the middle, wants to pop Satanic, wants to get mech'd. And I think when you remove those things from the hero, he just kind of dies. So you still have that option open if you pick another support here. But they're taking their time, so it seems like they're maybe contemplating picking a core.
Radiant team pick.
Is this ever a support TB?
I think it's the most broken hero in the game right now.
Support
in
TB?
pubs. In pubs. Because I'm not playing pro games, so I don't know. But in pubs, this is very, very, very good.
What sold you on this hero in pubs? Aiden,
I mean,
tell us a
I
bit.
thought it would be like you show up in lane, you're any hero, you don't care, it's just a TV. But then he clicks Reflection on you, and he has 47 armor level 1. Might be more, I'm not sure, but he just doesn't take damage from right clicks. and he just runs at you, and he's pretty fast. So this hero just lanes extremely well, and then has the ability to pressure map, and Thunder is just a pretty cool support spell.
That is not a point-and-click stun offlane hero.
Give me the Void.
The Darkseer.
Rotate the TB to support. This is such a good Faceless Void game, and Yatoro loves it. Aiden sold me on Terrorblade 5 or 4.
10 seconds.
You can double Sunder people.
It's like the triangular Sunder. It's like the the love triangle, but you Sunder that guy who then sunders, then you Sunder that guy, but then you give the first guy's health to the other guy. Do you know what I mean?
So you wait till the support's linked with the carry and is low, then you Sunder, which gets the carry low.
Exactly.
Which is good, better than the support being low. There you
So
go.
they do
It
the
makes sense.
support TB. They bait out the Darkseer, spend like another hero that doesn't really give you a good illusion. So that's why I wanted the Faceless Void. But Sven's not quite as good against Razor.
You don't think so?
You like
I like Sven against Razor
Why
because I
is
feel like
that?
Sven has too much damage. Like you can't.
Suck
If
him
Sven
hard
hits
enough?
for 1,000 damage and you drain 200, he's like, I don't care. He's just gonna keep clicking you. Plus, with the Superman, he kind of has mobility now, so you can maybe even reset off the link.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that Sven is very heavily enabled in this draft by his Grimstroke, but
True.
also just because his laning stage versus Darkseer is going to be really good. Also, I think Warcry is one of the most annoying things for Darkseers to play against, because often a lot of these fights will depend on them getting their vac wall off, and oh look, you have all of these illusions hitting you guys. Oh wait, your entire team has armor, and he's going to get shard later, so they're also going to have an armor aura. So I feel like that counters it very nicely. Also, I think rotating the TV support absolutely made the most sense. There's a really good call on that, but the thing about TV support is if you're not getting value out of Reflection on lane, it feels kind of sad and useless. And right now, there is really no value out of Reflection. But as the game progresses, he can just press Thunder on his team, and he can push waves out with his illusions. So it's fine. And they did end up doing Ire Razor, which we talked about being good for obvious reasons. But the scary thing about Ire Razor is, like Insania mentioned, if this is Tomato playing it, that's not really his archetype of hero that OG have been winning on, so I wouldn't be surprised if BZM plays Razor here instead of Tomato.
Interesting. I didn't actually consider that. It's possible that they just aim to match the Razor into the DK. Though I'm not sure how much of like a... I think mid DK probably does okay. It's, not your ideal lane, but I think it does fine. Yeah, kind of once again, I feel like Spirit's heroes should be off to a pretty good start, and then there isn't really anything that kind of makes them unhappy in the draft right now. I think they feel pretty free to pick whatever they want, and they kind of have like a, pretty well-rounded draft already. Already they have damage, they have sources of initiation, they have ways to get towers. I think they're pretty happy with their matchups. While OG, I feel like you kind of need to find the right hero to make the draft come together.
They're really lacking disable on OG's side. That's one thing that could be a pitfall.
So what are the chances, Aiden, that because TV is now a support and you see that, you put Tiny mid and you just play, like you have double IO Tiny, IO Razor, and then you just play on this tempo with Tiny running around Ava tossing people? I know BZM played it once or twice this tournament.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. I think Tiny Darkseer is just such a nice lane that if you want to break that up, then you're thinking like we're getting so much value out of this Tiny mid that it's going to be worth it. Because if you think about Tiny mid kind of enjoys having nuking supports. You want like heroes that add damage to you, and the heroes that Darkseer likes laning with are not really that. But Tiny into Puck mid is a pretty good matchup, so it's possible that would happen here.
Does BZM play the Huskars and the Snipers of the world, or is that just like pure bluff calling by Team Spirit here? Because usually people have to ban those heroes in order to pick Puck.
It feels like the first time we've seen a Puck picked where
Those
Sniper
are
wasn't
allowed.
banned.
Yeah. I don't really think of him as like a sniper player. Plus, I think OG, they kind of like, at least in my mind, the way they draft, they want their drafts to like come together nicely and make sense. And I think like Sniper, just like, they wouldn't just sniper to just sniper, just to beat the puck up. If they didn't think like it's gonna have a nice game and scale well into the game as well. Like,
They have so many good dive heroes. If you pick Sniper and Sven goes on you or DK goes on you, I feel like you're just gonna have a really bad time. And you can't really necessarily be healed super well by IO because your survivability is not quite high enough to make that as valuable.
And how do you feel about TA if OG are still looking at a mid hero? Do you think that has a place in OG's draft?
I like TA more personally.
still down for life.
Is TA open? I guess people don't ban TA unless they play against us.
No, we have seen TA banned a couple of times, but yeah, not for this one. But definitely, it normally gets banned. This is just a call your bluff situation, potentially.
Yeah. TA feels more like a BZM hero to me than Sniper.
Ooh, how about a Void Spirit?
Yeah, also kind of up his alley, like his type of hero.
Yeah, so Void Spirit gives you the jump that you need to get on this Grimstroke in the backline. You can also just build up an Aghanim Scepter so that you have a means to kill this puck, because the only reliable disable you have on OG is the Avalanche, and you can't go late game versus puck with only one stun. You have to have a hero that addresses it. Their heroes all make sense and they play tempo on the side of OG, but I've only ever been sold on this team when Tomato's playing ultra late game carries, and I don't really know what this is going to look like with Tomato playing the Razor, to be honest.
Yeah, for me, the safe lane of OG versus the off lane of Spirit, that's like the main interesting point of the game. If they are able to do really well in the Razor lane, I think the game might snowball really quickly into OG's favor. And if not, then I think Spirit might be pretty comfortable to play it out. So Collapse's net worth is going to be what I'm going to be looking at.
I think the Terrorblade swap to 5 bamboozled them hard because they all end with that Darkseer, and I don't think Darkseer has too much of a place in this game. So I'm going to go for Team Spirit.
I do like how Darkseer combos well with their teammates, though. Void Spirit with Ion Shell is going to make his early ganks more valuable. Putting an Ion Shell on Razor even feels kind of okay, so at least their heroes do all synergize together decently well, but I am worried about their late game carry potential for sure.
And with the Terrorblade, does it matter at all that it's more of a 4 Terrorblade than a 5 Terrorblade, or is it same impact? Like,
I don't think it's that big of a deal personally. I think it's Void Spirit's job to go kill him on the backline. I think Ags is even more encouraged this game, so that he can kill either of those two supports to prevent the Sunders.
Yeah, use Ags, I think, on BZM. Very likely. Items.
Mira has played Terrorblade in his pubs recently, so it is
how
Mira
many times, and what's his win rate,
He's
Brian?
played it 3 times, and he's won 2 of them. And he's going for the Spirit Vessel, like, Tranquils.
That's all you need in a best of 3.
Yeah.
That's exactly how many you need. 2 out of 3, yeah.
Yeah, but that does mean, I mean, yeah, we'll see if this is one of the 2 then, I guess, because we might have a game after this, depending on how OG does. So let's see if Team Spirit can punch their ticket to the playoffs, or if OG will make it a little bit more difficult for them. We're finding out with Sunspan and Cinnamon.
OG versus Team Spirit game number 2, brought to you by Sunsfan and Cinderin. How are you doing this evening?
I'm great. I'm lounging, enjoying myself, and I'm ready to watch some more high-quality Dota between these two teams. OG really got to step up after that game number 1. That was not one of their best showings. For Spirit, however, a great and hot entry into this series, and they have got themselves quite a few very high-rated heroes in this tournament so far. They've got Dragon Knight, Sven, and Puck. They're running a support terribly, which I'm personally very curious to see. That's the first time we get to cast that.
Yeah.
OG, not a single top-tier pick in sight, except the Razor, I guess you could argue, but they're playing it carry.
Yes,
which
well,
no other
Tiny.
team has done that we've covered.
too.
Yeah, I suppose. But he's not like wildly contested in terms of like first phase bans or whatnot.
Yep, it feels like they got so crushed in that game 1, they're like, let's just try a pocket strat to some degree.
Yeah.
And we'll see how it works out for them. Definitely risky. But if it works out, they're going to look like geniuses.
And if it doesn't work out, you can always just say you lost to the world champions. So
yeah, why not? So it will be the Terrorblade as a support, which, like you said, we haven't gotten the chance to cast. And do you know how do they build? Like, what's the idea behind this?
So the way Spirit picked it here, they picked it, I want to say after Sven, right? So it wasn't even... Am I remembering the draft correctly here when I say that? Or did they pick it before Sven? Because I forgot whether they were picking it as a red herring and then just, you know, when OG counterpicked it. I think it was the other way around. So OG counterpicked it with Darkseer, right? And then they relinquished it to support. I think that's what happened. So the idea was to bait out some sort of counter from OG to that and then run a different carry. And what Terrorblade does as a support is, in lane, you're going to be casting Reflection to pressure the both of the enemy heroes at the same time, and then obviously you get level 2, you will have meta, so you trade really well. And later down the line, as a support, you offer arguably the strongest heal in the game, right? Sunder will be able to protect any hero that's in major trouble, obviously putting yourself at risk, but if you die, you were just a support, saving your big cores.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the idea.
He's already killed a courier. Terrorblade, the courier killer.
This is not
his nickname.
This is not the first time in Dota history that Terrorblade support is a thing, by the way. It has happened before.
Has it? I don't
Yeah,
remember
in
this.
Dota
Dragon
2.
Tail, Blood Grenade to follow. Tomato continue to get healed by Seb, but will it be enough? Doesn't look like it. Oh. One more right click, not even needed as Collapse has the Breathe Fire. First blood goes to him, and already the DK Terrorblade lane ruining pubs everywhere.
A couple of extra facts about this hero that are interesting in the support role. He has 315 move speed, one of the highest in the game. Well, okay, but it's in the higher half, and it allows him to stick on targets there. You throw the Blood Grenade, and you can keep attacking them even in melee form. You add the slow of reflection on top, and then that makes for a very nice and easy chase down. And he has 9 armor. So if you're trying to trade support versus support...
Oh, he's the courier killer, remember. They don't even bother trying to micro it. Seb relinquishes control to Mira. And I mean, okay, do you skill any differently? I'm assuming meta. Yeah, meta is the second spell to come.
Yeah, you max reflection. It's your main spell because it's the lowest, it's the highest impact, lowest cooldown spell you have. So you're gonna max that out. You're still gonna get at least 1 value point in Conjure Image for scouting purposes and maybe for a little bit of farming during downtime. But yeah, that's the main idea.
So if you're a new Dota player that came from the anime, because we know many people watched and loved that series, and you're wondering, why is Terrorblade the demon, the main villain of the story, a support? That's a good question.
It's a different timeline.
Not in...
He can TP out.
Different universe as Mira, yeah, just the simple TP. He still has plenty of HP as well.
Yeah.
When you talk about this high armor, it is ridiculously high.
Yep. What I was saying about this hero being played before, I actually think we cast this game together, where there was a Yapsor for Terrorblade. Or maybe I'm remembering it incorrectly and it wasn't with you, but I know he absolutely played it once or twice in a tournament.
Nice
back with Secret.
Onto 2,
Big damage.
Well, the toss out, and Mapochka actually will fall, so ends up working out for OG. How many years ago is this?
I want to say 3 or 4.
Okay, I don't remember what I had for dinner yesterday, so...
Okay, it was
trouble with that.
It was this morning.
Also don't remember that.
Secret played with Yapsor this morning in this tournament, as a matter of fact. You are just getting a bit delirious.
I do miss Yapsor.
Yeah.
In the competitive scene, though, I will say. One of the most exciting position fours to ever grace the Dota world.
World record holder for most kill steals with Fade Bolt.
Yep, that's probably true. Fairy Fire. Ari wants to try to turn this around. Toss up. Will eventually fall to the Inkswell.
Now Whisper's in trouble, too.
Yep, Yatoro's coming in.
Oh, this is real bad.
And he will get cleaned up by the right clicks.
That is no good.
That was the old domino effect, trying to help your teammate syndrome. Just let him die.
Also believe, aside from Mira in this tournament, I believe we have seen 2 other players play the support Terrorblade. Probably.
And the meta is popped by the support Terrorblade. Collapse. Was focusing on Seb, but we'll turn his sights back as Tomato just continue to right-click away. And yeah, mid lane we haven't really talked about too much. BZM sitting on 30 and 7. Laurel at 26 and 2, so slight advantage there for OG. And yeah, even the mid pick, you're right. Like all these picks are kind of out of meta, minus the Razor / Tiny.
We've had a decent amount of Void Spirit games, but it's not exactly a prioritized hero.
The Void Spirit feels like there's literally no other pick, so it just has to be Void Spirit. That's what it's felt like in a lot of these games. Toss back, Ari. Inkswell to follow is Yatoro. Silence is still there. Even Laurel come into play, and this is going to be another death for Whisper.
And they're going to give the kill to Laurel. He is losing his mid lane by a decent margin, so this kill will definitely be a big help as BZM will pick up his level 6. Big gank coming in from Mira.
God, what am I watching? All right, what do you build on this hero then? Because I know one of the games, who was it playing? They just built carry items. I don't understand.
I mean, that's obviously a luxury you have if the game is going well, or if it goes super late and you get farm, you can do that. I think something in this game that would be great would probably be the Spirit Vessel. The panel was talking about him buying that in 2 pubs, I think. That could be interesting against the IO. Wouldn't mind seeing a Vlad's for the team. You know, just buy auras, because your primary job in the game is to cast Reflection and sunder the initiated target. And then you can buy whatever utility you need. So
we're not going to be saying Armlet Shadowblade Dagon, is what you're saying.
No, because this is a pro game.
You're saying that's never been done in a pro game?
I think that has never been done in a pro game.
Come on. Dota 1 probably. Not even kidding.
Also, probably not.
It's probably true. That was a really popular strategy, Cinder. You just don't remember in your old age.
I remember playing it in Dota 1. The Dagon Terrorblade.
Was it successful for you?
I do not remember that, so probably not.
I'm sure you had fun, though. That's the most important thing.
I always remember when I have fun in Dota. 2018 was a great year.
Is that before Neutralite?
I don't know. I just needed to go for an old year, so it wasn't recent, you know?
Oh, okay.
It wasn't like very specifically that year.
I wasn't casting then, so that's another reason. Probably.
Yeah, that was like, oh man.
I was out of the scene at that point. I was on to Artifact, the new hot card game from Valve. Yatoro being pressured a bit by Whisper as the coil comes out from Laurel. And BZM wants to try to counteract this. Looks like the Darkseer will fall first. Big avalanche from Ari. Is it enough to take out Laurel? Not quite yet.
Nice
Astro
phase.
Steps is not going to hit Laurel, who's the intended
What
target.
a
BZM
god.
falls, and Laurel does not.
Why are they not tipping him? What a sick play from Laurel. He dodges. He does the perfect phase shift timing to dodge the Astral Step, and then he afterwards gets the... I think he also dodged an attack with the Illusory Orb. We're going to see the replay here. So keep an eye on the puck in this situation. There. Gonna dodge. BZM. There, he dodged the tree throw as well.
Yeah, beautiful.
With the jaunt. Just masterclass from Laurel.
Gorgeous play. 3K lead for Spirit. And already OG feeling a bit of pressure. And I guess the question for you is, since they went for this IO Razor, when does that come online? Or when do they need to start pressuring Spirit in some regard?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's hard to answer just because we don't really have a great frame of reference in this patch for this strategy. I wonder how comfortable Spirit are with... I mean, obviously they're doing great in this game so far, so definitely feeling very good, but just conceptually against this, if they have a good idea of the timings that are at play...
It might have to be on hold, Cinderant, because Tomato is getting triple teamed as Mira... Oh, he actually won't do anything. He'll look successfully for the kill. Seb, next on the list. Down goes the God, a.k.a. Io.
Yeah, if you didn't watch the last game, you'll be like, oh yes, I mean, Seb's good, I know.
And Amira does get taken out, which you usually be more excited about, except for the fact that it is a support Terrorblade. I'm going to say that for the 20th time this game, because I literally still can't believe that this is a thing that players are pulling out in this tournament. When was this time that it was a support before? Was that during my Artifact year?
I'm sorry, I got distracted for a moment. I'm just laughing. Yeah, Toro denied a bounty rune, and then he got tipped by Mira.
Oh.
How did this even happen? Did he have an illusion? Or did he actually...
Oh, they're going to try to go for this again. They don't get the double stun, but they might still have the damage. The Inkswell connects onto both. And one toss comes up. Tomato actually living for now. That's a big plasma field as the rest of the rotation comes in from OG. The wallet placed as well, and 3 dead for Spirit. So
they
a little
needed
bit
that
of
badly.
Absolutely. That was as close as it gets, and OG getting something to go their way. Feels like it's been the entire series they've been waiting for something like that.
Yep, pretty much. And while it is good, they're still at a major disadvantage in this game, but without a play like that, this could have become an absolute avalanche of a game. No pun intended.
Good one.
But I said no pun intended.
Good one. Yeah, but you did intend it.
Not really.
Coil. BZM's going to snap it right off the bat. Inkswell is coming as well, but they silence on top. Good layering. I don't think they have the damage, though. BZM going to try to get the Aether Rim onto Laurel, but is able to pop that Invis rune out of range. Ari doesn't have the vision here. As the courier is delivering to Laurel, so I think Ari has an idea. He at least was there a moment ago. And I'm not gonna lie, I got a little excited, Cinderin, when I saw IO Tiny picked. Like, oh, old school. That's fun.
Yeah.
Ends up being the Razor instead. Toro will be forced to TP out.
So to answer your question about timing, I think this is not so much about the IO Razor, but it's about the Darkseer, actually, I think. When you're playing this type of lineup with Darkseer, you want to have maxed out Ion Shell, generally a couple of levels in Vacuum, and then you want to have one Aura item, and then you want to play with Whisper. And we're starting to approach that point now. He has the mech, he has 3 in Surge and 1 in Vacuum only so far. I imagine he will want to start leveling that instead of maxing out Surge, but we'll see. Maybe he thinks the low cooldown on that is really valuable here. But he is going to be the hero that can bring OG's lineup together. You want to put Ion Shell on the Void Spirit, you want to put Ion Shell on the Tiny and even on yourself, and then land some sort of a big spell combo. The Razor needs time. A lot of time. He's level 7. Sven is level 11. Okay?
Wow.
That is what we're looking at here. Yatoro has a level per minute in this game.
Wow.
So you're never going to close this gap through farming. It has to be through fighting. Bait out the reload and back off.
Yep.
All of OG are here chasing
Really.
ghosts.
And Mira
And Mira.
is the one they're chasing. Looks like he's just going to get away, though. He's bottom net worth, so even if they found him, not really worth too much. As BZM, looks like Aghanim Scepter will be his first main purchase. Silence against the likes of Laurel, which we've been seeing the Witchblade into Yules normally on the pucks at this tournament. Has the Witchblade now.
Yep.
Yatoro setting up for a smoke gank, but nobody's up there at the moment. And Collapse, he's got his Blink. Orb of Corrosion, interesting. I don't know if have we seen that on TV?
No, that stood out to me earlier as well. I was like, that's curious. And it does help you push towers faster, and maybe he had value of it in lane because they were playing double melee with Reflection. It might be specifically with TB that he does this, but it is indeed quite different from what we mostly see.
Yeah, BZM and Ari were spotted, so now Miposhka will run to the north. And yeah, we should probably be talking about Whisper a bit more on this Darkseer, not a hero we get to see all too often. He has a mech, and going for a BKB, then Blink, it seems.
Yeah.
So not going to be seeing a Veil, Shiva's type thing, at least not yet.
I think the BKB is a very good choice this game. There's just too many problems. This hero needs freedom in the fight. It needs to be able to land its combo. And at this level of play with what you're playing against, it will be tough without
placed
it.
on Collapse, and the relocate's coming. That ends up being a really easy kill for OG. You need a couple more of those. But yeah, the Darkseer, pretty cool hero because you can itemize so differently from game to game. Begs the question, why is this hero not picked more often? I guess that's a question for you. The matchups in lane.
Yeah, lane matchups.
He's going to get gone on, but the instant coil from Laura, but a nice avalanche. Soulbind is there to dissuade them from going in further. It's BZM using that haste rune to pressure a bit, but not able to find a second connection here. But the tier 1 to OG.
Yeah, so the reason Darkseer isn't getting as much love is it struggles in a lot of lanes and doesn't really win in the ones that it does well. And okay, Mira.
Toss back onto the support. TB, down he goes.
And aside from that, it's also not really the stereotypical. It's a very different offlaner than most of the meta ones right now. It doesn't like initiate in the same fashion that we see from these strength offlaners that buy Blink. You can get Blink on Darkseer and find a vacuum, but in general, you're very much at the mercy of playing with the correct lineup. So in order to pick this hero, first of all, you can't first pick it in the draft. Then you need to have a lineup that even functioned with it down the stretch. And with most teams valuing the offlaner as an early pick, that kind of removes that part of it.
It does feel like kind of like a secondary initiator, right?
Yeah, it's a great follow-up when the fight breaks out, and ideally you also want a good core matchups. In this game, he has 2 of them, I would say. The Terrorblade, which then was no longer a core, and the Dragon Knight. The illusion of Dragon Knight is very strong when he gets levels in particular. So I can see why they went for it, and so far so good, right? I feel like Whisper is a big part of the reason that OG are still looking quite good in this game. By no means ahead, but they've stemmed the bleeding significantly.
Yep, Ari
Spirit will find Ari here.
Might be in some hurt here. Dragon Tail finds him.
Oh, they're going to reload in here?
Coming. OG wants to fight. Avalanche is there. Ari is still alive, actually. Soulbind immediately popped by Miposhka, but he's deleted for his efforts. Coil now on basically the entirety of OG. He's going to hold them back as Aurora actually going in really deep. Can they punish this? We'll be able to phase shift a bit off as Yatoro pops that God Strength. Sunder was used by Mira. And they're going to try to turn this around to BZM, who's all alone. Astral Step. Oh, gets off the Resident Pulse just in time. Getting the extra physical damage mitigation. And Spirit kind of getting punished here a bit. Not really any huge kills, but
OG are
like
survivable. They bring in the IO, they bring in the Greaves. Little bit of damage problems for now for the side of Spirit. Probably need to consider taking a little bit of a chill here, just get some more damage up and running, especially on the Sven, so that you can make a much stronger and more impactful connection. His Axe will be a complete difference maker in this game. So, but OG are keeping this close. Mira in trouble.
Yes, he is. Well, TP.
This will be a tough one to hit.
Good attempt.
That's in the middle of the wave.
Yeah, Ari just a little bit too slow to the party.
Light Collector for Tomato. I feel like this is almost the only neutral item I highlight. I mention it every time it's picked up.
Light Collector.
10% move speed, very good for him in the IO, of course. So now he's going to be running very fast with that in the Sanjanyasha.
I reckon that's true. SNY picked up, so Tomato gets that extra status resist. And once the BKB comes online, is that the timing where they start forcing fights? Because right now, it does feel a little bit reactionary from OG. Like they get initiated on, then the relocate comes. Or they can just continue playing this way because it is working out so far.
Yeah, I think you probably continue the same style. I think making invasive maneuvers with this team is very dangerous, especially into the opponent that you're facing. That's not to say they can't do it, but I don't feel like this Razor BKB completely changes the dynamic so that they just go for that. But perhaps it is what they should do.
All right. Gets the Avalanche connection, toss in the air, trying to wait for his team to catch up, but Yatoro gets the distance. Miposhka, well, they don't have vision here, so it looks like the TP will be fine.
Yeah, OG are going to be hungry. If they do make aggressive moves, I don't think it's like a forced 5-man kind of thing, but rather Tiny plus Core find something in side lane and you reload in and you outnumber, and then you get out, rather than 5-man smoke, invade enemy triangle. This is one of the biggest upsides to IO.
They saw that smoke. Mira doesn't seem to care. He will be tanking the gank. So they saw the smoke and then they scanned as well just to make sure. Of course, they weren't 100% sure whether they went that direction as opposed to the enemy as opposed to the triangle for Spirit. And his Collapse is going to get a courier for his troubles. Oh, Blink TP.
Oh.
Close one. What did BZM? Okay, he actually changed his mind. So originally it was the Ag's first item he was looking for, but instead goes the SNK and now is going for Ags.
Yep.
Which is definitely more normal. Because the first item Ag's typically not the choice. That is really good against Puck, of course. But we can see that Laurel is going to be going for a BKB actually, so not opting for Yules this time. Now, Superman up and running for Yatoro.
This is a really big power spike. They have some insane combos here, Spirit. With Soulbind, with Coil. Soulbind double Dragon Tails, Soulbind double Stormhammer. How does that work? Does Sven fly from one and then to the other?
For what?
With the Stormhammer where you travel. Because when you have the Stormhammer where you don't travel and you're soulbound, you just throw a hammer to one and then a hammer to the other.
Oh, that's true.
Who do you end up at? Do you always end up at the last guy? Probably, right?
It's a good question, Cinderin. That's my kind of question.
I would think so.
That's typically the one I would annoy you with.
Yep. But
I'm sure Fogged would know. He's probably the only person in the world that would know that.
No, of course, multiple people know that.
In the world.
I think, no, maybe it's only him, actually.
It's always Fogged.
Yeah.
BKB
Fucking
finish
nerd.
Tomato.
Time for Wisdom Rune.
Radiant's bottom tower is
And
under
time for
attack.
some stacking for Yotaro. Quite quiet game, this one, gotta say. A lot of hidden creeps for a while.
Yeah, well, you know what changes that, Cinderin? Is Roche eventually. Then it just becomes this
Radiant's bottom
8
tower
to
is
11
under
minute window of these big, juicy fights.
Yep.
Wonder how much it would change if Roche was every 5 minutes and the Aegis lasted like 3 minutes. That would be interesting.
Dire's top tower
Just
is
constant.
It's an interesting thought experiment to have like smaller Roche.
Yeah.
Can they do this?
Radiant's middle tower.
Maposhka can't, that's for sure. Here comes Mira. Pops the meta for it as well.
Okay, they can do it.
And the shard will go to Collapse.
Strength is victory.
Level 18 Sven with that wisdom. Collapse with the fireball.
Not too bad. Solid.
Not to be mistaken
Well.
for the drink, of course.
That's the cinnamon shot.
How do you...
I
There's
actually
so
know that
many
one.
things you don't know, and then you know that. And you don't even drink.
I don't.
So random.
I've been offered one many times before.
It's probably in your favorite song from Pitbull or something. That's why you know it.
I don't know what Pitbull is.
It's a breed of dog.
Okay, learning things every day with Cinderin.
Dire's middle
Usually
tower
very
is
useless
under
though.
attack.
6k lead for Spirit here.
I don't know what Pitbull is. Please tell me you knew one of them. Either
No.
the dog breed
Well,
or the
of course
musician.
I know the dog breed.
Okay, that's good. All right.
And I assumed it was a musician, but I'd never
Yes.
heard it before. So
That, you did not really miss out, I have to say.
okay.
Although,
Well, I wish I could have missed out on this conversation. I'll tell you that right now.
I don't know. I think you'd rather miss out on Pitbull. But maybe. Actually, it might just be your jam.
Radiant's top tower is under
OG
attack.
looking to defend here. Ari coming from the north, trying to collapse here onto Laurel.
Oh!
God Strength is used from Atari, looking for the opening. Laurel's going to use the patience. He's inside the wall right now. Plasma Field to come. Looks like he's going to get out for the time being. But Yatoro is the one that just tries to TP out in the midst of the BKB.
How do they both live there?
They both live, but the BKB and God Strength are down, and I feel like this is an opening for OG. Laurel, well, maybe we spoke too soon. Illusory Orb to the other side of the Roche pit. We'll blink TP. So no kills, but still very important. I spoke too soon again. Mira
Oh,
tries
that was
to get
close
off
to
the
the Sunder.
but will fall first as Collapse continue on to BZM. Collapse all alone. Now he's going to try the BKB TP. Not successful for him. So very
Disconnected.
staggered fight.
Yeah, that's so disconnected. They just left with their position 1 and 2, and then they went in. I think they expected OG to already have split off a bit too much and fragmented, because that's usually what's going to happen there, right? Okay, we didn't kill the core, it's back to farming, and then Spirit tried to pull one on them, but OG were ready for it, get the response, and like you said, a bit of a power play opportunity here with BKB and God Strength down, and even more so with DK, but OG's lineup just not good at killing Roche, so they didn't really seem like they were able to try to go for that. But at the very least, they get an aggressive position on the map.
Laurel, waning rift onto a couple heroes. Still has his coil as the hammer comes in from Yatoro onto Ari. He's going to get tossed into the air. God Strength is there. A nice vacuum to the other side of the cliff. And BZM actually going on top of Laurel, gets the second silence, but is going to commit onto Yatoro instead, who's still trying to chase Whisper. Gets Glimmered, will live, but a huge Stormhammer chop onto Seb. Ari is dead to Laurel, and just like that, it's a 5 versus 3 for Spirit. Tomato trying to run away with the BKB activated. They finally do get Laurel in the end, but now the Fireball applied. Hammer to finish the job on Tomato, and Whisper attempting to TP out in the midst of things, but the damage not quite there. Beautiful Aether Remnant comes out from BZM to save his brother.
Damn, there's a lot of little
Very
details there from
back
both
and forth.
teams. Very, very nice fight. At the end of the day, it kind of is a draw, which I think is a fair outcome with how the two teams played that. Slight victory for Spirit. I don't think this is the entire kill count, that the fight recap only remembers that, but maybe it was. Was it only Laurel they killed?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, it was just the other heroes respawning then. That's surprising. It still was a good fight for OG, just margins making the difference. And Yotaro, obviously huge in that fight. Tons of damage. Will be reliably able to output this for quite a while, I think, unless they can somehow get a full static link on him. But he is playing around Tomato quite well.
Ari does get the avalanche off as the relocate's coming as well. Mira at half HP. The relocate's not going to bear any fruit, it seems. They're going to steal some camps, get Watcher control, and probably just go back to where they came from.
Yeah.
Ari, he's trying to hound Yotaro now.
This would be big.
Yep, gets the stun off initially. Tomato's back with his static link. Yotaro wants to fight this through. The God Strength is there, cleaving through Seb. That's one kill, but it's going to cost him his own life. As Seb makes the tip. 1 for 1, but the favor for OG, no doubt about it.
It was the best play available for him to get that trade. He had no TP, so he couldn't BKB TP out. But being alone in the middle of the map there on Sven is very surprising to me. I think with all of OG missing that.
Okay, creating a lot of havoc here as the wall is placed. Mira is still sliding. Somebody gets a nice thunder onto BZM. Now BZM has to be a bit careful as Ari did fall in that engagement. Tomato will eventually run down Mira. Don't think he has a refresher yet for that double thunder, Synderen, so will die this time.
Imagine. He just randomly has a refresher minute 25 on the support TV.
This is a bit of an oversight, though, from OGs that they just can't kill Roche. You're right, the lineup is atrocious at it. And we're at 27 minutes and there hasn't been one Roche yet. This is very unusual.
Yeah,
it's bad.
It doesn't bother OG too much not to be able to kill it as long as Spirit aren't getting it either.
Yeah.
If you're winning the fights or at least breaking even and you're competitive in a game like this, remove Roche from the equation for now. I feel like this kill on Yotaro was actually the biggest kill of the entire game. He was in the middle of the map alone. They trade him for Seb. He's out for so long. And he's easily the top net worth hero in the game. That death cost him like a 2k lead on Tomato almost, or at least 1500. So Tomato is rapidly catching up. He'll be getting Butterfly now, so the True Strike for Yotaro not there will make that kill a lot harder for him. I feel like this lead from Spirit just might not end up cutting it. We've seen plenty of Sven games this tournament so far. We've seen a lot of convincing wins, and it feels like most of the ones where Sven is somewhat even, he doesn't really tend to pull it off in the end. So, gonna come down a lot to whether they can activate Collapse, and who knows, maybe Mira can become a monster in 40 minutes time, but he is not itemizing to try to carry his TB, that's for sure.
He's definitely playing a good boy support this time around. Yotaro finishes his Daedalus. And they're going to smoke up. Ari breaks it pretty much right off the bat. Spirit Vessel applied coil as well, but BZM shots in. He's going to get 3-shot if he's not careful. Actually able to get out just in time, and now Tomato coming in to try to finish the job. Yotaro pops his BKB along with the God Strength. Now has to run away as the static link is just ripping through him. Yotaro's dead.
They got the BZM trade, and now both teams probably going to be a little bit of a standoff here.
Tomato. Plasma Field to force Spirit back. Still without Yotaro for 70 seconds.
BZM surviving that initial go is crazy to me. Like, how does he live there? He has... Honestly, I think Cloak of Flames made the difference. Wait, he just got it, so that can't have been it. What did he have before?
I don't know.
I just can't believe it. Like,
I'll tell you this, it wasn't Light Collector.
I mean, he had Kaya Sanj, Ag Scepter, right? So he does have the status resist, but the amount of just burst damage Spirit threw at him in the opening, I was sure he was going to die in the first volley of spells, but somehow stays alive, gets out, and gets a Cloak of Flames to confuse everyone.
Yotaro, the Daedalus, obviously very normal item to get. Lincoln's is what he was opting for, and I definitely agree with this. Looking at their, other than the items that I haven't looked at yet, Static Link, it blocks, and I think just Toss. Is that it? It's actually incredibly good.
It doesn't block Toss.
It doesn't block Toss. So Toss works with Phylactery, but doesn't get blocked by Lincolns. That's correct?
That's how I remember growing up.
I mean, they've definitely changed it, though. So, are you 100% sure?
I would be very surprised if it breaks Lincoln's. That would be very new to me.
Okay, well, that's better news for Spirit, then, because it's just Static Link.
Yeah. That's true. It would be good here.
Yeah, other than the items that may come.
Harpoon is still also really valuable, though. He needs to be kited less in the fights. And it's weird to say when he already has the Ags, but they're still able to kite him quite effectively, our OG. Who, by the way, finally gets Roche. Number 1, minute 30, whatever that was, 30-45. Putting the Aegis onto Tomato. Don't know if that's the right target.
Rather have it on BZM?
Yeah, maybe. You saw this fight, how it broke out, right?
Oh, look at that average time. It's gone up a bit.
Yep.
Still owe me that meal.
Dinner enjoyers rejoice.
I believe that dinner for all those that are interested is happening tomorrow, and BSJ will be picking the restaurant, of course.
Oh, I hope he picks a place that I love and you hate.
No, that's
yes.
Not in the rules.
Some really nice
Spirit.
That's he has good odds of that.
Gonna try to go for a backstab. They don't want to focus on Tomato with that Aegis. The fireball was shown, so OG's not going to be that surprised. I feel like God Strength Utoro jumping in. They're going for the IO and they get him.
He has
Seb is
buyback.
dead. Soulbind on to do. That means a double silence as well. Whisper still with all of his spells. And yeah, Seb can... I mean, he'd have to relocate to get there quickly.
This is a good play call for Spirit to not chase. This would have been terrible. OG would have had the high ground. They would have got Vac Wall plus IO buyback into Aegis fight. I don't think Spirit would have had a chance. So they get the 1 kill they can get and back off. But that is God Strength down, so I think this mid-tier 2 tower, especially with the Amp Rune, it's just going to go down.
Now we're calling it Amp Rune?
I'm never going to call it that again. I just started saying Amplify, and I was like, I can't be bothered to say the whole thing.
Yeah, you're lazy.
Yeah, it's a damage rune. Let's just call it that. How about damn rune?
Damn rune?
I mean, when you hit with it, you're like, damn!
That's true. I'd be into that as well.
And if you have Echo Saber, it's double damn!
Okay.
Which is where the name is from.
I think you've outlived your joke, because Laurel...
Wow.
Radiant are scanning.
That's good. I like that.
Tomato almost has Satanic. He is definitely having himself a great game. But how does late game, like extreme, not that we're there yet, I'm just wondering, extreme late game Razor, how does he fare? Because you get like the refresher and all that. But is there, it feels like there's a certain point where you start to fall off a bit.
I think that's
the case?
Not necessarily. I feel like that's a bit of an outdated take on the hero, in my opinion, because the 25 talent is as good as it is. It's down to whether you can anti-carry or not. The 25 talent Link steals attack speed is ridiculous against melee cores. So whatever, like let's say you have a shortcoming against specific carries and overall bang for your buck with the net worth, which is probably true against plenty of heroes. If you get half a static link or full static link off, it's not just that you gain the damage and they lose it. The attack speed as well effectively... Like, you just take Sven out of the game if you get a link, right? Or against Dragon Knight, too, who, by the way, is in some serious trouble here. Probably BKB TP, I reckon. There you go. You love when I say that, I know.
It's just so distracting.
I'll get out.
Not a normal word.
We did a survey backstage with plenty of participants.
One. Yeah.
And those participants said it's a great and normal word.
And who was that person? Let's see how much credibility they have when you say his name.
Whenever you do a survey, people
relocate.
prefer to...
BKB from Utoro, he'll be able to get out. They don't have any cancel for that. We've seen it many times this game.
I know you wouldn't know this, but when you do a survey, people are anonymous, so we will not disclose who was talking to.
It was Jenkins. Avatos from Ari.
It was no longer a survey.
As Boots of Bearing being selected from Mira. Very nice. Laurel gets out. He's going to pop the Boots of Bearing.
Run!
Gets to the high ground, going through the gate.
He's fine.
He is definitely not fine. The support, Terrorblade, has died, and now Tomato will steal
nice.
The Tormentor, as Ari will get his shard.
Swift aggression from OG here. Yeah, so I think the Boots of Bearing logic here is you want to have a way of running out of the Darkseer wall. I think that's the main thing. He's giving his teammates a way out once they get walled, because then they can ignore the slow for a short amount of time. And also maybe help them escape static link. I actually really like this purchase here. I think it's quite clever. Still need to get in the type of situation where it matters, though.
Did he just self-blink? Oh boy, Ari at the 4-step outside the coil. And Stormhammer is reserved for him as a God Strength.
Okay.
But, let's just call that a misclick.
They want him real dead.
He wants to fight, apparently. Astral Step upon Yatoro. Try to kite him, surely will not. Oh, gets the sheep now. Mapushka nearby. Wall is placed, though. Stormhammers to the creeps to try to get out. Pop the Satanic as well, attempting the TP, but
he didn't BKB.
Gets the vacuum to cancel it.
Oh, what a blunder! How did he not BKB there?
You're right. Wow. I figured he had used it earlier then, but you're right. It is off cooldown.
Oh, that is expensive. That's going to be the whole map claim for OG. They can just push in top. They can do whatever they want. So it's on cooldown as he gets hexed, right? Now, he's hitting. It was ready for a full second before he TP'd there.
Yeah.
So definitely just a mistake all around here from Yatoro, and that is a really big cleanup for OG. They might even knock on the high ground here without Aegis, trying to force this buyback. They know Spirit don't have the damage to kill heroes without this Sven.
And Tomato just breathing in the fireball, enjoying the essence of it.
The fumes.
Tower already at half HP as Collapse is level 19, but you're gonna see the coil initiation from Laurel. And try to focus onto Seb. He's getting pretty low. The Greaves not enough to keep him alive. Does die. Still has the buyback from earlier, though.
Okay.
And OG.
Laurel says, I'll do it myself with a damage rune plus Parasma Ags.
Tomato still poking.
Can just barely kill the IO.
Yeah, but now that the Ags is on the DK, Black Dragon at his disposal.
Tower is under attack.
Tower still taking heavy damage. Looks like it will fall. Collapse. Gets off the Dragon Hill Fireball to follow Seb. Does buy back into the game. Ari with the Avatos. Tossing Mira back. Gets off the Sunder, though. Will get silenced and destroyed. Yatoro's back at 8 seconds. Does OG want to stick around? No.
Oh, they brought Razor back to base. This could be bad.
Yep, this is not good, potentially. Ari, he will definitely die to Yatoro's right click. Whisper. Man, so many BKB TPs this game.
I don't think Seb meant to do that, actually.
You don't think so?
I don't think there was a reason to bring back the Razor. If you were scared of this fight breaking out, you would have left in a different way anyway.
Well, then it would have been 4v5 if it was just him, right?
I mean, there's no Terrorblade. You still have position. Your cores can protect each other, and you can come back to the fight. I don't know. I mean, maybe it was on purpose, but I guess they only end up selling Tiny, so not too bad. A clear window of opportunity given there. It's not like Tomato can't do anything without the IO, right? He can definitely still stand his ground and deliver, but maybe with the BKB cooldown, you know what? Perhaps you're right. Maybe he wanted to take him out and they just cut their losses.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
With just the Tiny.
This would be a really good IO shard game, by the way. The Tormentor is up. Not sure if he's going to purchase it, but the spell? Is the spell amp or spell lifesteal? Either way.
10% spell lifesteal and 30% slow resist.
Yeah, for Razor.
I mean, how much...
Very hybrid type hero.
How much does that spell amp really do? I don't know what his breakdown of damage is in a game like this. Maybe it's more than you would expect.
I would think it's quite good.
No. You might be right. I don't know when it comes to Razor how his damage distribution is. Let's see what he chooses. He's running a token right now. Ascetics cap will be found by Mira. That's a good one for the Terrorblade, and Razor will get the same one. So, tanking up, getting that status assist when he gets initiated on.
And once that refresher comes out, that is close to peak Razor. He is going to be very strong.
Yeah.
As there might be a contest here. Collapse. He's going to be spotted. He's going to be Avatos. He's going to be bursted. He's going to be dead.
Nice kill.
Even a wall is used. Refresher is being brought out now.
God, I love this wall. It reminds me of Diablo 1.
Okay.
You would know this if you play, and this is the path down to hell. This is level 13 to 16 right here.
Okay.
Placed by the Darkseer.
Very cool, Cinder.
There's old people out there appreciating this reference. Unfortunately for you, you're very young. A lot ahead of you. Yeah. What? They killed him?
Diablo? Never heard of
it. Actually true. Like, what are you talking about? What's Diablo?
Roche up in a little over a minute. And OG, I mean, they're keeping this close for sure. It feels like they are in the driver's seat.
I feel like they're ahead.
They probably, I mean...
Definitely ahead.
They've been winning every fight. It hasn't been like super one-sided, but they've been coming out ahead pretty much every fight. And a lot of it comes down to Yatoro just getting picked off.
The scary part for OG is Spirit we've seen Spirit have some ridiculous late games, even really far behind with their Sven. We saw them against BetBoom, almost recovering a game against Void.
Yeah, but they've lost both of those.
Right, but they made it very competitive, and I think the conditions this time around are better. Nice win probability for OG. I'm sure everybody out there appreciates that. Even if you're behind in this game, I think you have much better chances in the core-to-core matchup against Razor than the one against Void. Like, that one is just terrible in the late game. But this is a game that Spirit can also win minute 80, as far as I'm concerned, especially with Puck being a little bit of an X-factor. We've seen Malrine with a Rapier pop off, and it's worth starting to consider the possibility that we could get there for the side of Spirit. Laurel is scaling very nicely. Let's see what his plan is.
Spirit grouping
Apparently
up.
Aeon Disc is on the...
As Roche is available.
They're going to start it.
They can take this very fast compared to OG. OG now making their way over. Collapse is going to try to slow them down. I think this Aegis is going to go the way of Spirit, though. Indeed.
And they also have God Strength for a bit. Okay, they're leaving.
Yeah, the BKB TP, as we've seen a million times. Mira doesn't have a BKB because he's a support Terrorblade. Tomato will clean up Miposhka. And Mira's going to make this a little bit more difficult for Ari. Ari's trying to investigate and make sure this is, in fact, a support Terrorblade and not a core. Sunder comes out.
Just going to waste their time as much as he can.
This is taking a lot longer than I thought it was, not going to lie. Ari with the toss-up. Finally, they kill off the TV.
So, I thought Spirit were actually maybe going to stick around and try to fight there. They get the Roche, and they had half a God Strength left. They used nothing else. But they felt like this was going to be such a long fight, and they were in such a compromised position that OG were going to come out ahead, and it might have been the right call. It only cost them the 2 supports after all. But even the supports in this map that OG get to farm for the next minute is worth quite a lot of gold.
Gold is a great conductor.
So, slow resistance, Cinderin. You got to remind me on some of these mechanics here.
Yes.
It's not about the duration, it's about the strength of the slow, correct?
I think it's both. Oh, man.
I think it's, no, because status resistance does 1.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, it has to be a mount.
So, isn't that just inherently good against DK?
Yes.
I feel like this shard's really good. Okay, not really good, but this game it's quite good for Aya.
Yeah. I mean, I'll get it eventually, no matter what.
Yeah, I would think so.
He got it now, right? Or still doesn't have it?
No,
still doesn't have it.
Does not have it yet. Maybe I'm overrating it. It's definitely possible.
The Toro with a high ground position.
He has the level advantage. God Strength, he's going to find Tomato, who pops the BKB, but really they're focusing on Seb. As a Grimstroke dies, Tomato trying to keep his support alive, doing a pretty good job of that. And that's Static Link number 1. Doesn't even need the second, but that is the Aegis gone already. As Collapse trying to create some space. Now the focus is on this Razor. Double Astro attack from BZM, focusing all of their efforts onto Yatoro. Has to go onto Mudgolems to try to run away, but the Static Link finds him. Again, the Sven is dead without putting on much of a fight. Collapse. They really need to get a bash or something on somebody. My God.
But the opening to this fight from Yatoro, it doesn't quite make sense. So he pops God Strength and goes in, but doesn't BKB. And then he gets killed, and he has a BKB for the second life, and it's just useless. He has no damage.
Yeah, that's true.
The BKB has to be used on the God Strength life. If you don't want to commit fully, then you have to Stormhammer in and not pop the God Strength if you want to buy some information or whatever, and then really commit on the second life. But if you're going for it, you might as well pop everything. It's not like...
Divine time.
Yeah. You will get that instead of the Aeon Disc. I really agree with this choice. I think we're in not necessarily desperation mode here for the side of Spirit, but...
Lab, you got to use your hands. Oh, wait, he's dead. Never mind. Keep it up. Keep the cheerleading going.
Keep clapping. You can clap for another 40 seconds.
Now they're going to have the Rapier reveal here. There's the coil. Already tons of damage applied to Mata. Nice vacuum coming into the wall as well. That's the death of the DK. Now BZM going to get the Yules off, but Mira going to be the recipient of all this damage. No Sunder to come. He's bursted down as well.
They barely even tickled them with that Rapier. Tomato just stood his ground, delivered.
Okay, and the pause from Ari. All right, what's your guess that this is? Is it Discord? Is it headphone? Is it bladder?
Can we get the music going?
And Seb is like, good pause. Good job, guys. Keep it up. Yeah, now we get to see. All right, what's the trivia this time? Internet. Oh, so close. I guess that was an easy choice. Any lag, anything of that relation is internet.
My BetBoom button didn't work.
Yeah, what happened to our BetBoom button? We got to use it one time. Man. Well, this will certainly be 2 sets of racks and maybe even the GG soon. There it is. Yeah.
Let's go.
All right. Of course, they're not in this game, in case you're wondering.
But they are in the upper bracket finals.
This pause is brought to you by that team because they paused a lot in this tournament.
I didn't even think about that when we were paused and I thought of BetBoom. I must have been. I'm actually. Damn.
That's subliminal.
That is.
Advertising or something.
Whatever you want to call it.
You know, that would be genius. If they have all these headphone issues and then they come out with a headphone sponsor right after. Like, oh, we fixed all our issues. No more pauses to come. All right. Yep. Okay.
Sorry, didn't realize.
Seb is not here. No one realized because he's dead, of course. Look at his webcam. He's certainly not there.
I think this.
Did you not notice that the clapping stopped?
I think this chair could play the next 16 seconds as well as Seb. I don't think it makes much of a difference. You just win in 16 seconds.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, in pub games, you usually unpause until the death timer is on 1. Then you pause again. But 2 things. First of all, this is not a pub game. Secondly, they don't know for a fact that Seb doesn't have buyback because it's on a 1-second cooldown. So he actually could come back with it.
1 FPS right now. Okay, there we go. Looks like his internet's fine now.
And third, his communication could be invaluable even while dead. But now the buyback is online.
All right, going
third
for the
lane.
Megas. Look at that illusion. Helping out. The corpse of collapse, essentially. Finally go away, but Tomato will clean up this tier 3 bot. Yatoro is up. The DK does have buyback, so they can try a 4v5. The DK with no dragon form as of now. Not that far away. Tara looking for an opening. Tomato will pop his Eye of the Storm, and that's a melee racks down. And looks like it's just Megas. So Spirit very comfortable. They're going against Megas. They got a lot of practice.
Oh no, here we go again. They have a good Rapier hero in there on defense.
Yeah, they don't have PA Rapier though. That was a special case, I feel like. Because now Puck, like you need, what do you need? You need like a Daedalus or something. You need a crit of some kind. Oh, they have the banner, by the way. Laurel has it in his backpack. Has he forgotten about it? Or it's in his stash, maybe. That's in his backpack.
OG will claim the Tormentor, and they will get a shard for BZM. So Seb will never get his.
Yep, seems to be the case. All that hype for nothing. Typical shoutcaster things. And Spirit gonna have to find some sort of a jump that works out. And the banner, of course, can be used to help themselves.
I think they have to get a Rapier on Sven. I don't think this... I don't know. Is Moonshard really better here? Maybe his attack speed is too bad to support a Rapier.
Well, his attack speed will be stolen now, though, from Tomato. So
yeah.
That's his thinking. As the buildings, as they're so affectionately called, will be going down slowly as well to Tomato's right click. As OG ready to go for tier 4s now. Knocking on the door. Yatoro has to do something. God's Strength is there. Laurel jumps in with that BKB. Along with the Divine Rapier, but the Hex onto Yatoro. Just getting so controlled. A huge vac wall.
Oh
holy shit.
God.
Absolutely disgusting combo from Whisper.
Good game.
And Mira's going to get cleaned up. Ultra kill for Tomato. Desperately looking for the... Okay. Okay, he can't get the Rampage while crashed, that's for sure. Oh, that Plasma Field crashed his computer. I think we can, because they paused really fast, by the way, if he crashed during that Plasma Field.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't a crash. Maybe it was just a full-on freeze and he thought he was crashing. So
yeah, I guess that's true. He never disconnected. And onto the buildings they go. Buybacks used by Spirit, but Yatoro doesn't have his. As Ari with the Avatos on Namira, setting up a potential good Sunder for him. Soulbind into really nothing. Just trying to keep them at bay as Laurel from behind is going to get hexed. He's going to get silenced. Can't jaunt now, and that is the Divine on the deck. BZM doesn't even bother picking it up. As GGs are called, we are going to a game number 3.
For the 6th series in a row, or 7th. I don't know how many it's been by this point, but all series yesterday were 3 games. Today, so far, both as well. And OG, they find a way to handle the Sven. The Darkseer worked very well for them. They picked it to counter out this Terrorblade. It was moved to support, but OG didn't really feel the Terrorblade support much this game. Mira ends the game 0-12 and 8.
That's about what I expected, honestly.
And I think something to keep in mind about this is if you're running this Terrorblade support, a really big part of the kit is Sunder. But Sunder saves on Sven are actually deceptively weak, right? This hero will keep himself alive with Satanic. He will have 1 or 2 bursts, and then he's out. Like, giving him more health doesn't really make the hero that much stronger. I think this Terrorblade support, if you want to run it, is much better with other carries that maybe don't have, that can just stand and deliver, you know, consistently and aren't as reliant on BKB and God Strength. But obviously something new from Spirit here. It just didn't work this time.
That's right. Synderen said some smart things. We're going to game 3. Shiver, your turn.
I say smart things all the time, Shannon. Thank you very much. And yeah, this was OG. I mean, we are expected this because OG does have a habit of winning game 2. And that's what they did here too. We're going to talk exactly how it happened because it wasn't the cleanest game of all time. And that's okay because that is what makes games entertaining. But here with Purge, Effie, and Insania. Insania, you mentioned this was some OG magic.
And just, you know, Dota is a scripted game. I know a lot of you guys at home, you think like, you know, these are live matches that you're watching and these are real people. They're not. They're all actors. And the script says, you know, OG will always go to game 3. So yeah, that's basically what happened here.
Gotta follow the script. No, I think that was incredibly well played by OG. First off, we're so used to seeing Tomato just play these hyper carry type heroes that him on the Razor was not that expected, but it worked out so beautifully. Throughout the entire game, he was matching Sven in net worth or only 1 or 2k below him, which is incredibly important when you're trying to go later versus Sven. And OG just picked apart Team Spirit on the map. They abused their global potential with the IO. Every time they saw a hero farming on a lane, they would just go on him. Then all of OG's heroes were able to connect so easily and so cohesively, and it really never felt like Team Spirit got a chance to be 5. I don't think I saw them take a fight as 5 that entire game, but that's due to the nature of their lineup. They have a 4 Terrorblade who has to split push. They have a DK who plays side lanes. They have a Sven who needs to hit creeps, and unfortunately, OG never gave them a chance to combine all their heroes collectively and take a team fight.
Team Spirit did have a nice gold advantage for the early game, which was nice, and it made things look a little bit iffy. Sven was kind of just blasting through Razor at times, and while the IO heal was good, it maybe didn't look stable enough, but as the game went on, the heals were plenty. The Razor was just staying alive in team fights once he got enough items. Sven looked a little bit less impactful, and I think the support TV was pretty underwhelming. It kind of just got exploded a lot with magic nukes in a lot of cases, and they had enough like dodge things with BZM hitting backlines and avoiding spells that the fights eventually went their way.
Yeah, I think maybe support Terrorblade needs a little bit more playtesting.
I think it definitely has its games and it has its play styles for certain teams, but it didn't work for this because if you look at Sven and DK and Puck even, they tend to play side lanes a lot, and Terrorblade did its job on lane in that it secured DK's lane. It honestly went a lot better for DK than I thought it would, but there was that really one early game fight that OG kind of turned their game around, because if they didn't get that 4-man fight bottom where they just barely survived, got 4 kills on Team Spirit, I could see this snowballing in Team Spirit's favor where they hit that Sven timing and IO and Razor don't have enough time to get strong. So OG definitely made some magic happen, like Insania mentioned.
Yeah. Want to have any final words here, Aiden, on this game?
I mean, I'm maybe realizing, maybe TB is not as OP as I think it is. And maybe I'm playing poorly against TB. I'm willing to admit to that. But no, honestly, I think OG just, they made some chaos happen on the map, and they kind of abused their timings. And even though I liked what Spirit had, and I think they had a very easy draft in my mind to play out, sometimes the easiest draft doesn't win.
Sometimes that's just the case. Of course, there will be a third game to the series now, and before we do that, though, we are going to first check out what Brian learned from this match.
Well, for the head-to-head for this game, Shiva, I'm going to do what every carry player does, and I'm going to fixate on the carry players. We got Tomato versus Yatoro, and the first stat I wanted to look at was the hero damage, and this is a stat I thought was really important for this game because Yatoro on the Sven, that's a hero that's well known for damage, and Tomato, he spent most of that game sucking away Yatoro's damage, as he 50%ing more than Yatoro for this game, and also the net worth at the end of the game for both these heroes, which is also something that Sven as a hero is known to have, and that's another resounding victory for Tomato, as we have a bunch of clips from this game where it's just going to be Yatoro trying to stand his ground, generally speaking, and dishing out the damage in ways that Sven likes to, and this is going to be the first time that Yatoro gets caught out. He is going to manage to turn and kill Seb, but you can just see that every fight is him kind of just scrambling, and even BKB TPing out. In these clips, you're not going to see that portion, but that was what happened before this example. In that example, he did not have a TP. But we're going to see once again that Yatoro going to get caught. BZM doing a really good job throughout the course of the game, forcing people to react and press buttons, but we're going to see Tomato's Suck coming out there again. A lot of the Storm Hammers from Yatoro were used on creeps. That one was used on a creep wave to get away. We saw a few on jungle camps just to create the distance.
He forgot to press his BKB on that one.
That is also another thing us carry players really like to do. It happens to the best of us, including Yatoro. But Tomato, really standout performance. Mira really highlighted the fact that this is not the type of hero we normally see him on. I remember seeing him on Wind Ranger earlier this tournament, more of a semi-carry that he put an impressive performance on that game, and I'm proud to say he did another one this one.
Yeah, he did a great job, and can't wait to see what's coming in the next game. But I also can't wait to see what's happening behind me, because we got ourselves our social corner, and Jenkins is going to enlighten us with some social media wisdom.
Good to be here. I got some social media stuff to take a look at here with not much correlation to anything. I just want to kind of dig into what's going on in the Dotaverse in particular, on Twitter and on Instagram and all of this stuff. So at ESL Dota, check that out. If we could pull up the first tweet here that we're going to take a look at here, Shiva, if you could go ahead and read this for me, that would be great.
Hey, Blitz Dota, the new mid king of NA from Aiden.
I just want an explanation of what this was about.
What was it about?
Aiden?
William, so at BetBoom, William played the 1v1 tournament, and Quinn lost to Kiritich, which means Kiritich is better than Quinn, and Quinn is from NA. And then Blitz beat Kiritich, which means Blitz is better than
Quinn and
Kiritich and Quinn.
Okay, really interesting stuff. If we could go ahead and bring up the next tweet here, coming out from the Dotaverse and see what's going on. Go ahead and bring the tweet up on the screen here for a second.
Do you remember all your tweets?
Yeah, so this is Skeeter that tweeted this. There's a Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson fight that's coming up.
Wow.
And both of these people have fantastic records when it comes to fighting. So that'll be a really interesting one coming up. I'm not sure if they've announced the dates for that. If we get any new
Skeeter
information.
says this can't be real, so we trust Skeeter. It's not.
Yeah, we'll go and bring up the next tweet and just see what else is going on in the Dotaverse here. There's a lot going on, lots of tweets being thrown out there. Here's another one.
It's crazy how I'm still without my luggage 2 weeks later after Lufthansa lost my bags. I'm leaving Sweden in a few days to head to our TI bootcamp without any of my stuff. Your website literally just says searching for your bags for 2 weeks straight. Now in 0 updates.
Yeah, Aiden, what's going on with this tweet? Can you explain this?
Really mad. Okay, so we went on vacation to Croatia with like Jabs and a bunch of his friends. And, my bag went missing. Happens. Unlucky. I'm calling them every day, and they're like, yeah, we're working on it, don't worry about it, it's cooking, and this goes on. I come home, I've been home for like 2 weeks since the vacation or something, and then I get really mad and I tweet, and literally like the day after I tweet, they magically find the luggage and they send it to me.
Yeah, that's really interesting, actually. If we could go ahead and pull up the next tweet here and see what's going on. Actually, it's not a tweet. I just want to highlight the stats of Jake Paul. If we look at his height, He's got absolutely fantastic height to weight ratio, and his record is 9-1. But I want to point out some things. He fought versus Tommy
shorter than I
Fury.
am.
He fought versus Tommy Fury, and this was a bullshit fight because it went to all 8 rounds, Shiver. And there was one judge that was clearly in favor of Paul. I believe it was paid off. He also fought versus Anderson Silva, and that was bullshit as well because Anderson Silva was retired and he was injured, and they didn't give him enough time to rest. If we go and pull up the next tweet here, Shiver, from the Dotaverse. Aiden, if you could go ahead and explain what this means.
So, spoiler alert, in Naruto, Jiraiya dies, and at the time, I had Jiraiya as my profile picture, and this is after we lost the grand final, Team Spirit. I was very sad, and I felt like I'm the...
Yeah, whatever. If you can bring up the next tweet. There's actually not a tweet here, but I want to bring up something just to... So this is Mike Tyson's record. So you can see his height to weight ratio, even though he's in his 60s, this looks good. And Shiver, 44 of his wins were by KO.
I want to hear any more about a fighting match that according to Speeder is not even real to begin with.
It doesn't matter that he's old. He's going to kick Jake Paul's ass.
We'll see you for Game 3 in just a second. Stay tuned. important. We got ourselves Team Spirit and OG. They're tied 1-1 in a best of 3, and winner of this next upcoming game is through the playoffs. Loser eliminated, and that is a big deal. There's obviously money on the line, there's EPT points on the line, and it is going to be incredibly stressful for both of the teams. Let's see which one of these deals better with that stressful environment. I'm here with Purge, Effie, and BSJ, and we are already in the draft. We actually see the IO moved up in priority. We got it banned out here. Aiden, what changes would you like to see other than the IO ban potentially in this next game?
I'm having a moment of maybe thinking, you know what, Blitz might be right about Sven, and this hero maybe isn't as good as I think it is. So yeah, that's currently what I'm thinking of. I'm trying to contemplate whether I want to see Sven again or not.
A hard reality. You should block him on Twitter before he DMs you about it, just so you don't have to listen to it.
True. He just has my Discord, WhatsApp, and everything else too.
Scorched earth.
He also knows where you practice.
True.
All right, so we got that opening of the Magnus. Normally that gets banned out, but because the IO gets banned, you got Mag through.
Yeah, they definitely did not like playing against that IO last game. It's probably the reason why they could never really collectively be 5, is that every time they sent a hero to a lane, it just got gone on. It was connected to very quickly by the Void Spirit, and doesn't feel good for sure. Whisper's had a really good showing on on Magnus this tournament. He doesn't get it that often, but when he does, I feel like he's been very consistent on this hero, and I like that they would steal it away instead of go for the Primal Beast and give Collapse the Magnus.
Can't give Collapse that one for sure. We already got the Morphling banned out as well as the Grimstroke, Brian.
Are they going to give Ari Hoodwink in the elimination game? Aiden, you were mentioning that like you only have so many bans, and if you don't play heroes yourself, you're naturally going to end up giving them to the opponent. I think OG's really the only one regularly picking Hoodwink.
But they did lose with it game 1.
They did. I guess they first picked it though. So it's a bit different here if you're getting it second round, because I mean that's like the IO ban coming into play. Like it's giving them that extra pick.
I could see the Hoodwink being a nuisance, especially with Magnus on lane, simply because they're just going to have so much damage between the two of them to deny these creeps versus any carry that they go up against. And of course, the burst damage follow-up potential. I could also see a Bat Rider. Oh, never mind, it got taken out. I was going to say either Bat Rider or Hoodwink for Ari, but Bat's taken out.
Yeah, and the Void is banned from the first game. I feel like the Primal did pretty well against Void, but it's a harder hero to pressure, I guess, so they just want to get rid of it. I guess also Rubik's like not really... You don't really have kill threat on Void as Primal Rubik, so this kind of sets up for the Rubik too. I guess I'm thinking now like Nakes maybe for OG might come down the line. Morph is gone, Void is gone. A lot of like the nice heroes against Nakes are out. So I think this is a hero to keep in mind.
Is it worth picking it, even though the Primal could flex to mid? Because usually a lot of lifestealers are picked against these like off-lane thinky guys.
You can probably just like kind of wait and see if you get the correct opportunity to pick it down the line. But I think it's a relevant hero now when Void and Morph are out.
There's also the Naga still in the pool for OG. They looked the most impressive at the start of the tournament with Tomato's Naga, and a lot of teams have been banning it out in the first phase or concocting a draft where they take the Naga for themselves, which we saw in game 1 of this series. I feel like Team Spirit already have their preparation for that though in their Primal Beast plus Rubik lane. They probably feel like they can threaten the Naga very early on. But I don't know if you want to give it away.
I mean, both teams have kind of decent heroes against Naga Siren right now as well, I feel like. Primal's pretty good. Lesh, Mag, obviously, both decent. So I think they're like somewhat prepared on both sides.
And now basically OG, I feel like, doesn't have to ban it. Leshrac has been traditionally the most obvious response when Naga gets picked, so yeah, one ban advantage there, and then they can pick it in the last pick of this phase if they want, maybe.
Also, I want to ask you a question, Aiden. At the start of the tournament, we saw a lot more Rubiks than we are now. Is that simply because Doom stopped being as popular because of his nerfs, so people stopped picking Rubik to counter him, or is it that the hero is just weaker than it looked initially?
I mean, to be honest, I know we played it a lot. I myself wasn't even really sure why it felt good. It just kind of felt nice to play. It had a pretty stable laning phase. And generally speaking, I feel like the issue we ran into a lot during this event was like, you needed to have a lot of damage, you needed to have a lot of catch. And Rubik somewhat provides both of these things as the game progresses. He's just kind of slow at getting to the point where he provides these things for you. He needs level 6 and needs to find the right spell. So I think people probably figured out how to play the game like in a faster manner, and therefore Rubik kind of like became less valuable. I feel like in the first game of the series, Rubik was like, I didn't really see Rubik all game long, and usually that's pretty telling. Because I think this hero, when it's picked correctly and like the game is good for it, then he ends up being like, your focus is on this hero. You see the stuff he does, you see the spells he steals, and he's kind of flashy, I guess.
Do you feel like it's a good enough Rubik game versus Magnus with the telekinesis counter initiate and the spell steals, or is it still going to suffer being slow?
I mean, he has purpose in this game no matter what, right? Because Mag can't really just play freely. You normally just want to be able to skewer people back, but against Rubik, you won't feel comfortable to do it. So even if you don't see that specific interaction play out, it's because the Mag player is always thinking like, I can't do it here because there's Rubik, or I can't do it here because there's Rubik. So it's already shifted the game, and like there's a high level game going on between like Whisper and probably Mira, I assume, on the Rubik, where like they both are trying to keep track of each other at all times to just not give the opportunity for the skewer thing to even play out. And that's already like, you know, you're doing a lot by creating that situation for yourself.
And the ET also comes out for Team Spirit. We see ET come out when the team feels like they need a team fighting position 5. It also provides a strong counter initiation if Rubik is gone on or preoccupied versus the Magnus. You can Echo Stomp into Earth Splitter. You're going to have that extra bit of damage you need that you can maybe chain on top of the Pulverize for important kills in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, ET is a great hero when he's able to like sit back and drop spells as follow-up. And if you look at the OG heroes, I mean, Spirit thinks this Lush is very likely to be core, because TV's got a good matchup against it. And if they have Mag offlane, Lush mid, and you know, they didn't know the carry, but Sven, none of these heroes are really great at finding backlines. They don't really play chaotic fights, they play more like structured fights where like Leshrac runs in and then Mag looks for some kind of RP and Sven's gonna jump whatever he sees. So ET becomes kind of nice to play in fights like this, where there's a nice structure to it. Both teams kind of have like lineups that will fight very much like face to face, and the backlines are kind of safe in this game.
Until they pick the mids, then it could change, right?
Yeah.
You think there's a chance they rotate the Terrorblade to support because of this?
And what?
Or, sorry, not the Terrorblade. Sorry, the Leshrac.
I'm not sure how like enthusiastic OG are about Lush support, because I think it's something you have to want to play. I don't think like the hero by itself is like broken as a support, but if you're happy to play it, I think it can be pretty powerful.
I guess just like how much is it worth addressing heroes like Elder Titan? You were mentioning these are the type of fights he wants, and you think he's set up for success. Like, is that just something on your mind as OG, or is that something they have to adapt their draft to?
It's hard to say. I think teams are going to have like different approaches. I guess me, like as a 5, I'm looking at ET and I'm looking like it's not too hard of a game for me. Like I can actually play my hero. My laning phase won't be super hype, but down the line, like Echo Stomp will be cast. There's no real interrupts. Like I can use my spells pretty freely. So if there's no Void Spirit or Ember Spirit or Puck or something like this coming out, I'm pretty happy.
They banned the Invoker, so they think it might be transition to support on Lash. So at least on their mind.
Yeah, covering their bases. Is there anything in particular that Invoker is particularly strong against that they might be thinking about in turn?
It's most likely just the AoE damage for this Terrorblade. The AoE damage coming out of OG is like very dependent on this Leshrac going in and having a good game, and there aren't really any defensive heroes on OG to cover for him. You're just going to be looking out for that either Warcry to come boost him a little or the RP trying to protect him. But Invoker gives you that reliable long-ranged AoE damage without having to throw your hero in. Maybe that's what they're thinking about.
It's also BZM.
Yeah, it's BZM, and I think Sun Invo is kind of nice. Like these heroes play off of each other pretty well. You have Sunstrike set up on your lane. There's Alacrity for down the line. You have a lot of like slows and disables to kind of allow Sven to hit. Just kind of, I think, nice hero.
We should also note that Sven is playing with Magnus, this game around. So if the game slows down for both of these teams, you're actually going to be at a big net worth deficit if you're Spirit and you come out of the laning stage even, because your Terrorblade is not going to farm as fast as an empowered Sven or an empowered Magnus. So they need to have a hero that can brute force these mid-game team fights, make sure that OG don't just, sit in their jungle and farm, because there's not that much punish coming out. And this is a hero that does that very well, actually. You just build the early Orchid and you go in first and you can set up for these nice Echo Stomps coming out of ET.
Well, they end up switching the Lesh Rec to 5 after all. So Seb's going to be playing the Lesh. They pick a Storm Spirit last for Team Spirit, which is going to be very good at jumping the backline heroes. A little bit more scared now for a support Lesh, but Mech will go a little bit ways to keeping him alive, I guess.
I'm curious what you think in drafts like this, Aiden, about the fact that DK's literal second worst matchup in the game, according to Dota Buff, is Terrorblade. I've thought that matchup's always super good for TB, not only because you have high armor against his damage and all that, but you also reflect him, giving yourself your own illusions. So, what goes into, is this OG saying this helps our game plan? We're literally flexing a Lesh to support to enable this DK pick, who we know is a strong hero on the meta, but,
Yeah, I mean, I think OG is definitely the type of team that will build their own drafts more than address the enemies. And I think this is probably for them saying we're going to create a really strong 3-man. If you look at DK, Hoodwink, Lesh versus Rubik, ET, Storm, I feel there's the Dire, the OG setup is stronger. It's easier to play these 3 heroes together. It's just stun, dead. And, doesn't matter if you're playing as Miracle or if you're playing as me, we're stunned, we're the same player, It's
That's a nice way to look at it. Everybody at home, you're the same as Miracle.
Exactly. When you're stunned, you're the same as Miracle. There's no difference.
Easy.
And I think if they can play off of that and they can build their game off of it, then they have a potential W coming in. But at the same time, there's I think this game is pretty interesting. I see both advantages with both drafts. I think Spirit kind of happy with their heroes, but I don't know which draft I like better.
I'll say I like OG's draft better, honestly. This is a good Storm game in that it gave them what they lacked at that phase of the draft, but it's not an easy Storm game by any means. They have the instant disable from DK. They have a lot of follow-up stuns, and there's also an RP that you have to worry about. And the person that you're assigning that responsibility to on your team is a Rubik. So if OG get off to a good start and they're jumping this Rubik, the team fights are getting very hard for Spirit. Also, it's an empowered Sven and an empowered Magnus, an empowered DK in the mid game versus one Terrorblade. So kind of scary for Spirit, but maybe they can pull it off.
Maybe they can pull it off. We're going to find out. Incredibly high stakes for this Game 3. Elimination on the line, and we're going to find out, is it going to be Spirit or is it going to be OG? We're heading over to Sunspan and Synneren.
It all comes down to this for Spirit and OG here at DreamLeague Season 22. Sunsfan here with Synneren. He's slouching. I'm the one sitting up for once. That's right. You're off camera now,
Damn it. You'll have to take his word for it. I actually did it for you.
Okay, that's good. One of these teams is going home after this. Well, if they're already home, then they're staying home. Okay, that was a bad transition. Let's redo that. One of these teams is out of the tournament after this.
Both of these teams are staying home.
And the other will move on in the playoff stage where only 4 teams qualify for. Brutal tournament format, Synneren. The best of the best will be separated here. Who do you like? Hey, thanks for the answer.
No, I'm kind of in Insania's position where you're looking at this and you're it's kind of hard to pick a straight up favorite because there's upsides and downsides to both strategies. I think the Storm last pick was very good coming in from Spirit to try to solve some of their problems, but OG's lineup looking very stable. This is going to turn into a big fight here. Tomato.
Yep, Stormhammer's there, connects onto 2. Bushwhack as well. Miposhka taking the brunt of the damage. Tomato trying to lead the way to get this first blood. Gets stuck in the tree line though, and he's going to one that falls instead as Mir will pick up all that gold, all that precious, precious gold. It looked like Tomato's going to be able to find it, but not sure the pathing. Probably cursing the pathing right now.
This is always an awkward spot to fight for the Dire. You're getting this flank angle, but if you don't kill the hero 100-0, they can just run slightly south into the trees and you lose track. And Spirit kind of came in with a bit of a pincer move from the right. So they do get first blood, but yeah, to elaborate a little bit more on the lineups, you're looking at OG with a ton of chain stun, with good scaling potential, with the Magnus Empower as well, which isn't particularly primarily picked for casting on allies anymore. Magnus had his phase where he was truly an enabler, and now he feels more like he needs to do a lot of the stuff himself, but it still helps. It all adds up. On the side of Spirit, we have some very strong combo breaking. You've got ET Stomp, you've got the Onslaught coming in, so when OG do start going on targets, Spirit's lineup is very good at responding. Also, Rubik always been a master hero at counterplay.
Yeah,
so it's going to create a really interesting dynamic, right?
Aurora having some impact on this tournament, Cinder. Starting to see some more ETs, not just on their side.
I think Miposhka picked this really early on.
Yep, it was all Aurora. You're right, absolutely.
Group stage 1, he really inspired Aurora to go 0-7.
Bowcaster can never be incorrect, can they?
Nope.
Reflection coming out from Yatora. This time it will be a position 1 Terrorblade that we are used to seeing.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I don't know who picked it first.
Okay, definitely Aurora. Yeah.
Yeah, Aurora did it.
100%. As we'll watch BZM and Laurel in the mid lane. So DK versus Storm. Once these 2 levels on Dragon's Blood are up, which is already the case, should be okay in that mid lane. And honestly, the carry of the tournament is Sven.
Yep.
Easily. As Tomato will be taking the reins this time around. Itoro taking heavy damage from Whisper in the meantime, but under the tower, Miposhka goes to finish off Ahri. And the meta is still there. Apply some pressure to Whisper, but he gets the cleanup onto Miposhka. Now, Shockwave in addition. Reflection in 2 seconds, as Whisper will continue to chase and think better of things.
Close right there.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on Magnus getting through the banning phase? It's a hero feels like we have not seen in quite some time.
There's been a lot of... Oh,
okay.
Soloed?
Wow, that was unexpected. Yatora, I have to say, he has been getting picked off way more than we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I would agree with that. This has not been his peak performance this tournament.
And Whisper will secure the Lotus as a result. No pressure there.
Spirit will have their hands on the Primal Beast. This game, Collapse, has been doing very well on this hero, I would say.
You were about to talk about Magnus. I know you forgot.
Right. So, in this matchup between these 2 teams, you're not giving this to Spirit, right? And in addition to that, you have Seb in your team who's very knowledgeable about Mag, so I think he's very good at building a lineup that uses this hero. He has very good understanding about the hero's shortcomings and strengths in lane. He knows what the hero wants to have in its team to really maximize the impact. And I think one of the big things for Mag is having just generally an ability to get cheap vision. And in this case, you've got the Hoodwink who can, you know, scout people from the trees and play sneaky wards when you're in key spots. You've got Dragon Knight who can frontline and give you information in the fight. It's all about just giving the Mag conditions to land a good RP or a skewer fishing to start the fight. So I think that is cleared. I think the laning stage is cleared too with the Hoodwink. This is a good lane. It's pretty stable. And then for me, the icing on the cake is when you also have cores that use Empower. Where I would say Sven is arguably one of the ones that use it the least. Oh, Skewer.
Yep.
He'll be looking on from above for a bit. Miposhka is
that mid lane
a ward.
Was getting pretty hairy there for a moment for Laurel. Had to make the walk back to base.
Oh wait, he doesn't even have a TP.
He doesn't?
If they could kill his courier here, that would have been huge, but Ahri's actually not going to scout for it, so Miposhka will get it.
We're talking about different heroes now, Cinder. We're on definitely the same page.
Yeah, well, I talked about the Skewer. And the Skewer happened bot.
Okay, moving on.
When did you think Miposhka played mid?
I'm just casting off what's the camera, Cinderin. Okay.
Oh, that's fine. I'm casting off what's on camera.
Do your job. Yeah, just watch the TV. Okay, that's your job.
Denied.
You're doing great. Keep up the good work. You'll make it someday in this industry.
My job is to tell you what you're missing.
Yatoro is going to get skewered pretty far away from his tower. Even Seb coming to play. Not able to hit us with a beautiful Echo Stomp onto all 3.
Grenades.
And Ahri might die to the Blood Grenade. Indeed he does. Miposhka beating the crap out of Seb now. One more right click will do it, but the Split Earth will slow him down. Shockwave to follow. Seb just waiting on the outskirts as the Skewer is going to be there from Whisper. Miposhka, Echo Stomp. It is going to connect as he tries to make some space. Whisper pretty much out of mana. He's going around the other pathway though, so he's not done with this chase. They have a ward to spot him out. Miposhka on the high ground. Continuing to get gone on. Echo Stomp, not going to hit this time. This is quite an annoying chase, though, for Whisper, I have to say. Skewer will hit. One more right click. Down he goes. Killing spree already for Whisper. A terrific start for him. That did take an annoyingly amount... That's not a word.
Do your job.
That took an annoying amount of time for him. Having a stroke here. The Bushwhack not going to connect for Ari. That's a rare miss for him.
Bottle refill coming in for Laurel. Miposhka doesn't want to give it back. He just wants to keep the bottle forever. All right, there we go.
Understandable. He feels like the core now. He's on that absolute God spree. Look at this Echo Stop onto 2. Laurel's going to try to clean up Seb. He's pretty low on HP and mana, though. Tries to zip away. Ari, though, left on low HP thanks to Miposhka's right clicks, and that leads to a double kill for the Storm.
Now, I'm not an expert on Dota, Shannon, but I think that was pretty bad from OG. I think that's a quite big loss, just giving 2 kills over to the mid-Storm, who is now going to snowball heavily in this game. And in the meantime, Miposhka was involved as well. Level 5.5 ET minute 7.
He's owning.
He is really, really up there. And this is going to be a fast Earth Splitter point. And he has some pretty good friends for it. He's got Pulverize, he's got the Storm Pull, even maybe a Rubik combo if he steals the right spell. So Spirit looking very hot in this early game. And you do have a lineup that can thrive. Here we go. BZM.
The Dragon does come out. Miposhka with the Echo Stomp to slow this down. Collapse coming in. Nice onslaught trample. They don't let him onto the high ground. Beautifully done. Collapse will net himself the kill. So 6-3 advantage here early on for Spirit. They had the advantage last game as well, but OG were able to come back.
Yeah. Bit of a different dynamic this time around between the cores, though. This time Spirit with the Terrorblade against Sven matchup and the... I feel like Storm has the potential to just absolutely obliterate this game if he stays ahead. Once he gets BKB, he only worries about one singular hero, which is the Mag. So as long as he sees him, he can kind of just kill supports every fight. We'll see if they get to that stage. Whisper will contest Yotaro for some CS here. Will be protecting himself.
Whisper. The one hero for OG that is absolutely dominating right now.
Yep.
Top 3 in net worth, not too far away from the Storm, but
despite dominating, he's the same net worth as a TB, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, that is true. The Collapse is the one that's kind of running away with it. 4,400 net worth already.
Yep.
His laning stage went really well, and obviously that mid kill certainly helped out. We'll be going for the Blade Mail first for him.
Not sure what I think about that, actually. We've seen a lot of Primals starting to rush BKB. The Blade Mail is obviously a great item against Lesh, but he's a support.
Yep. Acorn shot. With the Bushwhack to follow, with the Echo Stomp from Miposhka and a double TP from Spirit. They're going to try to go on this. Whisper. Electric Vortex is there. Skewer not going to be in time. Last right click from Laurel, already on its way.
Miposhka is playing so well this game. It's really,
he learned a lot from Aurora.
Yeah, he saw Ori play and he was like, wow, I'm going to practice this for half a day and I'm going to be amazing. Definitely his first time playing this.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They're going to secure the tier 1 mid.
Oh, if they steal this too.
Oh yeah, they do spot it.
Storm not the most resources right now on Laurel, but
I think they can take it.
Great supporting cast for it. So yeah, this is also a spot OG need to protect. You know, you're playing Sven, you want to have some stacks there, or either Sven or Mag can farm them. We're tired of Yotaro's shit here. Gonna clean up the mess. And we'll kill Mira mid by the looks of it. So they finally find something to OG, but the map is not looking too healthy. They're down 2k despite being up a tower. So this is a big early net worth lead for the side of Spirit and a lot of potential to grab more around the map by picking up these towers. I think top tower should be relatively easy with any sort of kill from the Storm on a core up there. You just grab that. Yamato will go and contest Yotaro here.
Yeah, God Strength using that cleave to his advantage. Yotaro at half HP. No Sunder to work with as there's the RP from Whisper. Bushwhack will secure a thing.
Down here.
Yotaro gets destroyed.
And it's OG making the move I was just talking about potentially for Spirit. OG strike first with all these stuns, no way to get off Sunder. Didn't even skill it, as a matter of fact. So, could not have saved himself. Tower's dead. Swift response from OG to a bit of a tough situation for a bit. Collapse will walk in.
Collapse. Trample to start things out. Whisper. Oh my god, he gets both on the cliff, but doesn't matter. He ends up dying anyway.
Oh wow, they're
very
both down
good
again.
attempt. And the pulverize to follow. Seb, it just looks exciting, all right?
I mean, it's
pretty impressive.
It's the best play he has, so it is commendable, but unfortunately for him, both heroes with a mobility spell. Could have cliffed someone else. Cliff some other heroes next time, Whisper.
Yeah, noob.
How about that?
Oh,
I mean, it's pretty heads up to do it that fast, too.
Yeah.
It's pretty damn nice, but... Yeah, so we didn't really get to finish off on Yatoro, or rather Collapse's Blade Mail. I wonder what the mindset is here. Sure, it's a Lesh, but he's support. Against the cores, is it really good against Sven? Is it really good against Dragon Knight? I think not really, so... I wonder why he's...
Wanting to go for this. He's going to get Electric Vortex, though. BZM, yeah, uses his Dragon Form, but just trying to run away now. Now he's going to give up that Dragon Form to the Rubik.
Well, wonder what Mira's going to do with that. If he had his shard, he could at minute 12, which you can't. Well, then he would have had Fireball.
That's right. That's a great comment. Thanks, Cinderant.
It's a pretty... You said talk about what's on screen. Fireball was on screen.
Oh, was it?
Yes.
Interesting.
They selected Rubik, and he had Fireball. But he can't use it because he doesn't have shard.
That's great. Thanks, Cinderant.
You're welcome.
I mean, he doesn't have Fireball. It's grayed out entirely, so...
Radiant are scanning.
It's going to be a long
It's a good
week, isn't
attempt.
it?
Does pop the Dragon Form, and now we'll steal Skewer. See if it tries to do any damage to the towers.
If he had shard.
Shut up, farm like 2K lead for Spirit. Boy, it's been a long week. I'll tell you what. It's been a really long week with you. Collapse continuing to separate himself with his net worth lead, which is impressive in and of itself right now. I assume he will be going for the BKB next, surely. Yeah, it looks to be the case. So, yeah, we'll see how the Blade Mail works out. Maybe expecting the fight really early, and I don't know. Only time will tell. BZM runs into Laurel. Blink. Dragon Tail to follow, and the Bushwhack, but here comes Collapse to try to counteract. Whisper with the RP just on the Storm. If they can get this, it'll be huge, but the Echo Stomp comes out, and now they've separated everybody. But a Split Earth hits 2 heroes from Seb. They still don't have enough damage, though. Whisper taken out by Maposhka, and now the rest of OG on the run. Seb will die on the stairs. Man, that was so close for OG.
Great fight by both teams. When's the last time you've seen a skewering dragon? I hope we get a replay of that. Mira showed up in dragon form and he just skewered the Magnus out of the play and stole RP in the meantime. Nice little detail from Mira. Great play. And as you said, OG almost enough in the tank, but not quite. I mean, I feel like Primal Beast, this sounds weird to say because he's been picked a lot. I think he's underrated this tournament still. You're going to see the replay here. Here comes Mira.
That's not confusing at all, of course. And he stole the RP as well, for good measure.
Will clean up that kill, so.
Yeah, I have to say it. Supports for Spirit have been balling out of control in this game.
I'm curious if I don't know if they're going to talk about this after the game, but my take on Primal is I'm not really seeing this hero particularly countered in the games that we cast, right? In this game, he got absolutely first picked. What is the counter to Primal in the meta right now? I'm just wondering, because some other teams have rated it as high as Spirit sometimes, but it's not been consistent. It's like a lot of focus on Sven and stuff. Nice skewer.
Mira, they're both trying to put each other on the cliff. Neither will be successful, but Laurel and company will surround Whisper. He stands still in defeat. The tips now come. Seb being pursued by Laurel. Collapse coming in with the onslaught. And the Blade Mail to help finish the job. Laurel with the double kill. Some hilarious interactions this game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Everyone seems to be standing by a cliff at all times.
This is quite the lead for Spirit. Collapse again, absolutely destroying on the Primal Beast. EZM trying to poke and prod at him. Collapse was kind of thinking about it. He does have buyback nearby, buyback backup. Wow, it's been a long week indeed.
I don't think BZM wants a piece of that, to be be honest. As looks like Spirit will take the gate. And the tier 1 tower still up on that top lane. Maybe trying to disrupt someone's farming pattern up here, but we can see on the minimap that no one is there for OG instead. A good amount of them are smoked, looking for a straggling hero. Laurel might be a great pickup if they can get the connection.
Considering how many heroes OG have together, something needs to happen soon. You're just wasting a ton of efficiency here.
Yeah, they have the double blink.
All your heroes together for nothing, but yeah, Spirit seem to read it. They're going to dodge this play entirely, and the only hero hitting creeps for the last minute for OG almost was Tomato.
Man.
Farming a little bit of a side camp. They're going to smoke again.
Yeah, they're desperate.
Really want to find something.
This smoke started, it was a 4K network deficit. Now it's 6.
Wait, was this the same smoke? I feel like they was so long that I thought it was 2 back-to-back.
It's been a long week, Cinderin.
Oh, it really has.
Not sure if you said that yet, but surely
Now that
has.
you pointed out, that's a good point, Shannon.
Thank you.
It's been a long week.
And Spirit.
Nice play from Spirit, though, to just dodge that entirely, right? It's just
I mean,
good map read, not giving OG an inch or a centimeter, as it should be called, but unfortunately some sayings use the wrong system.
that's a little bit more efficient to say inch, I think.
Yeah.
Sage Kaya now for Laurel.
Light collector for Lesh. Go ahead, Sunfan.
Mira. Oh, gets a nice telekinesis off with the skewer to follow. Is going to get Shockwave. There's the RP. They really want to kill this Rubik. They're going to get him. Laurel kind of wanted a piece of that. The sharpshooter does hit. That was a Jenkins voice crack right there.
He's a witch.
Zep TP away. Collapse. He's going to get Shockwave. There's a cliff again.
Uh-oh.
What will
Not the
occur
cliff.
here? They run far away. Echo Stomp onto 3 with the trample to follow. Dragon Tail going to be dispelled basically by that BKB. And is it going to be able to get that last right click onto Seb? Maposhka left to his own devices will likely fall to Tomato. And OG thinking about resetting, but a big zip from Laurel to focus now onto Tomato. He gets the Dragon Tail off, but the onslaught to come from Collapse. And a skewer coming out from Laurel.
Oh, they got
and
the
the
stun
stun, they do kill off the Storm Spirit in the end, but it cost them Tomato. And now the trample to finish off Whisper. So in the end, it looks like Spirit will win this fight. But OG putting up quite a fight themselves.
Yeah, you almost forget there's a Terrorblade in the game. I feel like we've barely seen Yotaro on screen, but he shows up that time and gets a couple. This was a little bit messy. I was scared for OG when they went that deep and they got 3-man stomped and they charge up the Primal. I thought, okay, they're just going to get absolutely obliterated. But actually, they did a pretty good split and find themselves an okay trade in that situation to keep this game competitive. But the Sven death is crippling. We've talked this to death at this point because we've seen so many Sven games, but this hero not good from behind. And if he's involved in fights and they fail, you miss that timing even further. Tomato 3rd on net worth with 1,000 to go up to the top 2.
Oh, Collapse gonna find Seb in the tree line, and the tier 1 tower will go their way.
Spirit powering up. 7K the lead. Imagine they would like to try to invade and play this triangle now to flush out Tomato further. Speaking of Tomato, working on the BKB first and then Ags. This is a quite slow timing for him.
Now if they scan out, so OG knows that this is coming. Wait, that was surely their scan. Tomato might be in some trouble now. Fade Bolt's gonna be there. Onslaught on top into the Pulverize. I am 99% sure that was their scan. In fact, 100% now that I look at it. That is really strange, and the tier 1 tower is gonna fall, and just like that, 8K lead for Spirit.
Yeah, this is starting to look real grim for the OG fans out there. Time for some of that magic, but I feel like magic is easier to pull off when you have gold.
Yes, this is accurate. R8 gonna be spotted. Nice combination there from Spirit again. We'll take out the squirrel-like creature.
Dire's bottom tower.
Or is it actually a squirrel? I don't remember. That slacks on the lore for that one.
I think we can ask either Gorg or Bulldog. I don't know.
Okay. As we have an Earth Splitter come out onto BZM. already super low as a result. Gets the Dragon Tail off, but the Yules from Aposhka should set up the kill, but Whisper comes with the RP, but it's too late to save BZM, but the Split Earth is there on top of Laurel, so they do get the collateral, but now Yatoro has come to play.
No, he hasn't. It's collapse. Yatoro's in the river.
It's been a long week, Cinder, and his Whisper.
Right.
Yatoro has come to play, just a little bit late to the party. Tomato still with that God Strength. They have the Skewer, Whisper. Another Shockwave to come, but he's just taken out by Yatoro. One more right click from Mira should do the job with the telekinesis to set it up. Tomato on the run, the Warcry giving me that extra move speed and tankiness. Yatoro not going to catch up.
Tomato lives. The spell steal was unfortunately for Mira. That was empowered. It wasn't Shockwave or Skewer. Either spell would have been the kill. Reflect the ground, and the ground reflects back at him. It was indeed nothing.
Been a long week for them as well, I think.
Man, these fights are chaotic. OG staying afloat, not really gaining, but also kind of holding their ground given the circumstances. I think quite impressive, honestly. You can say a lot about OG, but they're eager to fight also when losing, and that's something we've been missing from some of the other teams, I think, is that they kind of just submit to being behind and never recover. I really like losing teams bringing the fight to come back, because I think in this patch, if you just... That's not to say that it's never the right play to just chill and farm. Of course it is a lot of the time, but if that was what OG would resort to in this case, I feel like they're just going to get killed all over the map by the Storm and the Primal, but they're taking a lot of initiative and playing tight together to match the aggression of Team Spirit.
Collapse, looking for a target. Not
find the shopkeeper.
Yeah, what's his name again? Squirt?
Yep, that's what you think it is.
It's Quirt, and the other one starts with an S. God, Sithel. Oh, that was... I actually got it.
Light collector for Miposhka. Seb's in trouble.
Yes, he is. As he will go to the grave. And Spirit. Okay, we can start talking about Roche probably.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Light Collector. It was like, finally.
Yeah, we could. I think I've heard the description of Light Collector a little bit too much this week.
I do want to give it a special shout out on ET, because I think that's the support in the game that is absolute best on in all of Dota. Like, 10% move speed, and whether you get the mana or HP region, especially the mana region is nice, right? But just regeneration on this hero in general is great, but man, 10% move speed, 434 right now with Yules, Tranquils, and that.
That's nice double
This
wisdom,
happened in another game in this series as well, right? Was it game 1 that OG also grabbed a double from...
it was one of them. Mira, though. BZM will be spotted. Trying to take out Mira on the way out, but it ain't happening. I mean, it's still worth the double wisdom rune, as Whisper will be skewering away, leaving his Dragon Knight all alone. Laurel now left with basically no mana, but Whisper, we forced a TP, no cancellation.
Yeah, it's probably worth double wisdom. It's one of those that's tricky to call, right? Because on the first wisdom rune, you're quite confident. Okay, you lost the support, but you gained 560 experience because you got 280 on 2 heroes in your team. For this one, you lost a core 24 minutes into the game. He's obviously worth a lot of experience. Not as much as the rune, but the time he spends dead, the gold in this game feels way more valuable than experience at this point, right? Like, you really need to keep building up this Dragon Knight. So.
But your poor supports,
yeah, I mean, both the supports finding level 12
For all you know,
nice.
Seb ordered that because he's the lowest level.
He said, BZM.
Get in there and die.
Go and take the 2 wisdom runes that I definitely know are over there immediately.
Yes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Now BZM showing up at the tier 2 tower now, as there might be a fight. The ward battle ensues. No wards on the cliff right now. Oh, they're actually going to go for the Tormentor with Spirit so close. Very ballsy play as OG will get the boomerang for Ahri. Can they find a fight while this God Strength is up? Spirit kind of waiting for it.
I'm not opposed to taking the occasional bounty.
Oh, God Strength is still there for Tomato.
Nice, he says the right player name.
That's right.
That's good.
I mean, Yatoro's played Sven like only 100 times this tournament, but you know.
I feel like Tomato's played it about as much as he has.
We haven't been casting as much as them as Collapse. Trying to find a connection here, but OG now on the run. Sharpshooter does hit, but Yeah, I mean, the lead is not really increasing for Spirit. It's back to 7K. So OG definitely doing a pretty good job of maintaining this at the very least. But really the question is what happens with Roche? And when it comes to the Roche pit area, we talked about Elder Titan being probably the best hero in the entire game at like the Vision game. Along with Techies probably, who's not in this game, of course.
Yep.
But then when it comes to fighting in the pit, RP, absurdly good. As the Roche is now underway for Spirit, OG making their way over there. This could be a tournament-defining fight. As Tomato will get his Aghanim Scepter, so Superman online. Looks like they will not contest after all.
Do they know what's happening? Like, is this a deliberate choice? I feel like they know this is happening, and their play call is just, we don't have enough vision for this. Like, we could smoke over there, we can try to place wards, but Spirit will be too favored in this fight with their ET, with their Primal. And OG decide to wait. Is there any key item coming up soon? Tomato has finished his Ags, and he's going to rebuild his Echo by the looks of things.
Seb going for a Ghost Scepter to try to survive this TB. Doesn't have it yet. Will die here. Lightning Storm taken. Oh, the Glimmer? Echo Stomp just finds him on the edge. And Mira will claim him. See if they go for that tier 2 tower now.
Quite the feels good spell steal on Mira here with the Lightning Storm. He can now push out waves with that and Fate Bolt back to back to just clear a whole wave and keep the farm going. It's one of the things that Rubik does very well that isn't really talked about so much. Some spell steals, you just become really farmed. You can just keep ramping up in this map and in the state of the game where there's generally a lot of downtime for this. It's a good way for him to keep up with. And that's also a part of the reason OG rate their Hoodwink so high. Aside from Aura being mechanically really skilled on the hero, what really enables them to pick it is the fact that it can find all this farm so it can keep being relevant. Because this hero falls off a cliff if it doesn't farm. So.
Yep, that is definitely true. As Yotaro poking at the high ground. Fortification used by OG.
Looking for a fishing here from Whisper.
Yep, he's gonna be. Oh, okay. Not gonna be there, in fact.
Real fast there on the pike, Yotaro.
That is, I mean, he definitely had that cursor ready to go.
You don't need to have the cursor on your cursor pike.
Ready to go. Depends on what the hotkey is. Range Rex looks like it might just fall to the illusions, although the backdoor protection is there.
Yep.
Eventually it will fall. As Yotaro, nice dodge. Now focusing on the melee. Tomato and company looking to potentially go in here. Meta's about to end though, so Spirit likely just back away, but Whisper not okay with that. RP used just on collapse, but probably worth it. 50 seconds on the deck for him. As Yotaro looking like he wants to fight. He has the Aegis, but again, no meta. And the ET ult kind of delays things here as now Spirit exit the fight. BZM blinking in. Now Yotaro.
He has Manta for this.
Okay.
Didn't time it though. They waited.
And he's dead.
Yeah, he was.
That's life number 1. Whisper does die on the backside though. Echo Stomp going to be avoided by most people, not Seb though. He's too cool for that. BZM, nice blink cancellation by Mira. Tomato. Oh, that's going to be the skewer used by the Rubik, it looks like, and BZM stuck on the cliff, Arteezy style. Echo Stomp is there as well. Yotaro with the reflection. If they wait long enough, this meta will be up. 30 seconds away.
Arteezy style, the new burger from In-N-Out. They're testing it for now. Not bad from OG again. You know, they lost the range tracks, but that's it. That was an Aegis timing from Spirit that was meant to be really scary and kind of stay afloat once more. I was pointing out the Manta being ready for Terrorblade there because it looked like Yotaro was going to try to Manta dodge the Dragon Tail, but OG just kept... They just stayed patient. They didn't even Dragon Tail him. They just found another point of entry, so he didn't get the opportunity, but only the Aegis claimed. They couldn't get him a second time. The opening kill was what made the whole difference, finding collapse like that and getting him way out of position with the Magnus. seems to be the way to go. I honestly think this is how they should approach most, if not all fights, is can we kill this Primal and take him out? It's either him or the Terrorblade that you want to try to open on. And you saw Spirit were thinking about going in even after the Primal was dead because they got a 4-man stomp from Miposhka, but they weren't really fully in position on all their heroes. And as you mentioned, Meta was down. Otherwise, they might have just stood their ground and turned that fight around. But
lots of items coming in the last 15 seconds or so. So Ags for BZM, the Black Dragon online, level 19 to go with it. Yatoro gets his BKB, and Laurel, I believe, yeah, just got his BKB. So that's triple BKB for Team Spirit.
Laurel also has Arcane. This is a massive timing for them. They find any sort of opportunity, he's going to be all over the place on the Storm. The only thing that can lock him down in that BKB is RP, and that's hard to land on a Storm with Arcane, who's just going to be zipping back and forth.
I've been wanting this.
Avoiding each other for now. Both teams mostly smoked.
Seb,
again, the lone member not smoked. He might be the pick-off. It's off the Glimmer. Dust is there, but here comes BZM with a counter initiation. They have the stun onto the Storm Spirit. He gets bursted! Laurel is dead. It cost them Seb as Collapse gets off his Pulverize onto the Tomato Sven. That's just through the BKB. Just trying to kite this Terrorblade now as the RP comes. Do they have the damage? Absolutely. OG punishing Spirit here. Now Miposhka, Cliff won't save you. 4 staffs to the low ground.
He has a gem. They're trying to save the gem here.
Yeah, another Yules to come, but Tomato finds the connection he needs.
Oh, they did.
Did they pass it off?
He gave it to Mira, and then Mira blinked out.
That's a high skill play right there. BZM getting gone on by Collapse. Doesn't have his blink up anytime soon. Cancellation continuing to be there from BZM as Collapse gets off the onslaught. Oh my god, are you serious? Those absolutely pathetic creeps deny him?
How in
He's a fucking dinosaur. How?
I mean, it's one thing against... How do you even come up with that in that situation?
That is absurd. What? How much HP did he have? 34 HP? Good grief.
Some of these players are just from another planet, man. Like, that's just ridiculous to get the idea to do that in that situation, then actually pull it off. What the
Small
hell,
camp at 33 minutes.
And your Primal.
All right, well, that
Great fight from OG. So they send Sep out there essentially as a decoy.
Yeah.
And Spirit recognize it's a decoy, so they don't fully commit, but then, wait, they're not counterplaying? So then they kind of go again, and then OG punish them. So really well done with Seb in the front. They find the Storm Spirit. That's exactly what they needed, is to find this Laurel Storm before he gets the BKB off. They do have a liner that can chain stun him until he dies. 100-0, no problem. And it's hard for Spirit to counterplay it if he does get found.
So Tomato was thinking about Revenant's Brooch, but changes it to Satanic, so more standard. Of course, Revenant's Brooch against the Terrorblade. Seen that before. As Collapse will blink out before the Bushwhack comes. Very tense game. Again, if you're just joining us, winner of this will continue on the tournament. Loser is out, so an elimination game here at Dream League Season 22. Now, smoke from Spirit. As Roche, we won't know for 20 seconds. But I'm sure a Roche-off will ensue at some point.
Radiant's middle tower is
It's funny how many games come down to like these Roche-off situations where if it's like a really long Roche and you have a team that has a hero that can just split push like none other.
Yeah.
Like Terrorblade's a great example of this. He doesn't even have to be there either. And it's a pretty long one, so a little bit over 2 minutes left.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
As Tomato will claim this top tier 1. Ooh, a backstab potential here from OG. And this time they find 7. He's actually all alone. This time not a bait.
That was a great backstab from Spirit.
What did I say? Backstab from OG?
It was 50-50.
Top tower is under
It's
attack.
been a long week.
But it wasn't. It just doesn't stop being funny. They just use it as an excuse for anything.
I'm going to use that from now on, I think. Even on our first day of casting the next tournament.
Oh, you show up Monday morning for work. Oh, it's been a long week. Yeah.
Very even game, though.
Yeah, OG are going to leave this area, which I think is a good call. You know, you lost Step there. You're out of information, really, about what's going on. But it will still, Tomato feeling confident to push in this mid-tier 2.
Good call.
And he's going to... Okay. I was like, if he's actually going to even do one single hit on this high ground, that's quite ballsy, because Spirit could have smoked again and be backstabbing him when he shows in mid. But OG working under the assumption that Spirit are very much glued to the top half of the map. I've never seen so many arrows drawn by one team in a game at the same time. They're all drawing 3 different ways to the top left. They all want to go there together. Seems like a pretty good idea, considering Roche is up soon. But he's not home yet, and obviously OG don't know this, so they're kind of playing in the blind.
And there's no scans either for either team.
Yeah, so they hope that this Roche is not being done right now by Spirit. And there's the smoke.
And dragons are coming. Will not pop these smokes yet.
Ari will break.
Pops. Laurel in the tree line. I think they have an idea he might be here. He's going to be spotted. Laurel pops the BKB instantly, but the bushwhack from Ari gives him a good amount of distance. Laurel now will likely just have to zip away a bit, but now the BKB down is a pretty big deal. Looks like they smoke again as Roche about to spawn.
Yeah, OG gained some ground here. They also have the damage rune onto Tomato, so they really wanted that fight, but they didn't get it quite yet. Dragon form is about to expire. This is important. So it's Dragon form down versus Storm BKB down.
Yeah.
Both very, very important abilities, and both teams are going to be well aware of it too.
Oh, Collapse backing away.
Spirit will respect this for now. Are they actually no, I was like, are they conceding the area completely? No way. So stick around.
Tomato has to make that neutral item choice fast. Really thinking about it.
ET very useful here.
Okay, just puts it away. Hates the tier 4s.
Screw that. He saw his options.
It's like too many decisions to make. Too complicated. So we'll keep the tier 3. Gives that extra little burst to his right clicks. And the Roche off ensues. More drawing. Like, let's go behind Roche. No one's ever done that before. Question is, how many smokes?
Wow, innovative!
How many smokes are left? I don't see any in the inventories.
I mean, it makes sense. They've been smoking. They've been chain smoking for 5 minutes.
Yeah, they are very unhealthy. Well, the scan came out temporarily. And again, just fighting in the Roche pit against something like this ET is just so hard. Laurel has a shield rune.
Sample front line to scout.
BZM. Dragon Tail to start things out. Forces the BKB from Collapse into the onslaught retreat. BZM, is he actually chasing? He can fly anywhere he wants. As the Roche will finally take place, Tomato, God's Strength is there, and Spirit are going to try to counteract this. Will they find the right angle? Collapse again onslaughting away. They know that God's Strength has been used, so maybe they just wait this out along with the Dragon form. Reflection onto BZM. A little taste of your own medicine. But back into the pit they go. Laurel, BKB popped. Whisper is going to get lifted in mid-skewer. He's taking a lot of damage here. Echo Stomp. RP is there from Whisper onto 2. He's going to die shortly after, though. ET ult doing a decent amount as Roche still quite healthy. Tomato, he's going to have to try to BKB TP, but the Pulverize is there, and it looks like Roche will be taken by Spirit. The waiting game works out.
Yeah, they waited so long and they were so patient, and what a read that this was not going to be a Roche kill for OG as long as they played the perimeter like that. Really important detail there that Laurel has a shield rune. It gives him way more confidence to just jump in like that, and he gets RP'd, but they can't kill him. Sven, first of all, OG are also very fragmented. I feel like this is a really good replay to watch about why this is so difficult, and such a good play from Spirit too, because OG's hero placements in this situation, they're not tight. Like, with Spirit waiting this long and OG trying to both scout the area and do Roche at the same time, they end up losing out. And now they're also going to lose a squirrel. It's a little bit of an
We'll
extra
remember
kill.
you, Ari. And now they have a Dagon on Mira to be able to clean up at least one of these DK illusions that are so annoying and make it 2. All right, so they have a way to deal with the Mantas. Or the Manta from DK. All right, so Aegis on Yutoro, Cheese on Collapse, as a little bit of breathing room now for Spirit. Seb showing in his base. Collapse really wanting some of that. Ooh, that is a big item. So Aghanim Scepter for Laurel, Electric Vortex, basically a black hole now. And Yataro's going to lead the way. Meta not up for 30 seconds. I would assume OG gives at least this set up. And they will do just that. Illusion will take care of it. Spirit, soft reset.
The Daggons. Get him out.
I mean, it's honestly the best option.
It's funny because this was a meme when it was changed, right? When Dagon was like, it can one-shot illusions, people were like, oh, wow, great, you know? And now we're actually starting to see it, this item being used to kill off illusions.
What's the Manta cooldown versus the Dagon cooldown?
You have it every time.
Every time?
Yeah.
That's pretty nice.
Dagon level 1 is 27, and the Manta is 30.
Whisper gets his shard. Has the Shadow Blade as well. Been seeing that a couple times in this tournament. We've even seen a couple silver edges.
Oh,
Collapse.
it's
Initiation. Forces out the BKB from Tomato. The RP from Whisper to just use it defensively and try to run away. But there's the Electric Vortex finding the DK. BZM already at half HP. As Laurel basically out of mana, but
Stolen
Mira
RP.
gets the RP. Collapse finishes the job onto BZM. And now the Yule's gonna keep Whisper in play. Will get off the skewer, but dies in the midst of things. Yatoro is actually going for the tier 4 towers. Double buyback now onto OG. And Spirit gonna back away a little bit. A little bit ambitious to go for those tier 4s as BZM in that dragon form again. Collapse goes in yet again. Pulverized this time onto Seb. Yatoro still with the Aegis intact. The meta getting quite low. As Whisper with, oh, he gets sundered mid-skewer and he's dead! 90 seconds of no Magnus now, as Laurel getting quite low will zip away to safety. Yatoro getting hounded in the meantime, but they're kind of ignoring him actually with this Aegis, as BZM continue to slow oppressively on the rest of the Spirit lineup. They get the Aegis. As the buyback onto Rubik Mapochka, his TP is canceled. Looks like BZM will take him out. And they get the Split Earth onto Yatoro. And Collapse trying to do as much damage as he can. Tomato is going to get sharpshooted. That's stolen from Mira. Beautifully done. And now Sven is dead for 90. No way to get back in again. This Rubik is stealing everything that he wants and using it against OG as they have all 3 cores dead. And that might do it. Spirit showing up big time in this series. They get the lift onto Seb, not gonna bother even trying to pursue as the tier 4s are dead. Ancient exposed, Collapse with a victory trample. And 7 Ari can only look on as the Ancient explodes. GG's for Spirit as OG are eliminated from the tournament and Spirit making them to the top 4.
Wow, what a finish. That was a great game, I have to say. Both teams, I think, played really, really well. The final score, 37 to 17, doesn't really show the dynamic that this was. It was very back and forth. Spirit do get a lot of kills here and there, but OG finds some big ones multiple times over. Still, it really, in the end, it comes down to this Roche Pit moment, right?
Yeah.
OG kind of, at the end, they kind of crumbled, but it's just so hard. Spirit keep poking and prodding and getting information, and eventually they force out an error, and then they immediately punish it. The moment they see it, they punish error so quickly. You could tell Larl in these fights, when RP is used, he's in there. He's just jumping all over the place, catching off and killing heroes. And yeah, great play. Spirit will advance to top 4. Great. Also got to say, good tournament from OG.
Yeah, right? Absolutely. Totally agree. So Team Spirit takes this 2-1. Shiver, it's been a long week.
It has been, and for Team Spirit, it will be an even longer one because they advance here in the playoffs for coming Saturday. Congratulations to them, of course. OG hereby is eliminated from the group stage here for DreamLeague. But boy, this game was back and forth, and it was actually there was a lot of clippings going on. It was very exciting. I'm here with Purge, with Effie, and with Insania. And Insania, I want to come to you first. This game, I would just love to hear what you have to say about it.
I thought there was some really cool stuff that Spirit did in the early game, or specifically Collapse. So normally right now in Dota, a lot of games, you end up having both supports kind of come for the runes. And there's like this 3v3 thing going on the mid lane. And ET Storm Rubik are kind of weak compared to DK, Lush, hoodwink in this situation. So what they did was they would bring Collapse into this move and get a pretty early kill on DK around minute 8, I think. And yeah, I feel like Spirit they had a really good understanding of how to set themselves up in the early game to make this like draft come together. And then OG managed to call their way back, but the early setup from Spirit I really enjoyed.
Yeah, it was very good looking, and then we had the high ground push into an OG defense, Effie. This was, for a while, we thought OG was going to take it.
Yeah, it looked like OG swung the tides in that game. It felt like their heroes finally came together in a way that their draft wanted, where they're just constantly imposing the fear of the Magnus RP and the burst potential coming from the Sven. But that Roche fight really was difficult to pull off, honestly. They did force the BKB on Primal Beast, and so BZM was chasing outside the pit, but the rest of OG kind of committed to taking Roche. But it ended up being that you didn't kill the Roche, and you didn't commit all of your heroes to fight outside the pit, and that part did feel like a crumble, but getting to the point where they even withheld that long was really impressive, in my opinion. I also want to shout out Miposhka. He really was the MVP of this game. Actually, both supports, Mira and Miposhka. Mira towards the end popped off completely, but Miposhka was the reason why Team Spirit snowballed that game. He was constantly upsetting all of the moves that OG were making in the bottom lane against Titoro. You were seeing these 3-man stomps, these 3-man stalls, and then you saw when ET was paired up with the Storm Spirit, how much damage he was amplifying and doing for his team. And yeah, supports the unsung heroes of Dota, Purge.
Yeah, the Elder Spirit aura just does so much damage, especially when you're dealing with like a Dragon Knight who has so much HP, he's got all this armor and regen. If you're just amplifying your team's damage by like 30% increase, that's a huge amount of spell amp if you compare if you do the math on it. So it actually gave him cutting power to deal with those tanky heroes. For Yatoro to die on Sven when his BKBs are down, like those all make a big difference. But ultimately, I was just blown away how close the game looked, despite the kill difference in the game. It was just a huge amount of kills for Team Spirit, but the network really didn't change that much. So OG once again just showing that in these 3-game series, like they fight to the death.
They really, really do. I also think first, before I say anything else, I think we're going to talk to Miposhka right now, because that series was pretty crazy. And I'd love to hear Miposhka's thoughts on why was this so crazy. Hello.
Hello, guys. Why this was so crazy?
Yeah.
I think because the game was very important for both teams, and I think they feel nervous and we felt nervous in last game. Like it's only one game, and you qualify to playoff. So this was really nervous series, I guess. That's why that game was really crazy. Like they did some mistakes, we did some mistakes. That's it.
Well, from a spectator perspective, I had a lot of fun watching it anyway. I bet it was a bit more stressful from your perspective. We had Collapse on earlier, and he talked about how Team Spirit, you guys identified some issues during BB Dasha, the tournament, and you had a little bit of time to try to fix them, and he said that it wasn't really completely fixed. And now we're like 2 weeks into the tournament, and I am curious if you are able to share, are they fixed? And if so, what was it that you worked on?
Yeah, it's true that we had a very little break between BetBoom, Dacia and DreamLeague. Also, we needed to deal with visa, I remember. So we played like only 2 or 3 days Clan Wars and DreamLeague start. But I think sometimes our ideas with heroes, with drafts is not good as we think. So every time we just need to adapt. We need to try to find some new heroes. That's what we doing during this Dream League. And now we have really confident heroes, confident ideas. So we just playing every game and trying to find good heroes, find how we should play. Like trying. Also, if we made some big mistakes, we watching replay. Talking with our coach, he's preparing some information for us. So, like, I don't know, some classic work, but we're doing it a lot.
Yeah, a lot of still figuring out the meta right now. Obviously, a patch also recently, see what works for you guys and what doesn't. That makes a lot of sense. I also have Brian. He'd love to ask you some questions.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, Maposhka, it feels
Hey.
like a lot of people are having more difficulty contesting Roshans, and I was wondering if like that's a part of why Elder Titan seems to be going up in value, or what else about this hero you feel like is becoming more meta?
I think, yeah, Titan is definitely kind of broken hero. He has a lot of options in Dota. Like how he can scout, he amplify any damage. You can burst with him. He has AoE abilities. He has AoE stun. Like he just have a lot of options how you can play, what you can do during the game. So and definitely, yeah, Rosh is one of his most value option, so that he can contest Rosh and. With Roshan, there is one thing, like who hit Roshan first, usually he will lose fight, actually. And that's what happened in this game too.
Yeah, and my last question for you is that you guys obviously won your last 3 games in this group stage 2, and you were talking a bit about having to figure out your hero pool in this tournament. I'm wondering, like, when you're 1-3 and you're not quite having that figured out at that point, what's like the mindset of the drafting? What's the mindset of the team, like communication-wise, of like, do you have one last theory you're going in with, or what exactly he's talking about there?
Actually, I think in series where we lost, our draft was kind of good enough. Like we could win, maybe not every match, but almost. I think so. We're just preparing much more for the draft. Not like we did on BetBoom Dacha, and now, like, I would say that we played much more matches, so we just have much more information and confidence in heroes, and we keep playing, keep trying to find something. And I think, like, even our RDS, where we lost, our heroes was good enough to win matches, but we just did some mistakes. But usually our draft is good, I think. So I don't know what to say else.
Yeah, no problem, man. I got a little more of a lighthearted clip for you from that last game where, if you recall, you're going to be force-staffing yourself on a cliff here, and you're going to get your TP canceled by your buddy Mira there. What was being said between you two right there?
I mean, I just tried to survive and just pressed my buttons as fast as I can. But to be honest, I would die anyway. I mean, because they had some stuns to cancel, so the telekinesis is not what really matters in that moment, but matters that I generate ideas that I should give him gem, and that was a really good move. So, and we saved gem at least.
Well, there you go. Thank you, man.
Yeah, I remember fight on bot lane where I stopped 3 heroes and I tried to ulti, but my what's this hero? Primal Beast. Yeah, Primal Beast decided to unsleep them with his first spell, and we didn't kill any hero, but he could wait my ulti when they will stay in one lane, and he will use first. And yeah, that moment, like, that was so unlucky. I don't know.
Unlucky indeed, my friend.
Yeah, we could kill them all here, and that would be a very nice moment, but unlucky.
It happens. It happens. But Parshka, I got one final question before you let you go, because of course you're through to the playoffs. Congratulations on that. There's one more team that will join you there. Gaming Gladiators or Extreme Gaming? What's your input? What's your thoughts?
I think Gaming Gladiators would qualify because Extreme Gaming had a really very hard marathon. I would say they played 3 tournaments in a row, and right now they in Russia, as I know, and it's not they play usually not at good time. It's very deep night usually, and I think they kind of tired to play that many matches. So that's why I believe in Gladiators. But if Extreme, how to say, collect all their power in one match, I think they can also beat them.
Okay, thank you very much for your input. Of course, congratulations. We'll see you Saturday for the playoffs, and have a good one. See you then.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. We can take a look at the scoreboard because, we're done with the first half of the day. I know there's a lot more to come. We went the full 6 games once again. A treat. There's going to be 2 more series after this. Both have repercussions. One is, of course, the final game that I just mentioned to Mapashka, Extreme versus Gaming Gladiators. And Aiden, before we let you go, any thoughts for you on those two?
I think Gaming Gladiators had a lot of issues, kind of similar to Spirits initially in the event. But I feel like as the event's gone on, they kind of figured out their stuff more and more. And I don't think they maybe look like in championship winning shape yet. But I think they've had like the upward trajectory. Whereas Extreme, I feel like they seem to still... Sometimes they really hit, and then it looks really good, and then sometimes it falls super flat. And I think between those two things, Gladiators, for me, seem like the favorite.
Okay, and then there's also, of course, the series that's coming after this one, which is Shopify versus Falcons, which on paper, you'd think that there's nothing to play for. For Falcons, that is the case, but for Shopify, there's actually quite a difference between what they can get and where, like, the positions they can end up in terms of EPT points. And in terms of prize money, there's like, they can double their points, they can get $10K extra dollars. So there's a lot on the line for that. And some sad news also with OG eliminated. Purge, they're not qualified for Birmingham. We're not going to see them for a little while here.
Yeah, that's a bummer, especially now that they're on the come up. I mean, the previous couple tournaments. All right. It's been a long time since OG was looking like a tier 1 East or Western European team. And this tournament, they look like on the cusp of being in that collection. They're very, very good right now. So happy to see them do better finally. So it's a bummer that we gotta wait, but I hope they keep it together and they keep scrimming good teams. That's one good thing, that they're not in the tournament. So like every team will practice against them.
Yeah.
So there's some good things looking forward for them.
Yeah, I believe there's a lot of qualifiers for other things potentially going on that they might be able to get a slot in there as well. And I know that they're not gonna play in ESL Birmingham, but there's still ways to go to Birmingham, and I feel like I should emphasize this because the second wave of the Birmingham tickets is gonna end next week. So this, right now, is the best time to buy your tickets for ESL Birmingham. It's esl.gg/bmh. Make sure to...
Not.com.
Not.com. esl.gg/bmh. Get your tickets now. Also, by the way, there are so few LANs in Dota 2 this year, as far as we know. Nobody knows where TI is going to be yet, so who knows if it's going to come to Europe at all. Like, this is the time, guys. This might be your only chance for a long time. So if you were contemplating, like, let that pull you over the edge, because that is definitely something, Effie, that is there's limited availability for LANs here.
Me again. Yes. If you've seen the Peaky Blinders, you should be at this tournament.
That's where you go. Great.
Great stuff and happy times and good Dota and jokes aside, Birmingham, that I heard the crowd is great. I heard people have a lot of fun. So if you can swing by, that's cool.
Yeah, Birmingham's good. I've been. It was really, really fun. I think it used to be like one of the highlights of the year, truly. I'm not just selling out like you guys, but I'm not paid to say this. I think it really was. Haven't been in a few years. I think it was pre-COVID last time.
Yeah, I think 2019 or something.
Yeah, and it was really fun. Like, the atmosphere really is something special. Like, there are places in the world you go and the crowds are slightly nicer. And I remember Birmingham to be one of those places. Yeah. So.
Yeah, you miss them cheering DHL.
Yeah.
Make sure. This is, like I said, wave 2 of the tickets is going to end in a week's time. So get your tickets now so you don't regret having to pay extra for them later on. It is also about time to hand the show over to the next crew. You should stick around for that. Got a guest for that one as well. And a lot of Dota, guys. Get ready. We're going to have some Falcons versus Shopify Rebellion coming your way after a break.
It's the last day of the group stage, my friends, and only 2 more slots remain. One is going to be an elimination, and one is going to get a berth into the lower bracket. The series that we have right now, though, this one's just for pride. So let's get into it. PogChamp Pandas, roll it. Thank you very much. We are getting into the last 2 series of our group stage. And the one off the top, It's going to be Shopify Rebellion taking on Falcons. And I've got a lounge of people joining me for this. I've got the ever-present Jenkins. So many great times.
Good to see you.
Good to see you, Jenkins.
Great to be here. I'm glad Spotify or friggin' Shopify, whatever, gave us hope. And now here we are, NA Dota, again, eliminated. God damn it. At least the boys in blue can get some points and get us to Riyadh. That's the least they can do. So I want to see a win here today from Shopify Rebellion.
Where did you get gardening gloves?
It was gardening. You weren't introduced. And we have Cap and Avery on the
Cap
couch
and Avery,
here,
ladies and gentlemen. Cap and Avery, our esteemed guest. But I see you're curiously compressed on this couch. What are you two doing sitting so nice and neat next to each other?
I just like sitting next to Avery.
Is it? Is that the reason?
That's
Keep
not
a close
the reason.
partnership.
Because here at Dream League, we have a special surprise for people. If anybody's seen The Masked Singer, we have the masked streamer, a secret person. Welcome to the stream.
Let the dogs out. Let the dogs out. Let the dogs out.
This dog with the expert navigation of the stairs. I was actually a little bit worried for a moment.
You need me to guide you?
You're very close to the finish line.
Take your hand.
There we go. Have a seat.
And we want to play a game if you guys can figure out which masked streamer this is.
Yep. If you can guess it in the chat, Jenkins will give you $1 million.
Jenkins will give you $1 million.
He has committed that today.
I don't have that kind of money.
Not anymore, because you committed it.
We'll give them all a hint. Could we get a hello from our masked streamer?
Hello?
Ooh. But who? Who could have been capable of that?
Who let the dogs out?
Jenkins, you have to guess right now.
Mason.
Close.
Close.
Oh, that's why he was wearing
But
the
no
dog
cigar.
mask. I don't get a second guess.
Keep saying names.
I don't get a second guess.
We hear an Admiral Bulldog off in the distance. It would make sense, given the dog mask, but no, not
Is it
quite.
Sing Sing?
Almost.
Almost. Well, no $1 million for all of you. Could we please reveal our mysterious guest? Lift off that glorious mask. Gork, ladies and gentlemen, Gork joining us on a Dream League. What a pleasure it is to have you here. Yes, squint through your eyes. I know you.
So bright.
We kept you in that mask for a little bit longer than intended.
Yeah, he was in there for like an hour. That was.
I could barely breathe.
Now you're free.
There are only a few bed bugs in that mask.
Yeah. It's very nice.
Didn't you vomit
Yeah, they
in
probably
that?
came from Jenkins initially.
Last year, yeah, but that was a year
Yeah, you
ago.
vomited right now.
I'm sure they cleaned it.
And it's been nearly a year, Gork, since we've had you on camera. Last time was the Berlin Major. Welcome back to an esports broadcast on this side of the camera. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you. I'll try my best to be professional.
I would hope so. Nothing but the best on Dream League.
Yeah, Night Crew especially. Very
Like Jenkins,
As you can see, we run a very tight
Jenkins
ship.
showing me the ropes here.
That's
so
right.
Thank you.
You couldn't ask for a better mentor. But yes, we are bringing you for your expertise. We only have 2 series left, but you've been watching a fair amount of Dream League, right?
Oh yeah, I've been watching a lot.
You used to do these pre-event tier lists. Did you do one for Dream League on like which teams would do well, which teams would bomb out?
I did actually.
And where did you have Falcons? for
Number
this?
1, baby.
Number one.
All the way.
The hard read.
Guess my number 2.
BetBoom team?
Yes.
Whoa!
Well, that's not guaranteed.
Don't guess my number 3, please. We
Team
talk
Liquid.
about, don't talk about them, please.
You always rate Shopify pretty high.
I was about to say, where's Shopify end up?
I think a B tier team, you know, but B is pretty high on my list. It's not at the bottom like the Ratio was on Ames.
Oh yeah. We don't talk.
Wait,
about
who was last on your list?
I think I had Aurora, IG, and someone else.
Heroic, maybe.
Yeah. Heroic, that's the one.
It was, okay.
Yeah. I think I did pretty okay, actually. I don't know.
I'm impressed, which is why I want to bring your expertise over to our draft panel as we get into this series. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Falcons versus Shopify Rebellion. Join us, though, won't you, on our little draft panel, Gork, because clearly you had some hard reads on who was going to be doing well, who's going to be doing poorly. And I'm assuming your Falcons assessment came after you watched them at Dacha. You saw them, and you were like, oh, this team's got the sauce now.
Yeah, I had my doubts a little bit, but I think they've just been outperforming all my expectations, especially since Aoi came. They've been looking way better.
Yeah, they, because we, I guess, saw the debut of this team in Kuala Lumpur, but that was a pre-AUI Falcons. Then along he comes, and they win Dacha, and they're keeping the good times rolling here. Kazu, my tech analyst, I clearly you have been superseded in terms of technical expertise, but
of course.
I'll just give you a freebie anyway. Kazu, why should I be excited about this series?
Let's see, you should be excited because we have crit against Arteezy for the first time in however many years. So that is...
I actually can tell you specifically how many years it's been, because we've got a Wisdom Rune presented by the U.S. Air Force. Crit and Arteezy were teammates for 7 years and 2 months together. Apparently the last time that they faced off against one another was when Arteezy was on Evil Geniuses, Crit was on OG, and it was January 2016.
Yeah,
it has been 8 years.
That is a damn long time ago. And also, if you're an Arteezy fan, this is the last time you'll see him at this tournament. Because sadly, Shopify are out of the tournament, but sometimes this gives you the necessary energy and like, you know, you don't have no pressure anymore. You're like, these Falcons guys, I want to shit on Crit, you know, show him who's better.
We saw it from Aurora.
Yeah, they did it.
They're eliminated and they're like, all right, we'll start turning it on now. We'll see if they can bring that same energy from Shopify Rebellion because, I mean, who isn't an Arteezy fan? Everyone, right? What?
The biggest one.
The biggest Arteezy
fan.
fan.
He had me in the first half.
Arteezy has 1 million fans.
Sorry, Arteezy fans. Oh my god.
My
You
heart
had me in the
stopped for a
first
moment.
half.
But yeah, Falcons has been exceeding expectations. At this point, they are guaranteed upper bracket along with BetBoom team. So that is going to be our upper bracket final. And Shopify Rebellion, they have EPT points to play for right now. Because, well, I guess Nouns is definitely hoping that Shopify can pick up this series. Because I don't know if we have fully decided how regions are going to be distributed when we come to Riyadh. But the points still matter. They're eliminated, but the points still matter.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you are playing for the points, and you also are playing against Falcons, so you want to show what you're made of. Like, when this team formed, I think a lot of people didn't have the expectations. You see, like, all these powerhouses being formed. I think Falcons, whoever made this team, definitely deserves a raise. You know, whoever put these 5 people together, plus coach, of course. But, yeah, Shopify, I think they should still be very satisfied with the result. Fairly new team that, you know, basically just formed, and they got top 8, which is a big, I would say, a big result. And, in the group stage 1, they played out of their minds. Like, they were really on point, and I think they got figured out in the second group stage.
And their hero pool may have gotten a little bit figured out. I was praising Sven, and we noticed the tipping point, Jenkins, was when Shopify Rebellion first picked the Sven. They moved it so high up the priority list, they rammed it in at first pick, and ever since then, everybody's been losing with Sven no matter when it gets picked.
See, my opinion on that has actually changed in the last few days. Snaking did an interview, and he talked about, like, everybody's picking Mirana because we're playing Mirana. Everybody's picking Sven because we're playing Sven. I feel like that's probably true. This Falcons team, like, they have the most impactful grandmasters of, like, any Dota team that I've seen ever. And I feel like people are looking at them and thinking, like, they pick the broken heroes, but I think they're making the heroes look broken. Like, Skeeter just knows the timings on Sven. Other people, it just doesn't seem like it has that same impact where he's going in and, like, 1v5 and getting rampages. Like, I don't know if it's farming patterns or he just knows when to show up to fights or the team is enabling it or something like that, but I feel like it's a Falcons should value Sven thing and maybe other teams shouldn't value it as highly. Maybe second phase.
Okay, well, maybe we can speak to Falcons because we actually got a chance to get some insight from themselves. Let's roll the clip.
Obviously, we're doing very well in this event so far, and I'm very happy with our team's result. I think we improved a lot over the group stage. In our first group stage, we didn't play much scrims coming in, so it was a big practice and warming up for us, and I think we improved a lot, and that's why we were able to do a lot better in the second stage. But nonetheless, like, there are still mistakes being made, there's always improvements to look out for, and there's more improvement to be done.
Our feelings as a team, I would say, like, we're actually surprised. I mean, honestly, it's payment for hard working, but I would say we're still surprised because a lot of zeros. We could just lose at least one game and we're just getting like 2-0 for no reason. And I would say we're just surprised and like we're kind of happy that this is happening and we growing up together. even the game that we're winning, we still have something to learn, and we're learning to next the games.
But the Mars already at half HP. He's getting decimated inside his own arena. Tomato looks to be next, gets forced out to the other side. Tossed up by Ari, but it's all for naught. He dies, buys back instantly. Amar refreshes, and 3 dead for OG.
Going into our last match against Shopify Rebellion, obviously the match is meaningless for us, but we're still going to try our best. We're still going to play the strategies and practice our teamwork. We'll use it as a good practice game, but nonetheless, we're still going to try.
We're going to play against Shopify, Mr. Artur, like Arteezy, and it's going to be important serious for us, because we have his old teammate.
Of course, it is important for us to win against Shopify Rebellion and prove that Crit was always right and Arteezy's left. I mean, that's exactly what we're here to do.
Holy shit.
Why do I feel like
God.
Snaking was coached through that second part? They were like, yeah, game's meaningless. It doesn't matter at all. And then the interviewer was like, could you at least like maybe talk about like Crit was former teammate? He's like, yeah. All right, Crit was right. Arteezy was left. That's what we're trying to actually fight for right now.
Either way, Snaking's the savage, dude. Like, whichever one is true, he's a fucking savage, bro.
I mean, you say the game is meaningless, but when I saw their faces when they lost to Aurora,
that's true.
They were
That is true.
heartbroken. So I don't think this team takes losing easily.
Yeah, they lose very little, so then it hurts even more. Yeah. But I want to touch on the thing that Jenkins said before we went into the video, actually. Like, I would say that Falcons are the type of team, like, even when I go back to when Amar played in OG, they had this video where he was, like, arguing maybe with Misha. He's like, bro, we're not winning because we're playing broken heroes. Like, they were, like, first picking some Wind Ranger 5 or whatever.
Yeah, the Stockholm Major.
Yeah, and I feel like it's similar here. Like, this guy is, like, first picking Razor, not because it's OP, but he plays it so much better than any other team, which means if other teams just try playing first pick Razor, they will just suck at it.
Right.
So you need to like be very careful what you copy and why, and like even try to understand it in the first place. But Falcons, I feel like whatever they do on their first picks, they just know exactly because it's their comfort. They're not stealing it from someone else.
Yeah, they upgraded definitely. At BetBoom Dacha, they were first phasing a Mars Heroes 95% of the time. But here at Dream League, a lot of Crystal Maidens, some Maranas, a lot of like flex potential coming out from these Razors because both him and Malrine can play it. Even Skeeter if necessary. We don't see it so much from the safe lane. But yeah, keeping things open. And now Falcons will just get this Amar Mars, which is super good against Centaur because of the ulti, of course. And Gork, how do you feel about Lifestealer in the second phase immediately?
I think it's a very early Lifestealer pick, but this hero has shot up in priority throughout this tournament, especially since Centaur, DK, and Mars have been such popular safe laners, off laners. He's a safe laner you can go for. He also kind of counters a Sven if it ever wants to come out. Now, Shopify banned it themselves. But he has a lot of good matchups, and he's one of the few safe laners that don't get bullied right now.
And also there's this new build, Armlet into Radiance, and Yasha plus SNY. There we go. Thank you for the help. They got buffed in the previous patch, so you become like super tanky, which is really nice for the Lifestealer.
Eventually that Aghanim too like stops all counter matchups like Troll Warlord. You simply infest them when you BKBs, and it still disarms you through infest, so through BKB. So it's just a very cool hero right now, which I didn't see coming into the meta like this.
When I look at Lifestealer, I feel like this hero needs to be nuclear countered with how strong he is right now. And what I mean by that is like you need some Faceless Void type matchup. Maybe you Doom him, but even then, like I've seen the matchup not go so well, or like some Enigma type hero, maybe even an AA when it's Lifestealer Winter Wyvern. With Faceless Void being banned out, Sven isn't here, Razor isn't here. Do you guys see any like really nice carry pick that you would feel great about? Like Morphling, maybe?
Morphling used to be very good against Lifestealer. I don't think this new Lifestealer cares as much though. I think Troll Warlord is a traditional man fighter against Lifestealer, but like I said, the Aghanim has changed that.
Yeah. I guess Winter Wyvern is also a bit of a like
it's difficult, but you could go for a Mjolnir build, which would make some of the things easier for you because of the Cold Embrace. And this is where Luna is going to come into a play, having pushing the tempo. Lifestealer, he doesn't come online, like he doesn't farm as much as Luna does. You also have a lot of ways to stack. You have Shadow Demon, Hoodwink, two of the best heroes in the game pretty much, and you have also protection for your Luna. This is very underrated, I would say. Shard on Shadow Demon, if you pick it up at 15 or if you get it at 20 from the Tormi, it feels really nice.
I like the Puck pick here. I was looking at Storm or Puck, but it's Malrine, so he prefers the Puck. He's Grandmaster, of course. There's just no good disable on this Shopify side for Puck. Like, he's going to have a super free game. And then against Centaur, the amount of times I've seen Centaur ult out, and then Puck just coils, snap the coil. They have both the Mars and the Puck now for the Centaur ulti. It feels like a really rough Centaur game. And then Nakes versus Centaur as well. Like, they've really countered this.
Let's see which cover picks they do for Puck, because usually it's Huskar Sniper, and I don't know if they respect the Huskar from Shopify, if they're going to leave that. I haven't seen Yopa.
Oh no,
Huskar.
Falcons welcomes the Huskar because we don't Husk, the Husk Masters, as Amar claims.
That's right.
Yopach has played it once, I believe. I mean, Shopify need to look at something that shuts down this Puck one way or the other, whether it's through hero-hero matchup or because you build an Orchid, like first item, to slow him down a little bit. I guess Falcons are looking at a 4, maybe for crit. I would assume that the Winter Wyvern is 5, I guess, with Lifestealer. The 4s I could see for crit is like some Rubik's, maybe. Some casual follow-up damage into Arena. You have some okay spells to steal.
I know that the Bulba, I mean, I want to make fun of Bulba, but he is looking at Storm now. Even though Storm gets a bit countered by Puck, he's actually pretty good against him if you get the Orchid early, and you can win the lane. And he's a great jumper on the backline on Wyvern as well.
For sure.
For Shopify here.
I'm looking at maybe Tiny potentially to come out for Shopify, something like that matches nicely. Kunkka is the other one. We've seen Kunkka the other day also go for Orchid. Chinese teams, they love OD against this matchup, which would give them another save against Winter's Curse inside the arena. Very difficult to play into Shadow Demon plus OD together. I think this is something that has been used throughout Dota history, and it worked out. Like, you need to have a good backline jump. You have Vehicle, you have Mars, of course, this Puck and Fast Bomb, so that's always going to be nice. But yeah, I think I'm leaning towards Kunkka because some of these spells also, especially Cold Embrace from Winter Wyvern, like, allows you to land your spells and gives you the tankiness inside the arena. It's all about like this survivability, because Stampede's not gonna save you.
I agree. I feel like the Kunkka is a good pick here, so I think Falcons is going to ban it. And I think Shopify banning the Tiny, they might have thought that it was like Tiny or Kunkka, and that Falcons would pick the 4 Tiny to block pick it, which means Shopify is something else other than the Kunkka. That's what that... Or maybe I'm way next leveling myself.
Falcons isn't going to ban it out of pride.
They're not going to, yeah.
And Shopify are going to ram it through as a statement play.
Kezu always says, like, mind games like this in a draft are never actually happening, though.
No, it's very rare, at least. I would say, like, for Shopify, if they don't want Kunkka, they're going to be thinking about Storm. Like Gork was saying, like, you can get the early Orchid, you're still very good. Even if you get coiled, SD can back you up a little bit. But generally, if there's a hero you don't want the enemies to have, you just ban it. Sometimes, I think there are times in the draft where it's like, you know the enemy team, you're like, oh shit, we forgot, and they're about to pick this X hero. Like, let's say Faceless Void in some games, you're like, oh shit, we have to take it. I'm pretty sure this happened in Kuala Lumpur to Gaming Gladiators in the one game. If you remember.
The one game.
The one game.
That one game.
The one.
Where the enemy team then picked Naga and the game was basically over. It was grand finals.
This is fun. A pause for TB. I've seen Crit practicing this in pubs lately against me. He was owning.
Was he winning?
Yeah, he owned me.
Oh, okay.
Destroyed me.
Well, then I'm encouraged because, yes, we've been seeing the resurgence of this support TV be brought to success. But is it good enough for a win?
We'll see. That was very quick voice spirit response. They were prepared. I think that also fits the criteria. Jumping backline wins against Puck mid. I like it.
Why prefer it over the Storm, though?
I mean, I guess the coil is slightly more annoying as your Storm. You're a little squishier than a voice spirit. I'll say that's the main reason.
Okay. Let's get some predictions on the board. Jenkins. Now, of course, as you heard from Snakehead, this game doesn't matter at all.
He's lying. He's lying.
Irrelevant.
He's lying.
Doesn't phase him at all.
Look at his face when they lose one game. Look at his face.
Maybe this is the game then. Jenkins, which one do you think?
2-0 Shopify.
All right, well, then you can
immediately
both of his predictions.
Yeah.
Lacoste, who do you think for game 1 specifically?
Who do I think? I like this Void Spirit last pick as well, I think, because the new build in Void Spirit is basically you rush Aghanim Scepter. It's the control against Puck, against this Winter Wyvern, and as well as, you know, any hero that you initiate on. I'm on Shopify here. I think they have nothing to lose. Same goes as Aurora did, and I think they're going to win this one.
Gork, you're the guest. I'll let you go last. Kazu.
All right, I'll go with Falcons. I think their lanes are good. Whenever I see Amar play Mars against Luna, he just somehow squeezes out kills that no one else does. I think their team fight is really good. Shopify, they need to own lanes. If they don't, it's over.
Remember what the production said before this one. Hype it up.
I tried.
We're on the Shopify.
Final word for Gork.
This is hype. I kind of hope Falcons will lose, just because, you know. But
Just because.
I have to go with my instinct. I think they actually got this on Falcons because I think as long as they don't shut down the puck completely in lane, this is a pretty free puck game. I think he's gonna have a good time, and also that TB plus 4 is gonna own the Luna later on as well. I like their draft.
All right, we got a split panel. Let's get into the game then. Let's get into the PogChamp Pandas.
For pride, fighting for points. It is Shopify Rebellion versus Falcons. Time to be able to see who's left and who's right between Crit and Arteezy. Time to see if Shopify can get themselves a better placement than 7th in their group. If they do manage to win this, they will tie, and then we would have to see where the other series goes down and who exactly ends up in that 3-way tie. But it's possible that Shopify could get themselves all the way up to 5th place, which is obviously a significant increase in points.
They're playing for a lot here. This is by no means a meaningless match, even though they will not move on.
Well,
30 seconds.
not meaningless for Shopify.
Yeah, but it's meaningful for Falcons. It's pride. It's beef. It's who was right, who was left. I mean, that is often worth more than any amount of money.
I feel like, if anything, Crit would... I just can't imagine Crit ever caring about that. In fact, I feel like he wants Arteezy to do well. But it's a nice storyline.
I don't know, man.
Once again, we're going to see this support Terrorblade go to work.
I've seen Crit say some crazy shit over my ears.
I don't believe you.
This guy has a wild
Blood grenade, and Crit is going to be the first blood. So Saberlight already off to a great start.
Back to hell with you.
And already dropping the voice lines.
Got to get the mental edge going early. Surprised they contested that, but hey, Centaur, tough hero to fight level 1. And it's another first blood for Shopify, though I will say I don't think the early laning phase has been the issue for Shopify this tournament. I feel like it's that mid game.
Yeah.
It's just been incredibly slow by them, and if you're slow versus Falcons, they're going to take massive advantage of it and just run you off the map. Because Amar, he plays very fast off the lane, and then that mid game is usually where his hero shines. He's just running around, picking you off with the stun. You get one kill here, it feeds into another, Roche dies, suddenly Skeeter's 2,000 gold ahead. This is not a team you can have a sloppy mid game against. Shopify are going to have to pick it up here if they want to beat the undefeated team in Group Stage 2. Nobody has been able to beat them. Does Arteezy know enough about his old teammate to figure out that puzzle?
Yeah, the only team who managed to take even a game off of them was the already defeated Aurora. So maybe it would be fitting if Shopify managed to deal the final blow there that Aurora started.
I mean, nobody 2-0s Aurora.
That is
Nobody 2-0s Aurora. That's what we've learned here. I can take that with them.
Everybody 2-1s them, but nobody 2-0s them.
Skeeter's getting demolished on the early CS here. Took the Rage level 1 and makes it harder to trade, and he's just not getting the early CS. Tough start for him. This lane is shoving out, I think. It's very close, but it is shoving out a bit. The Olcor is controlling the camp, so if Saberlight can get this lane back, they should be pretty happy here. Especially with the start. Getting these extra denies in this matchup counts for a lot down the road. You might even get that cheeky kill on the Lifestealer later on.
Yeah, or feast off the Winter Wyvern. I feel like Wyvern's a little bit similar to Crystal Maiden. It's just very, very slow here, right?
There is no way you just said that this hero is similar to Crystal Maiden.
They've got a similar movement speed. He's got 285
Oh, yeah.
MS.
You know, the F1 Mercedes is similar to my Ford Buick out in the garage.
Arteezy, I was about to say, the one lane you really don't want to be losing. Amar pump faking it, and he will spin Arteezy, get another kill for himself.
Yeah, why don't you just drive your Buick down to Just give it to Ferrari. Give it to Lewis Hamilton this season. Let's see what he can do in it, huh? Similar heroes.
He's not in Mercedes anymore.
Yeah, I said Ferrari. Give it to Ferrari.
Oh, you do
I know
keep
my
up. Damn. So if top lane's going poorly for Shopify, bottom lane is going well, the tie breaks in the mid lane, which seems like Yopaj is having a bit of a rough time with the harassment of Malrine, though CS-wise he's doing all right.
We saw XM win this matchup really hard early on in the tournament. I think it can go well for Void Spirit, but this is a skill matchup, and I mean, Malrine is just getting the better of him here. And this can be a tough matchup if the lane doesn't go well for Void Spirit, because you get that early coil, and if you can ever make those rotations, the Void Spirit does not really like that gank interaction.
Yeah.
Though Terrorblade Wyvern, probably not the best or fastest duo we've seen from Falcons in terms of playing around that puck. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Malrine make the rotations to maybe one of these side lanes rather than they go to him. Could be on the table. You talked about the difference between the Wyvern and the Maiden. I think Wyvern is stronger on lane than he used to be. He's not known for his laning prowess, but it's gotten better with some of the buffs. And particularly that heal. The heal value point is very good now. It's a very strong laning skill. It's good in the early fights. Gives this hero a lot more early game presence.
Yep.
And that's a big deal for a hero that historically scales really damn well and is one of the best late game teamfight controlling 5s in the game.
Yep.
It's going to be an issue for the Luna if you can ever land some of these curses group Shopify up. So again, you're not looking to necessarily demolish the lanes here if you're Falcons. Just cruise through them, get your heroes in a solid position, and then, you know, abuse the Terrorblade Wyvern scale. Aggression on Amari, 4 stacks, and he gets the 5th. It's gonna be some nice deeps.
Yeah, they would love to be able to kill one of these heroes, as there is a gigantic wave pushing in, but they just can't do it.
We'll also see how much this reflection does versus the Luna. Like, on paper, it seems really good. And they picked it for that reason, and they weren't flexing anything. So we'll see. Crit can make that work in those later fights. Already doing pretty well in the lane.
Also, for the record, Crystal Maiden has 280 MS. Wyvern has 285.
That is, 1, a massive difference. And 2, Wyvern skills are just stronger over the course of a game.
That's fine. I'm not arguing that.
It's not about your base MPH. It's about your acceleration, Austin. You of all people should know this.
He has better acceleration.
That's right, he does.
I see.
Actually, he doesn't. I think Maiden's a way faster hero. But the point is not whether this metaphor has been successful. The point is, one hero is just better, okay? That's what life's about.
That's
just
totally
better.
Fine. I'm just saying that, you know, it's a hero that's susceptible to getting run down in lane.
You think Lewis Hamilton won all those championships because his car was better? No, he was just better. Okay? That's the truth that Ferrari fans couldn't admit, which is why they had to go get him. You know, the car was better. No, it's all about the driver, man. Really isn't helping my point. But my point is, the better drivers play Wyvern, okay?
I see, I see.
You understand that we've come full circle now. This makes sense to
Lewis
somebody.
Hamilton is the winner Wyvern player.
Okay, yeah, if Lewis Hamilton played Dota, he would never pick Crystal Maiden. Tell you that much.
36-6. Saberlight CS doing very well in this lane. 34-11. So Yopaj is really coming back into that mid lane. Tons of denies from him. So he's taking advantage of his attack damage lead over the poor little puck. And Arteezy not too far behind everybody else, but is obviously suffering the most when it comes to this laning phase. Very dead even, though, when it comes to CS across the board.
Yeah, everybody is getting what they want. As you said, Arteezy, the one suffering the most here, but we've seen that pretty much be the standard for anyone versus the ATF Mars with double bracer. And Yopaj did catch up, and he's got some solid levels here. We'll see which of these mid laners wants to rotate first. Break the equilibrium. So far, ATF is just getting the job done. That's a big kill before the arena.
Yeah, Kidtrack left lane a little bit, and Falcons immediately take advantage of it. The Terrorblade continues to have good amount of success, even if it didn't win that game earlier today.
It's looked solid.
It looks pretty solid in most of the games that it's been played out.
Yeah, outside of that Baboka game, it's looked very solid. Centaur on Centaur action.
8-minute power rune coming up. This is... I feel like the 8-minute rune is so big for a lot of these Spirit heroes. Now they have a maxed out, like they have level 7, so one of their abilities is maxed out.
And that's why Yopaj is just trying to shove this lane in. Help them fight for the rune. It guarantees Malrine won't get it here as he just did not want to miss too much CS. The Bing Bong comes out, that's number 1. And it'll be Illusion for Theolacor. So a washed rune. But I think Falcons are happy about that because this was 3 heroes going to the runes for Shopify. The Centaur's even leaning here. And Yopaj was in position to get it based on the lane equilibrium, so they lucked out a bit. And snaking with the slight contest is enough to force it.
Would you think, we haven't really talked about it draft-wise overall. Like, obviously Falcons is heavily favored in this team versus team matchup, but if you ignored them, draft-wise, do you have a favorite?
What?
Which draft do you like better? What was confusing about that?
You said if you ignore them draft-wise.
No, if you ignored the teams.
Oh.
And just look at the draft.
So you're saying which team is the Lewis Hamilton of this game? That's what you're asking me.
No, I'm asking which team is the Max Verstappen?
Who's vastly overpaid for what they contribute to the brand image?
Since when can admin pause? Yeah, that's a thing.
Admin can always pause. Get wrecked, kid.
Yeah, it used to be the casters could pause too.
Yeah, pause.
Before they did the actual op slot. That's where the Finnle pause came in. I accidentally paused
that's true.
in an official match.
I remember that, actually. You gotta have these cams up. That is regulation. Gotta see what you're doing. Witness me. Well, we can't witness you because your cams are broken. So why don't you fix that and get back to us here?
Are you gonna get back to me on your draft analysis, or?
Oh, which draft do I like more? I feel like I'm leaning towards Falcons just because it's honestly very close, but I think I prefer the Puck Lifestealer over the Void Luna. I put it that way. And I think most of the rest is even. I do like Shadow Demon this patch, but this doesn't strike me as the best Shadow Demon game ever. It's solid. The Shadow Demon Luna can go ham. I just think Puck is more reliable than Void Spirit right now in an even setting. And I believe in ATF Mars. I don't know. I just can't bet against ATF Mars, man. It's too hard.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Crit. It's going to get run down by Yopaj here, or the poison that lands.
Nice little pickoff.
Nice little rotation. But once again, the double bracer Amar Mars cannot be touched. So, double bracer, Soul Ring. Man's got 1,300 HP.
So that's the concern, I think, for the Shopify lineup is you're scaling damage in this game. Are you going to have enough in those late game fights to punch through? Ooh, that was very close. Are you going to have enough to punch through an incredibly tanky Mars because he's having a good game? Lifestealer, who's going to be very tanky and has the Infest extra HP for one of the other heroes.
Yep.
Wyvern, Embrace, plus Curse that can bail somebody out, reset a fight. You also have Embrace to heal up these big tanky targets on the front line. Puck that you might not be able to stun and catch. Like, this is a lot. There's a Sunder save as well. That is a lot of HP to get through. And I think one of the weaknesses of Centaur in this patch compared to the other stunning offlaners is that his damage is not as consistently reliable in those later fights. It can run out.
Do it again. Gank the Centaur in that bottom lane. And then just, okay, he's going to cut this wave. Just throw another coil at him. They are going to go for the Mars now. And the spear back. Really good discipline by Amar to hold on to that spear. Now he gets the God's Rebuke back and will get a kill as a result of it. Still dies, but an excellent trade.
He almost got that uphill miss. It's very close to surviving. Regen rune running.
See, when you were talking about the HP problem for Shopify, draft-wise, I thought you were going to say Void Spirit. Because doesn't Void Spirit also suffer from the fact that he's not going to be able to just burst down these heroes?
Generally, the hero suffers against high HP lineups and sustain because he throws out his kit and then he does not win the man fight afterwards. Nice arena catch.
Who cut that tree? Malrine doesn't have a Quelling Blade.
That was...
I don't think it was the arena. I don't think the arena was up yet. Either way, Shopify... Very unfortunate. Lose their mid laner. Yopaj is now tumbling down the net worth chart.
I mean, ATF Mars, it's just too good, man. He's already putting on a show and we're only 11 minutes in. He won this off lane, killed the Luna, makes mid rotation, gets 2 off that, shuts down Yopaj's momentum, gets Malrine a little bit back in this game. The tree just didn't get planted. So misplay, yeah, there was no tree.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There was no bushwhack stun duration, so a little bit of missed spellcasting, but honestly, I don't know if it would have changed the outcome too much in terms of that fight being favorable for Shopify. And ideally, you want to be using some stampedes in this early game. Find something on the map. Need support ultis. That's what you need right now. We're talking about damage issues. You need Purge and you need this Sharpshooter
middle tower is under attack.
to have a chance of bringing down this Mars.
Saberlight. A bit of deja vu.
Invest or play.
Yeah, that's a nice move there. Stampede is going to go off, and this will wear out, so Saberlight's going to be okay for now. They're going to try and punish Malrine. Malrine's going to jump for the kill onto Saberlight. Saberlight, he could have just ran away, but he stuck around, and now the curse is going to land. Not that it's going to do much damage, but it's going to hold these heroes back, so Malrine has a chance to get away, but never mind. He got caught by the disruption. He couldn't jump to his orb in time.
Nice play by Kitrak. It's a pretty reliable interaction in the early game. You don't have the phase shift points up. This Shadow Demon can catch you, and that Shadow Demon Void Spirit's going to be nice setup in a lot of these fights if they can combine it. So nice find from Shopify at the end of that exchange, but that spellcasting was real pretty there from Falcons.
Yule's almost done already for the Mars.
That's going to be very scary for the Void Spirit.
They got at least Saberlight alone, man. This is bullying. He's just dead again. No Stampede to get him away, so... Lifestealer's coming in, but he doesn't have Infest, so no heal is going to be available for Crit or Amar, but nobody here from Shopify to punish. You just get the dive on a Centaur, kill him, and Shopify has no response.
And that's Yule's finished here. Pre-14 phase boots, double bracer, soul ring, wand, Yules. Okay. That's a start.
Stacked.
Yeah. He's like almost 2,000 ahead of the Centaur, who is having a pretty good laning phase.
Are you down for this? They're once again going to go for the coil kill with the Infest Bomb, but Yopaj. Yules actually holds him in place for the spear to land. He's dead.
Another incredibly fast rotation here, just identifying he's too far up in the lane. They get that Yules off the kill's top. It flies out to Amar, instantly puts it to use. Just incredibly efficient, and they even got their Wisdom Rune that almost got killed by, I believe, an illusion up there. Crit with the heads-up play. And Falcons in a good position. Tier 1 towers down, all of theirs still up. And their kill threat is online. So if you start to take the map over, limit the Luna's access to Ancients, Arteezy is going to be in trouble.
Are you down with this Void Spirit rushing Ags? Every game we see Void Spirit. I kind of get it. Void Spirit's usually picked up against the puck. Ags, good counter to the puck, but it just, I don't know. It just doesn't feel that good to me.
No, I have said it before in the other Void Spirit games. The Ags Rush is not good unless you get it basically on point and you're ahead of the puck. If he was where the Mars is right now, you know, he would have it done and he would be able to find the fight impact with it. But when you're building it up like this build-up just sucks. There is no way. It's a garbage build-up. You know, this hero wants an intermediary item, which he had in several of the patches, but people aren't confident enough to, like...
There was Witch Blades and Falcon Blades.
Yeah, but...
Mage Slayer.
That's the problem with the hero. He doesn't possess enough damage with this intermediary to be a threat on the map, so you feel like you have to go this to deal with the puck, and it's slow. And while you're waiting to farm this item, Amar is getting stuff done. That's a courier kill on top of another Luna kill as ATF continues his rampage here.
And between the Cold Embrace and the Yule Scepter he has, they're always full on resources. that are limited, just limited by cooldowns at this point, and those cooldowns are pretty low. Spear after spear, arena and coil, back and forth.
Just everywhere.
Occasional infest bomb coming in.
I'm honestly surprised that people give the Mars. I know there's a lot of talk about the hero pool for this team, but I do feel like the Mars is the strongest of these offlane heroes in a game where the hero is snowballing.
Yeah.
And I feel like Centaur is the weakest for me.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. And if there's anybody you should not give Mars to, I feel like it's Falcons.
Yes, that especially, right? Like, if this is a Centaur snowballing right now, you feel like you can come back at some portion of that lake. But the Mars is just going to scale way harder here. He can go that Octarine utility build if he wants. He can go scaling damage. He can go Refresher Hex in the late game like we've seen from Collapse.
That's the part that really sells it for me, is the fact that you could pick it early and it limits the enemy's draft quite a bit because there's a lot of interactions between the arena wall or this Yule Spear that like a lot of heroes just do not like, and the versatility of item build means that you can kind of, whatever the enemy team throws at you, there is a Mars build for it.
Falcons just very comfortable right now. Very few teams have been able to shake them from their comfort zone. And Aetherland's done, so he is going that catch, long-range catch build. I mean, this is just a deadly Yule Scepter. I had the Vizier on top of it. The range for Yopaj is a nightmare right now.
Whoa!
Okay, that is Mercy. ATF showing Mercy here.
I guess so. We'll get Kid Track anyway, but
this keyboard lag.
That was so, for Amar, that was so comically off.
Yeah, that wasn't even close.
Oh, it wasn't.
That's what we'd call a little brain lag, for lack of a better term, but you missed out on a kill. They're still in a good position. I don't think they're too sad about where this game is at, but it will give Yopaj his Ag. So instead of dying there and setting it back farther, you do get that big item on the Void Spirit, and if you're Shopify, you need to start connecting with it. The sooner the better. Still like a relatively okay timing for it. Again, this build-up's pretty bad. Yopaj found nothing in that early game. He's 0-2. And here's that smoke to make it work. So this is a big smoke for Shopify if they want to regain some momentum in this game. And they're doing it into a puck with that haste rune. I don't know if there's
so rough.
A harder target to be trying to go on right now.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They're going to stampede after him. Almost got him on the silence. Not quite. Now he's going to haste rune away. Does manage to get hit by the stomp. They got him on the bushwhack as well. The sharpshooter. No, the Sunder comes in and saves him. Still, though, Arteezy's a good spot. Never mind. Winner's Curse saved by the disruption. Okay, for now, Amar trying to make a run for it. Does not get grabbed. Infest saved. Acorn shot bouncing around a little bit. Saberlight does manage to get the jump onto him, finishing him off, but he's right next to a Lifestealer now, so he's going to be eaten for lunch. And Skeeter looking for dinner as well. Shopify will retreat, though.
I'm surprised that went as well as it did there, considering you smoke break on an OBS that Falcons had, seen that Centaur come in. So Malrine can react how he wants. He baits him in a little bit. You get that haste rune. The puck is definitely secure. Gets the Sunder just to make sure of it. But ATF just got eclipsed down. Arteezy with solid positioning there finds the Mars. And the downside of this Yule's Aetherlens build, you don't have early BKB presence, so he is susceptible to the Magic Burst.
Yopaj, see him, he's stopped spamming his ultimate. Really wanted to catch the puck here. Does manage to get the grab on him, follow up with the silence. Oh, an orb coming up in a second. Orb and phase shift. Oh, he phase shifts, and now he's just dead as a result.
Nice pickup. Bait the bait, and Malrine goes down. It's 1,000 gold. Killing spree.
Pretty decent.
I mean, some big kills for Shopify to find. Stabilizing this game. Radiance for Skeeter.
Yikes.
That's a big one here. Not a lot of answers to him right now. I mean, Stampede trading for Rage is your best, but you have to do that into Arena Coil. It's not a very reliable Stampede game.
No. You do have a save, but a lot of time the Shadow Demon wants to save it for bigger spells and bigger heroes like the Luna.
We did see that disruption on the Curse.
Yep, very nice.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The funny part is later on, the higher levels of curse, isn't that just going to spawn illusions and he's still going to be cursed and then he's just getting hit by his own illusions?
Dire are scanning.
Yeah. But you can just wait a little bit, right?
Yeah.
The heads up plays, you don't disrupt them instantly.
Sure.
Wait 2 seconds, disrupt him. He comes out, then you get Luna illusions on top of it. Then you're in a good position.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Coiled, nobody's close by. Malreen's just afraid of dying, and he knows they're in a pretty good spot as long as he doesn't experience some serial losses here. It's all good.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
He's just
attack.
rushing the BKB. Another issue with this Void Axe coming out later is the puck gets to BKB faster, and then you just lose that chain capability for the rest of the game, which feels rough. Now you can still be pretty effective here on the rest of the heroes. There aren't a lot of early BKBs going to come out from Falcons. If
Dire's top tower is
they
under
opt to go
attack.
for them, it will be later here on the rest of the heroes. Another item queued up for Amar, but he went the Blink Aether Lens Yule, so a lot of early investment that you can still find this Mars and silence him, force some sort of bad interaction with the arena.
Dire's top tower is under
And
attack.
Roche is still up, so Falcons have not committed for that yet either. BKB for Skeeter.
Is under attack.
Interesting enough, it's Shopify in a position who maybe could have done it here. There are 4 men smoked up behind the Luna. He did not want to apparently rotate through the gate, try and fight top or TP back or anything.
They want Luna BKB.
Is under attack.
Fighting before Luna BKB right now is very dangerous. He will have it very fast if it's uncontested. And I mean, that's got to be where your lineup comes together here.
More BKBs. Man, that Ags is getting so countered.
This like Blade Orchid is also not that valuable.
Mar finds the first pickoff. You could see Malreen is like, all right, you guys got that one, which it's taken a little bit, but they will have to use Curse for him. They'll get him eventually. But Malreen pushed out through the jungle. He was looking for more heroes. He's like, all right, I got this coil. I can find somebody else. Doesn't quite get there before they go through the gate, but he's going to check out the Roche pit. Nobody there. Feel like Falcons are probably in a decent spot to do it themselves, right? At some point, I guess their heroes aren't the best at doing it.
I think they'd rather just keep hunting.
Yeah. Okay.
Again, I think both teams want to get BKBs to commit for that Roche fight. Makes it a lot more secure. You do not want to be the team getting caught by the other's AoE in this game. Would be a death sentence. Another haste rune. That is, again, a pretty damn powerful rune here, unless you get purged.
That's the other part about this BKB that I think feels so good in this matchup is that like Puck also does a lot of right-clicking.
Yep.
And the BKB gives you a little bit of damage, which adds up with these phase shifts and these Ags. And Arteezy gonna need some help here from Kitrak. Speared away from the Shadow Demon, who's still kind of holding himself away. Does manage to get the kill onto the Mars. Oh, snaking! He only needs a single hit. He's not going to be able to get it. Blink comes up a bit too late. They'll kill Kitrak out for it, but that was great for Shopify, man. They killed 2 cores in that time.
How did that go so well? And Malreen died to the Ola core.
Yeah,
that
with
Orchid burst.
Yeah, he used BKB in that period of time too.
I mean, we need a replay of that kill, but whatever the hell just happened on the map for Falcons was, well, okay.
Yeah, theorize. You tell. I mean, you're a smart guy, Avery. I'm sure that you could probably put the pieces together. You could Sherlock Holmes the situation.
I mean, they jumped him with Centaur. He got Shiva'd, and I'm going to click on the death summary here. No, he did not. He just got... What? He got pulsed into Yules, into Pulse, into Remnant, into Bushwhacked, into Orchid, into Sharpshooter, and he died. There you go, Austin. That's called a radio play-by-play.
Did he just use the BKB at like the very end or something?
Yes, he did, and he still died.
Rough. Well, that's a massive pickup for Yopaj, who was, I mean, he's still bottom net worth of all the cores, but he was beginning to fall really far behind. Like Grit was beginning to, it was within striking distance of overlapping him.
Another good power run for Malrine, however, as they're going to continue the pace here, all without that Aegis. And you have your BKB on the Luna, which Arteezy is still very strong right now. You have to respect how much damage this Luna can pump out in the fight. Vested ATF, looking for the jump. It's a Radiant Obs here trying to scout into that jungle line. See Yopaj. Again, you have to think about where this SD save is, who you're jumping. Maybe split the jumps, try and find the backline, find Kitchek on top. This is a great dire ward if they pop on it.
The Illicore, it's almost a shame that he's too far ahead. He's not quite breaking the smoke. Okay, it breaks now underneath vision. Not going to be, he has to jump over for fear of getting caught. He actually just pops the BKB, immediately goes for the coil. They're going to go for the Illicore on the side with the 2 cores, while the Void Spirit stuck inside does live long enough to be able to get through that one. Now Arteezy is inside of the pit, doesn't get speared, pops the BKB, chasing after these other heroes. Skeeter is really annoying though. He is chipping away at this Luna pretty damn quickly, and it looks like he's just going to die. They pop the disruption, but he's going to come back, trying to run away from Skeeter, but Skeeter's faster than you, and Amar will claim it with God's Rebuke instead. Save Saberlight for last here.
I mean, Shopify just looked confused as to what to do in this fight.
Yes, they did.
Puck BKBs, he sits there in front of 3 of them. Nobody can do anything. Lifestealer pops out, he's raged, and then he has a full duration BKB. I mean, you can't sit there and man fight him. Arteezy's just basically running in circles, hoping God comes down and smites this Lifestealer for him.
Somebody please destroy this heathen.
I mean, that was not close to even being in a position where they could turn it.
No, not at all.
BKB is just way too good here for Falcons.
So, what's the game plan? Now that they have all these BKBs, if you're Shopify, is there a window where you are going to be able to make a comeback, or is this just going to be Falcons taking this for the rest of the game?
You have to counterplay something with this disruption early and then kite out some of the duration. So you can put yourself in a position where your spells can then return that fight. That is the biggest key here, which means Stampede needs to get value for them, Disruption needs to get value. Maybe Yopaj can go in, bait some of them, and get back out. But you can't just take the head-on clash.
Yeah.
Like we saw clearly that Shopify cannot sit there and right-click Falcons as Falcons right-clicks them and win that battle.
No. I mean, they do now have the Shard on Luna, which I didn't see in that last team fight. Not sure if that's new, but they also have kiting mechanisms for this Lifestealer, right? They have Demonic Purge, they have Stampede, they have ways to get this Luna away from the Lifestealer and into different heroes.
The kiting doesn't matter if they do not commit the debuff immunity. If Skeeter is just walking in, like he's raged, you purge him up, you back up. If he just backs up and doesn't BK, it doesn't yield anything for it.
Sure.
You need to get the committal out of Falcons here in order to turn that fight. Or you find the crazy jump, right? You can also find the jump and chain stun. The downside is there's going to be a Wyvern turnaround potential.
Right.
Thunder turnaround. That's the scary part of that. But that's a way to force out the early committal and allow you to reset. And they're looking for it here, but this is a very prepared Falcons, not giving you any openings.
Yeah, look at this spacing. Snake King on the high ground. Marine in the front, in the trees. So he's going to break the smoke early. Oh, they're going to go for a little excursion here with the Infest Bomb. Marine's just going to attack him.
Yeah,
just see if there's a response.
Daring them to go on him. He has Aegis.
And if there's too much of a response, then the Skeeter pops out. Surprise, goes for the kill off of the coil. And they get one. Can they get a second one? Spear lands it easily. Disruption is there for the save. But when he comes back, he's going to be silenced. And that was the gem, too, that was dropped. So...
I mean, we saw what Shopify were trying to do. Like, bait out some of these spells, get the committal, and get out. But again, the Stampede is just not reliable in this game versus Coil Arena. So you don't have disengage. And that was a jump that was very deep from Malrine compared to where that team was.
Yeah.
That was a fight where the rest of them were catching up. He is just straight up 1v5 up the hill. And they cannot do anything about it. Falcons just showing why they have been undefeated in this group stage 2. They give very few openings, make very few mistakes, and just play incredibly solid team fights.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Saberlight's not going to find an opening to initiate, not before the Void Spirits is back anyway, so Falcons back away with one building down in the mid lane. 9k net worth lead, still having the Aegis, still having control of the map, and an opportunity presents itself. The Luna is out here deep. Arteezy is just dead? They don't have Stampede, he does have BKB.
I mean, that's as good as dead in a game like this. No BKB for 80. Look at the cast range on this. Is disgusting.
Yeah, he can heal from so far away. And then you can just casually decide if he wants to follow up that initiation. He does. Skeeter made the call, went in. Didn't quite get the kill, but got the Stampede out of him. No Stampede, no BKB means no Luna. Comes back from the disruption. Dead, dead, dead.
And that is why that BKB charge is as good as dead is.
Yeah.
Second you show, you're just nothing you can do. This game got out of control, and the draft seemed pretty favorable for Falcons here as, again, like the Centaur Mars matchup is just, there's not much you can do with it if you're not ahead of this Mars to a significant capacity. You're the one who constantly has to find a way to win those fights, and they're very difficult.
I mean, they're struggling to kill the puck one time because of these infest saves. Finally, a Winner's Curse comes in. Snaking has had an easy life, I think. Really hasn't had to use that too often. Finally puts it to use here to catch the two supports. They get one of them.
Puck, and that's an Aegis.
Finally got the puck. One time.
Probably wanted to die.
Yeah, probably. His Aegis was very close to expiring. A second lane, Shopify. They'll have one more fight. That fight is potentially without the Shadow Demon. Gets the stomp onto two, not too bad. Almost dead, almost immediately does manage to pop the Stampede. Amar, he's gonna come down and die. Meanwhile, the Luna is running down heroes with these glaives. The Infest goes out, the Lifestealer's gonna come back into play here. And does manage to run down one, and Yopaj, well, he's gonna kite around Skeeter, but they can't stop this monster. Yules, GG, they're just calling it as they should. There's no way they can fight this Falcon squad with this kind of lead.
I mean, even that last fight, that was probably like the best it's going to look for them. And then your Luna gets thundered down to 4th HP off the support terribly. You know, just to add some insult to injury. Crit was still in that game and had some tricks up his sleeve. Very dominant performance for Falcons. I think it's what we've seen from them this entire tournament. They're looking as crisp as ever. Very much in their comfort zone. How do you disrupt this team? That's the big question right now. They have so many picks they can go to, so many that they play better that it seems like everybody else. It's not a question of the heroes being broken. It's a question of how do you stop these players being broken right now? How do you compete with them in the laning stage? How do you play as consistent in mid-game? How do you come up with a game plan where those late-game fights are doable? Because there are problems on all three of those fronts for Shopify right here. The lanes, not good enough, where ATF is not owning you.
Yeah.
The rotations and transition in the mid-game, ATF controlled it. At the same time, Skeeter and Malrine are out scaling and out carrying your Luna Void Spirit here. So, like, where are you looking to win this game if you're Shopify rebelling against what Falcons are presenting you? It's just not there.
Well, maybe they can find some better solutions in a Game 2 draft, which is where we're headed right after we go to the panel.
That's right, because we have to deconstruct this game number one, which I'm not going to mince words, Jenkins. It was a bit of a shellacking.
Yeah, this is exactly what we expected, exactly what we predicted on the panel. It's going to be a shellacking.
Not what you said.
Amar did miss one spear in this game, though.
Yeah, what a loser.
Yeah, that was pretty bad from him. Rough. Why did he go for this Ether Lens? Does anybody have any
The cast range in Arena is giving you a further... You can initiate from a bit further away, and you can also blink further. He does the same thing on DK sometimes as well.
He does it sometimes. I wish when they win, we can ask him why, Tsunami.
Sure. We'll ask him what justifies the Ether Lens purchase. I guess maybe against Spirits it could be useful. You know, they're slippery. You manage to get the Yule's grab on them from further away. Extends your reach.
Because I said, I think it's because he doesn't give a fuck about this game. It's meaningless.
No.
And then Gorg P said, no.
Well, don't call me that.
They actually don't. They actually do care. I think they do care. Why did you say that?
They care. I mean, I see it in their faces. These guys are tryhards. That's why they got there. You got there with the grind set, the billionaire grind set, and they're going to keep going.
Sigma teams mindset. They're laser focused. Doesn't matter. Upper
Sigma
bracket
against Sagma on the other side, because he does have that in his name.
Now he got in trouble for that. He moved.
Oh, so he removed it? Okay.
It's dots now.
It's just dots.
That's why it's the dots.
Saberlight just can't be himself.
No, he can't. He's being shackled by society.
Yeah, good performance from Falcons. What a shocker. I think this team is just too good at what they're doing. Like, they're going to be the most studied team of 2024. That was gaming in 2023. Everybody wants to know what they're doing so well, because this team, they don't have like any flaws. When it comes down to spell casting, going in and out multiple times, it's just that they're better than the others. I think they also got way too much out of their off lane, because they were killing Arteezy 3 or 4 times, then he was forced to go in the jungle and try to farm there. And every single time he shows up in a fight, this lifestealer is on his ass. Every single time. With the BKB, it's like your ulti's never gonna deal damage to him. He has way too much magic resistance. I think like the changes to BKB for Luna is good and bad. It really depends on the situation. Most of the time it is bad, because your Eclipse will still pop those BKBs. It will spread the damage, and you're receiving like only 40% of the damage, maybe even 30% depending on your magic resistance. But yeah, pretty bad overall, and yeah, bad matchup. He was staying on top of the network throughout the whole game on Skeeter and just munched on that Luna.
All right, well, let's see maybe if our technical analyst of Kazu was able to get anything extra out of this game number 1.
Thank you, Neil. Of course, I will have some more things to show. For my Ace Predator head-to-head, I need to, well, it's quite obvious. We're going to have Amar versus the Saberman. Saberlight, couldn't really do too much this game. His KDA is looking pretty bad, but we'll show the clips of really, why did this happen? What does Amar do? Because Amar, it doesn't matter what hero he plays. It doesn't matter when it's picked. His KDA is always going to be good, but I'll want to show the clips of why that happened. We'll see if we'll get
It's because of the ether lens, right?
Exactly.
This is way Amar's secret to success.
Well, I have to... okay, we do have some of the clips here. So Amar, generally, I think one of the things he's very good at, I do feel like they squeeze in a kill on him here, but no, like even in this matchup, they counter pick him, and he's still like top 2 of the net worth, right? Like even with this dev, literally top net worth. But he always plays his hero and finds himself in like the right places at the right time, where he always gets kills and has a good lane, and he like knows very nicely how to transition that forward. Because in this game, he goes this Yule's Ether Lens build. So here he has Yule's, he's already moving around the map, and not only is he like owning his opposing carry in the lane, he also finds him in the game with these item builds. And I feel like the lens is because Falcons are very good at prolonged fights. They know that if they overcommit their heroes, they can die. If you have higher cast range, you don't need to move your hero as far into the fight, right? That should kind of make sense.
Okay, so you're saying it's kind of like a Ember's Light Chains kind of thing. Okay.
Because like when we look at this fight, he just blinked beyond enemy lines, didn't even use a spell, because all he had to do was bring Skeeter on top of Hoodwink. Now he kills Hoodwink. Now he uses Arena on Luna. He doesn't even hit Arteezy. He's just dropping the Arena to force out the BKB. Wait, go back on his second round of spells, on his second blink. Now he goes in again, and now he destroys them. Because the problem with this team is they can pick their best heroes. It's a really good patch for Amar and I think their entire team. But the way their team fight is, in my opinion, what sets them apart from everyone else. You will never see them go in, overstep, and die.
Now, the hit and run tactics, I'm on board with this idea. Yeah. Thank you very much, Kazu, but I see someone lurking in the shadows behind me.
Oh my god.
Who's that off in the distance? Reveal yourself, social media expert. It's Pyrian Flax. The light burns him like any good basement dweller.
No! No, don't bring me into the light. I've been dwelling on the web.
Not the web.
The web.
The evil
it's
web.
Worldwide now, Neil.
They tell me so. What have you found on this web?
Streamers.
I love streamers.
We've got a streamer right here on the panel in Gorg. And most of us probably stream one time or another, but it changes you, Neil.
It does.
I told you to do this.
Let's have a look at the toll that streaming takes on a person.
Oh, no.
If we could. Could we run the video?
Oh, wow, this is a while ago.
With audio, please.
Which year is this from?
This was a while ago. This was your first time having a webcam.
Check the patch details. 7.07.
And you're basically saying, "Oh, isn't this sweet and lovely? Thank you so much." And then we're raging, but we can't actually hear you.
It's better if you don't hear me.
Yeah. Just imagine that you're shouting and smashing a mouse to pieces.
Here we go. First cam ever.
First cam ever.
I hate watching
I just want to
this, by the way.
say thank you for all for following me this year. This is the last stream of this year. I hope next year is going to be a lot better.
Look at the happy
very
face.
sweet, actually.
It only got worse from
And then
there.
look at this.
Never ever buy this fucking dog shit.
Never, ever, ever. I remember this one.
There you go.
And that's what streaming does to someone.
That's what streaming does. Go.
It's the bad equipment.
It takes its toll, doesn't it? It's not the equipment. It takes its toll on the mind.
It rots the mind.
It's mind rot.
I missed that old me in the first clip. I
Do
don't know
you
what happened
actually,
there.
though?
I don't know. I was so innocent.
It was such a happy-go-lucky message. Hey, let's have a great year. Thank you so much. I hope next year is going to be as good as this one was. And then it's like, ah!
What would you
1
tell
year.
him if you could go back and tell little Gork something?
Just go back to school, please.
Let that be a lesson, kids. We can't all be success stories, but all of you should stay in school. Pyrian Flax, thank you very much for another ground level reporting. And right now, we're going to get ready for a break as we prepare for game number 2
Back
of
to the
Falcons.
shadows. Back to the shadows.
Hide. Hide.
Just got the news that you're still in town, looking for a safe place to hide. Well, you better close your window and lock the door, 'cause I'm gonna get you tonight. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out. 'Cause here I come. Love has a way of seeing through all of your wants and the shadow of doubt. So just get dressed and know for sure I'm on my way to take you out. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come.
Hit me up, dark brown with body mix fly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull pedal to the metal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. On a rooftop in electric Times Square, with the wind in my face and a scrunchie in my hair. Fold out my rolling D50. Gonna bring back the vibe, moonwalk back to 85. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Hennessy pop loop drum machine. This is my 80s fluorescent pink dream. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Hennessy pop loop drum machine. Better believe, still want my MTV.
Game number 2 is upon us, friends. Falcons versus Shopify Rebellion, where we're hoping for something a little bit more competitive. Because I heckin' love Arteezy, and it breaks my heart to see him lose, even though he's already
Bat-chest
eliminated.
Arteezy.
Bat-chest Arteezy all around. But this was not a very pog game from him, if I'm being honest. The Luna was a little bit outclassed, and I like what you were saying, Lacoste, on our post-game panel, that I don't really think about it, but the BKB changes does make Eclipse significantly worse than it used to be.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it can be good. Let's say you're isolated, so Luna like deals ton of damage to you, even though like you don't expect that damage if you're still thinking about the old BKB. But you know, new BKB. Let's say they have 3 cores with the BKBs. That damage, like you're not gonna feel it.
There's one reason and one reason alone Luna is meta to begin with. She was kind of out of meta, but then this shard got buffed so many times with the damage reduction and the amount of physical damage it puts out. It actually makes her good into the new BKB meta, I would say even.
Do you prefer this version of the shard or the old shard, which was the Lucent Beam Glaive?
You know, tough call. That was also a really good one.
Yeah, she seems very balanced around having a shard, it seems.
But you get both now, because you get it with a talent, right?
yeah.
Sure.
So it's not quite as good because I think the old one had your auto attack damage as well.
Yeah, it did.
Although that one would be Giga Broken with a Conda build now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would really hit different though.
I mean, just starting like with the Shopify draft, I don't know exactly what the pick order will be, but even just going fundamentally into the draft by giving up Centaur or like picking Centaur into a Mars, I feel like is not most ideal because in my opinion, Mars straight up counter Centaur. You just drop the arena, there's no Stampede counter out. So I do understand that it's hard to beat this team in drafting and you need to combine it with your gameplay too, but I feel like your first step to the draft should enable you to have an easy game, and I don't think they did that in the last
I think they need to buff Aghanim Scepter on Centaur that you can get out of the arena with the card.
No.
You just drive through it.
Yeah.
Centaur does not need buffs. This is not the arms race that I want to create where Mars is so good that Centaur has to get even better. But Shopify do get their hands on it as they are second pick, and Falcons actually opt to get DK for their first pick because Shopify ban out the Chen, the Timber, the Razor, and the Mars. Falcons take out Templar Assassin first phase, actually, Phoenix, Shadow Demon, and Pango.
Shopify will surely this time around ban the Lifestealer, unless they're planning on countering it. Void is still in the pool. There's a lot of counters this time around. We'll see what Falcons ban here.
Do you think that they've retired the Sven now?
At least until we've seen a few more carries banned.
Okay.
I like the DK for Falcons better than like picking up the Centaur, just because they can flex the carry. Like this is one of the few teams that was doing this before anybody else was doing it before it was even good.
Yeah, the only one who has 0% win rate on their team on this Dragonite is Amar. Everybody else, you know, they lost that one game against Aurora, and he only played it once. So a lot of the times you'll see them pick up this Dragonite, you think, oh, it's probably going to be a Mars hero in the end, but then they pick him something on 23 or 24.
Go for the exact same duo on Toe Licker and...
what was that?
The
Hoodwink.
Yeah,
he said
exactly. That's what I said.
The
and Saberlight again. Let's see if we're going to get a Lifestealer answer or if it's maybe a bait play by Shopify in the draft here. I'm sure they've considered it.
I mean, I guess this time at least, if Falcons were to take it, you could answer with the Faceless Void, right? Since it was not taken out in this draft, at least so far.
Yeah.
But Falcons will go with their map play.
I was
bread
gonna
and
just gonna say this. This is a very good time to pick 2 supports for Falcons because they actually triple flex the DK. So you're keeping all the flex open for the last 2 picks for them. I like that a lot.
Yep, and if they run the DK as a safe lane, Mirana as a 5, easy arrow setup. Rubik, great against Hoodwink, great against Centaur, lots of good stuff to steal.
5 seconds remaining.
Back to you, Lacoste.
Back to me, yeah, Mirana 5. This is Team Falcons bread and butter. They started this trend. It was not as popular during BetBoom Dacha, but here it's like top 5 most pick heroes for a good reason. I think the big part is Moonlight Shadow and also any kind of a stun you have in the lane. Like you can also build into pretty much anything on the hero. Everything feels nice. I think it's pretty similar to offlane Veno when the hero is popular, not nowadays because the hero is super trash, but yeah, if you can build into a 4-staff Greaves, pipe, whatever it's necessary, Lotus Orb, we've even seen some scaling with the Aghanim Scepter if the game is going to be longer, so yeah, good overall pick. I don't think it's like the first pick material immediately, but in the second phase, the hero feels really good.
Naga into DK, wow. Shopify, go for it. I mean, sure, Arteezy loves his Naga. He's considered by a lot the best Naga. Maybe not anymore, but I still think he's up there. But Skeeter used to pick Dragon Knight as a counter when he wasn't meta into Naga, simply because those illusions and the Aghanim from DK just slows her to a halt in fights.
Like, I feel like any hero that can eventually stand its ground, like there's no threat on you for dying while dealing with the split push of Naga, and you have similar map play yourself by, you know, your Manta build with the Aghanims. So I fully agree. I'm a little surprised about the Naga into the DK. Of course, Naga is one of the best heroes in the meta, but I feel like you have to really complement this Naga pick because I don't just like it so far into the Falcons heroes.
You don't really have... I really think it's important to have something set up for the song as well. Like, I hope like the Hoodwink ulti is something to set up the song with. But like, it's nice to have, yeah, like the arrow is one thing, for instance, but they can't hit Mirana.
Oh, that's a big combo.
Yeah.
To enchant.
yeah, that's the one.
This hero is 3 and 14 right now.
Win rate.
Those are the 14 losses where you wish you had Chen instead.
Yeah, I guess so. And then you were just forcing Enchantress anyway.
I feel like Falcons could just Lesh here. It's really good against Enchantress.
I like
the counter to Naga.
Primal as well.
I liked your suggestion. I thought maybe it's gonna come something that Team Spirit does, you know, some disruptor great against this Mirana to pull her back, and you'll have some kind of a combo. But Enchantress, like, I think with this hero you need to succeed so much in the first 10 minutes, because if you don't, like, this hero doesn't push the waves as good as some other position 4s. Like, if you're having a bad game on an Enchantress, you don't find a Grobo and stuff like that, you're not gonna be able to scale.
There goes Enchantress' only strength, the creep on lane. It's gonna be eaten up real fast. People forget about Doom a lot.
So the Naga Doom matchup goes both ways, but I personally give the edge to Doom. It's one of the few heroes that you have like a straight up win condition in the fight by just dooming this hero, because the biggest strength of Naga in mid game is, well, the map play and the team fight disengage. Against Doom, if you have some map play on your own, which he does with DK, you can still find these fights. What would you say about the matchup?
No, I agree. I think 33, who is the Doom expert, he always picks this into Naga. And you'd think maybe he should be able to like kite him and song whenever he dooms, but it's all about finding her and having a tool to kill her throughout the game. And even in the lane, it's not that bad because Scorch does so much consistent damage on these illusions that it's hard to like ever commit on the Doom.
The good thing that they do have is Centaur Stampede. It was always considered a counter to Doom, so you need to... A lot of the times you might even see them dooming the Centaur, so they can't just use the Stampede and run away. In terms of stuns, Team Falcons, they do. Like, every single hero on their lineup does have a stun, and we can Saberlight spinning, contributing to the draft heavily.
I mean, they picked this hero first. What else is supposed to do?
I'm out of this draft, guys.
I mean, what it's like to be an offlaner in this meta. Just waiting.
At least Shopify is very good at the running away in their draft so far.
Yeah.
Let's see how they will fight back.
I mean, Falcons need to pick first out of phase.
Still Primal as an option.
Yeah.
You think they're going to try to preserve this flex on DK for as long as possible between Malrine and Skitter and pick another hero that can take either lane?
That's a hard hero. Yeah, hard hero to find. It exists, but...
They probably just pick something that can win mid no matter what, like Lina or Primal. Both of these heroes will do fine against anything. Primal because you can cut the wave, Lina because she's Lina.
Yeah. Malrine is really good at winning these primal matchups that are impossible by cutting wave. He's kind of the one that got popularized.
Yeah, he invented that. It's so annoying.
I was also thinking primal, but them banning sniper leads me to believe that it's maybe something else. It could be the puck, which is banned already.
They're keeping. Never mind.
Because I feel that primal is obviously very good in this draft, but I feel like snipe, you wouldn't care so much about sniper.
I feel like maybe that was because they wanted Lesh, so they banned the sniper.
That could have been it, yeah.
Now that's why they're thinking about this pick. Maybe I'm reading too much into it.
that could be it.
It also could be overeating into the mid. It could be DK mid very easily.
It could be, yeah, that's true. That's true. It's not like DK really loses to that much mid anyway.
I think the Lifestealer looks good here for Falcons, honestly. Just pick it and just have the Dragonite mid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say if they want a carry, I like the Lifestealer suggestion a lot. I think maybe for mid, I'd still Primal. I don't know if there's anything else. Maybe some casual, I don't know, some Malrine Storm.
Malrine doesn't have casual heroes.
Okay, that's
He has
true.
level 30 heroes.
He has level 30 or garbage, aka 0.
Shopify Rebellion.
There he is.
Nice call.
All right, Mr. Shopify Rebels, what do we do?
You're countering a DK mid.
That's so fun. There's the OD Yopaj has been favoring a little bit lately.
Yep.
It's worth considering, but it doesn't feel great because I think they lost last time they had it as well.
I feel like OD doesn't win this game.
No.
I'm looking so first of all, many heroes we will say, I feel like I will not like them, which goes to show that I think Shopify are in a hard position in the draft currently.
You need...
Gonna do some tech analysis.
Last game, Bulba might be cooking. Might be some storm spirit.
I don't know.
Calm before the storm. This is what I call it. When nothing's happening.
Maybe it's just a boring Viper.
It's banned.
It's banned.
Yeah.
Oh, that's...
I mean, I could maybe see Death Prophet being okay here for Shopify as well. But that's like always okay, I think.
God, it's so annoying to pick a hero here. Like, you need to do it into Doom. If you pick a melee hero, it's gonna feel annoying against Lifestealer later. If you're some range hero with low HP, you're gonna get DK stunned into Arrow.
No, I hate this position Bulba's drafting himself into a little bit. No flex, like, we're just here, you know? Have fun.
Damn, I'm having a hard time.
Yeah, he's also having a hard time.
I'm just gonna
22 seconds left.
I'm gonna go Death Prophet on this one. I have no idea.
It seems to be the only...
Oh,
okay.
It went back for
it's
that
a
anyway.
bit...
Stick to their guns.
It makes the game a little slow for them, but I suppose they're playing into a Doom.
Oh, this is a tough draft to support.
You called the OD, and I feel like it was up there for them to want to pick, but I feel like it is not the hero they need for their draft to win. Like, your lineup is very slow. I feel like the enemy team has a lot of heroes that can jump you. They have Moonlight Shadow. You're gonna give Astral to Rubik as well. Now they have Astral, Arrow. You're gonna give them more ways also to engage, disengage. OD is not good against Doom or Lifestealer.
I think the way they were thinking on Shopify was they have 2 losing lanes on sides, actually. Lifestealer versus Centaur, and they have the Doom lane bottom. They're probably going to lose both those lanes, and they really need to win mid. And they're hoping Yopaj just turns up this game with the OD versus
Maybe
DK.
Is there a build where you can max Q on OD?
There is.
Because if you max Astral, you don't win mid against DK.
No,
I think like 2 points in Astral is fine, but you're going to need some of those rotations. And I love what they did on side of Falcons because they picked like multiple heroes that want to get targeted by, you know, some of these big abilities and like who you're going to go for because these are beefy boys. Let's say you initiate on like Doom, you initiate on DK, there's an Infest, like they need to heavily commit to be able to get like even 1 kill. I think this is a pretty difficult game for Shopify, so I'll go with the Falcons.
Falcons.
2 Falconers.
Spotify.
I love it.
You already called it 2-0 at the beginning, right?
Yeah, we're sticking to it.
Okay. Shopify. Hashtag arm the rebels.
This is one of the biggest outdrafts we've seen. This is definitely... I mean, I think it's at least Falcons.
Stick with your gut. Then we got 3 Falconers. Perhaps Shopify's very last game. Let's get into it with our casters. It's Cap and SVG.
This
What are you
your
looking
bit.
at?
This is not
Start
my bit.
singing.
This is not my bit.
This is Avery's bit. For the record, he's the one who made this song show up in production. Sing, damn you.
No.
Early in the morning.
Early, not early. If you're gonna sing it early, then don't even sing it. I did request this song, and I requested it because in a game 2, potentially your last game in this tournament, you're going to go back to the ocean, to the sea, where the salt of men are earned, the Naga Siren, for our tour alive. And they have.
Great work.
So you're welcome, everybody. We are in for a treat, a little shanty, if you will, and we'll see if Shopify can sober up.
Yeah, you think they got... Is that what's gone wrong? Actually, no. Wouldn't it be the opposite? They were drunk at the beginning of DreamLeague, and it was going really well for them. Now they've sobered up.
All right, well, let's
They've gone back to the farming playstyle.
They can go back to the drunken stupor that was working. Apparently, this is just an outdraft, according to the panel.
Which way? I wasn't listening.
Towards the Falcons.
Of course it was. Listen, it's easy to say Falcons outdrafted them when you know Falcons is going to win, right?
He agrees with you.
Do you actually think it's an outdraft? What?
I don't know. I don't think it's that bad.
Dire's courier.
You have some strong early laning potential between the Hoodwink and Hench. And this OD Naga combo was a combo we saw Tundra win a international with, you remember? Very obnoxious combo to teamfight against.
Yeah, it was a little while ago, but yeah.
I think this draft has some potential, but yeah, I think Falcons lineup looks a lot more straightforward, right? You got your 3 meaty boys, you jump them in, you stun somebody, you doom the OD, you have Rage and potentially BKBs to ignore the Song and the 2 supports plus the Centaur. You take him down, suddenly your damage disappears. You can steal Astral in this game, you can lose Moonlight Shadow to get on the back line. Unless the lanes go really well for Shopify, I think this game is going to be challenging. And so far, the lanes are not going too well for them. It's still the early stages. I really want to see what worked for Shopify, which was early support rotations, snowballing Yopaj, and getting that going. I don't know how easy it is to do into the DK here, but...
Yeah, I would feel a lot better if they have like a Mirana or something that combos better with the OD. I don't think Enchantress Hoodwink are particularly inspiring support ganks for an OD.
No. I mean, it's a DK matchup too. He's just always going to be full HP.
Yeah.
It's a very tough hero to gank. It is doable, but it's tough. You can also gank this Doom. He is susceptible this game with the power the Enchantress can bring. I just want to see the supports combined because I think it's been one of the things that just hasn't been clicking for them that was clicking early on. And you know Falcons are going to bring some early game heat. If there's going to be some gank potential, Crit's going to make it. If not, he's going to be stacking some Ancients, and they're going to contest power runes. So you have to at least match them in these areas if you want to keep up and not fall too far behind. And right now, all 3 cores are, I mean, pretty much free farming for Falcons.
Yeah, unsurprising. Dragonite, Lifestealer, not going to do too much to those heroes. And then you got a Doom who has his own farming mechanism. So, yeah, definitely feels like Shopify, you want them to do something, but looking at the heroes, it kind of seems like maybe only the Doom lane is gankable.
A little bit of a slow starfall there from Snaking. Not happy about that one. You can gank Lifestealer. It's not an impossible task, but ideally it's a scenario where you chip him down a bit and you get the backstab. Like you double wave, push that double wave into his tower and just dive him under the tower with an Ench Creep Roam or something. That's the type of gank I can see that working, and it is doable. You can leave the Naga alone. You can just jungle a little bit, get some solo XP.
Yeah, that's the part that's definitely appealing about it for me, is the fact that you could probably leave the Naga Siren alone at some point.
It just feeds a big creep to Amar. That is not what you want to see here. And another reason I think Naga Ench is just, if you're not winning that lane with like the level 2 off some cheeky kill, you're not really gonna pressure ATF here, I think.
No.
I just don't see it happening. So you gotta get something done with Enchantress in the early. It's just like a rule for the hero. If you don't, you're pretty sad. And we're already halfway through and there's not a lot happening. So that 6 to 10 minute mark, better get some skirmish going.
Maureen is killing it in the deny department mid. He is destroying Yopaj there. Jeez. 13 denies.
All right, there's some good chip damage. So this is what you want to see. This can set a lot up. This is an attackable lane. Very attackable. I mean, you are getting some chip damage mid as well, honestly. More than maybe I would have expected. Double null helps a bit on this early portion of the wave.
Yeah, frankly, he needs the double null just for the extra damage to secure some of these last hits when Arcane Orb is on cooldown. Smallreen has punished him heavily in the early levels.
Support's moving from bottom. The water rune secured. Smallreen, happy about that one. So far, it's Saberlight having the best laning phase out of everybody. We've seen Centaur just win these Centaur Lifestealer matchups. Just free farms them, gets the early armor up, and he is good to go. Aggressive net and a 1-on-2. Force the poke and go back, and Kitrak is still leaning bottom here. I think you gate here. I don't like the Enchantress being down here too much longer. I think you've done your job. It's time to go try and snowball the map, make your presence felt either on runes or in this lane. Again,
perfect timing for it. They're getting aggressive onto Skeeter. Ooh. They'll take the kill without the gank.
I mean, you could still gank this, right?
Yeah, you could go for snaking next, force out some of those leap charges.
Yeah, this is still value.
1, 2, and a third. So he is going to be out of leaps for a while.
Now you can threaten this tower and make this Lifestealer TP questionable, because does he want to go back in here? No leaps on the Mirana, a catapult double wave hitting your tower. Saberlight played this lane pretty well. They got the creeps they wanted up here. They pushed it in. They got the chip damage. In fact, enough chip damage, you didn't even need the Enchantress. You can still think about diving here if you can save your catapult. It's going to be close.
Nice. Use the enchant. Summons a creep to tank instead of that catapult. So yeah, they'll keep hitting this tower.
This creep's got dragged bottom though. A little awkward.
All right, so tower doesn't actually die, but
good pressure.
Good pressure, and one successful kill will probably result in the tower dying. Top CS, though, for Falcons all across the board, and Crit, who refused to TP top to help. I guess maybe they made the call, he didn't need it. He's going to try and steal the Wisdom Rune and gets it, too. Very nice.
Ooh, that is demoralizing for Shopify here. You're playing early game roaming and support duo that needs to snowball, and you miss out on your Wisdom Rune to a Rubik of all heroes.
Oh, ran back into him. At least they'll be able to kill Crit and get that kind of punish, but it was a significant amount of time from the supports, forced a rotation.
That's not where you want to be on the map. So it costs you a little bit. I mean, you still want to play through the Centaur right now, having a pretty good time. Next biggest point for Falcons is going to be that DK ulti. I don't think they really want to rotate to it, but could maybe bring the DK bottom at some point, maybe the next ult. Maybe gets a little pressure mid, but you have to be wary of pushing up and you get Astral and the supports get on top of you.
All right, Dragon Form Dragon Knight is going to push into the tower. They've got 2 supports set up to try and punish him when he does so.
Yep.
Maybe secure the power rune.
We're ready for it, which is what you want here. And they're going to set it up, bring the Centaur in. Okay.
Yep, there we go. Bushwhack into a stomp. Lots of magic damage. Should be more than enough. In fact, almost got snaking, too, with the use of that Sanity's Eclipse.
And Artur runs off a Doom. Should live here.
Trying to TP away. Zap down. You curse that.
I assumed that everything had been used. But it was not the case. That is an expensive teleport. Gonna miss a lot of ways bottom. Amar finds that kill.
Grabbed him after he used the leap. Well played, Theo Lacour. That'll ease the pain of that Naga Siren death a little bit. It looks like top tower did die.
Yep, inevitable.
Yeah.
There's a lot of early game investment to try and deal with the DK. Snowballed the Centaur for Shopify with this Enchantress-based lineup. Talking about it a lot because it matters a lot here for this lineup. And Saberlight is going to have a very good game here, so he's going to have to pay it back at some point. Because, of course, you can just run back down mid here. No OD ult. In fact, it gets stolen.
Yeah, stolen Sanity's Eclipse.
That thing does some decent base damage now. It's not nearly as bad a steal as it used to be. You just casually throw it out on a kill attempt.
By far one of the coolest names for an ability in Dota. It was actually the name of my first Dota 1 team that I played on.
What, Spell Steal?
Sanity's Eclipse. Oh, instantly kills all those illusions. And Crit will try and buy as much time as possible for this, but
you know, coincidentally,
shut down.
Sanity's Eclipse, that was the name of my first dog. He was a great dog.
Radiant's middle tower has been denied.
Why do you have to make it like I'm lying about everything? Huh?
What? It's a true story.
Don't believe you.
We used to call him Sanity for short.
This is the dumbest bit you've ever done
It's not
for
a bit.
all of DreamLeague.
Okay, whatever. Don't believe me then, man.
I don't believe you.
Well, that's no different than usual. Stolen in snare.
Stolen in snare. That's a good steal. If he could only cast it on him, they could doom him.
It's the name of my second dog.
Doom?
And snare.
Cut through the trees. TP coming in. He needs the help.
Oh.
And
he just lost track of him.
He does not need the help. He TP's away.
I mean, it's good he's surviving taking his dooms, but he's not farming, which is not what you want out of this Naga.
Stampede. What all these ultimates Crit's getting. And it's not like they used it recently. It's just they Sanity's Eclipse and Stampede. They just didn't use other abilities afterwards. And now they're going to use that Stampede to run down Saberlight, punish him for giving away that ability.
That is not the death you want here if you're Shopify. That was your most enabled hero on the map.
Yeah.
Giving away his own ult and dying to it and losing a tower.
I thought personally that he was going to have, like, there was no chance of him getting shut down like he did in game 1 because I just didn't see, like, a Dragonite rotation ruining him his way the way the puck did last game. But it still happened.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Double raindrop here for Kittrack. Don't know about that one.
Gotcha.
Shopify they just haven't been playing as crisp as we saw in the first half of this tournament. There's just too many little mistakes, and you're making little mistakes against a team that is going to take big advantage of them. Hadouken!
Okay, now use the heal, and then the magic wand. This is like such a slow death. They have to use the Stampede to save him. He'll actually invest. Yeah, Hadouken right back. All right, I've kind of lost track of, like, who's winning. Is Shopify happy with the way the game's going? I can't really tell.
Not really. I mean,
dead 50-50.
Like, for where it should be with the early advantage they have in terms of roaming potential with the Enchantress, you want to be up now.
Yeah.
And I think Arteezy getting forced off the lane early, he was the sacrifice. He was the trade-off for you to roam with those supports and get that action happening, right? So you gave up something to get that done. This is a big kill.
It is indeed. Arrow comes out.
So I think Falcons are happy with the position they're in, and Shopify, the onus is still on them to make something happen here, because you're not going to feel great about this Enchantress going into these mid-game fights if he can't find some extra golden space on the map.
Nice ward there from Crit. Stolen Bushwhack. Sanity's Eclipse gets thrown down. Not enough damage to kill Snake King. He can't use the arrow. Careful with mana allergy. Now he pops in. Does throw it out. Yopaj is going to get burned down.
That is not the spell you want to give away here. Level 4 Bushwhack. Nasty on this hero.
And he's going to catch the squirrel with his own
much
trick.
damage.
Acorn shot trying to slow him down, but the Moonlight Shadow makes it so it doesn't bounce. He actually used the Sharpshooter, dodged the arrow, but now he's giving it to Crit. And Crit will get the Fate Bolt kill. Save the Sharpshooter for some other victim.
Yeah, you probably do take Sharpshooter over that, but honestly, I mean, that's a chef's choice right there. And another Wisdom Rune steal. I'm telling you, these little things, man, they add up so much here. Falcons on point.
Dire's middle
Smoking
tower
back with the remaining bit of dragon form. See if they can get more kills since there's no towers to take.
has been denied.
Go for Yopaj. Gets him with the blink arrow. Well, this very rapidly turned into a Falcons dominant game, I think. Because Shopify had kind of a lead off the laning phase like you were talking about. Then they lost their Centaur. We saw the graph say it's a 50-50, but it's just been a lot of kills going the way of Falcons now. Shopify not making any moves themselves, and Falcons is like, that's great. We'll take all the moves.
DK Blink out before Centaur Blink, and it's already paid off twice on 2 big core kills. This is the difference that tempo makes. And you have another sharpshooter up, so they're already setting up, looking for the Naga Siren. Crit.
Actually got the real one. The sharpshooter lands. He no doubt did not expect that extra bit of burst damage.
Crit waves hello to his fellow teammate.
Guns him down.
No mercy.
Arrow takes the Siege Wagon for a fast push. They got the Dragon form. They've got their own Siege Wagon. They're going to take this off lane tower, it seems, because Shopify has nobody in the neighborhood. Shopify's just falling apart.
It has not been clicking for them, and this is another game where it was a similar Naga game we saw yesterday. You're playing Naga against Lifestealer, Dragon Knight, Doom. You're not going to win the man fight against these heroes in the late game. Like, you're just not outscaling them in that straight team fight. So you have to use this Naga to play the map to set the pickoff up. And your pickoff is just mega delayed here.
Yeah.
So you're just going to bleed some network. Until you have this blink on the Centaur, you're going to have to make a move with that. And if Falcons read that move, then you're going to be in big trouble.
Well, at least they can scale. Even if the Naga can't take that matchup, they do have OD. Right? Is this a good OD game?
I mean, there's aspects of it that are okay.
Like
this
what?
hero can be good versus Dragon Knight with the pure damage. He can be okay versus Lifestealer Doom with some like okay save, but these aren't that good matchups. I think Doom just kind of owns this hero. You Doom him and you're Omega happy. And of course you have Rubik Astral Steel. Rana ulti makes it hard to hit people. I don't think it's that great in OD game.
Okay.
I would not rate it above average.
It also doesn't seem like they have that great synergy with the OD either.
No,
so.
the Astral's not setting up for anything here, except maybe a sharpshooter.
So where'd the OD come from?
Well, that's a good question.
Are scanning.
I'll leave it for you, Austin.
We'll leave it for the panel.
Okay.
Got some very smart people on that panel. 5,000 net worth lead for Falcons. Snaking is farmed, man. Arcane Boots, Mech, Greaves coming in soon. He is going to get ganked here, but he might be able to escape. He's got some leap charges. He managed to store them all up, runs into the Centaur, gonna try and track him down with the Stampede. He jumps inside the Roshan pit, goes for the TP out. The Bushwhack will just barely come in time.
Okay, I mean, you get something off of that blink reveal, but it's not the greatest kill of all time.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And the wards for Falcons are doing work right now, man. These obs are just in great positions. Seeing multiple lanes, multiple jungle areas, scouting everything, securing runes. You get to push mid really deep off this one, which gives you the most control here, and they're just farming everything right now.
Force staff now for crit.
Little Shiva's action top. Rushed here by ATF.
Thea LaCour was actually the most farm support here. Almost dies, but saved by Saberlight.
Did not want to waste the Doom on a little squirrel.
Oh, Radiant's done. 19 minutes. Not too bad timing there. Not too shabby.
Where are you going?
Stolen double edge. Just what a Rubik wants.
Oh, hello there, little enchanters. Goodbye, little enchantress.
Shopify are just already in rat mode. They will get snaking again in the top lane thanks to a sentry placed out, but Arteezy is going to die here as
oh boy,
he gets caught by the Moonlight Shadow in best gank.
Just can't get the lanes out. They have had his number. And space is running out right now. We will see a replay of this that we just saw 10 seconds ago.
Production really likes watching Arteezy die, apparently.
Space is running out right now.
That's not what you want to hear when you're playing
I did a replay of myself.
Very good. Hey, what do you think Shopify is saying to each other right now? Because they're just getting picked apart one after the other in these side lanes.
Probably debating which restaurant they're going to go to after this game.
Let's see.
I mean, I don't know what there really is to say in this type of position.
Yeah, like...
Get the lanes out? Okay, I'll try, and then make a smoke play and hope it hits. There isn't much else to do.
Another deep ward that is spying Arteezy's Naga Siren, so they're already setting up. They're already rotating to him. They have an Invis Snake King that runs past the real Arteezy. They think he sent out his illusions here, is farming Ancients.
It's the power of that double Naga bait.
Yeah.
Puts him on the backside of the map.
Well, they'll get the Wisdom Rune for the third time this game.
That is painful. They've gotten 0.
Yeah.
Has that happened before in this tournament? 0 Wisdom Runes at the 21?
Crit, stolen imprisonment. Making a break for it. Pulled back in by the Bushwhack. So Shopify does get something. I just kind of wonder, like, what are we trying to...
So you're telling me there's a chance?
There's always a chance, I guess.
That was the name of my third dog.
Chance?
Always.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Stupid.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Jeez. This is a rough game for Shopify to go out of the tournament on. I mean, they're already out of the tournament, but...
Yeah, well, they're going to have a fight. I mean, they're going to find Kitrak again.
Infest. They tried to make that move without too many teammates. Are they even hitting Malrine? It seems like... Okay, now they're doing some damage to him, but Skeeter's going to pop out, go for the OD. Yeah, Shopify thought maybe that was a moment of weakness where they could chase down and kill some heroes since they outnumbered Falcons, but Falcons didn't take too long to group back up. And
Arteezy is... good luck there, Saberlight. I'm out of here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, this is just absolutely out of control. They don't have damage, man. This is OD versus Dragon Knight,
so
right?
Pathetic.
Like, what is... They're just not even doing anything. Yopaj doesn't even really get to hit him.
Yeah, he hits him twice, 3 times. And since Arteezy had to TP out, it's not even like he was able to get some deep lane pressure off of that team fight or anything. Just playing for some magical late game Naga Siren timing that will never come.
Radiant
Or maybe it will.
Can Roche here with the OD? It's a comeback play.
Yeah, we could use a little sneaky action here.
Never mind.
No, Malrine is already in position with the Orchid. Not quite enough damage to kill Yopaj. It actually uses the Doom on the Centaur here, so Yopaj is clear to finish him off. Now, Yopaj is still probably going to get run down here. Snake King's on the other side, sandwiching the OD. The Doom is taking him out. He's going to run into Skeeter, so... I will still get that 2 different cores. Lost their Dragonite for it, though.
Report Doom.
Yeah, because he didn't doom the OD, man. Could have stopped that Sanity's Eclipse.
It's true. You know you are very confident in winning a game when you are trash-talking your own teammate.
Mar just has a problem with me or something. Saberlight's one to talk, making up beef with other offlaners.
I mean, at least he's in good spirits, as he's getting absolutely shellacked.
Bushwhack will help Arteezy get out of here. They smoke to chase after him, though. Oh, got him on the imprisonment. That is nice. Well played, Crit. They've done really well with these Infest plays. The Infest on the puck earlier was really cool. Now they're using Crit to...
Skeeter's really fast on him.
Yeah. Seize opportunities to get the free mobility to get on top of heroes.
Probably something poetic in that play as well. An enemy, a lifestealer pops out of Crit that is not Artor as he imprisons his old friend.
I thought you were going to say that Crit imprisoned Arteezy like Arteezy imprisoned Crit.
That's what I'm saying.
for all those years. So.
And it's also like, you know, you used to be the one inside of me. Metaphorically speaking.
What?
Infest one.
What? Quick, go.
Team Maureen thought that was funny. In my heart. Okay, that's what I meant to say. You used to be the one in my heart. But now we are mortal enemies.
Sad music as Arteezy watches somebody else inside of Crit when it was once him.
Arteezy gazes longingly at what could have been. It used to be me infested in you, my friend.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, man. Well, I hope you guys are having a good time like we are watching the end of this game, because it's coming.
Oh, yeah.
Falcons are not going to slow down.
Got one last good fight in you with this OD.
Nice combo there.
You got to get some, like, massive pike on a core hero.
Well, they're going to get a Dragon Tail on Theolacor. And back to the tower they go. Teasy's here, throws some illusions at them. Oh, Amar misses the stomp. Oh, but Crit is going to recover him. Arteezy was gone, and then the long-range imprisonment arrow goes out. And another imprisonment to make sure he will stay down. Oh, Crit's just getting imprisonment after imprisonment here. Saving heroes, killing heroes, thrown away. OD will fall. 3 down, and Shopify hoping that somehow Skeeter will die to a tower.
It's just some production work. I don't know what it means, but I'll leave it up to the viewer. It's been a rough series for Shopify. A rough end to this tournament. This DK is just invincible with Infest.
Yeah.
They're not even tickling.
Too much HP to handle, man.
Some last tips for the road.
I feel like I'm watching the old patch, the Heart Blade Mail patch.
Yeah, he is...
Dragonized. Jeez.
All right. The inevitable has come. Shopify already eliminated, but failing to secure more EPT points. Will fall to 7th, I believe.
Yep, 7th.
A rough end to their journey here that started really well.
Yeah, it was very promising, but...
Yeah. They lost steam somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, the ward... I saw the community. I saw some warnings out there. People are saying, don't they remember what happened last DreamLeague? You know, Shopify looks really good at that one, too. This one, even worse, because they at least look good throughout that DreamLeague. But somewhere halfway through, they just kind of like...
At the same time, this roster just formed.
Yeah.
This is our first tournament together.
Yeah.
A lot of big changes. And not the worst showing. I think people probably had lower expectations from them, to be honest.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would have expected them to not make it to Group Stage 2, but...
And meanwhile, Falcons continue their dominance here, not dropping a single series in the entirety of Group Stage 2. They look unbeatable. Everything is firing for them. The warding, the early lane play, the drafting. You're not going to beat them in the draft. You have to beat them in execution. And they just have so many heroes they can go back to. The plays that happen on the map are so damn fast. If you're not ready for them, you just lose that lead out of nowhere. The infest plays were on point for Skeeter this game. He makes that hero shine. Like a diamond is the name of my 4th dog.
Back to you, panel.
What's he fucking talking about, Tsunami?
Shine on, you crazy diamond. As the Falcons end this group stage 2, dropping a singular game against the lowest placed team in the group. That one-off from Aurora was just a formality. You know, they would have been 2 big targets if everyone just looked at them. They're like, holy shit, they didn't drop a single game. But then you just give them one as a freebie. Regardless, though, they still end up doing fantastic in the entirety of this group stage. And as Snake King so boldly claimed in his pre-match interview, Crit was right and Ortiz was left.
Yeah, this was not even close.
No.
This literally just looked like a team on a completely different level. I feel like the Naga, they just kept catching him. Like, wherever he was, there was just a Doom on him or a Dragonite, like Marana ulted, stunning him. I think, Gork, you were saying, you're like, Naga's at least going to drag this out for another, like, 15 minutes. But then they picked him off, like, 3 times in a row after that. I'm surprised Arteezy didn't just call GG at that point.
Yeah, it was quite rough to see.
It was, definitely was. They only managed to kill each core once on side of Falcons. You know, something is off when it happens. I also didn't really understand their Enchantress pick. They also went with like Naga Siren into Dragonite. This OD last pick, a lot of question marks for me. I think Shopify should definitely be proud what they done here at DreamLeague, getting top 8, which is a good result. So for a fairly new team, but you know, maybe with a slightly better play, slightly better prep, they would be able to push it even forward. But yeah, it didn't happen in this one. But they did qualify to ESL 1 Birmingham, so definitely going to be very excited to see them play there because this team has a lot to prove, and seems like the vibes around the team are very nice. Like, they needed this change. Arteezy has been playing with the same squad for a really long time, and I think this new change, him being like the older guy in the squad, it also is going to bring like a lot of new talent, which is showing, and I think we should be pretty satisfied with what they achieved here.
We've got time for growth, and we've got the time for an interview with the first place team of the entire group stage 2, specifically with Crit. Crit, congratulations on your victory, and congratulations on a fantastic group stage 2. I'm assuming you're there.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm looking at a logo right now, but I picture your face. You're there, right?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Crit. Well, while I'm staring at this, I will say, how has this entire week been for you? Because what do you talk about as a team if you're constantly winning? If you're losing, then you're like, okay, let's look at the replay. Let's see what we did wrong. You guys dropped a single game in this entire group stage 2. So what's the post-match discussion like in an environment like that?
I mean, it's obviously good. The vibes are good. We had a little bit of a hiccup yesterday against Aurora, where we kind of wanted to have like the perfect group stage, and then we lost this game. But at the end of the day, I think it's good to lose a little bit, you know, not just all wins. It always helps a little bit to get some valuable losses in there. So I think we got a little bit humbled by Aurora, and then today we picked it back up. So I'm happy that we bounced back from that.
Nice. And you also picked it up in this series with a support Terrorblade. Now, obviously, this thing has been trending. How long have you been practicing it? Were you one of the first, or you saw other players doing it and you're like, oh, I should give this a shot?
No, I was definitely not one of the first. I was a big doubter. Like, I was watching people play this. I'm like, this is stupid. And then I was like, you know, I kind of had to try it just because, you know, when you think something is stupid, you have to confirm it. And then I tried it and it was actually good. So then I was like, oh, I guess I was wrong. And it ended up being pretty good. So I have a few pups on it, but it's definitely not my most played hero. So,
what was your hypothesis as to why it wouldn't be good? I guess now that I think about your pool, you play a lot of stuns on your 4 positions, and I guess that would be one exception.
yeah, but I think it's a pretty high skill hero to support just because the illusions are very abusable. So I think that's like an attractive point of it. But other than that, for sure, it's nothing like my other heroes. So this is definitely a bit different. But the Q is just a fun spell to use. It feels very good when you use your reflection on the enemy carry. So I think that's the biggest reason why people are playing it.
Right on. All right. Well, I got Kazu standing by for a question for you as well.
Sup, Crit? I have a question about your two young prodigies with Amar and Malrine. So you played in the same squad for a long time. Now you're playing with them. I would say they're very young, you know, they're up and coming. I feel like they have strong personalities. What are like some of the bigger things that you learned from them, which you probably did learn something?
I don't know. I feel like I'm the one teaching most of the stuff. I don't know. These guys are kind of just clowns. I mean, they're definitely very confident. I can kind of sense, like, I remember that from playing with the other young, good players. You know, I've been in that position before. I've played with a lot of good players that were very young. So I think I can recognize that. And I think for the rest of us on the team, like me and all the Tundra guys, I think we all kind of had a pretty specific idea about how Dota works, and it's a good foundation. And then the young guys kind of just challenge that in some ways and kind of improve in some ways. And then that's just good to have like a little bit of two sides of it. And I think that just helps the overall conclusion of it.
Then how helpful do you think it is? So if you feel like you're bringing more of the gameplay to them, how helpful do you think is it to some of you guys who have already had success that you bring in some new blood who are maybe more hungry than you were in the past years, like maybe reigniting some motivation and passion? Does that play any part?
No, I think everyone on this team would have, like, even if we had been 5 old players, you know, I think we would have been hungry anyway, because we're just I think everyone on this team is just that type of person, you know. We don't like losing. I think last year was not very fun for me, and I think it wasn't for everyone. So I think, I mean, for sure, I mean, they're hungry to win, and Malrine is like the biggest pub spammer in the world and plays a lot of Dota, and it kind of just makes you do it as well because you're seeing the dedication. So for sure it helps with the motivation that everyone is interested in winning and trying to be the best player they can. It just makes you want to do the same thing.
And last question about team fighting. I think you guys are the best at team fighting and like maybe understanding what you need to do. Do you think that comes more from individual skill and knowing your hero limits? Does it come from you guys like analyzing this with maybe AUI after games, or is it mostly about planning before the fight, like I'm gonna do this, I need you to do this? What's like the dynamic with that?
No, I think we have some good concepts. Our communication is pretty good. I think a lot of routine coming in from all the Tundra guys about how you're supposed to communicate in game helped us a lot just from the start of the team and how we want this team to function in game. I think that's been the building stone or like the foundation for the team, and that's kind of just been that, and we built on from that, and I think that's the biggest thing. Like I think we have a good way of talking to each other, and then it translates into the game, and then that just means that you can team fight better.
Yep, looks like it. All right, thank you. That's all.
And one last question from me, Crit. On the topic of last year, was there anything special to you about this series, about seeing Arteezy on the other side? Was it bittersweet for you to be playing against him, or was it like a fun rivalry now that you guys have split?
I think it was a little bit fake, just because the series didn't matter for us and it didn't really matter for them. So I wouldn't say there's too much to read into it. I mean, it was definitely a little bit special, just because I played with them for so long, both Baldwin and Aurora, and I was looking forward to it a little bit in the first group stage, and then when I saw we were playing them last in this group stage, I was a little bit, you know, like I didn't want it to be in a situation where we could knock each other out, which obviously is what ESL wanted to happen. In some way, you know, it was not the real test of the two teams, I think. I also think it was a little bit weird because this series, us playing this series, it was actually better for us to lose this series in terms of getting top 4 in the EPT, which is a little bit weird, because if we'd lost this series, Extreme would have gone below SR.
Oh.
And that would have just meant that we would have gotten top 4. So I think there's a little bit of problems with the system, because it would have been better for us to lose, basically. So I'm happy that we kept our competitive integrity in this one, but yeah, a little bit of faults in the format.
All right, well, we'll save the true elimination script for maybe like season 2, like a Birmingham Grand Finals or something like that. How does that sound instead?
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right, we'll make it happen. I'll put in a good word with the boys upstairs. Crit, congratulations on a stellar performance in this group stage 2, and best of luck in the playoffs as you get one day off. Enjoy it. We'll see you on the weekend.
Thank you. Have a good night.
See you later. That's right. That's it for them from group stage 2. Did you want them to say hi to Amar, Gork? Is that what you're saying?
I saw him. That's my boy right there.
Amar's your boy.
I feel like I raised that boy. I didn't really. But he's been around a long time. I saw him when he was like 15, 16 in pubs. And I said, in 2-3 years, this guy's going to win TI. I called it. He had no team. And he's up and coming. This is his year. I think this is the This is the year I said he would win. So it's kind of lining up pretty well.
So then that must mean that during the 2 years ago when he was on the come up during Stockholm, you're like, he's exceeding my expectations. He's doing better than ever.
He was. He was actually approaching me about it. Like, it was kind of insulting. He said I wouldn't win this year.
But you knew.
Yeah.
You were wise.
This is his time.
This is it. 2024 is year of the MR. And so far, I have no reason to doubt it. Falcons are knocking it out of the park right now. Very proud of them.
Yeah, I just needed to be surrounded by a bunch of 13K MMR players. I feel like MR's finally found his team. I mean, he's had good teams in the past, but this is the best one.
Yeah.
This team is insane. Like, they do so many things right.
I think the most important thing is that he gets to be himself. I think the reason he clashed a little bit with OG was he wasn't really getting to push his concept through with the smaller hero pools and more focused gameplay, and here he's really getting to shine more.
Which is quite interesting because we've said it time and time again, but the fact that he has 2 TI winners on his team and he still feels that raw confidence. Yes, I suppose. Well, then technically even 4 with AUI having 2 wins.
I mean, Aoi doesn't do anything. We've established that at this point. He's even tweeted about it, that pretty much everybody on the broadcast team would be better.
Much better job than him.
Makes future broadcast team too, which would include you, Gork.
Oh, you are part of it.
Yeah.
You have been inducted, Gork, because we actually need your expertise on one more series, the very last series of Group Stage 2, and it's one that matters. Elimination or lower bracket on the line. Stick around for Gaming Gladiators versus Extreme Gaming.
We really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? Keep it going up now. And do what you do. That's right. Keeping it up. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. And when the night is done, you like that interaction. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Come on down, let's pay the fare. 1, 2, 3, 4. Unsure what's ahead of us. We can't find the gold that makes us a whole of it. Can't go from the elements. We can't find the road, but we got a hold of it. Unsure what's ahead of us. We can't find the gold that makes us a whole of it. Can't go from the elements. We're now on the road, now we got a hold of it. Unsure what's ahead of us. We can't find the gold that makes us a soul of it.
It's time, my friends, for the very last series of our group stage here at DreamLeague Season 22. And it's one that very much matters, because if you win this series, you get the privilege of continuing in our tournament and facing off against the two-time TI winners of Team Spirit. What an honor. And if you lose, we kick you out. We go over to your boot camp and we slap you in the face.
Jesus,
Yeah,
Neil.
I know, it's the new rules.
We must have brought those in recently. It's
We
fair.
did. Much as how we brought you in recently. Pyrian, welcome to the panel.
Yeah, I thought this was the third 3-game series.
Yeah, for a moment there I was just like, where's my last
Yeah,
panel?
I wasn't ready. I was like, man, game 3. And then I realized, oh, it was a 2-game series, so I came running out. We're not used to that on the night shift.
No, definitely not. But what we are used to is seeing extreme gaming in the night shift.
Yeah.
But it's not them that I want to talk about because I'm not familiar with Game and Gladiators. We don't get them as much on the night shift, so I'm going to lean on my expert tech panelist, Kazuo.
That's me.
Tell me about Game and
So
Gladiators.
I have some things to show about Gaming Gladiators, because I would say over the past few days they've been picking up steam and momentum.
They
So
have been.
I want to show how they execute some of their plays in the mid game, and that sometimes it's really just one play. One play is all it takes for you to take over the game.
One opportunity.
So they are smoked
Fall
right
in
now,
love with me.
and they have a very aggressive board here, which is very important for later. So I want you guys to think about what is going on right now. You have 3 people being smoked, and it's very important that these 2 guys are showing on the map, right? The Weaver and the Undying. Because if we toggle OG's vision, what Tomato sees right now, you know, this guy is mid, this guy is showing bottom.
Oh, they're not making any moves.
Exactly, but in the meantime, they're already waiting here, and they're making sure to like not be here, because then they would break to this ward, and they're waiting very nicely outside of range until eventually Tomato's like, oh shit, what's going on? Oh well, he's dead. And now the thing is that this team, they don't stop there. Like if we look at Ace's movement, he instantly goes somewhere else for the next play. Now it turns from 1 kill into 2. In the meantime, they play a nice group up in mid. Gwyn is together with Celery, turns into a 3rd kill. Ace from top, TPs to the outpost, now ends up joining them as well. And this game literally turned from a 50-50 win percent to like a 50 to 80% within 1 play of this happening.
Wow.
So when you play against this team, you better not give them this 1 play, or you better be ready for it.
Disciplined maneuver.
Yeah.
That was intense. I like that. Also, Tomato actually had a super game on that one.
He
like
did.
That was his first death, and that really like killed
It ruined him.
whole thing. Yeah.
How has Tomato been impressing you over this past growth period from OG? I mean, well, I guess that's not really entirely that relevant. We can stick to, I guess, Duraccio. How has Duraccio been impressing you? As Game and Gladiators is the topic
ready.
at
I
hand.
was ready to talk about Tomato so much.
I would love to, but unfortunately OG's eliminated.
Duraccio impressing me.
Has he been?
Uh-oh, careful.
Well, no, he's been playing good. I think he's an unsung hero a lot of the time. He does have a very bad game, so he's a very swingy player. Sometimes when he plays Alchemist, maybe 70% of the stuns are on himself. But that's okay, because he does actually show up and he does do what the team has needed. There's the same formula that won the majors last year, which is that he defends that safe lane tower no matter if he dies 5 times. But that creates enough space, and he will come back into the game. He's good at not letting his ego take a hit from it and come back into the game and have impact later.
Did you agree with Ame's tier listing of where he placed all these carries?
I mean, a little bit, maybe. There was a few people I would rather move up and down. I do think Duraccio is not maybe good in the very, very traditional sense of the carry role, you know? Anti-mage, running around, solo carrying the game. He does do that sometimes, but not so often. He's good at other stuff. I would say he's a hybrid offlaner sometimes as
He
well.
can't be a B-tier carry, man. Like, where did Ame put himself? Like, come on. Like, he has
put himself AS,
Yeah, he needs to show up a bit more. Like, I guess this series will tell, but I feel like Dyrachyo, he deserves a bit more respect.
Yeah. I mean, think how dominant Gaiman were. They're not going to win all the things they want if they're like, yeah, they want it all, but dragging Dyrachyo along behind them. No, I mean, he's been a part of this incredibly successful team. It's disrespectful.
Yeah, he got really lucky, you know, carried through multiple majors at TI.
This is an argument that many people had for like Ana in like TI 8, TI 7 era, though, that he wouldn't really ball out in the mid lane, and then he would just kind of win anyway somehow. Because
different types of carries, I would say. You know, you have some of these traditional carries that like never join fights. They always feel like they need another item. They're not ready. Dyrachyo, this guy is a madman. That's why I like him, because he's going to really push the limits, and sometimes he's going to, you know, look like a really bad player, but if that one play succeeds, you're going to see, like, especially when he plays heroes like Slark. I know it's not the best hero in the C version, but in the previous versions, he was really pushing the limits, coming back into the fight multiple times and stuff like that. That's what I really like about him, you know. Sometimes, I mean, he is the punish and sin guy for a reason. That's why they call him in the Chinese community.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because he has, you know, the sin, the bad, I guess, and the punish, the good one when he punishes the players.
Well, let's see if this S tier carry on the other side will punish him, because Ame's on the other side of the coin. Gork, Ame has returned back to the scene. How has he been striking you? Has he missed any beats whatsoever? Is it classic Ame?
I mean, in the eyes of Yatoro, he is the most beautiful carry player that has ever existed.
Can do no wrong.
What about the gameplay?
The gameplay, though. Okay, I need to get onto the gameplay. That's true. I think in the beginning I had my doubts with his comeback because he'd been gone for so long. But he honestly has been super stable ever since he's come back. Ame has a bit of a unique playstyle on certain heroes like Void. He will just chrono and support and kill him instantly if he has to get it done. Like, he's a little bit different, and sometimes he does have bad games. I think we saw Gyrocopter. He insisted on picking it twice in a row. That was just not his hero. But he can really shine when he gets his heroes, I think.
Yeah, that was a series against Shopify. We also had our doubts. But so far, I whenever he gets his signatures, whenever he's on his Faceless Void, in the Lifestealer game that we saw here as well, he's in his element for sure.
Like the only thing about Ame, which I feel like is a bit weird, and just maybe to compare him with Dyrachyo, I would prefer to have Ame in a game where I'm currently behind in the game. I feel like I have more faith in him to like turn it around and bring it back. Whereas like if the game is even or I'm ahead, I would way prefer to have Dyrachyo every single time. And with how Gaimin are playing right now, if they have the early tempo from the others, that's when Dyrachyo will shine, because then he attributes to this tempo and makes it even more. Whereas when, you know, Quinn and Ace are having off games, which they did have sometimes at the start of the tournament, well, yeah, then Dyrachyo won't look as good either, because it doesn't really fit the playstyle. And I feel like Ame, for me, he's been a bit more 50-50. I've not only been impressed with his gameplay.
You can say that about the whole of XG, really. I think some games, they look amazing. And other times you think, what are they doing?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, they kind of dip on some of these games. Jinkyu's just off playing PvE or PV Courier at least. You kind of think, well, what is happening? What's the plan here? It's interesting that this team can also have this huge hero pool and kind of just pick whatever they want. But is Ame pretty stable in the carries that he's picking? Is he basically picking the same carries every time, or is he as experimental as the rest of them?
He's playing a lot of different heroes. That they are the team with the widest hero pool here at the Dream League for a good reason. They love to experiment much. I think, like, in terms of stability, XXS is my standout player from this team. This guy is just a beast. The only time he has a bad game is when he doesn't have a partner in the lane, when he's left alone by Jinkyu. So he can't really do it. You know, he can't play Mars into Undying plus Luna or Undying plus DB. He just can't really do it. But yeah, this guy's a beast, that he also immensely improved his hero pool compared to BetBoom Dacha, where he played 4 or 5 heroes. Now he's sitting at 14 different heroes. So this
I thought you were calling him a beast because that was the only hero that he played, just Primal Beast all day long.
I actually like this matchup. The more I think about it, Extreme Gaming versus Extreme Gladiators versus Extreme Gaming.
No, one more time.
One more time.
That'd be cool.
Actually, I didn't ask your prediction.
In there.
Which one do you have?
New team. Sorry. All right, guys. All right, it's my first time on the panel. But nice.
Everybody gets one. No,
the Gaiman versus the XGs.
Correct.
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think this is a fun matchup because both of them are kind of unstable. You know, like I think this could swing either way depending on mood and feeling. I can't predict this series coming into it. It's honestly, these teams are very hit and miss.
Yeah.
Yeah, Extreme, I think, are characterized by their recklessness at times, and Gaming Gladiators, sometimes they're in the zone and they're bulletproof, and other times they just fall to pieces.
This is the hero that they tried to like salvage the group stage 1 when things were not going correctly. They're like, okay, we need to do something differently, because when things are not working out for you, I think this is something that Ace talked about in the interview yesterday about like them not having a good time as a team. Like this is pretty much the only period where things were not working out for them, getting mad at each other. You need something different, and I think this is a comfort pick for them, comfort pick for him, because I think Ace was considered to be one of the best players, like probably the best offlaner in 2023, at least the first half of it, one of the best players in the world for a good reason, and he really shines on Magnus.
I love this Rubik ban coming out from them before the Magnus pick. We saw Zinq really shines when he gets his Rubik all the way from TI-10. He's been smacking around Magnus is trying to skewer people back.
Do you think, I mean, this was probably, in a weird way, this sort of period where GG are not performing. So it might be the first time this team's sort of been tested in a sort of how do we get along and how do things work out when we suck, or by our standards.
That's why, from the outside looking in, we consider that, and then Ace corroborated it. In his interview, he said this is the toughest period that he's ever had on this roster.
Right.
And they've had like some rough group stages, but this to be the toughest one was a little bit of a surprise, and it's probably because they have just not been tested this hard.
Yeah, problem solving is pretty hard sometimes, especially as a team, like, because going into the start of the group stage, you're probably like, oh, we change this, and this. You go next day, you get slapped again, you do it again, and eventually you're like, well, your ideas are stupid. Why are we listening to you? Then you go to the next one, and it's hard until eventually you just get a feel when something goes better, and I feel like that's what happened to them, and now they're like on a bit of upwards trend again. But yeah, Ace Mac is always very good. He does well in lane. He gets his blink. I feel like he very naturally get into the game. So he is already, I would say, set up for success.
There's going to be one hero that will come out definitely in the second or third banning stage. Ted,
take it
you
away.
better explain it, because I don't know if Gork knows about Tank Cardell.
Sniper?
Not just.
Not just. You got to listen to this story
here. Okay.
Tank Cardell, I want you to try this out yourself. Okay, this can go 4. You could also do it mid. You could go 3. The idea with Tank Cardell is it's a bait for the enemy team. Let me pitch a little story to you.
All right, I'm listening.
You're some gank, you're Storm, or you're Magnus. You're looking at, there's a sniper, he's down the lane.
Yeah.
He doesn't know I'm coming. Sniper's there, he's getting last hits. This guy's squishy, I'll go get him. You jump him, you check his items, because this guy's not dying. What's this? He's got a heart. He's got an AFP. He's got Triangles. This guy, he's got 10,000 hit points. Tank Cardell is literally impenetrable and baits the enemy team towards him. They can't go on this guy. That's the plan.
I like it.
There you go.
We've been sold.
Honestly, I think this translates into concepts in other heroes too. When you see a Rubik core, like you think he's squishy, I'm gonna go there. Dagon 5, he's full HP. What happened?
Exactly.
What happened? I can see it.
Yeah, because Extreme Gaming, they love to pick up this sniper. This is their hero. You know,
they're very good at it.
A lot of bad matchups, and the way he itemizes this Aghanim Scepter has been insane. Like, you're not gonna farm the jungle. You will be very active, moving around the map, setting up stuns.
I'm looking at the 2 jokers in each lineup. I think Duracho versus the Zinq Joker card. These guys can do some crazy stuff this series. I think this TV pick is nice though. It solidifies my Duracho. I think Gaiman are the best team at using this TB to push high ground at 20 to 25 minutes.
That's true. They even make it look good when he has a lot. There was a series, I think they played like just yesterday or 2 days ago. He had like 5 or 6 deaths. And he had the same impact as most other carries if they had like 1. Like he still used his illusions perfectly. He bought the right items, joined the right fights, and it literally didn't matter. He took so much space away and then still gave it to his team later on. So I really like when Duracho plays his little demon.
Are you sure it's Duracho playing?
That's what I was
not fully sure yet.
Yeah, I have seen actually Celery has been practicing TP in pubs as well. So
I mean, it is good already against Mars. I think both as a carry and a support. Generally, Mars combos, you throw all your stuff, you can save him if you're a support. If you're a carry, you build pretty tanky. You can tank the spear with an illusion. Chill.
So Celery's been practicing it, because we know Crit was practicing it.
Yeah,
as well,
I think I haven't checked Tofu, but Celery, I saw he has a game or 2 on it. So
we've been kind of seeing the 5-position TB do better than the 4-position TB recently, so...
Yeah.
Gives them the priority. That's what happened to a lot of these heroes, you know, Clockworks throughout the history, Batrider recently, where you're like, sure, it works out really good. And even if they decide to run this Terrorblade as a core, you still have a save for him. You know that they're going to be grouping around the Arena, Magnus with the RP, Swap to come out, and if it's going to be carry TB farming with Empower, this could be like very farm Terrorblade.
There's the ET to reduce all that TB armor down. Maybe an infest
Do you shift
bomb.
it now?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? This Lifestealer pick is a little bit unusual from Extreme. I think they're only picking it because Lifestealer is so good right now. In any other patch, this would be considered kind of crazy to pick it into Terrorblade and Magnus like this. It's a BKB piercing stun, and Terrorblade, very high armor hero that can man-fight you pretty easily.
Are there any, like, how about some Storm or Pango for Gaiman? I personally think you can still play TB core. And
Pango is not bad.
Yeah, like, I agree with
there
you.
There we
that,
go. Yeah.
Like, Lifestealer into TB. Like, also, like, not just TB, but there's Venge. It's annoying. You can swap him in Rage. You have RP.
Yeah.
So I'm a little surprised. I think this is one of the worst Nyx picks we've seen in this tournament, actually, at least for now.
Agreed.
And Quinn gets his Pango.
How long ago was it Quinn had Pango?
They had opportunity yesterday against OG in the first and second game to pick it, and they didn't.
They didn't.
Maybe they lost a little bit of confidence in the hero as well, but looks like a really, really good Pango game. Like, you're not playing into basically any real stunts, nothing that you're afraid of, and you might have a free reign in the team fights.
The Arena can be a little bit annoying because you can't jump out of it with your W or Q. So unless you have Shard, you can't really, don't really have time to roll before you get speared as well. That's a small thing, though. I think Quinn will be able to play around it.
And now they just need to protect it. They ban out the puck.
Yeah.
Sniper has not been banned.
Oh.
I'm just saying.
There's a lot of reach, so unless
they do need a front liner, Kessie. So.
Yeah, unless he buys triple hard on Sniper.
Exactly. Do you ever wonder, when we see people practicing these heroes that are like, I don't want to say flavor of the month, but that other teams have kind of brought in and everyone's like, oh, that's interesting, TB support, we should try that. How much of it is them picking it in pubs and stuff to practice it to play themselves, and how much is like, what's the deal with this? Like, to play it so you can get a better idea of what it's like to play this hero and maybe some of its weaknesses. Like, you play it to figure it out.
Well, I think first you will only try it if you believe it, or if your teammate has like a really strong belief. He's like, yo, Lacoste, like, you need to try this.
Yeah, Crit
Luna
needed
4.
to convince himself that it's a shitty hero.
I like that.
I think there are different thresholds, because I know TI9, when Ana debuted Carry IO, a lot of carries were skeptical, and then they started hitting the pubs, and it was not just auto win as everyone was expecting. There was some art to the Carry IO.
Of course.
So I guess it's a hybrid of you have to pub it, and then some heroes are just like conceptually, oh, I guess I can just press the reflection, and that's all I need to do.
I wonder if this Windrunner ban was actually, they think it might be a +5 TB here.
Yeah. I like Storm a lot for Extreme Gaming. There are no like stuns, lanes well into the Spango, and also builds into Orchid, great against Spango, great against TB Magnus, and also you do have an Infest Bomb.
Yeah, and the Storm is actually pretty great. Yeah, I agree.
Gaiman, I mean, I feel like they're just gonna pick a support. If you had to pick a carry out of phase, what would you potentially want work into like the Dire draft?
Faceless Void.
So he's
Easily.
out. And Morph.
Then I'm out of my options. I kind of like the TB is pretty good. I like it.
Then maybe we stick with the TB.
I like the TB, yeah.
So then we have to find a support for Gaiman, which you probably need one that lanes with Mag and like helps him against his ET Lifestealer combo.
Grimstroke.
Yeah, I was thinking that, but maybe the lane is too hard. Ooh.
Oh, cool. No, that's a hero I could have mentioned.
Maybe we should have figured that out.
Yeah, that's a hero we haven't seen in a while. It's a good hero. I talked about it in the earlier series against Lifestealer. It has fallen out of favor, though, because some people actually pick Lifestealer into Troll now, simply because of the Ags. You just infest them when you beat KBs, and the Troll is useless.
Oh, yeah.
Great lane. Terrorblade plus Troll. One of my favorite ones in Dota 2.
I've seen that one.
They might lane Venge, but then you have TB Magnus, which I think could be a better lane. They could still, decide.
I think you don't want the TB against Lifestealer because of the reflection purge on Rage. But the meta is good at like punching Lifestealer out of lane, so I would probably lane the Venge top still I think.
I feel like this TB5 works with strong carries who help him get out of the lane. I've seen it with like Sven's, maybe Troll here too. Like you just throw some reflection, go for some pull, your Troll throws some axes, like you're just casually laning and trying to get through it.
Yeah.
Whereas Extreme, I think you guys mentioned Storm, I would kind of like that for him.
Yeah,
I
this
think
is a very good Storm pick.
Like a jumper, vehicle, and maybe Orchid Buyer against Pango, like any of this.
Yeah. They also have a Razor option, a traditional counter to Troll. Decent against Pango. Maybe will probably win the lane. But I don't like it as much as a Storm right now.
Thank Cardell still available. I think it has to be Storm, but if they want to spice it up, Extreme Gaming, they've been known to last pick something like greedier than we expect on 24.
XM is a spicy player. Very spicy player.
This Magnus also changes the Troll a lot, by the way. The Troll becomes a very strong hero with Empower. Not as weak as...
I don't see anything other than Storm unless XM is really gonna cook up something heavy here.
Okay.
We've seen this a few times. It's kind of been okay, but I don't think it's been amazing, has it, these Linas?
It's at 6 and 4. It's very situational, but against a Pango, I could see it succeeding.
It's gonna be a lane dominator, that's for sure. We'll see how it does later in the game. Pango's pretty good at getting on top of you, and so is Magnus.
Yeah. But she can also turn into a second right-clicking core against the Troll Warlord.
Yeah.
Stay out of the blind AoE.
I'm curious what she's gonna do, magic or right-click build. Lately we've seen the right-click being more favored, for sure.
Yeah, I personally think it's really hard to play high-range heroes against heroes who bring you out of position, like Lina against Bat. In this case, it's Magnus Venge. You're gonna get swapped in, skewered in. There's some Pango roll coming around. I personally heavily prefer Gaiman's draft, but of course, both these teams, we know Extreme might just show up, but I'm on Gaiman for sure.
All right, that's one Gaiman. Pyrian Flax.
I'm going with whatever the cost says.
Okay.
Yeah, you really like what I say. I think I'll go with Extreme on this one. I think Lina was, somewhere there to be picked up. Kezu did mention that there is potential of her being swapped in, but I see a lot of ways to protect her with the Infest, with the Stomp. You have Arena. XXS, besides ATF, has been my favorite Mars player. This guy is insane. If you give him a good lane, he's going to pop off.
Now, Gork, I know you said that it's just oftentimes based off of the energy that these two teams are bringing.
Yeah, I need to see what Zinkyu's playing. Can I see? Is he playing the
He's
Mirana?
Mirana.
He's
He's
not
Mirana.
a +4 Monkey King.
No, he's not.
Courier.
He will be laning most likely, actually.
Yeah, I was actually gonna go with Extreme Gaming up until this last picks.
Sold by the Lina?
No, not really. Actually, I think the Lina was a bit of a blunder, so I'm gonna go with Gaiman on this one actually.
All right,
but it's a slim one. This one, slim margin.
Slimmy.
Should be a good game.
Yeah.
That's
I think so.
Good game.
A lot on the line. I will remind you, viewers, that the loser of this game is eliminated from DreamLeague Season 22, and the winner gets to continue on into the bracket, which means that they will enter the lower bracket against Team Spirit. I know, right? Very exciting. Nearly as exciting as this game number 1 with our casters. It's Cap and SVG.
That's right. This very intense game that's coming up is Elimination. And this music fits that perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, just for the record, I did not ask for this one. I just want to clear my name before this game starts. But this is a hype match between two teams who have perhaps been the most volatile of this tournament. The highs have been high, the lows have been lows, the in-betweens have been in-between. The real heroes, the fake heroes, the wins, the losses, the tears of joy, the tears of sadness. But it all comes to an end for one of these teams, as only one can continue on to reap the reward of having to play the two-time TI champions in a lower bracket match. What a reward that is.
Well, you also get a little bit more money, a little bit more points, even if you do lose to Spirit. But that's right. We've got Falcons, BetBoom, Spirit, and one more team. Will it be Gaming Gladiators, the most dominant team of last year, won the most tournaments anyway, or is it going to be Extreme, the best Chinese team right now, and the winners of that initial group stage? They did very well for themselves in Group B. 9 and 5. Jinkyu gonna be pulled back in. Still has some more leap charges though, obviously, so he's good to go. No first blood just yet. Extreme Gaming will get 3 bounties though.
Let's win another axe throw. All right. Gonna force Jinkyu into a lot of regen here if he doesn't want to go to base. You already got the leaps out. It's a minor lane victory for game, but you gave up 3 runes, so you kind of give it all back. I think XG are happy with the economic damage here.
Yeah, particularly if you're already in certain matchup that should be very favorable for you lane-wise, right? This Lina versus Pango.
Yeah,
I would expect XM to dumpster.
Okay, well, that was a big miss, but
yeah, he's missed 2 CS pretty.
That was not a good first wave for him.
No.
And Quinn known for his early lane prowess. That's how he snowballs these matchups. But this should be a good lane for XM. You know, your Lina versus a melee hero. It is kind of a cheap melee hero. You know, it is the Pangolier. This hero gets out of almost any matchup and can play Dota. So that lane dominance might not be that big a factor. He also has Empower to buff him up. This was an old school OG combination that worked really well for them.
Yep.
And he has Venge to throw in some extra debuffs and give him the swap save in the fights. So this is not just a, island Pango. This is a Pango buffed up by the team that can easily get on top of the Lina, deal a huge amount of physical damage, and control him with the roll. And there's not a lot to control the Pango roll in this game, so this pick could prove to be pretty deadly, especially since it is on Quinn. And he has shown to be the Pango master.
That's right. That's now what he's known for. I'm glad we clicked away from that mid lane. I'm not sure. I was cringing the entire time. That watching XM miss so much CS hurt.
He's getting bodied.
Yeah.
We'll go back there soon. But these lanes are shaping up to be very strong for gaming right now, despite the rune loss. As Dyrachyo is just bullying this melee hero, but well, they do lose a courier down there. Jinkyu up to his usual shenanigans. Putting on his best Monkey King impression. Kun will pull away for the water rune. So he will not miss any CS here.
Yeah, it's getting tons of regen to help deal with constant Dragon Slave harassment.
Making this lane look easy.
Oh, there we go. Now we're cooking. Goddamn, XM. 4 denies in a row. Went from nothing to 4. XXS. Final hit from Dyrachyo will claim first blood.
Man, did he just high roll on that? That looked close. Nice first blood to pick up for the troll. We have seen Gaiman go back to this mag anytime they can get it. It feels like that is their de facto offlaner. They will choose for Ace if they can get their hands on it.
Why do you think that is?
I think it is I feel like they have been forced into this stunner offlane meta that they don't want to play, but they're kind of left with no choice.
Yeah.
And I think Mag is the one of those that is a stunner offlaner who can dictate the fights while at the same time buffing up the team, which was a big component of what Ace was doing for this squad.
Yeah.
And at the same time, Ace can just be that secondary carry. So Mag fits in this weird space if you think about it, right? He's a buffer, he's a carry hero, he's a team fight starter, he does a little bit of it all. And so I think it just fits Ace better than these Centaur Marses that they kind of have to choose one of those paths.
Yeah, they're a little bit more pure in what their skill set is, right?
And it's also just something that helps the other 2 cores scale a lot. So I think it fits what Gaming want to do with this, 3 cores all being strong. And they played this Mag Troll earlier, and it looked pretty good for them. They rolled that game. Dyrachyo got so damn fat. So this is a lineup they're very comfortable with this tournament, at least. And XG have given it to them. They're tempting fate.
I would be very curious. He went to 201 build, but I'd be very curious if there was some sort of build that involved maxing out in power early and giving it to both himself as well as the Terrorblade, right? Because Terrorblade has such high base damage and stuff.
I feel like you just don't win the trades as much as you think you're going to win them.
Yeah. Nice viewer back with the meta, but Tofu might just die before he gets off any damage. He's guiding it back nicely with all this regen. He burned through everything he had. Lotus's fairy fires, all of that. Oh, Celery cutting across for the extra kill here. And they'll get it. So
nice.
Double kill for Ace.
Nice little pickup that Celery can make that move, just off bot lane going so damn well. And again, anytime you can kill this lifestealer in lane, you're going to feel great about the progression of the game. Sets him back, all his timings get thrown off a little. We're seeing Ame try to find his hero pool this tournament.
Yeah.
Some of the games have hit, some of them have missed. Again, this matchup it's a volatile one. Both these teams trying to find their identity in this current patch. Level 6 approaching here for the Pangolier. And XM is ahead on XP, did eventually pull ahead in this lane. Though I think Quinn did some work on the first 2 or 3 or 4 minutes there.
Yeah.
We'll see what he can make with that first Rolling Thunder. Again, very free Rolling Thunder game. If you're XG, you have to think about where the spell goes and what it does for gaming and not give up too many freebies to it as you try and get the levels for your supports. Scale into that mid game where the ET Mirana can shine.
Ame's most played heroes: Monkey King, Morphling, Terrorblade, Faceless Void, Phantom Lancer, then Sven Spectre.
That's a play right there. Laguna his ass and TP out. Showed him.
Well, I mean, if it's a short cooldown, might as well do the damage, I guess.
Got him. I mean, he does not want to get Rolling Thunder there. It's a heads-up play, but it looks absolutely hilarious.
Ace doesn't have the mana to skewer away, but Ame's not going to keep diving.
So Monkey King, Morphling, Void. I think, when I think of Ame, I think of Faceless Void.
Yeah. It's the hero that he has the most success on next to Sven.
He used to play Morphling a lot back at some of those early TIs.
Yeah.
Oh, he's an interesting carry player when you really think about his career. And he's still here, fighting it out. Trying to prove himself once more. Claim a title.
Could have just